网被全面升级了。
什么？所有？
哈里克谢！该死！所有人恢复！
无名，确认位置。听着，我们的交易很清楚，我帮你摘除脑机，摆脱哈福克，而你必须入侵天网终端，恢复 GTI 通讯。现在，立刻回复。
我已就位。资料是安全。
找到天网计划的终端，快速入侵。
欢迎回家。160你和瑞丽塔讲的识别度是最高的，你是与众不同的，不要抗拒，接受它。
还出我的脑子！
手吹手！搜索四周！
来制造一点恐慌吧。
汇报情况，终端找到了吗？
我们被耍了，终端不在这里。
我没看错，你还是最出色的那个。我知道你会回来，但你要清楚，不是哈福克需要你，而是你需要哈福克。我们才是未来。
不让任何人掉队，让战火止于利剑和尖盾。这里是 Delta Force 守望者营地。哈福克不但拒绝一切可能停火的谈判，还暗中升级天网。战争的天平一再剧烈摇摆。为了能更灵活地应对日趋复杂的战争态势，确保我方获得优势，现将指挥权赋予身处前线的你。
众望所归，你现在是我们的指挥官了。指定为高价值目标已就绪。
发现敌方飞机！发现敌方坦克！
已标记敌方高位接单位。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
不对，
无名，确认位置。听着，我们的交易很清楚，我帮你摘除脑机，摆脱哈福克，而你必须入侵天网终端，恢复 GTI 通讯。无名，确认位置。听着，我们的交易很清楚，我帮你摘除脑机，摆脱哈福克，而你必须入侵天网终端，恢复 GTI 通讯。现在，立刻回复。
我依旧是安全。
找到天网计划的终端，快速入侵。
欢迎回家。你和瑞丽塔的是对我是最高。你是与众不同的。
找到天网计划的终端，快速入侵。
欢迎回家。你和瑞丽塔的是对我是最高。你是与众不同的。不要抗拒，接受它。
还出我的脑子！
手吹手！
汇报情况，终端找到了吗？
我们被耍了，终端不在这里。
我没看错，你还是最出色的那个。我知。
汇报情况，终端找。
不是哈福克需要你，而是你需要哈福克。我们才是未来。
剧烈摇摆，为了能更灵活地应对日趋复杂的战争态势，确保我方获得优势，现将指挥权赋予身处前线的你。剧烈摇摆，为了能更灵活地应对日趋复杂的战争态势，确保我方获得优势，现将指挥权赋予身处前线的你。
众望所归，你现在是我们的指挥官了。指定为高价值目标已就绪。
发现敌方飞机！发现敌方坦克！
已标记敌方高位接单位。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。各位干员
Hello to all operators. Welcome to the 2025 Hero Esports Asian Champion League Delta Force. Being a part of Esports Asia Championship League, the first international esports tournament in Asia, the ACL Delta Force has now entered the offline final stage. After intense competition, 4 squads from different countries have made it into the offline finals. They are: the China regional squad has stormed into the grand finals with an undefeated qualifying streak, overpowering rivals through tactical synergy and world-class gunplay. The Korea regional squad has defied expectations with a Cinderella run through the qualifying gauntlet, battling their way into Championship League through chess-like tactical execution. The Thailand regional squad has clawed their way into the grand finals from a 50-team bloodbath, blending surgical gunplay with hyper-mobile mechanics and showcasing peak individual execution. The Japan regional squad has battled into the grand finals with unorthodox armory mastery and samurai precise angles. The 4 teams will compete in a total of 6 rounds within double elimination bracket over 2 competition days, May 17th to 18th. In the first round, the 4 teams will face off in pairs, with teams securing 2 consecutive victories advancing to the winner's bracket. The 2 teams in the winner's bracket will then compete with each other to determine the first team to advance directly to the grand finals. The 2 teams that lose in the first round will face off to decide which one advances to the loser's bracket final. In the loser's bracket final, the advancing team will compete with the losing team from the winner's bracket for the second qualification spot in the grand finals. The 2 teams advancing to the finals will engage in a showdown to crown the ultimate champion of the ACL Delta Force. This tournament adopts the BO3 format. In each round, the offensive side must capture all zones to win, otherwise victory goes to the defensive side. In each match, the maps for Game 1 and Game 2 are determined by a draw carried out by the referee, and both games are played with the same map. The offensive and defensive sides for the first game are decided by a draw. The 2 sides switch in the second game. If the first 2 games end in a 1-1 tie with both victories going to the defensive side, the priority for Game 3 shall be determined by the offensive sides for the first 2 rounds based on the following criteria in sequence. A. Total number of zones captured. B. Highest zone capture percentage in a single game. C. Highest historical zone capture percentage. D. Total offending time. When games 1 and 2 result in a 1-1 tie with both rounds won by the offensive side, the priority for Game 3 is given to the side with shorter offending time added in the first 2 rounds. The overall prize pool for the ACL Delta Force Finals is $100,000, and the champion will win $40,000, while the runner-up, 3rd place and 4th place earn $30,000, $20,000, $10,000 respectively. The operators from the 4 major regions have assembled, and the battle is around the corner. Who will stand out to the last moment? ACL Delta Force, fight to rule. Follow us on May 17th to 18th. ACL, creating the impossible.
非常明确，攻占山间尖塔，立即行动，特战小队。
GTI 特战队已入侵海域，不要慌张，充分利用阵地优势，居高临下痛击敌人。确认敌人坦克位置。
敌人依旧强劲，继续战斗。
波波还在游龙，他还在场上。
ขึ้นมาไต่มาบนท่าไม่สำเร็จนะครับแล้วมีโอกาสได้มาแล้วก็ไม่มาแล้วโซดาโดนโดน
日本の e スポーツはただの戦いじゃない。今回は日本地域の思いを背負いアジアの舞台へ進撃する。
เดินหน้ายิงให้ยับดุดันอย่างมวยไทยศึกครั้งนี้ไทยใส่เต็มไม่มีถอยพร้อมบุกทะลวงใส่ข้าศึกด้วยทุกสิ่งที่เรามี ACL พวกเรามาแล้ว
한국의 e스포츠 실력은 보통 넘을 수 없는 거대한 벽이라고 많이들 얘기해. 우리는 델타포스에서 대한민국이라는 전설을 써내려가겠어.
首先，欢迎大家来到上海。其次，我想提醒在座的各位，当心一点，这里是我们的主场，你们最好全力以赴。来了，简单明了的清醒点，先灭一亮，没电就是又来清掉。这对于保守蓝方来讲，是一个致命的打击啊！
步兵冲锋，进攻 B 点。雷点已失守，全部兵力后撤。3点，全力防守。目标就在前方，全力冲刺。拿下最后一个区域，胜利就是我们的。
Well, good afternoon or good evening. Maybe it's a great morning for you. Wherever you are in the world, welcome into the Delta Force Asian Champions League. This is day 2 of our 2-day LAN Grand Finals, all at DreamHack Shanghai. I'm Goj. I'm going to be your host today and casting with my fellow amazing Delta Force lover, Taylor Reflections Noble. Reflections, how you doing today, man? It is quite early or late for us here in the English broadcast, but really pumped to be back because yesterday was an absolute banger.
Yeah, yesterday was incredible. Saw some of the best warfare I've ever personally seen. Tweeted that out, and I meant every single word of it. It was impressive to see the teams compete. I mean, and really show what esports is for Delta Force. This tournament, DreamHack Shanghai has been just wonderful. I can't wait to get into today and also see if the regions that didn't perform as well on day 1 come back firing and swinging hard in day 2.
Yeah, it's a great shout. I mean, to be honest, the team to beat is China. There's no question about it. Some absolutely clutch moments and utter domination. A good mix of the both. We basically saw everything that Warfare had to offer, from guided missiles to just raw slaying power. Let's take a quick look back at that day and how it all went down. There was a ton of great action, of course, but namely, one of the things that's worth mentioning not only is China's supremacy here, but every single round went 2-0. Not a single third round matchup. Everything running a best of 3, but some really cool moments where we get to see some high level strats, like driving a tank over a building and, peppering down a B2. That was fun.
That was nuts. Chat absolutely loved that, and obviously so did we. I think this is the first time I've seen a tank scale a wall instead of just break straight through it. But hey, apparently these guys know something we don't. No, it was great. It really was. This China versus Japan matchup, let's be honest, China dominated this one, much like they did all of their series against Thailand, though we'll talk about that. That was relatively close, but Japan struggled to get anything started, and it was quite disappointing, especially on their attacking side, which you see before you. They tried to attack from the high end of the map, simply just didn't work out, and a large reason for that is because of our tank operator and our commander from China, Hot JB Cats, man. He was just tearing it up. He was on fire. Japan could not move forward, and because of that, the result was a dominating win. But Thailand and Korea, this was a fun one. The tank action, especially at the end of trench lines, was phenomenal.
Yeah, I really enjoyed these moments because, again, it showed us what high-level warfare is all about. It is all about playing against your opponents, understanding what they want, and then taking it away. And Thailand was really good at that. There was a bit of struggle here inside the trench lines for the side of Korea. They were able to make it past point A, which is more than can be said about Japan, unfortunately, for their attack. And so there's a glimmer of hope, but unfortunately, Thailand's defense was just way too strong. They perfected the tug of war, and a few well-placed guided missiles, of course, at the end were nice to see, but not enough for Korea. And so we moved on to winners finals, and this is what we thought would be the battle of two behemoths, and frankly, it was. The 2-0 stat line, the 2-0 back and forth, where China wins both. It doesn't really denote how close this matchup was. This is one of the coolest clips, of course, the helicopter getting sniped out of the sky with the AT-4, but this was where we really saw China struggle for the first time. Now, Hot JP Cat went on an absolute tear, a vehicle, wheelman, aficionado, whatever you want to call him. They finally made it through points B, made it to point C, and they triggered that new threshold event where you can actually destroy most of the C1 building, which opened it up for the onslaught of guided missiles. They farmed so many kills on points B and A, frankly, that moving on to C, it was just missile after missile after missile until finally a very well-placed missile at the end. You'll see in just a moment as they tried to fight over, and Thailand did a really good job defending, but these couple missiles here, they just couldn't breathe. Like, they didn't have a moment to think, and then this final missile to open things up where China wipes pretty much half of the lobby and then was able to take the win. And I believe they took the win, by the way, on I think 8 lives remaining. Ridiculous what they were able to do, and really impressed with that team and excited to see them into the grand finals. So since they made it to the grand finals, here's a couple of those final moments. They were able to basically walk into the grand finals. They're assuredly going to win $30,000 even if they lose it, and we won't see them for 2 full rounds. So we're going to be jumping in and talking and seeing some of these interviews from the teams yet again to kind of reintroduce them. And now that we've got some context, it's cool because we got to see them compete all day yesterday.
Yeah, we did. It was a lot of fun. And by the way, one thing to highlight, you did mention, obviously, during that Thailand-China matchup, Hot JB Cat, Pop Soft, Tank, Aerial, everything, right? But I do want to highlight, he picks up 170-plus eliminations across the 2 games that they played against Thailand. So he was hugely influential in not only taking away the lives of Thailand, especially on the defensive side, but breaking into the points and ultimately winning by just 8 lives. But yeah, today is going to be a lot of fun. Blinky, had a chance to see her at least on stage. We do have a couple of female competitors, women competitors. Dead Dog. Let's talk about him. Dead Dog, he's got to step it up today, right? And he has a heavy, heavy burden on his shoulders, specifically for Japan, right, to try and lead them to victory, being that commander. And he looked so determined before the matchup, but today, coming into it, I know he's ready to go lead Japan to victory, but he's going to have to go hard.
Yeah, and I think it's a great shout, too, as a reminder for the people at home. We get a chance to see all of our commanders, is that, to be honest, the commander's burden is very heavy. I mean, you said it was heavy for Dead Dog, and it is. It's heavy for all 4 of our commanders. Reminder, we are playing Warfare, but we are playing the commander mode. And so what that means is, 1, they have an opportunity to earn extra points. So likely you see our commanders near the top of the leaderboard, if not at the top, just because they're able to earn extra points by giving orders to their team. They just get extra points. And then if the orders are completed, it's a huge boon for the entire squad. But the other crazy thing and so unique thing about Delta Force with this commander mode, the commander's mic is open in-game to every player. That means this commander, in theory, is IGLing an in-game leader for all 20 players. 19 other people trying to command and tell what to do. And so this is really unique style to the way this Warfare game plays. And it's one of the things that was so surprising to us is how well organized they were. And specifically China, I think the first push they made in Point C on Cracked yesterday was unbelievable. So really excited to see more from the commanders. Let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing here with the format of the day. If you tuned in yesterday, it's going to be very familiar. It's going to be pretty much the exact same for the most part, but we are going to be showing the bottom half of this bracket because it is double elimination and it is best of 3. Now, here are the rules for how each game will work and each match will work, Taylor. And one of the things I like about these rules, because we've got a best of 3, as per the usual, each side's going to attack and defend on the same map. So it's a very even balance. And then if we do go to game 3 and there's a tiebreaker, you can see the tiebreakers down below. We can explain these as we go as needed. The first one, though, comes down to who captured the most zones. If the defense won on both, and that's the 1-1 trade, it's just about who gets farther on the map, which makes a ton of sense. If you capture A, B, C, but not D, and your opponents capture A and B, and you stop them there, you will win the tiebreaker. And so you get to be the priority picker for who you want to be, whether you're the attacker, defender, etc. So you get to choose what you want. Pretty easy stuff, and then there's some extra delineators there. But the fun part also about today is not only a great format and a double elimination bracket, by the way, so we're going to be showing lower bracket, but we've got $100,000 up for grabs. Taylor, walk me through this and where we'll see everybody most likely.
Yeah, so everybody walks away with money. All 4 regions, all 4 teams being represented will at least get something for their good efforts for competing in the first ever Delta Force LAN. But the big prize is $40,000 for first place, and we've already discussed it. China is poised and ready to earn it as they are in grand finals, but the others have to obviously seize the day and go for it. For China, they had a great run through Japan, through Thailand, and obviously now in grand finals. But our attention goes down to our first matchup of the day, which is Japan versus Korea. 2 teams that, well, lost and ultimately lost either to China or Thailand respectively, and they lost in a 2-0 fashion, which means now we're going into a series that I think has a chance to go the distance. And more importantly, they're going to have to obviously go forth and put up their best effort to then face off against Thailand, who's going to be coming up next. And let's not forget, when it comes down to Thailand, obviously we could see a bit of a rematch there from game number 1 yesterday, or game number 2, excuse me, against Korea. But Japan and Korea, going to be a bloodbath. I think this goes to game 3. Now, as far as the Thailand and China matchups later on, I don't know. We could potentially see 2-0s there, but this is where I'm excited because we haven't seen a game 3 yet, but I think we're going to get it off the rip.
Yeah, it's a great shout. Japan versus Korea first. And then what's interesting is we could see a team play 3 games in a row. I mean, they could go all the way from lower bracket round 2 into the lower bracket finals and then make it to the grand finals. No bracket reset today. So it is 3 best of 3s that we're going to be watching just like yesterday. It's going to be very familiar. The difference is who comes out on top. And I think the fun conversation we always get to have with double elimination brackets, especially split on 2 different days, Taylor, is that these teams have had a chance to VOD review. These teams have had a chance to chat about strategy. And for the teams that it went well for, China, they're only going to play 1 best of 3 today. So they're going to be sitting pretty and just resting, watching, drinking their water, whatever, eating some popcorn and having a good time and knowing that assuredly they win $30,000 and hopefully and ideally they're winning $40,000 for their grand prize. Whereas the other teams have got a lot of work to do. So I expect Japan, Korea are going to look like a little bit better or different team this time around. See, hey, what worked, what didn't work. We got steamrolled because we weren't ready for the fast-paced action of China, of Thailand, and now they have a chance to go against each other. So I think it's a good analyst shout here from you to say this could go to best of 3. They've both been working so hard for it, and there's a chance. And it's an important one too because it does delineate prize pool. Every place you're earning extra cash for your team, and excited to hear from the teams and hear what they have to say, but also just watch all of the crazy action. It's going to be utter chaos, but we're going to take a look back at the teams in question. This is, of course, Japan. And Taylor, we saw moments, glimpses of some good things from a couple of these players, but this was the one team where they didn't really have room to show us what they've got. It was utter domination, unfortunately, from China. As a reminder for everybody at home that missed it, Japan was not able to hold all points, obviously, in Cracked, which is the map they played against China, and they weren't able to take point A. And so we really didn't get to see a whole lot from them. We obviously have some stats on who the top fragger was, top slayer, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it was like 15 kills maybe because they just couldn't find any room to work. So I'm excited to see more from Japan and see what they have to offer.
I am as well. Both teams lost in pretty much the same fashion. Obviously 2-0, yes, but if you think about their attacking side, both of them lost within either the first or second point. They just didn't get through. If you look at Korea, they lost after entrenched lines in B1 and B2. They just weren't successful in capturing it. Then if you look at Japan, they weren't able to get point A, and that was on Cracked against China. So we really don't know a lot about how their attacking side will continue to develop throughout, obviously, their matches. We're going to get to see that represented here between Japan and Korea. But Japan is a team, I think, that has a lot of potential. In my opinion, I think they came in with a good game plan. Where they struggled with, though, was going to plan C, because plan A and plan B didn't work ultimately in their original matchup. So now they have to figure something else out. Now here's Dead Dog from Korea, and again, coming in very determined. He's got to step it up, and he has to have that determined face like he did going into his matchup against Thailand. You know, I looked at him and I said, this guy is serious. This guy, he can be the true commander to guide his troops. But now he has to believe in himself more than ever to overcome adversity and beat Japan. But this Korean roster, much like Japan goes, I think they're going to be coming in with their A game today.
Yeah, again, I think they put in a lot of work between yesterday and today because they had the time to do so, and they struggled. But I will say Korea technically had a better day on paper mathematically. So I'm definitely thinking Korea is going to have an advantage here over Japan. I also will say I'll be really interested, like you said, to listen to Dead Dog's comms. One of the things that we kind of got frustrated about with the comms is it felt less intense. When you're IGLing for 20 people, you can't be slow on the comms. It better be constant spamming of communication. Important things, but spamming of communication. Because you got to remember, if you guys didn't tune in yesterday, pretty much every single one of these squads, there's 5 teams of 4 on each of these country teams. They all have like individual roles. So there's going to be a squad, a team of 4 inside this team of 20 that are engineers, making sure the tanks stay up. There's going to be a squad that are going to be stingers, making sure they're going for revives. And trust me, they have a role and they stick to it. We had a player from, I believe it was Thailand, that had like 64 revives and 2 kills. They're only going for the revives. That's how high-level warfare is played. And so because of that, you have to be constantly communicating with every sector of your warfare team of where you need them, what you want from them. And unfortunately, when you're losing, it can be very easy to kind of slow down your comms, get frustrated, and not give those orders. But everybody's waiting for them. And we saw absolutely, Taylor, that the most organized teams were the ones that were winning.
Yeah, without a doubt. And the organization, by the way, watching that organization from the overhead view was phenomenal. The spectator mode of Delta Force is great, but more importantly, seeing the smokes utilized correctly, seeing the tanks utilized correctly, and the vehicles, it was next level Delta Force. Like I said, literally the best warfare I have seen to date. By the way, that Thailand player you were talking about with the revives, Papercut is his name, Papercut. He was out of this world. He was the leading reviver for Thailand's side of things. I think every single game, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, we give the accolades to the top Slayer and other awards. Papercut was the #1 medic for the Thailand side of things. Their medics make a major, major difference. Now, the question is, you mentioned those squads. You know, do you put a full team of Slayers on one squad? They have one role. They go forward. They slay out. Maybe you put your medics on one squad, right? So they have an objective and they can, you know, guide each other throughout. The voice comes naturally with the commander to, you know, do a certain set of tasks. But I do want to say, it seems as if there's powers in numbers. And Japan, we're looking at them now with this wonderful lineup who have to go absolutely nutty-buddy today. One of the things they tried to do was send 1 or 2 squads to get off angles or achieve certain missions. But where they got overwhelmed was by China, of course, going through and ultimately, you know, I mean, what, 20-man unit at times, Ghosh? So I don't think breaking up into separate squads is the way. I think sticking together so you have power in numbers is, at least in this current stage in Delta Force Esports, the way to play the game.
Well, and I wanted to shout about that roster really quick because I'm looking back on some of the stats, and even though they got rolled by China, there were some standout performances from Oracina, who was the top reviver, and then also Yona, who was also in the same squad as the top revivers. They had 51 and 48 revives respectively in the matchup versus Japan, I believe, in the first one. So definitely watch out for those two to lead the charge there. But let's swing over to the Korea lineup, who had some highlights, specifically CK Kun up there wearing the chicken head. And don't worry, last we saw it was still on stage, I think. Yep. So excited to see CK Kun again and this entire roster. Korea, same deal. Although they got rolled, there were some really big standouts. Namely, also that Dead Dog also was going for those revives, putting up pretty good numbers as a commander rather than being a top fragger for the team. So they're getting hyped. They're getting ready to go, getting locked in, and it looks like they've got some team chance. Just like any other sport, everybody's got to get hyped. Also, worth mentioning, too, you can see a non-jerseyed member joining most of these circles and some of the board drawings that we'll get to. All of these teams have a coach. It's pretty dang cool to see Delta Force Esports kind of evolve here in the Asian Champions League with coaches, with captains, commanders, and a full organized team of 20.
Dude, I think, and again, I've said it yesterday, I'll say it again today, coaches are so valuable, and I think even more valuable when it comes to Delta Force, because when you're a commander, you are focused on the here and now. Obviously, you're focused on the widespread goal, but the chicken head is the goal. The chicken head is the gold, baby. Why are we even playing for money? That's the true prize. That needs to replace the trophy. I'm joking. That trophy is incredible, but love the chicken head. Korea, big fan of them. And the chicken head has my heart. But yeah, the coaches, I think the coaches are tremendous because they get the overall view. So once the game ends, you're switching sides. You know, you're going from attack to defense or vice versa. Maybe you're going into a different map. You now know what you need to improve for your team. Whereas again, the players are focused on their individual goals. The commander is focused on just guiding during specific moments during the map itself. But the coach is going to be able to see everything and therefore say, hey, these are the micro adjustments we need to be making going in to our next side.
Well, and you got to remember, every place is a $10,000 spread and $10,000 swing in terms of the amount of prizing you're bringing in. Right. So let's be very clear. If I'm the coach, I currently coach sports. I've coached some esports as well in the past. It's actually really important for me to make sure that I'm leading VOD reviews. I want to make sure that I'm leading the VOD reviews based on what I saw and then hear from the captains. We've got some great cosplay and a great audience, though, coming in. I'm blown away by the audience and how they've been stacking up in DreamHack Shanghai. Sometimes, we get to sit in the booth and just hang out, have a good time, and kind of forget that there is an in-person audience. This is a LAN event at DreamHack Shanghai. I gotta say, that's probably the best Delta Force cosplay I've seen thus far. Looks really, really solid, and there's a lot of folks at DreamHack Shanghai having a dang good time over there. So good to see that, and looking forward to seeing more from the audience.
Yeah, so cool. When are we getting Delta Force cosplay from you, Goj?
Look, I could probably figure that out. I wouldn't look as good probably in a Hat Claw cosplay, but I might be able to go like Stinger or something like that. That might be my speed. I don't know.
Okay.
I might throw some things on the timeline. Watch out. We'll see.
I think for me, maybe Suniva. I don't know. I'm thinking Suniva.
Yeah, you would hide behind the shield, full plate.
That's crazy.
Making sure that you're not showing your face. I hear you.
Hey, bro, I'm pulling you in my grapple gun, bro. Hey, don't worry about it. I'm pulling you in. I'm beating you with the shield.
If you make a real grapple gun for a cosplay, please try to use it on me. I want to see it work in action, man. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I love it. I'm here for it. Our players are getting ready, though, and I love that we get these camera... Look, we talked about this yesterday. LAN events are just so dang fun, and we're also getting to see these teams come into their own, showcase what they have in esports space, and showcase their personalities with things like this. Some of these players maybe had background in other titles, now playing at an esport level in Delta Force, but maybe they're brand new. Maybe they're brand new to the esports space. Maybe they've never played a LAN before yesterday, and so it's fun to watch these kind of players evolve and their personalities showcased on main, of course, with a live audience. I love LAN events.
Oh, dude, the energy. So I will say this for everybody out there in the chat. First and foremost, hello. Welcome back in. I didn't say hi to you, but I'm saying hi now. We'll be talking to you throughout the night and obviously getting your opinions on certain situations and everything that's going down. And we want to know where you guys are from. But if you haven't been to a LAN event, Ghosh is right. They are exhilarating. So exciting. And you truly get a feel of what esports is. Esports is exciting, it's fun, it's engaging, and the energy you get from not only the crowd that you are a part of, but also from the big moments that are happening on stage is something that can't be replicated anywhere else but being there in person. So if you ever have a chance to go to a LAN event, even if it's a small one, go there, show up, check it out, and see what it's all about. And for Delta Force, I hope that we have more in the future. I'm sure we'll have more in the future, so you might have a chance to go to one maybe locally or travel, obviously, and who knows, maybe even at the next DreamHack or future DreamHacks, we'll see some more Delta Force action. But yeah, LAN events are great. And for the competitors, there's different levels to it. For the competitors, they got to keep cool, calm, and collected. Sometimes competitors can get in that LAN event experience. They go in and they get nervous. They don't play the same as they do at home, and they have to develop themselves as a competitor, and sometimes it takes time. I will say, though, I really have been impressed, Ghosh, with how well the majority of the players on this stage have adjusted to the LAN experience. I don't notice really anybody particularly being super nervous. Like, the interviews have been great. Everybody's talking. More importantly, the big moments are being handled effectively. So I'm impressed. I really am. For this being the first Delta Force LAN, I think we knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, totally agree. Obviously, folks, if you're just tuning in, this is our English broadcast, and Taylor and I are not in person, but we're having a dang good time watching this amazing LAN event. If you are in Shanghai and for some reason you're tuning into this one, you need to drive over to DreamHack Shanghai and get involved. But otherwise, I know we've got people from around the country, so Taylor said it, but I would love to see from the chat. We're going to be hanging out with you all night, talking with everybody, answering questions if you have them in the chats. We are live all over the place, to be honest. I think we are live on just about every platform that Delta Force has to offer on all of their socials. So if you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, etc., go ahead and type in the chat. Let us know where you're from. We want to shout out your countries. Delta Force is truly a global esport at this point and is continually growing. We had people from quite literally, I think, every continent in the world yesterday besides Antarctica, and I'm hoping we've got somebody from Antarctica today so we can complete the gambit, but we'd love to hear where you're from. Type those in the chat right now. We'll shout you all out, and we'll get a chance to get into game here shortly. I'm assuming they're working on a few things. Want to make sure the players all get in correctly and make sure it's all good to go before we get started. So should be starting our first game here shortly. We'll go ahead and type in the chat. It looks like we've got Germany, and we've got Australia here in Twitch, in YouTube, Bangladesh, India. Already a global audience, and I'm really pumped about that. So thanks for tuning into our English broadcast here, Taylor. This is a lot of fun, and excited to do this again with you.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's going to be a great day. It's going to be a long day, but a good day of some Delta Force. Shout out to some regulars, Bella Fox out there. Bella Fox loves to show up and show out when it comes to our broadcast, and also a commentator, content creator herself. Of course, we have Panda. Good to see you out there. Said hello, but I'm saying hi now on the mic. And then we also have, of course, Pubster, who was here yesterday. Pubster was giving a lot of great feedback, not only to the event, but also to the games themselves. So welcome back in. A lot of familiar faces. We love to have each and every one of you. Make sure you follow on whatever respective platform that you're watching on, because Delta Force, hey, we keep it coming each and every broadcast. It's a lot of fun, without a doubt. And Antarctica, I don't know. You're convincing me. Is there good real estate in Antarctica, Goj? Is that
great
someplace
internet
now?
Is it great internet over there? There's a lot of people viewing for Antarctica. No, we've got Malaysia, we've got Bhutan, we've got Pakistan. We've got Malaysia, more Malaysia, Indonesia. I'm telling you, we are all over the place. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Canada. Okay, first of all, Canada. You're here early. I like it. You're here with us in the 3 a.m. category. A couple Europeans in here. OG Smurf, a competitor in another region here for Delta Force. So some fun folks. Singapore as well. We'll continue to shout you out throughout the day and shout out where you're from, because it's cool to watch Delta Force come together as a global esport. But this is the Asian Champions League. And as a quick reminder, too, while we're waiting for this game to get started, I think it's actually pretty close, is all of these teams actually qualified to get here. So they went through a series of online qualifiers in their respective regions to get to this moment as a team of 20. And so one of the things you'll notice when we get into gameplay, if you didn't watch yesterday, we've kind of been talking around it, how organized these teams are, because they are a team of 20. They've been practicing as a team of full 20 players, which is very unique to this region and to this league in particular, all playing for 100K here at the Grand Finals in DreamHack Shanghai. So a lot of fun, and I'm pumped to see if the VOD review and the coaching sessions, Taylor, have all paid off, of course, but excited to get into our very first game. Frankly, I think it's worth talking about some of the minutia since we've got a moment.
Sure.
Maps. We saw, obviously, 3 great maps. We went from Cracked into, I believe, Trench Lines and then Threshold. So we're missing a couple key maps. I saw somebody in chat right before the broadcast even got started. They were like, I bet it's Ascension. First map's going to be Ascension, which is obviously a great one. There's a lot of other options as well. Some other folks cheering on Knife's Edge as a map that would definitely change the pace of the way things work. Shafted. I mean, there's a ton of options, but it would be good to see Ascension on main stage, because this is one of the kind of OG tried and true maps. And watching the to be honest, watching the boats just drive in on the start is one of my favorite parts of that map. But the whole map is beautiful. So
yeah. Well, and not only that, also seeing the different operators, because there was a lot of operators used yesterday, but more importantly, you were surprised by the amount of Sanivas that were used and how impactful they were. I fully expect to see a ton of Sanivas this time around again. And one thing to take note was like China, for example, and I'm going to consistently reference China because they were the best shining example, undefeated throughout the qualifiers, undefeated yesterday, despite the best efforts of Thailand. But they would form this Saniva wall, and they did it against Japan, and it was almost impenetrable in a way. You would get too close to it, the grapple gun would then pull you in, you'd get beat down. The sound was just violent listening to it, but I was here for it without question. But another thing, too, was the Razor Trap that was used quite a bit, and China at one point had an entire basically wall filled with the Razor Trap. And it's hard to pass through that, especially with how Japan was trying to attack through the ravine from the top, of course, of the hill and then going between the two mountains. Like, you can't get past that Saniva wall. And they were impactful with Thailand, Korea, like everybody was using them. So Saniva, a major part of the strategies for the teams when it comes to really literally everybody out there. As far as the others go, like obviously we saw Hackclaw. We'll see like a lot of the normal operator. Were there any operators that were used that you said, okay, I wasn't expecting this is very unique and different?
I think with Warfare, there's a lot more variety used compared to the Operations game mode. I love Operations. I've played quite a bit of Operations, play quite a bit of Warfare as well. In Warfare, pretty much everybody's viable for the most part. Obviously, I was expecting the engineer squads that got to keep the map alive. I mean, the tanks alive, rather. I think this is a really important piece to Warfare, and something that pretty much everybody's figured out is that you got to keep engineers on that tank. Whether they're literally laying prone on top of the tank like we saw during our trench lines map, or if they're just lurking behind it, using it for cover and making sure it stays up. That is everything. It is incredibly important. Vehicles, a massive power play, of course. Now, the other thing, though, is aside from the engineers, I was absolutely expecting to see a lot of Lunas and a lot of Stingers. It is also classic strategy. Let's throw as much smoke down lane as possible, and then we can use Lunas to see through it and mark our enemies with the recon arrow. So that's kind of the classic strategy. You're right. The biggest thing that surprised me, I wasn't surprised to see a ton of Cenevas in trench lines, especially for points B1 and B2. Sure. Really good. The shield is incredible. You can block so much in the trench lines. It's definitely worth doing. I've seen some crazy moments in multiple regions with somebody beating somebody down with a shield inside of a building. What I wasn't expecting is how many of those Cenevas were in on Cracked. Cracked is a little bit more open. There are some choke points for sure, but a lot of like open street fights, and there were a ton of Cenevas used from both sides. So I'm really pumped about it. I'm excited to see what they do this time around. I think it's a map dependent strategy a little bit, but at some level, those are kind of your basics. And then we did find, I know chat was asking for them, there were a few assault operators. We had a full squad of D-Wolves as well, making sure that they could whip out the AT-4 quickly, and also the triple blaster, etc. Just able to blow things up and cause a lot of frustrations for the enemy that were trying to group inside of buildings or inside of B2 if you're thinking about Threshold. So those are kind of the key moments for me from an operator standpoint. But maybe we'll see some new strategies today. That's definitely a possibility. And I'd be curious to see if there's some like, hey, we really stack one operator heavy to make sure that something that we're trying to do goes our way. I don't know. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, and one thing chat was talking about, and I think we can have a bit of a discussion revolving around it, were smokes. And one guy in chat yesterday, not to shout you out, but or at least point you out, he's like, man, smokes, why are they using them? It's so cheesy. Smokes are so valuable for cutting off lines of sight whenever it comes to obviously transitioning between hardcover POIs or streets. A great example, I was watching China moving as a full frontal force 20-man units whenever obviously they were playing in their first series, I believe, on Cracked, and they were going in between the streets, and the smokes were allowing for an easier transition, and obviously that's where Stinger comes into play. A lot of Stingers being used. Smokes are so valuable when it comes to Delta Force because of the long, large lines of sight. You obviously mentioned Cracked, right? A lot of open spaces there, and sometimes crossing through, or at least trying to go on foot, is going to be very difficult if you do not have a way to block the line of sight of your opponents. So smokes, incredibly valuable. They're going to continue to be used, and quite honestly, they should be used. If a team isn't using smokes, if you're not using smokes to transition and traverse the map, you are selling yourself short, and that goes across multiple esports, but specifically here when it comes to Delta Force.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Absolutely. I think everybody that's played pubs is like, oh, how do we play through the smokes? At a high level, a pro level, and esport level, teams are able to make it work. Obviously, Luna is one way to do that, but there are other ways, moving as a unit, absolutely. So a good shout here. We're going to have one more chance to look at our players before we get started. I am getting word that the game will be starting very soon, so thank you for staying patient. As per the usual with LAN events, we've got to make sure that everybody gets in correctly, they've got their settings set up correctly, the lobby's working correctly, and it looks like that's all the case. So should be starting very, very soon. Appreciate your patience. I would love to answer any questions that are in the chat from the YouTube, Twitch, etc. We should be seeing which map we're playing here in just a moment. So some more things to talk about. And again, it is Korea versus Japan. So get ready. Here we go. Headed to trench lines. It is one of my favorite maps. It is a fantastic one to play with, and as a reminder, it does go all the way to point E, so a lot of work to be done on this map, but be ready for B1, B2. We're gonna have Cenevas everywhere.
Ooh, trench lines. This is going to be fun. It's one of my personal favorite maps without question. And Korea played trench lines yesterday in their matchup against Thailand. So we know a little bit about Korea's game plan going into this one. The question is, do we know about Japan? And well, no, we don't. But because they played against China early on yesterday on Cracked. So it's going to be fun to see them here. But one thing about Korea, remember on their attacking side, they ended Goj on B1 and B2. That's where they were held. So basically any point past that, if Japan doesn't shut them down on B1 and B2, is unknown territory. It's going to be wonderful to see how well they play that there. And from Korea's side, also their defense was relatively quick. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Thailand got through their defense pretty seamlessly. I want to say, especially from like point C onwards, Thailand only lost like 40-something lives. So today, a big moment to step up and shine, and we get to see a direct effort from Korea. Obviously, the improvements that they're making, and, well, let's see the game plan when it comes to Japan after all, putting a lot of emphasis on the southern portion of the map.
Yeah, and as a reminder, if you haven't played trench lines in a while, or maybe you've just been watching, you're kind of starting in the bottom right-hand corner of this map, and you make a big semicircle clockwise around the map, ending in that building at the top. That's going to be your point E. The biggest things we know about trench lines is that, one, A is just about, if you can, depleting some of the lives. It usually goes pretty quick to the attackers. B1 and B2 are your first big hold. And the best thing you can do as a defense, the way you win this game early, Taylor, to be honest, is if you can take care of the attacker's tank fast enough. It's very difficult to do. These teams are very well organized and are going to keep it way back at the beginning of B1 and B2 and only get aggressive if we have to go for the take on B1 and B2. Once you get through B1, B2, point C usually goes within, I mean, maybe 60 seconds. I've never seen a team hold point C for longer than maybe a minute or two. It's quite easy to take from the attacker side, and so then they push back, and it then goes to D1, D2, which are usually a little bit more difficult, and they're all about depleting of lives so that when you get to point E, the attackers don't have the advantage, because point E is probably the hardest point to take if you don't have a crazy amount of guided missiles and you don't have a crazy amount of lives. The attackers usually need near max to make sure they can secure that unless they have some heroic plays. So that's the basic breakdown of the map. It's a really fun one. It's one of my favorites. I know the community loves it as well. And, of course, a lot of points to get through, so let's see what these teams are able to do. And it's fun to watch them talk about their strategies because it looks like both teams are very focused on B1 and B2. But, Taylor, Korea versus Japan, and I believe, if I saw that correctly, Korea is going to be starting on the attack. Let's see what they're able to do.
Yeah, Korea on the attack. This time they returned the trench lines, but with a different opponent, opposite of Japan. And let's put it into perspective. We talked about it earlier, but now that we're officially getting into this matchup, it is a best of three. They will be switching sides, attack, defense, defense, attack. But this is a $10,000 match. What do I mean by that? Well, fourth place walks away with $10,000, but if you win this series, whether it's Japan or Korea, you now are guaranteed third place, which means $20,000. That's a lot of money to split amongst your teammates. That means the stakes are high, and we're going to see the best come out from both sides. Now, you mentioned tanks. We already see one coming out from the side of Korea, which is great news. One of the things Japan and Korea did not execute well yesterday against their respective opponents was taking and countering the tanks. The tanks were truly devastating and detrimental. This time around, Japan and Korea, coming into day 2, have to absolutely challenge those tanks if they want a chance to win.
Yeah, and again, I will say Korea's doing a fantastic job of making sure their tank just throws down some covering fire. I mean, look at that. They're picking up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different kills just by throwing shells down range and making sure they stay out of the fight. This is exactly what you want to do to just open up a window of opportunity for your team. It did look like Japan was able to hold off the first initial onslaught, but this one wide open because of the tank. I can only expect to see Korea taking the point off of this push if they can push out a couple of these Saniva operators that are actually on the point. We told you everybody's got to roll, and in trench lines, we're going to have a lot of Saniva operators, and guess what? They are OBJ fiends. They're going to be sitting right on the point and just slamming people with the shield. Whether they can see or not, it doesn't matter. It's a body on the point, and that's all that matters.
Oh, we're even taking out the ATV2 up close. All right, nice stuff, or AT4, excuse me. Good stuff coming out from Japan to push Korea back. Korea had a ton of real estate within the first point, and I thought for sure A might be captured relatively quickly, but Japan had a different plan. The Saniv was truly instrumental in obviously pushing them back. But Japan will, or excuse me, Korea will have another chance once they are able to spawn back up and get back in there. But it was a bloodbath off the rip. We will be paying attention top left, by the way. They start with 200 lives. We're already down to 177 at the moment, and a large reason for that obviously has to be the Sanivas and Japan's pressure on the defensive side of things. But Korea's still making good effort, and I think A might be captured relatively soon.
Yeah, and that's Delta in the tank just opening up the map. And again, A is a very difficult point to hold. I actually think that Japan would have held this quite well if the tank wasn't constantly shelling and getting a ton of value from it as well. They had a ton of bodies on the point, but because they were so grouped up, whether it was Saniva operators or otherwise, the tank was able to pick up. Look how many kills they've got. Delta, they're already 13 kills to start this thing off. That is the main reason that they are on that point and already moving on to B1 and B2 quite quickly. You can see we've already got a couple people going for revives, but they were more focused on getting those kills early, and already 25 between the top two Slayers, which is going to be that team. So I'm really pumped to watch that squad. Watch out for Delta. He's going to be the guy to watch in the tank. We'll see if he's able to keep it alive. And as we push over, let's listen into Korea.
풀소리 거점 우측 들어갑니다. 우측에 엔지 많아요. 우측에 엔지 많아요. 들어가지 마. 삐언 들어가지 마. 삐언 들어가지 마. 삐언 들어가지 마. 주간 정리. 주간 정리. 안에 다 맞았어. 들어가. 들어가래. 삐언 들어가지 말라니까. 대기. 들어가지 말고. 땅 먹어놔. 일단 주변만 들어갈게요. 주변만 들어와.
Korea comms sound great. Obviously, we don't have all the translation, but the namely big things I was seeing was a well-coordinated push over to B1 to go ahead and get aggressive on this point. The second thing I saw, I had some people in chat talking about, well, the vehicles aren't that hard to kill. They are when there's a full squad of engineers behind that tank. You saw that tank get to about 10% health, but because they had 4 engineers right behind it, constantly healing it, it was able to stay alive. That is a huge clutch from the side of Korea to keep their tank on the board and still pepper these people. And I think Japan knows that they're still trying to send a couple routemen on the far side to take out this tank, but it is a tall task. You gotta focus a lot of troops, and that could also spell disaster when it comes to capture points.
First wave of attack for Korea has fallen. Japan successfully pushes them back despite the pressure from the tank, despite the pressure from the manpower on foot. It was Japan who was able to successfully defend B1 and get it fully capped for themselves. You can see the engineers desperately trying to get this tank back up to full operation. It got down to about a 4th health, and that was some good effort of Japan, but they get it back in, and now we're attacking the right-hand side, and you can see the pressure from Korea through the trench lines, and Japan is off in the distance, and it looks as if we might be making an attempt for B2 this time around.
Oh, this is so sick. This is coordinated warfare. This is so clean. Look how many players are moving together as a unit all together. Even if they lose 1, 2, 3, 4, it doesn't matter because they have a massive numbers advantage to swing on to B2. The tug of war is about to get started, if not already here, as we are aggressively taking B2, and it seems like Japan is reeling from this counterattack, trying to figure out what do we do? Can we even swing on this, or do we risk losing both if we do? Let's hold down B1 and then reassess and try to start the tug of war and keep it going. Never stop. Can't let them take both.
Big fan of Korea already making an audible play going towards B2. They did so. Japan was a bit blindsided during that push throughout the trench lines. You could tell Japan, they were still focused on the B1 attack because Korea was so focused and so quick to getting over to B2. They overwhelmed the position and they successfully captured it. Granted, Japan still putting in wonderful effort to push them back and ultimately get the decap, which is what they did on B1. But the question is, will B1 be able to be captured? Obviously, that's the goal right before you move on to point C. But I'm liking what Korea's doing. They're playing a lot better today than we witnessed yesterday. But now let's listen to Japan and hear what they have to say.
オッケーオッケーオッケー。顔だけチェックしに行こう。顔だけチェックしに行こう。うちの分隊。オッケー、囲いかませてるよ。キラー分隊。後ろから行くよ、ビアン。ちょっと俺前目で見に行ってくるね。戦車から来てるよ。来てる。ピンとこ来てる。これ前で。入り口のスモーク来た。ビアン手前で、ビアン手前で、ビアン手前で。オッケー、大丈夫大丈夫。オッケー、幅大丈夫。脇なす。B1 のマイス足りてない。B1 のマイス足りてない。B1 のマイス足りない了解。B1 残ってるチーム行っていいよ。B1 残ってる。うちの分隊ちょっと行こう。うちの分隊これ。うちの分隊これ。
今タッチだけでタッチだけで
スキャン入れるぞ。スキャン321。いや最悪。オッケー。
今キラーメタ攻めてちょっとキラーメタ戻る。キラーメタ戻る。
Okay, じゃあ下がろう。一回下がろう。
And much like Korea, Japan, full force when it comes to the comms, sounding great. And you can see, I mean, obviously you can hear the effort they're putting in. I mean, they managed to lose B2, they gained B2 back. They lost B1 originally, they gained B1 back. Obviously, B1 is being captured by Korea, but both teams back and forth, tug of war like you always say, Goj, but it looks like Korea is starting to make a good effort to capturing both points. The question is, can Japan answer back once again?
Yeah, this is a pretty key moment because they've got the momentum on B1. They're trying to swing all of it, or namely most of it, all the way over to B2 and capture both of these at the same time. If they just trade points here, they're not going to get the win. And because of that, the tank is getting involved. What do you do when you have a numbers disadvantage? You bring in the firepower, baby. A risky move, but if this works out for them, they will cap both. And this is the best call from Dead Dog I think I've seen today. This tank is catching a ton of flack, and it goes down. We've lost the first tank early. It was a risky move. I love the call from Dead Dog because this was their opportunity to take B1, B2. The problem is the risky move, it didn't pay off. Japan, an unbelievable effort to make sure they had people up on that hill overlooking B1. They were able to take down the tank. This is a massive swing to the side of Japan. If they don't lose both points here, I think Japan could win it on B1 and B2. No tank means a huge boon for the defense.
Yeah, I agree with you. We do see, obviously, a tank coming into the other side, and I believe there is going to be a recovery. Maybe they were confident in moving the tank forward to B1 because they knew there was going to be another one in the back lines. Good recovery. Wow. B1 and B2 will be captured, and we're back up to 200 lives. And great effort from Japan. They pushed Korea off of B1 and B2, respectively, as long as they possibly could. But Korea was relentless in their attack, and, well, obviously represented in the stats. A new guy up at the top, at least in my eyes, 95k Wansa, with a total of 20 eliminations, tearing it up, and the leader, at least, behind that of Delta at 23. And stats relatively even on both ends, but the reality is Korea looking very strong. I don't know if Japan has what it takes to stop Korea all the way through, but I do know C. Well, C is obviously going to be relatively easy to capture. Korea should move through this quite easily. Let's listen in.
라키도 들었어? 지구면 타. 건물까지 붙었습니다. 콜 주시면 더 들어갈게요.
들른다.
왼쪽 라인에 적 한 분도 있대요.
우리가 필요 없다. 앞에 건물에도 있어. 네.
그러면 우측 건물에 박태면.
안원님 살려봐요. 안원님.
연막 뿌려놨어.
천천히.
사료는 뭐 진입했습니다. 하나 밀었고.
리바 안 되지.
우리
본대 집중. 올 필요 없어. 본대 집중. 피어리스트 본대 집중해. 왼쪽에 크게 돌아가는 분도 있거든요. 이거 무시할게요. 저희 가운데로 밀어. 가운데로.
이거 우리 왼쪽으로 가자.
우리 왼쪽으로 밀어. 오른쪽 약해요.
빵킹에 저기 있어. 2층 조심하세요.
Well, great comms from Korea, but a better hold from Japan, frankly, on a point that's very difficult to hold. They're doing a pretty good job. Here's the very interesting thing. I was looking at some stats on that last line and pulling up that leaderboard, Taylor. The interesting part, it was a really good call from Korea to send that first tank in, which we now know is because they had enough score to call in another one. That was the crazy part. At the top was our tank user at 15,000 score. An M1A4 battle tank is 12,000 points the first time you call it in. So a great call to communicate back to the squad leader, Dead Dog, saying, hey, I'm going in, I'm making sure we secure these points and move on to new. Now, we're spending a lot of our points fairly early, but absolutely worth it on B1 and B2, which is one of the harder points to attack. And so you're able to see not only the M1 called in, but I believe also a Lav called in, which is around 8,000. And so watch out for some of those. Maybe the tank destroyer. If not, I'll get a better look at it here in a second. But that would be a 10,000 score, which would come from Wonka, who you shouted out. So watch out for those two gentlemen who have been tearing it up in the vehicles.
Yeah, and Korea, again, played trench lines against Thailand yesterday. They lost on B1 and B2. It's great to see them making wonderful adjustments and big play calls, specifically from Dead Dog's perspective. The commander for the side of Korea to take B1, B2 pretty much without any loss. I mean, again, leaving with 200 lives, already big improvements being made. That full day or that full break that they had between day 1 and day 2 being utilized very, very well. Got a nice fight between Japan and Korea on point C. Up close and personal, as you would expect, right? These big CQC fights to try and capture the C objective. And teams are starting to get a bit loose and get a bit squirrely, getting these off angles. And Korea is the main offender for that, as they're trying to take Japan down methodically. But I will say, it looks like Korea is starting to make some good work on to C with a couple of individuals, but not before Japan shuts them right down.
Yeah, and again, I think this is a pretty solid hold. You got to remember that, yeah, the lives aren't ticking down quite as fast as they usually do in pubs that you all probably play and I play, because we've got so many fantastic stingers that are constantly reviving people to make sure they save tickets on the attacking side. So although it looks like a really strong hold from Japan on C, one misstep and all of a sudden Korea's not only taking this point but also going to be moving into points D1 and D2 with maximum amount of lives. Like, you're going to gain somewhere around like 80 or so from this point, if I remember correctly. And so as such, if you get them below 120, that's job well done. So watch out for that metric in top middle. They're at 168 right now. Still going to laud Japan for the defense on C, one of the hardest points to hold on this map. Doing a great job thus far, but a lot more to be done still on this point.
Time we get onto a Korean perspective, they seem to fall. Japan has wonderful firepower and a good defense onto the hillside. Korea, I believe, was making headway on this hillside here just to the south, as you see on screen, but Japan successfully countered them and shut them down. Let's listen into Japan and what they have to say.
C 入れるか C の分隊他の分隊準備して C 中入ってきて C 中キラ分隊行くキラ分隊行く行くよ行くよ C 中入るよはいよはいよはいよ俺分隊行く俺分隊行くナイスナイスナイスナイスえぐいちょっとこれだポイントまだいるポイントまだいるC 中入るよ C 中入るよポイントポイントうちの分隊も OK AP タンクがするんだそう AP タンク OK 分け直しね僕いやまだいる人数
Well, you can tell Japan, they started getting heated. They got fired up. And the reason why is Korea was able to successfully have capture C. Japan needed to get active. That's why the comms were so hectic. But then it also started slowing down towards the very end. And I think that means, well, they realized C might be on its way to being captured. They need to now focus on the next objective.
Okay, it's not quite over, but likely is. Do you see what happened there? Not only is this building getting obliterated, by the way, which is a huge boon, frankly, for the attackers, because the defense can't set up inside of it. Japan somehow is holding on to this point because they finally killed the strategic respawn beacon that was placed inside of it. I don't know if you all saw it. I think it was right before the listen-in. It's a strategic recon beacon place. That's one of the things you can call in. The entire team was spawning inside of that building. There was people just appearing out of nowhere and able to take down that point like crazy. They almost were able to take it, but somehow Japan has opened things back up and taken back this point, at least for now. The problem is, there isn't a lot of cover on this point anymore. It's that building's pretty much gone. So good luck to either team standing on the point. It's going to come down to raw numbers, and I think the attack's going to have an advantage. But I am impressed thus far, and here is a look at another beacon close by that the other players can spawn into. So this is why they're kind of stacking in that far side building, which is going to give them a massive advantage getting into this one. I think Japan knows it, trying to take down that building, but it's just a numbers game at this point, and slowly but surely dwindling. But again, again, our metric for success in my mind is 120, and they're just about there. The longer they can hold on past 120, the better they're going to be going into points D1 and D2.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've lost, Korea, at least from their perspective, have lost more lives on point C than they lost on B1 and B2. And that shows great resiliency from the side of Japan on a point that typically is relatively easy to capture very quickly. You said less than 60 seconds. I fully agree. Japan's put up an incredible fight and have managed to take down the lives of Korea, who now seem to finally be locking in point Charlie. Japan now has to focus their attention on the next point. The question is how many lives are going to be up there. So 165, honestly, that's not bad from Japan's perspective.
Yeah, it looks like they were only given around 45, 50 or so. I want to say it was 50. I think they got them down to 115, which is great. So this is actually pretty solid for Japan. You've at least depleted 35 of the overall max that you could bring into D1, D2. The problem is they got to do it again on D1 and D2 to make sure that Korea goes into point E with less than 100 lives. That's going to be the metric for success in my mind. E is a lot easier to hold than these two. I'll be curious what they're able to do given the amount of score that's being racked up. And that's what the other thing that I'm excited to see is I was very impressed with Korea. They were able to call in. The commanders have orders that they can give their team, and they were able to mark C as an order to take about 3 seconds before the team took it, which not only assures them a ton of score, but is a surefire way to get a ton of score for your team to be able to call in more vehicles. And that's the name of the game for the Korea squad. How many vehicles can we get on the map, and how can we use them effectively and keep them alive? So well executed from the commander. Shout out to both of our commanders from Korea and Japan, doing a great job thus far, but truly a key factor in the success of their team.
Yeah, Korea currently has 4 vehicles on the map. I believe one is nearly about to be destroyed. Yeah, it's going to be the one just in front of you with the 4th health, and trying to take cover as much as possible just to get a little bit of health back so they can obviously pursue onto D1, which is exactly where Korea is going to be heading to first. They put an emphasis on both points, especially trying to take over the left side hill, and now D1 is going to be touched and at least going to be contested. Japan has a couple of Senevas on this point, but not going to be able to do much at the moment. There is a Seneva finally going into the attack. Winter starts freaking out. I'd be right with them. Never a good prospect to see a Seneva encroaching on your territory, but with one vehicle gone, Korea's defense, or should be attacks, starts to struggle a bit, but D1 regardless is getting captured. Look at how many red dots you see over there from Korea's side. That's going to be the attackers making great headway on the first point.
Yeah, assault vehicles are decent. The biggest thing they're able to do is transport a decent amount of players. We saw that in the Threshold map, pushing like 6 players into B2, which was really fun as basically a transport vehicle. But the tank destroyer has been the unsung hero of most of these points, just going in and cleaning up. And that tank destroyer, by the way, that's Wonka. Wonka called this in after point A into point B, got 10,000 score, and that was the reason they were able to call in not only that, but also the second battle tank, which was on the side of that Delta player. So watch out for both of those guys. They still got the tank on the far left-hand side of your screen and the tank destroyer, both just peppering and harrying so that the team was able to take D1. And it actually looks like they've got 2 M1 tanks and the tank destroyer, so they are feeling very comfortable right now on D1, just stabilizing for their team, creating and amassing a force before they swing over to D2.
Yeah, protecting those tanks for the final hurrah, the final push onto E is going to be critical. That's why I think they're kind of playing it a bit more passive, staying in the back lines, not wanting to expose themselves to potentially damage with the AT4s or whatever other way Japan decides to go for the attack. D1 successfully captured D2 now. How do we go about this? There's still a lot of attention placed on D1 as Japan is going for the retake, and I think for Korea's perspective, they want to try and wipe out as many players as they possibly can on the D1 side so then they can focus onto D2. Japan, when did they pull off of D1 and focus on D2 for the defense?
Yeah, it's a tough conversation. Again, we talk about tug of war, but this is more of a standoff. We've got Korea full lockdown on this point, making sure nobody can touch it. They want to fully stabilize and create a force that can swing over, and it's just a matter of when. I think that's a great point, and we'll continue to watch out for it. Let's listen into Korea to hear what they've got to say.
네. 어디 가는 것 같아요, 지금? 저 어디
우측으로 조심하세요. 우측으로. 우측 조심하세요.
그냥 중앙 동산으로 올려주세요. 중앙으로 여러분 중앙으로.
예, 중앙 언덕.
다시 뽑아볼게요. 오른쪽 T1 오른쪽에 한 군데밖에 없고 T2 쪽에 한 군데, 중앙에 두 군데예요. 중앙부터 밀어야 돼요.
T1은 다시 뽑을 테니까 탱크 어그로 빼줄 수 있어요?
여러분 저희 거점에 이거 말로 해줘. 말로.
네, 소환할게요.
아직 잠시만요. 이거 지금 능선으로.
좌측 능선에 한 바퀴.
리그로 해야 돼. 리그로.
병원에서 소환했어요.
리그로 팝시다. T1 뒤쪽으로.
우리 이거 리그로 빼야 돼.
왼쪽 능선에 두면 됩니다. 이거 그냥.
Well, Korea almost loses another tank, but they're able to get it onto the map here for just a moment. Look how low it is. It gets a little too aggressive after getting shot out of the air. This is classic strategies when teams call in vehicles. Oftentimes the opponent team, if they can, throw down some either AT-4 Stingers or otherwise any sort of weapon that they can rip into these vehicles before they land, and oftentimes you'll see these vehicles killed before they can even land. It's because of that you've got to call it pretty far away and then drive it up. Korea almost loses a third tank, but this firepower they're bringing in right now should open up these points here shortly, and I think Japan knows it. I would assume some of our comms there, we're making sure we're targeting vehicles, but also swapping to operators that can blow these vehicles up, because we've got Wolf in a tank now, and it looks like finally shooting back from the side of Japan, trying to get a little bit of a look at this tank and potentially take it out. It's gonna have to retreat. That's the name of the game. Go in, get out. You saw it from the tank destroyer, you'll see it from the M1 battle tanks.
Doge, I want to give credit where credit is due to Japan. I mean, what a wonderful job attacking D1. They lose it for a little bit, and I asked the question, when do you back off of this and focus your defensive positions on D2, the second position that, or the second point, excuse me, that Korea needs to capture? Well, Japan gave me the answer. It was like, hey, we're not pulling back. We're not retreating. We're not going to surrender D1 that easily. Yes, they got it momentarily, but we believe in ourselves to be able to retake that point. And they did it. And not only did they do it, but they've taken significant amount of lives away from Korea's side of things and put a lot of damage onto the tanks and vehicles that Korea is using. The second attack and the second attempt from Korea's perspective onto D1 is now underway. They will effectively get it decapped, plus they're going to go for the full cap itself, and maybe this time, like you said, with the vehicles and the tanks help, it's going to be a bit more effective. From Japan's side, though, a tank way off in the distance. Man, I hope he can snipe well with the rockets, but it looks like he's getting sniped himself, brother, and that tank is gone.
No. Oh, strategic misstep there. I like Japan needed to save that tank for point E in case they needed it, or a last-ditch effort to hold down the points on low lives here on D1, D2. And just an off angle, they thought they had enough cover, they throw the smokes up, and not enough engineers. It's the same conversation we had before. The problem is, when your tank has to be that far away and peppering from a distance, you don't have enough engineers to keep it alive. And the other thing is, when you look at the Korea squad, they had 3 tanks. They had so much firepower, you weren't going to get away, you weren't going to stay alive with only 1 engineer on the tank trying to keep it up. So, great job by Korea to reduce some of the firepower from the Japan side, and we'll be excited to see who's going to be able to win this one. It ain't gonna be the tank destroyer. This lob is looking fierce and is able to take down not only the tank destroyer but also stay up pretty easily with the bodies they have on it.
Even despite with the lob, D2 starting to get decapped. Korea making great effort on D1 and D2. If they can capture these very quickly, or at least within the next couple of minutes or even minute, Korea is going to go into the final point with a relatively healthy amount of lives, and therefore is going to be well on their way to winning their attacking side and leading 1-0 in this series. Again, just to reiterate, this is a $10,000 matchup. Whoever loses this, they'll walk away with $10,000, but whoever wins just increase their prize pool by $10,000. Let's listen in with Japan.
오케이, 다시 됐대.
Take it out.
Well, during that listening, you see that Korea able to finally capture the 2 points. We now go into the final round of action. Can Korea close out their attacking side with the win? We look at some of the stats, and Summer has taken over Wonka's spots, the top eliminator, with 35. But Korea is waking up. They're looking good. And Goj, let's bring it back. You mentioned Japan losing their tank during that long-range fight between tank-on-tank action. How much is that going to hurt them going into the final point?
I think it'll hurt them some. Obviously, they've racked up enough score. We were able to see a couple of those score lines to be able to call in a couple more vehicles here, and it does look like they've got Sakuri on a tank right now in the kill feed, looking to take down some threats. We've got Widow on a flank here, potentially. I don't know what you're going to do as a solo, but maybe could snipe out the opponents. One lone survivor, one lone sniper, weeding out a couple of the folks that are pushing in. I would love to see Widow go crazy in the kill feed, but overall, I think not going to have a lot of value. But yeah, I think you're going to see some good score come through from the Japan side, enough to be able to call in a couple more tanks. They're just outnumbered from a firepower standpoint, and so some of these pushes are going to be critical to see how it works out for them. It looks like they've got Alav still alive, and then you've got the Japan tank on the far side. Namely, look, I don't speak Japanese. I will say the repeating phrase that I heard towards the end as the point was being captured, it sounded like to me, get out of there, go next, essentially. Because that lav was staying a hair too long, and I think the command was saying, get out and keep it alive. It's going to be critical for the hold.
There's one thing I admire about you, your linguistic ability to listen in to multiple languages and decipher what they're saying. It genuinely amazes me. You're just one smart cookie. That's just the way it goes. But I think you're right. E already getting a little bit decapped, but don't worry. Japan, they've still got a good foothold on it. They've got a lot of great action. Dead Dog finally back on your screen. The commander with such a dedicated face coming into today's competition. You can tell the loss yesterday hurt him a lot. He wanted to come in now for the Korea side of things as the commander and obviously go big, and he's doing that today. He really is. And you noticed he also took a bit of a back seat from the slaying category, and I think he's playing a bit of a different role and trying to get a good idea of the landscape for obviously his team and his community. Korea holding on tight to what they got on the E. They're slowly closing that vice grip. Japan, though, doing a great job trying to keep them at bay, especially with this high ground. Savo up top of the tower is laying down a lot of fire. He'll finally drop down to assist his team on the ground.
And it looks like Widow was able to call in a vehicle, able to keep it alive. So therefore, we've got another vehicle on the map there for Japan. Likely Korea is going to be able to call in a couple more. But I like this Japan play. Put us an Eva up on high. Just making sure that if you come up here and join me, you're going to have a problem with the razor wire. Some tactical mines, but down below, the chaos continuing to ensue. And right now, Korea is just looking for a window of opportunity, right? The door is very closed from Japan. They've got bodies on the point. They've got multiple vehicles. They've got a couple people on high, now getting cut down. But the window of opportunity is coming because Korea is finding chinks in the armor. They're finding an entry point, and this is oftentimes where you see attacking teams find some footholds. And it looks like our tank destroyer that was just called in from the side of Japan gets obliterated immediately. Guess who's on the other side? It's one of our top fraggers on the game and on the day. That's Wonka going crazy in the tanks, keeping things alive for the attackers. And they're able to find that foothold in those units, those power units on the right-hand side. That's where most of the attacking forces tend to push through. But ideally, they're able to pressure this building, and then they'll have a ton of footing and potentially take this point.
This is where things start to get serious for Japan's perspective on the defensive side. Korea has moved in with 2 tanks, and they are taking a lot of real estate on E. In fact, they're starting to get the full decap and will start capping themselves relatively soon. I think Japan's in a lot of trouble, and they need to get to work very, very quickly. I did see a take on the Japan side, but it was off in the distance, and it hasn't done much, quite truthfully. Korea moving in very quickly. AT-4s from up top, but how many can you shoot? How many can you get? You need to take it down. You need one more shot. He's going to go ahead and full send it. Does it get the blow up? I don't think so. And E is quickly getting captured. Is this the beginning of the end of game 1?
Well, the beginning of something as a guided missile comes flying onto the point, and it does look like Korea has found just one single target from what I can tell as Japan begins to clean up with vehicles on point. They tried to zone a couple people off. Ideally, they would have hit one of these vehicles if they could, but instead, Japan was able to get onto the point, clear people off in what looked like a critical moment for Korea to win this thing. Japan does a great job of resurfacing with their vehicles on point, saving the day. And that's the thing with the guided missiles. They are very good, but you've got to use them effectively to see true value from them. You can see Japan is getting on the aggressive. Look at this push all the way on the backside to take down a Korea vehicle. So well executed to take two of their vehicles off point when they had the point fully capped and they could afford it, swinging down on an unguarded tank. Easy cleanup and a great effort. Here's the problem. We got more guided missiles incoming, and if this is well placed, this could open things back up for Korea if it is a Korea missile. Here we go.
Here it comes.
Bang, and another Korea missile only finds one, but will open up those power supply units on the far right-hand side, or now left side of your screen, for the Korea entry point. They've got an entry point onto the point. Question is, if they can start getting this cap, what will Japan do?
A lot of manpower from Korea now pushing on to E once again. Japan did a wonderful job pushing them back, but Korea quick to recover. Very quick indeed, and well, from Japan's side, they're holding on tight to what they got. The question is, can they continue to do so? 98 lives remaining for Korea.
I'm going to be honest, I was kind of critical of some of these. Oh my gosh. Well, the best guided missile of the day actually comes from Japan. It looks like our Korea members were all grouped up as expected on that left side, now mid side of our screen behind this windmill. And, well, guided missile took them all out. Going to open things up a little bit, continue to maintain some breathing room. They got to hold on for 89 more lives. Well placed from Japan.
I do see a Japan vehicle finds an entryway on the back end. It's going to be able to full force themselves into the backside of Korea. Now they've got them pincered. They've got them in their line of sights, and now they are mowing Korea down. Wonderful job. Korea was so focused on pushing forward onto E, as they should be, that they left their backside exposed, and it had or at least it allowed an opportunity for Japan to push through and, well, encircle them and ultimately take them down. Every time it looks like Korea is making a good effort, is making headway onto E, Japan shuts them down. But do we have tower control? Yes, we do. Korea has managed to overtake it from Japan, who was up there for the longest time.
Well, the sirens are ringing, which means another missile incoming. It doesn't look like most folks are grouped in one particular area. Most people have backed up from the Korea side. Look how far they're backing up from the point, knowing this isn't going to hit, feel comfortable about it. Not a single kill going their way. Well executed from Korea to make sure they stay alive and then readdress this point. But it is the story of Japan right now, and it's the story of this lab driver. My goodness. Constantly finding so much value in the backline while also not losing hardly an iota of health. A perfect execution, the perfect wheelman. Very well done. And I was going to say, I really was pretty critical of the people that were playing on high. It didn't seem like they were doing all that much. The difference maker actually is using the AT-4s and rocket launchers from on high rather than most of your weapons. And it looks like Korea is just trying to hold this position so they would stop doing that. It caused so much trouble, and now it looks like the tank maybe is looking back up, but continuing to rain down hellfire on this tank. Korea has taken over the windmill, thrown AT-4 bullets down range. Let's try to blow up this tank the best we can. I like the counterplay here, and I think this is a beautiful execution to get up on top of these barricades so that the tank can throw shells up there. What a cool look. I love it.
Yeah, the tank warfare has just been so cool to watch, whether it's scaling buildings or here on top of the barricade to angle your way to attack the players up top from Korea is just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Like I said, I have seen some of the best warfare ever over these past 2 days. And now 55 lives. Things are starting to get serious for Korea. Japan is actually doing this against all odds.
And another guided missile, likely from the side of Japan, lands near that power supply, thinking this is where Korea's pulling their forces. But Korea is basically nowhere to be found. They're so scattered, they're so unorganized at this point, and it's because of not only the vehicles playing flank, the guided missiles forcing them off the zone. but also just the Japan tanks. They had less vehicles on the map, but made better use of them on counterattack plays. And because of that, it looks like Korea's lost all of their vehicles. And now the vehicle advantage, the man advantage, the zone advantage, all on the side of Japan. Look how far they've pushed back this wall. The Iron Curtain is closed, and there's no way that Korea is going to be able to get through this, not for a while. And the problem is they are running out of runway. 37 lives remaining, and Japan is utterly smacking this team around. Let's listen in with Korea and figure out what they can do.
우측킴 오른쪽에 차량 와요. 오른쪽에 차량 와. 집중해야 돼. 왼쪽에 창고로 들어가시는 사람? 뒤에 한 분 비코 깔아줄 수 있어요? 숨어서? 아 죽었구나.
이거 돌차 뽑아볼게. 돌차 뽑아볼게. 티켓 아껴. 돌차 뽑아볼게. 여러분 이거 리그룹을 한 번밖에 기회 없거든.
I think that listed is signaling the end of this game. Korea, so high energy, high pacing when it came to their comms earlier, when they were dominating, when they were pushing forward, taking the fight to Japan. But now it's a bit more somber as Japan is pushing back Korea. This is the furthest we've seen Japan pushed up on point E, and it's only going to continue to become more severe, especially because they're taking down the Korean respawn beacons, which now have been pushed all the way back. You know, Korea put up a wonderful effort. They made great headway onto E, but Japan, as you pointed out, when it came to their vehicle usage, they utilized them better despite them having less. The way that they were able to get onto the backside of Korea once they were fully pushed up onto E and then close that vice grip, as I've been saying, it put Korea in the blender. They just struggled to recover. Now down to 16 lives. Now, I will say this, China only had 8, and they were able to win their map, okay? So there is a slight chance, and Korea, you can see it on your screen. Here's the last-ditch effort.
Yeah, this is the last swing. It is well organized. They were able to make it around the final defense, the wall of Japan players. But they not only have to get into this building, they've got to take control of the building, and they've got to put a tactical respawn beacon in there. And I'm going to be honest, they're getting obliterated by Sakuti. This Sakuti is changing the game for Japan in that tank. It's not even close because the tank is shelling this building with a couple guided missiles potentially coming in from either side. It could change things, but it's got to change things right now. 13 lives, and Japan is on a tear. Korea still can't find footing, and the missile lands, and it cleans up the final couple Korean players on the point. This one's not even close. So well executed on point E from Japan. They are your top team in this matchup, at least on this point. Very well done.
Very, very well done. And an evenly based matchup coming down to the final point. It was back and forth. At any one moment, you know, you could have said, okay, Korea's going to win this, you know, especially at critical moments. Like, I thought for sure they were going to win. They went into the final point with 160 lives. Still relatively healthy, but I wasn't expecting Japan to be as dominant as they were with their vehicles. Well done. That's got to feel so good. Japan getting their first win of the tournament.
Yeah, I think it feels amazing, and honestly, like, very well commanded, well executed, great comms seemingly from the team. And what I was really impressed with was also their saving of their score till the end. It's one of the things I shouted out at the top of that map, right? We were looking at what our Korean team was able to do to push forward the equation and take down their opponents. One of the things they did was they sacrificed a couple vehicles early and then called in new ones in order to secure the point. I don't hate the idea, and frankly, they probably needed to do that. The problem with it is when we got to point E, there was just more score to go around for the side of our Japan defense. They had more things that they could call in, and when they did have that vehicle disadvantage at the very beginning, they had two really good strategies that worked. One, they found an opening on a tank on the back line that was not defended. They sent 2 vehicles to take it down. 2 of their only vehicles on the map, by the way. It was a risky move, but it paid off in strides. The second thing that I was going to be critical about the amount of Japanese players that were up in that tower originally, because the point, you got to remember, we were 2 minutes onto point E, and Korea had almost taken the entire point because there were so many people in that tower. But what they were able to do is throw missiles downrange from the tower, and the tanks couldn't find any cover. So I saw people in chat saying the exact same thing I was thinking. yo, what happened to all of Korea's vehicles? They got blown up because of the people in the tower. And then, of course, the guided missile advantage at the end from Japan because they were cleaning house. It was perfect execution on point E. You've got to remember, though, both these teams quite strong. They did let them get all the way to point E. And so when we go to this next round and they swap sides, if Japan gets stifled anywhere before point E, that tiebreaker will beget an advantage to the side of Korea. So something to watch out for.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because, again, I called it at the beginning. I think this series is most likely going to a game 3. So whoever goes into side number 3, game number 3 for this best of 3, it's if they have defense, most likely they're going to have a tremendous advantage. So for Japan, going into their attacking side for game 2, it's critical they win it. It really is. And they have to go and grab the bull by the horn. It's not going to get easier. They got to go against Thailand potentially next up, right? Or at least Korea if they don't win it. But Thailand, they're going to be even stronger. But yeah, this next attacking side for Japan is truly going to challenge them. It was so even. I don't foresee this being ended at like a B1, B2. I think it's going to end once again on the E point. But this is where Japan now has, in my opinion, the momentum and the advantage. You know, after all, they have now finally won. And like I said yesterday, Go, sometimes you have to get that first victory to truly gain the confidence on land. Korea has yet to gain that confidence. They haven't won yet. They are now 0-3, from their land experience. Now, Korea is a great team. We just saw that represented. But until they get a win, I think Japan has the momentum and the advantage. But at least on paper, after watching that game 1, it's going to come down to the wire. I don't think Japan's going to win by a landslide.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, these teams seem very evenly matched, as we could tell by the fact that they were held at point E. But a very fun matchup. And again, it felt like both of those teams went back to the drawing board, worked on their strategies, and they were able to execute it. We had great moments, great comebacks, great nail-biting moments on some of these points from both of these squads. And so I'm overall impressed with the level of play. And this is a reminder, this is lower bracket round 2. This is the 2 teams that got eliminated during the semifinals playing in the lower bracket, worked on their strategies, came back, and are now jockeying for position inside of this bracket. We talked about it. Prize pool increases with every match that you win, and these teams have their back against the wall. If you lose, you're out, and you're taking the lower part of that prize pool, Taylor. So some fun conversations, a fun map. I am excited to see the other side of trench lines. As a reminder, we will be swapping sides, same map, just different sides. So when it comes down to color, when we're looking at the spectator, you're going to see Japan now in red most of the time, and you're going to see Korea into that green. So just keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at the scores, though, from that map and talk about some more minutia because, well, Dead Dog obviously as the commander on the left-hand side for Korea, the highest score, but some other folks with some of the highest stat lines.
Yeah, shout out to Dead Dog being the highest scorer and also picking up 29. When we looked at the stats after points or the first point, he was still sitting at a goose egg, sitting at 0. And I thought he was going to have a relatively slow game, but clearly he stepped it up. Shout out to him. But Summer with 48 total eliminations. And then let's also talk about, of course, Ano coming out with 55, by the way. That is huge. But are we seeing a 94? So, yeah, oh my lord, Dead Dog with 94. Good shout, Ghost. 94 revives is the highest. Paper Cut, I believe, was the highest before, but 94 has to take the cake. That's a record.
Yeah, and what's crazy about this leaderboard is because I was looking at Dead Dog, I was like, oh, nice, he's the commander, he's got the most score. Well, the reason he's got the most score is 94 revives. Here's the thing, it's a little bit lower in third down, grayed out a little bit. Aaron, the unsung hero, 101 revives, and then you've got OAH as well, all the way down at 71 revives on the side of Korea. So the reason their tickets weren't going down very fast, their lives, was because of those 3 gentlemen almost entirely. Unbelievable amount of revives for that team. On the other side, of course, some great numbers. Abaton at the top is your commander for Japan, so the highest score there, and a great stat line as well. But right below that, Sachawan, 61 kills, great stats, 103 assists, absolutely was laying down covering fire for his team and getting paid for it. The Killua not too far behind in scores. So those are your top scores across the board, and some nice values on a lot of these stat lines. Arisina, who was one of the top battlefield medics for Japan yesterday, top Battlefield medic as well. 75 revives for the side of Japan, which makes a ton of sense. But again, 101 in one game with another player, your commander at 94, a man of the people. My goodness, that is a ridiculous amount of revives. I'm blown away. Here's a quick look at our top players from Japan that we've already called out. Abaton, obviously the commander. Highest kills was G6. Sawachan is the highest kills as well. And then Umbashi had Ace Armored Vehicle was the battle tag given to him. So well done on that side. But some fun moments, and I think we've got a couple more players to take a look at here, Taylor. And I can only assume we'll see Risanana as the Battlefield medic.
Oh, I assume so. I mean, how could you not? I mean, 101 is crazy, and there is Orisiana as the Battlefield medic, as you did say, but a lot of stuff coming out from Dustal and Sakudi as the vehicle Bane. Good stuff, good stats all around. Those revives, by the way, being as high as they were for Korea, is going to pay dividends, I should say. Pay dividends going into their defensive side. So I expect them to have, honestly, a very, very strong defensive side as opposed to their attacking, and that's going to be incredible. Japan has to find a way to battle against that. In fact, they need somebody to match that energy, because it was Kilua who was the only one with 68. Everybody else was in the 20s when it came to revives on this side of Japan. So despite them taking the victory, they're going to lose a lot of tickets. Let's listen in to the winning moments for this side of Japan.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. You can hear the nice at the end. They were exhilarated to finally get a victory. It's got to feel so good to win in front of that crowd over at DreamHack Shanghai, to get your first win during the Delta Force first official LAN event, right? So good job from Japan, but the job's not done yet. They have to win now on their attacking side, and that's going to be no small feat, especially with Korea having as many revives as they did. That's going to keep them in the action. And somebody in chat saying he didn't leave a single soldier behind, of course, talking about Dead Dog and Aaron from the side of Korea. Wonderful job. But yeah, the vehicles, so many being used. I think a big improvement on both ends from Japan and Korea's perspective on countering those vehicles as well, Coach. That was something that did them in yesterday. Coming into today, they had a better game plan for countering the vehicles and ultimately using the vehicles for themselves.
Yeah, it's a good shout. We have some great moments here. D1 and D2, a battle, but Point E was not only a battle, but cinema. I mean, it really was so much fun to watch. Some great moments from all of our players. Japan, obviously raining bullets down from high, but it was the story of Japan's vehicle usage and their ability to take over this tower and drop the firepower from above. I mean, look at Umbashi just cleaning up, I think, most of the lobby. That was ridiculous. Finally getting cut down himself, and some great moments here looking at the other side of the coin where Umbashi finally gets cut down to the side of the Korean tanks. But their tanks were only on the mat for so long because this great flank push around the backside to take out the final remaining Korea vehicle opened things up and gave the power position absolutely to the side of Japan. We were able to hold down at the top of the tower. Korea was able to take over for a moment, but Japan paid back with a vengeance with the Suniva operators to make sure they had ultimate high and still could protect their flank. Here's the final push coming in from Korea, which actually didn't look all too bad, except guess what? There's a tank looking at the back entrance. They get blown to pieces, and then a well-placed guided missile closes things out. And you know why Orisana had the guided missile? Because they were doing so much reviving, my friend. My goodness, the top reviver, Battlefield medic. And here's a quick look, obviously, at our on-site analysts on DreamHack Shanghai. It's been fun to watch these sections here. Keen back with us as well. A great talent team over there. Going to be breaking down some action. But Taylor, I love these moments because we get to watch not only the analysts on site work through things, but we get a chance to see some of those moments back in these freeze frames. We're able to talk about like what we're seeing on how they take these points.
By the way, shout out to Keen on your screen. That suit is awesome, okay? That suit is incredible. Bringing out the best of the best when it comes to, obviously, Championship Sunday for the Delta Force tournament. We started on point A naturally, and this was a lot more of a push and pull than I was expecting. Japan did a great job holding Korea back. There were a couple of moments where Korea did have a good full force approach to try and overwhelm the A site, and I thought they would capture it relatively quickly. But no, Japan was highly successful in pushing them back. And mind you, that was with Korea having the tank early on and peppering a barrage of missiles straight into the center and not allowing Japan to take center control. Meanwhile, Korea was able to just get in and obviously impin their will. But this is what really showed to me, okay, Japan is serious. Their defense looks great, and their retake ability is truly impactful, and I knew at that point at least Korea was going to have their hands full, but obviously our attention had to then be put on B1 and B2 because that's where Korea lost yesterday, and the question was, could they retake B1 and B2 against Japan, find success, and move forward in trench lines?
Yeah, I think it's a great shout, and I love that we're getting a chance to look at A because this obviously set the tone for the overall map and how it went down, but the story really began in B1 and B2. A fantastic push to start things off here. You can see the entire team of Korea running through the trenches, moving up to B2. This is at the very beginning of these points. They were able to get on and immediately start the pressure. Now, I was impressed with Japan being able to retake this, but still impressed with the organization as per the usual, and that's what makes these competitions so much more different than some of the other competitions we've seen in Warfare in the past. A full organized team of 20 listening to a commander, it pays. They're able to get onto B2, create the early pressure, and start the tug of war that we know eventually does go to the side of Korea, Taylor.
Yeah, and Korea did a great job attacking that B2 position. Without that, I don't think they would have found success. Obviously, you have to capture both, but B1 didn't work. Immediately go to B2. Japan wasn't ready for it. They were forced to rotate back around, and when they did, they got wiped down. Good job from Korea's perspective. Love that they were pulling audibles, something they weren't able to do yesterday because they were simply overwhelmed from the side of Thailand. So we get to see a little bit more of Korea and Japan in the way that they're working and the way that the commander is obviously guiding their troops. And as you can see on screen, this is when they were showing that B2 push that Korea was very successful in doing. And I do believe Japan was able to retake B2 very briefly later on. As you can see on the screen, they do take B2 back in control. But then Korea, what do? They send their forces over towards B1. It's going to be that constant tug of war, that constant push and pull. But one thing is for certain, once they got B1, they didn't let it go, and they were successful in getting B2. But something that caught me off guard, much like Point A did with Japan and their defense, was the Point C defense, which was brilliant. Japan held Point C for the longest time I think I've seen any team hold that moment. And at a certain point, I even thought Korea might even lose on that very point if things started to go a bit more awry.
That would be absolutely the first time that's ever happened that I've ever seen. So it was impressive. These are some really cool moments. As a reminder, this is also where you see on the very top right next to the kill feed, the tank comes swarming in. This is Korea's tank they're sending in to make sure they hold B1. Well, look at all of Korea's forces that have run through the trenches to get to B2. So this is actually a very critical moment for multiple reasons. I mean, the main one is that this is where they were able to win eventually, right? They sacrificed the tank on B1 because they've got another one called in by the wheelman, by the person running that tank. So that's what I was really impressed with. It was something that I was a bit worried about. I knew it was a high-risk play, but because they had already racked up that 12,000 score line, they were still able to call in that M1 tank. And so I like this play a lot. It really shows the coordination of a team of this caliber to be able to send most of their troops over to B2, but B1 held down by the vehicle. So a fun shot and a fun one to talk about, of course. And you can see also the efficacy of smokes all over this point. trench lines really fun to talk about and really fun to see. So, Taylor, I'm loving these looks. I'm loving the stadium. I'm loving the looks of our casters on site. But I am excited for Game 2 right around the corner. Another quick look at that trophy, and it's beautiful. I'm ready to see somebody raise it. But we're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it's going to be Game 2 of our lower bracket round 2 matchups. The winner will go on to face Thailand, or will we see a best of 3? Make sure you tune in. We'll see you in just a moment right around the corner.
오케이. 카우더기 체크しに行こう. 카우더기 체크しに行こう. うちの部隊.
다시 뽑아볼게요. 오른쪽 지원 오른쪽에 한 군데밖에 없. 오케이. 카우더기 체크しに行こう. 카우더기 체크しに行こう. うちの部隊. 다시 뽑아볼게요. 오른쪽 지원 오른쪽에 한 군데밖에 없. 오케이. 카우더기 체크しに行こう. 카우더기 체크しに行こう. うちの部隊.
Welcome back to the Delta Force Asian Champions League. We are getting ready for Game 2 of our first lower bracket round 2 matchup. Japan versus Korea. This time, Japan on the attack, Korea on the defense. Of course, Japan just won on defense last map. So if Japan can win here and take all points on trench lines yet again, they will win this best of 3 and be moving on to the next round. There is a chance, I think a pretty good chance, we're going to go to that 3rd round here in our best of 3. But Taylor, I'm excited to see our teams talk about their strategies and figure out where they want to be, what they want to do, and how they want to enter in each of these points.
Yeah, without a doubt, this is going to be so critical for Japan because you mentioned Korea might have an advantage on the defensive side or might get the defensive side if this goes to a game 3, which could mean trouble for the side of Japan. With them up 1-0, they're 1 map away from securing a win, finally getting a win in general on land, but more importantly moving forward to play against Thailand for a chance to go to grand finals. A big moment for Japan, but they've got to go big, and I think where they need to step it up is going to be their revives, especially on the attacking side. They were dwarfed in stats from the revives from the Korean side. Now, why is that a problem? Well, obviously, on defense, it doesn't really matter as much necessarily. It's still very important, and I stand by the fact that revives, your medics, are one of the most important roles on the team. But for Japan's side, if they're not getting the revives, if their medics aren't going big, what does that mean? They're losing lives. And the more lives you lose, naturally, the less lives you're going to gain when you move on to the next points. And therefore, Korea is going to have a tremendous advantage. So I'm looking at Japan. Again, their medics have to go mega giga chad huge. If they don't, they're in trouble, and Korea is going to get the win, and we're going to game 3.
There's always a moment on these broadcasts, Taylor, where you revealed you are a true gamer, to be honest. The Mega Giga Chad Medics is hilarious comms, but I agree. I think it's a really important role. And frankly, Korea had a massive amount of effort to be able to sustain lives. You got to remember, this guy on your screen right now, Dead Duck, had 95 revives as the commander while doing everything in between and picking up a few eliminations. The other side, though, is secondary reviver had 101, so but just between the two of them, almost 200 revives. That's the amount of tickets you go into starting the game. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. Let's hop into the game and see which side's going to come out on top. And I saw somebody in chat say it. I hope Japan attacks a little bit more aggressively than last time. I fully agree. Japan came in very slow. As a reminder, if you watched yesterday, Japan might have just grabbed their first win, but this will be their first point that they've capped ever in the ACL on land.
Oh, it's a good point.
They did not cap A against China at all. So this is a big moment for them to see what they're able to do.
Yeah, that sobers the mood a bit, because you're right. They haven't captured a single point. And A is a little bit, in my opinion, easier to... Well, I don't know. I thought A was relatively easy to capture, at least on the map that they played whenever it came to cracked. So... we'll see how this goes down. One good thing, though, and I will give credit where credit is due to Japan, is they did a great job retaking sites from Korea. Their pressure was pretty impressive as far as I'm concerned. So I think their attack is going to be pretty powerful, a lot more powerful than maybe we are expecting. Already the take is starting to get underway. You can tell Korea is backing away from the center of A, as that's kind of the death zone at the moment. And this gives an opportunity for Japan now to attack on that right-hand side, which Korea is meeting. But you can see it. Japan is moving forward, and quickly they're about to overtake A. I think they're about to have A very quickly, much quicker than Korea was able to get.
Well, as per the usual, it's Mbashi back in the vehicle. This is the same player that was on the defense making massive plays in the tank. So again, with the attackers starting with a tank here, it just opens things up on A very quickly. You can see several respawn beacons to try to keep numbers on the point. It's just pretty difficult to do as the defense. If you are able to send a route man as the attacker to clean up some of these respawn beacons, that absolutely is worth it, to be honest with you. I think that's something to pay attention to, because these respawn beacons absolutely change the game. So we'll see what they're able to do with that. It does look like a couple respawn beacons have been taken out. The tank's still very healthy, very alive, and it looks like we've got at least a couple players on top of it or nearby it, maybe inside of it, making sure it stays up, which is the right move. So A is going to be falling here shortly. It's just a matter of time, because you can see where the defense is pushed. They are getting completely wiped at this point, and this one's not even close.
Japan is very spread out, which is a lot different from how Korea was attacking point A. They were doing it as a full-man unit, all 20 just going in, right, and overwhelming the defensive positions of Japan. This time around, Japan is spreading out, which is what they did, and I was quite critical of it when they were facing off against China during semifinal 1 yesterday, but at least against Korea, for Point A specifically, it seems to be working out quite well, and you can see the green dots on your screen. That's going to be the Korean forces starting to move back. I think they are conceding. A is going to go to Japan. Very clean. They only lose 11 lives, and Japan, they're on the run. They're going forward, and they're basically at 200 lives.
Okay, now compare these score lines to the last time, okay?
Right.
Reminder, Korea finished up the attack because it took longer, to be fair. Finished up the attack with a player at over 15,000 score, which is why they were able to call in another vehicle. So this is a very quick take going into B1 and B2. With some of the score lines much lower, they have a lot of work cut out for them, and potentially this could be a difference maker. They quickly go through it, but the question is, what are they able to do on B1 and B2 as they make their first organized attack, which looks like it's going to be towards B1.
Yeah.
ヤグルに多いわ。これ待つ。ここで待つ。
キラブンで切るよ。待って。いつもいいよ。あれいつもいいよ。オッケー。いや、切る。ここ。中でやった。
補給箱が制圧完了してる。あと中だね。全部中だね。
中行くやろ。
覚えてる。
オッケー、ナイス。縦入れる俺も。
あ、俺死んだわ。
待って、縦エントリーしてるよ。
やってる。後ろここ。
B1 取ってる。
B1 取れてる。
オッケー、B1
Go, B1. They are here for it, and they are on it. Saniva operators in tow, holding down this point. They are trying to stabilize and set up a holding position on map where they can then make their counterattack onto B2. Very well done by Japan thus far. This is looking like a very strong start, Taylor. I'm excited to see what Japan can continue to do.
Yeah, like I said, Japan was unrelenting during their defensive side against Korea. The way they were retaking sites was impressive, and it seems as if they're doing the same thing, but now on their attacking side, pushing directly into Korea. They took B1 in sensational style, but that doesn't guarantee them a chance to hold it. You already see the exclamation point popping up on the D1 position. That's Korea putting a bit more attention on pushing Japan back, and it seems as if they might be able to effectively do that, but B2 already getting spicy. Japan on this position, Korea doing everything they can to push them back, but regardless, Japan continues to push forward, but it seems as if finally they've got them off of B2, but we were focused on the B1 position. Korea was challenging it, trying to get the decap, unsuccessful, and it seems like Japan now, from what I can tell, Ghosh, has got a great foothold on B1, and now, since they pushed Korea back to B2, Japan can finally push up and aggress onto the second position.
Well, worth noting, look at the Korean counterattack on defense, trying to swing around the right-hand side and maybe catch this team unaware. The tank Umbashi putting in work right now, catches them in transition, points it out to the team, and all of a sudden, they have been completely stifled in whatever motion they were trying to make. Backed up, player disadvantage. There could be an opening for a Japan counterattack onto B2 and potentially take this point. It was answered by 4 plus a tank shelling, and it worked out near flawlessly in the side of the Japan side. So well done to keep your team alive. Well done to maintain position on B1 and prevent any sort of counterattack. All they're worried about right now is getting their bodies on B1. Japan does not want to go to B2 yet. They're trying to hold B1. They've got it. They need to stack bodies on B1, get everybody ready, then make a move together. That's coordinated warfare. That's what we're looking for.
Already got some early predictions in the chat. Lloyd, shout out to you. Japan will win. What are you guys thinking? Japan, are they looking strong enough to take this series 2-0? Do you think their attacking side is going to be just as strong as their defense was in round 1 against Korea? Or do you guys think we're going to a game 3 and Korea is going to win the series 2-1 and move forward to play against Thailand? I don't know. It's still up in the air. Japan started off very strong. They captured A quickly. They also got their hands on B1 blistering fast. But look at Korea. They have managed to fight back and counter Japan's attack. And Korea, slowly but surely, starting to gain control of this point once again.
Yeah, this is a great look at a couple different perspectives, a couple more tanks getting into the mix. And I've got to say, Korea has done a really good job to be able to take back B1 for a moment. Unfortunately, Suniva operators on top, sure, you're able to cut them down on point. The lone survivors not able to hold it down. So Japan, the counterattack paid off, and it's because this vehicle has gotten into the mix, getting a little bit more aggressive, shelling from distance. Japan still holding their flank. They're trying to make sure that their tank is able to stay alive, and a couple of these operators, if wrapped around correctly, with a blink of an eye and a couple of well-placed AT-4s or otherwise, would be able to take down their tank, which would totally change the fight in the power position that Japan does have. But we are seeing a hair of a stalemate on B1 and B2 as a Suniva operator. Widow, shout out to you, my friend. Taylor was trying to do that to me off camera, apparently. Yeah, it looks good. When you're able to execute the grappling hook into the shield beatdown, what a cool operator. But very valuable in trench lines, yes. And as expected, we're seeing a lot of them.
Attacking the right-hand side. Widow, unrelenting, tries to get another one. I want to stay on his perspective for a little bit longer. Summer getting pinned between two. Widow goes in for the beatdown. Summer trying to stay alive. Widow gets another one. He's on fire. These Sunivas have been brutal without question. B1 once again under attack. Japan desperately trying to get it back. Korea's done a wonderful job defensively holding on to B1 and more importantly gaining it back once they end up losing it. So much attention has been here on the B1 side of things that we're now down to 135 lives. Let's not forget Japan. They got their first capture on A. Their first capture, as you said, Coach, of the tournament. But will their tournament, or excuse me, will this game end on B1 and B2? It's a possibility. We saw that happen to Korea in their matchup versus Thailand yesterday. So B1, B2, it's tough to get, and Japan starting to struggle a bit.
Japan has grabbed another vehicle. I want to say it was either a LAV or a tank destroyer, but oh, it looks like one of Korea's vehicles called in way back on point C, basically coming from spawn, gets shot out of the air. What a huge value add for the side of Japan. They just made a massive swing in firepower on this map. I'm going to be honest, this maybe is a little bit of a hot take. That swapping of vehicle power positions, having Japan able to call in a vehicle and taking out one of Korea's, might be a difference maker in them winning or losing on B1, B2. So we'll continue to pay attention to that and see how it goes for them. But that was a big swing.
See how annoying the razor traps from Suniva are in these trench lines. Players forced to run over them, slowing them down just a little bit, and you know, slowing you down, especially when you're trying to attack onto a position, can be the difference maker between living and dying. We got a Japanese way out in the distance by himself. That was Abaton. Wonder what he's doing on the flank. I don't know how much of an impact he's going to have, but he is way out there. B2 finally starting to get played around with as Japan encroaches onto the positioning. You see Korea desperately now trying to get B1 back in their grasp, which making a great effort. The question is, can they get the last remaining members of Japan? Yes, they can. There's going to be reinforcements, but B2 going to Japan, but Korea successfully taking back B1, but only for a short amount of time. It looks like Japan has recovered.
Yeah, it's the classic tug of war. They've traded points, no big deal for the most part for the side of Korea, but it feels like a matter of time at this point. I'm going to be honest, they've done a great job of depleting lives. This is, I don't know, 85 lives cut down here on B1 and B2 after a very quick capture of A. I think one of the reasons for that, you've got to remember that the best revivers, the best battlefield medics out there were from Korea. So they're able to keep bodies on the point, and also our attacking team a little bit less medic focused, which means they've lost quite a bit of lives. So I would love to listen in with that team, see what they're able to do.
다시 오른쪽. 제발 브리핑해. 이번에 지하도 지금 앞에 풀 몇이야? 세코님 왼쪽으로 세코님. 세코님 크게 돌게요. 크게. 왼쪽 차려. 크게 돌 거야 우리. 왼쪽 차려. 왼쪽 차려. 왼쪽 차려. 차려. 나 우리 탱크 푸시래. 탱크 푸시. 탱크 푸시. 리콜 타기야. 날개 비트 앞에. 앞에.
가자.
오케이.
차량 반피.
필 한분대 내려옵니다 여러분. 왼쪽 한 분대. 삐뚤 정면에 두 분대. 삐뚤 정면에 두 분대.
재활지 AT 쏠 수 있으면 쏘세요. 지금 올라와 있어 참호 위로.
저거 안 돼요. 저 지금 안 돼요. 잠시만요. 오르르고 잠시만.
차륜 여러분 차륜.
야 이거 뿅.
탱크 쪽으로 나이스.
들어봐.
여러분 차량.
차량 눈방.
비쳐 들어와.
안으로 들어와.
옥상에 나가서 정리하면 돼.
Brilliant comms from Korea. They are no holds barred in communicating, which is a little bit different than what we saw from them last time around. Really strong communication from their commander and a really strong retake here on B1. Look how many folks they've gotten into the bunker. It's going to be very difficult to not trade points right now. As you can see, Japan is on a little bit on their heels. They might lose both of these points if they're not careful. It looks like Japan does have a hold on to B2, so it will be a full trade.
Yeah, but Korea has split their forces. If Japan can just full send onto a site once again, they should be successful, and I think they're doing exactly that onto B1. B1 has been the main focal point for Japan. Naturally, you've got to start somewhere, but Japan, B1, desperately trying to get it once again. B2 also being gathered. I think they're finally making a breakthrough, and this might be the moment they've been waiting for. They're down to 93 lives. There's only a handful of defensive members from Korea, and I think finally Japan's able to do it. Just a couple more ticks, and they get it. 162 lives going in to point C. We look at Umbashi at 28 total eliminations. He's been a guy that we've been shouting out consistently, and he was the hero for Japan, as far as I'm concerned, on the defensive side of things on point E. This time around, he hasn't slowed down. He continues to slay out and put out big numbers. And Killua as well with 42 revives. You got to take a look at him. 42 revives, Goj, is incredibly high. Remember, that was one of the things I pointed out from the defensive side from Japan. That's where they struggled, but it seems like this time they're putting more of an emphasis on trying to protect the lives that they have, because it's limited on the attacking side.
Yeah, it's totally correct. I think the attackers usually have more revives. I will shout out on the Korea side, OAH apparently was an OBJ fiend and had 49 revives for the side of the defense on those points. One of the reasons they were able to hold for a while, but you're right. One of the things we've traditionally seen in trench lines is B1 and B2 usually swings the way of the attackers when they start playing high-risk scenarios like moving their vehicles onto the point. We saw the tank destroyer get onto B1. They had a player disadvantage, but they were able to clean up a crazy amount of kills and open things up. Now, as we move into C, obviously, the defense did a pretty good job on B1 and B2, so we're not maximum amount of lives here, which means the task of holding C for an extended amount of time to make sure that the attackers don't have max lives going into D is a little bit easier of a task. As a reminder, we're gaining about 50-ish from point C from our last round, and so if you can get them below 150, technically a win. Ideally, if anything, if you can get them below 100, that would be best case scenario. So a couple vehicles being called in, but will they be cut down before they land? The answer is heck yeah. Great shots from Korea from way downtown all the way down, cleaning up that tank before it can land.
Ghost, I think that's the most aggressive we've seen any team get on to, you know, attacking the tanks and obviously the vehicles before they even land. Because yesterday we weren't seeing too much of an attempt, right? But this time around they are. I mean, the improvement from day 1 to day 2 is already apparent. And we're seeing Japan and Korea, who struggled to win yesterday. I can't wait to see what Thailand and China are going to bring to the table on Championship Sunday. But see, this is the next objective. This is the point that Japan held on to very tight defensively when Korea was on the attack. Now the question is, now that they flip roles, can Japan attack effectively? Let's listen in and find out.
30秒後出せるって30秒後出せるって裏取り来てるかもねこれうんまだこれよ
だって車両がある車両に対しての入りたくないこれ無理じゃね
今戦車出せればいける戦車出せればいけるやばいこれ
一輪なんだけど
一旦車両破壊するから公兵を出してほしい公兵出してほしい
左から回ってったから左から
立つで右側から絶対無理だわ右側絶対無理
もう一歩下げろ大きくクリアにしよう
右絶対無理左側
マジありえない。また固まった。
Clear comms, concise comms, and I think it's calmer than it was, especially after that Korean listen-in. The reason why is because we're just at the start of the sea attack, and Japan is filling it out, and they haven't made great headway as of yet goes. Korea has set up quite well defensively and has stopped Japan from progressing forward, or at least as much as they probably wanted. They've already lost about 15 or so lives. Japan's still very healthy when it comes to the lives category, but I am starting to get a little bit worried. Korea's heating up, and their defense wasn't bad on B1 and B2. Japan, they've got their work cut out. We already knew it was going to come down to the wire if they wanted to try and take this win, but it's going to be hard, and unfortunately even harder now as Korea will answer back and destroy their vehicle before it can even land.
I'm going to be honest. This is one of the stronger holds I've seen on C in a while, and it's namely because of these two tanks in the back line just sniping with their missiles all the way across the map to clean up any of the vehicles called in by Japan. There's no advantages for Japan right now at all. It's not even really close on this point. Now, they haven't lost that many lives. We've been watching for a couple minutes now, and they've only dropped about 15 or so. But even still, this is a masterclass in vehicle prowess and vehicle advantages and making sure that you have it and continue to have it. I'm really impressed with Korea and their defense right now and what they're able to do. Japan is on their back foot, and I don't know if they know what to do right now. And the only thing they can do is swarm the point and just try to get us to new, because then just maybe the tanks won't have it a look over when we call in our next tank.
All right, see, finally starting to get a little bit captured from Japan's perspective. You've got one Suniva just in the middle. You got Dustal, who's also trying to back up the Suniva, but for the most part inside that hill, it's just Korean. Yeah, those two remaining Japanese members are going to be fully eliminated. The tanks, the missile barrage refusing to give up, relentless. Japan once again pushed back. As soon as they push forward, they're getting mowed down. How do you deal with the tanks on the back line if you're Japan, right? How do you get rid of them? Because, I mean, they've been so devastating, Japan doesn't even have a chance to get close.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely why it's so important to protect your tank advantage and also make sure you take down the other vehicles. I mean, it's just as simple as math. Like, player v player, when you have player advantage, we talked about that. Vehicle versus vehicle, you got vehicle advantage. It's even more important because of the amount of raw firepower you're able to throw down. I love that. I mean, you'll see when we're paying attention to the overhead cam, you'll see Abaton playing Objective Hound. He is the commander for that squad on the Japanese side and is playing on point, going for C, getting into the mix rather than playing backup support. So it does look like finally Japan is able to call in a couple of vehicles. Let's see how much value they can actually get out of them, though, because of these long sight lines from the tank, you might have to play a wrap position. And also, frankly, this isn't the vehicle to take down an M1 tank. I'm going to be honest. No. The armored assault vehicle is really smart and really strong in a couple scenarios, but right now they're just waiting and allowing it to be a resource point for their team where they can revive and respawn inside the armored assault vehicle so they can make a counterattack. So that's why they're just hanging out, making sure they're not in combat. You'll see it's slowly ticking up. It can hold a total of 6.
Yeah, there they are.
And here come a couple of the players spawning on it. I really like this play. They're going for a flank onto the tanks. So we said the vehicle wasn't valuable when it comes to fighting tanks. Well, it is if you can spawn in with rocket launchers and can potentially take down one of these tanks. A very well-executed counterattack. We'll see if it pays off for them. Not sure it will yet, but very close, and will give their team a little bit of breathing room on the point if they can open up another window.
Here's Wolf. Wolf tried to destroy it. It's dipping out. It's locked on nearly. Get the shot off. Well, he doesn't need to. I thought Royster from Korea's side was going to be able to sniff out that counterattack from Japan, but luckily, at least Korea was able to react regardless. Let's listen in to the chaos, which is point C.
방패병 들어있대요. 여러분 걷던 집중. 막을 수 있어. 수복했어. 하나 더. 사라진님 왼쪽 럴킹도 조심합시다 우리 이제.
네, 예. 오케이.
나이스. 우측은 안전해요. 우측 안전해요. 우측 거점 턴다 이제. 우리 우측 턴다. 거점 안에 방패. 1층. 방패 컷. 방패 하나 더. 다운. 방패.
바지 정면 신경. 방패 잡아야 돼요. 방패 잡아야 돼요. 방패 잡아야 돼. 나이스. 방패 다운. 정면 두 분대. 오른쪽 한 분대. 오른쪽 돌아요. 오른쪽. 우리 그냥 거점에 붙어 있어.
Every time we do a listen-in with Korea, you can feel the intensity, the heat of battle through their voices. It's always high octane, high energy, but you can also hear the confidence. A lot of nice is coming out, right? They really are starting to feel themselves, but the question is, no matter how confident you are, can you stop a full frontal push? This is the strongest attempt to take over C Japan has had so far. Can Korea stop them?
Yeah, it's a great play, and this is the moment you have to make a decision. Do we send a tank in and risk it getting blown up for the sake of holding C longer? I don't know if I would, but somehow, some way, it looks like Japan is making this push. They're going to take C, and will they take the tank out with them, or will they be stifled at the goal line? This was so close.
The goal line!
The pressure from the tank. Somehow, some way, Korea gets back on the point.
There's two!
They send both tanks. They blow up the building. They say, welcome to the party. You can't withstand two
they're going
tanks
straight
on
in.
point. This is incredibly risky, but it has paid off as we are seeing the best hold of C we've ever seen on broadcast, and it's coming from the side of Korea when they needed it most. They're stepping up to the fight and saying, oh, we're going to game 3, and there's no question about it.
Imagine if the tank gets a little bit more forward and takes down the respawn beacon. Japan gets set to square one. If they get wiped here, they are in trouble. I asked you in the beginning, Goj, I said, look, when it comes to C, can they hold on? Can they lose? Well, I guess we get our answer. It is no. But what a heroic effort that was from Korea. And like you said, one of the best holds we have seen on C to date. The narrative going into this was C takes about 60 seconds. Well, from Japan and Korea's perspective on both their defensive sides, a heroic effort and a hell of a hold. We look at some of the stats and some big numbers coming out from both sides. Now, let's get serious. D1 and D2, it's a lot more difficult than C should be. Japan's only at 111 lives, Ghost. How are we looking? Can Japan move forward to E? I don't know. Korea went into this point just the last round with 160 lives, and they barely got out to go to point E. Japan's 50 lives lower than that.
Yeah, you also got to pay attention to the amount of points that are being sunk into vehicles that are going absolutely nowhere from Japan. We've seen a bunch of people spend money on the armored assault vehicles rather than trying to save up for some of the larger, more impactful vehicles because they've spent so much of their score to call in their tanks that are getting obliterated before they can even land. There's a lot of dead score on the side of Japan, and I think it's going to come back to bite them when it gets to these points because Korea was able to not only stifle them down to around 100 lives, 110 lives now after they gained the lives from C, but they also kept both of their tanks alive to be able to play. And finally, we see our first tank from the Japan side into the mix being spent here for D1 and D2. They know they need to make a very aggressive push to D1, and they need to take both of these points very quickly if they want to have any chance on point E.
Quickly indeed. D1 already starting to be played around. Dead Dog, the commander for Korea, putting in work. Doesn't matter who's in front of him. Nobody is safe. Through the smoke, through the chaos, doesn't matter. He's got it pinpointed. He even got, of course, a vehicle moving straight through Umbashi on your screen. He's an incredible player. He's done tremendous work for the side of Japan. Looking to continue that energy here. The hero, the unsung hero, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the E defense Japan had a little bit earlier from Korea. Down to 95 lives. D1 is going to be fully decapped. Well on its way to being fully capped. Japan making good work. It is imperative that they capture D1 and D2 very quickly so they go into the final point, point E, with as many lives as possible. And I will say, Goj, when we were looking at them drawing on the map, making their battle plan, they were putting all their emphasis and spending all of their time on point E. So that's where the bulk of the communication and the strategy, especially from the coach's perspective, is going to come into play. The other points, yeah, they were focused on it. They already had their game plan, but I think we're in for something special on the attacking side if Japan can get onto the E point.
Yeah, it looks like Japan has taken D1, which is going to be their commanding officer's command. So there's a chance to earn some extra score here if they're able to hold it for another minute. The problem is we are running out of lives very quickly, and so you can see Japan has called in all of their reinforcements. They've called in 2 tanks who are both very low. They've got 2 tanks. Their armored assault vehicle gone, not even close. That thing keeps getting blown up. That is 6,000 points down the drain, but there's 2 tanks alive. They need to keep those engineers on them, and they need to focus on holding this point for 45 more seconds, earning some extra score, and then making a push there for D2. They can't really afford to tug of war because they've already spent so many points over the course of the last couple sections. So this is a tough fight, an important one, and there's a decent chance Korea can win it right here if they pay attention to where these tanks are at and get active on taking them out just like they have been this entire map.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Goj, if Korea shuts Japan down on D1, D2, we go into game 3 and they will be on the defensive side, correct?
Yeah, most likely. I would assume they would select that. So they'll have the opportunity to select based on the tiebreakers.
Which it's going to be close, but I mean, from what we're seeing, right? I mean, that's pretty much a win. I mean, unless Japan does something a bit different. So, hey, this is critical. Japan has to capture D1 and D2 and at least put an effort onto E if they want an opportunity. Another tank heartbreakingly getting destroyed before it lands. Japan won't be able to use it. Let's listen in.
AT ないんだよ AT ないんだよ AP だ
オッケー AP 勝った
AP 出せない山がいるから AP 出せないって
屋根の上いるかもしれないまだ残ってる出せないって
待ってこれ待ってこれ待って
死んだ死んだ死んだ死んだ屋根死んだ
壊されたもう壊されてるから出せない
一旦山引いたね一旦山引いたね
削除おいでおいでこれ
岩から山今山くってくるよシフトしてそれで行ってどうすんの絶対ビーコン落ちるかもあオッケー分かったアサルトトラックで D2 まで入って全体ビーコン置くわ
あ了解了解了解了解了解
しなかったごめんね
残語開けてるからね今残語開けてるからね
Well, I think Japan is in serious trouble. Such a good effort on D1. At one point, they were trying to go for both. Korea successfully pushes them back. They desperately needed that tank, but that tank was blown up before it could even land. Goj, destroying those vehicles before they land has been brutal, and I don't think we've seen that as brutal as it has been in this series today. Yesterday, we didn't see as much of it. They were taking care of the vehicles once they were already on land, but this time around, they're not making that same mistake twice. That's why they were punished by both China and Thailand, respectively. Japan down to 49 lives. I'm going to say it just like it did on C. Can they get the job done? I don't know. Their back is against the wall.
Yeah, they've got to coordinate an effort right now. Obviously, Japan has a really great commander who's been doing a fantastic job today already. They did a great job in map 1, but here in map 2, they can't quite get anything going. Here's the final push, likely, or the final couple pushes on that far side of the map. All together, you see them coordinated. They do have a hair of, well, another armored assault vehicle, I believe, on the far side. Not going to do a whole ton, but this is our first guided missile, I believe, already here into D to start things off. I would assume it's from Korea, but let's take a look and see where it lands. Doesn't get any value. That is from Japan. Somebody's been saving up. That is Orasina, who's going to be the top scorer from this map that we saw going into this point. Drops it, gets one single kill, and that's it. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be enough to truly open up this map.
Oh, hold up. They're making a great attempt. Japan, they destroyed one of the tanks from Korea. They love sending these vehicles on a full flank. They were doing that. That's why their success on defense against Korea in game 1 was so good. And they're doing much the same here. Umbashi soon to fall. I am sure of it. He jumps out of the vehicle. It's still maintained. Surprisingly, still alive. Another guided missile to come through. But Korea has recovered on D1 and D2. I'm going to say it. Japan still has a slight chance to move forward to E, but a very slight chance.
Here's another guided missile, this time for the side of Korea. It cleans up 2 on D2, and it says, woo, okay, well, that'll do. Obviously, we had player advantage, but that's one way to take them out, and it forces, you see the rest of this force that was trying to push up into D2, it forced them to back off, and it gave Korea a moment to take power position on the point. Very well done to hold both of these points under fire from both. Job's not done, but so far, so good when it comes to using your missiles correctly in terms of zoning off the points to the side of Korea, and also playing these fights correctly. You're right, Japan caught some value by taking out a couple tanks, but yet again, another vehicle called in, it barely ekes through, and this is going to be a huge boon if they're able to revive it. That's going to be a love coming in as a third guided missile being called in for the final battles of this fight, this time landing on D2 and only catching one yet again. This is going to come from the side of Japan.
All right, Japan's putting in their best effort, but they're starting to run thin. We're down to one more concise, one more good push with 27 lives remaining. Even at this point, if they do manage to succeed and move forward to E, they're not going to be healthy in the lives category, but no sense in giving up. Continue to fight until the very end, now down to 25. Japan has put up a wonderful effort. In fact, this has been their strongest attack we have seen on stream. Remember, just yesterday, as Goj pointed out, and he's 100% correct, they didn't even move past A. They weren't even able to capture one singular point against China's defense. This time around, they've made it much further, but not far enough. Japan manages to get D1, though. Again, can they get D2? Can they traverse the landscape? Look at the defense from Korea on the north side. You know they're going to focus their attention down onto D1 as soon as Japan moves over towards D2. It's that push and pull fight. But the thing is, Japan doesn't have enough resources to fully hold down and push Korea back off of D1. So it's just going to be Korea once again going for the decap, recovering D1. This is the end.
Yeah, and another well-placed guided missile, you can see it was landed by Korea. You know, we oftentimes clown them for not getting a single kill, but Korea threw in a guided missile on the north side of that point as they swung up, and so they had a huge power position to be able to not only jump onto the point, but also make sure that Japan couldn't address the point at all. You can see the Japan forces swinging onto D1, and another amazing guided missile picks up 3 this time of the Japanese forces that were trying to aggress on D2. You're right, this feels like the end, the last-ditch effort of the love onto point. Missiles galore, but great zoning technique from Korea. Great just keeping bodies on point for Korea. And right now, it is all about Korea. Japan able to pick up 2 with their guided missile to try to open up D2 for a counterattack. The problem is the forces aren't ready for it. You're just looking for stat padding at this point, it feels like. Let's see if they're able to swing on it and make a move. They've got to make a move right now.
Got to make a move indeed. They have to push forward. They have to push up. They've got to commit everything. There's no reason now not to commit. You can't hold anything back. Full send it. Smokescreen's going to come in. That's going to be a little bit helpful. You don't have that many defensive members from Korea onto D2, but the reality is the lives are running thin, and if Japan makes any error whatsoever, that's going to be a GG. Another guided missile appears to be coming through. The question is, whose side is it on? I assume it has to be Korea as they light up the kill feed, the elimination feed, I should say. Guided missile comes in. It's actually from Japan, but it only manages to get one from Korea, and Korea answers right back, and Korea will pick up a ton of Japanese members. Goj, that is a GG. Japan will be going to a Game 3 against Korea.
As per the usual at the end of these games, the guided missile barrage comes in with everybody using up all of their score to kill as many people as possible, zone off these points, but one well-placed missile can change the entire game, and that's going to be Korea's Summit that just crushed their opponents when they had to group up, when their lives were low. You just have to pray that the missile was mistimed rather, so that you stay alive, and of course it wasn't. This is esports, this is the ACL, and that missile is going to close things out here very shortly. Just one player needs to be fully eliminated and sent to the lobby, and everybody everybody's going to be sent to the lobby. Vehicles, lobs, getting onto the point. We are in the final moments of overtime. Can they do it? Can they push across? I can't imagine so. Korea, such well executed across the board from B to C to D. They just depleted the resources, and this is the final moment with guided missiles galore. My goodness, CK Kun cleans up half the lobby with that missile, opening things back up on D2, making sure this overtime goes to the side of the defense.
Yeah, definitely looks like it's going to. I don't see anything changing. I mean, Korea's been spot on when it comes to their defense. And let's not forget, they nearly won their attacking side too. They've been incredible in this series so far. They've been the better team. Without question, that C-hold is something to study moving forward, especially if we see trench lines again. Man, Korea, you got to take notes. That C-hold was brilliant. But in overtime, Japan still not giving up. They refuse to. D1 might get captured. D2 is also being played around with. This would be a meteoric moment for Japan against all odds to actually capitalize. Goj, I don't know. I mean, they're making a great effort. Granted, Korea's going to be on D1, but Japan, they've got numbers.
Yeah, they are tug-of-warring aggressively between D1 and D2. Here's another missile coming in. Could open things up a little bit yet again from the side of Korea. That's going to be Wonka, only picking up one with that missile, but forcing these Japanese players off to push them off the point. Japan is making a huge push. We've got to get bodies on the point if we are Korea here onto D1 or D2. And right now it's looking like D2 is the priority, just barely. This is a small but mighty few on both sides fighting each other, jockeying for position on D2. And Japan is coming in with a vengeance. They got to get over here, and they got to get over here ASAP while they have advantage. Korea, they can't afford to lose a single tank, and another well-placed missile only picks up one, but a Lav on the point. Korea, locked and loaded. D2 is theirs. They've got all the bodies. They've got everybody respawning there.
On tank.
Artillery barrage, Lav versus tank, and the tank is low on the side of Korea. They have the final moments here. Sacrifice the tank, close this point out, and close out overtime. Here is the final push from Japan. Is it enough? I do not think so. Korea are going to be your winners. They maintain not only the 2 minutes of overtime, but also the entire game to force us to our very first best of 3 game 3. My goodness, what an ending.
Brother, I'm not going to lie. I was on the edge of my seat. I thought Japan was going to do it against all odds. What a heroic effort it was in the very last moments during overtime. I even saw chat, some chatters out there say, wait with the periods. You know what that means? They're thinking, hold up a second. Are we really going to see a collapse of Korea? Are we going to see a final point onto E? Well, we don't, but it got very close. You have to respect the tenacity from Japan to continue to hammer home D1 and D2, but at the end, it simply wasn't enough. And like you said, Goj, we're going to our first game 3 of the tournament, our first official tiebreaker map for our Delta Force LAN events over in DreamHack Shanghai. Exciting stuff. And again, what's at stake, right? We're talking a $10,000 prize increase for the winner, whoever takes it. But now we got to focus on the overtime rules, at least going into game number 3, because things are going to get a little bit interesting. And now you got to think, who's going to have the advantage? Well, Coach, I don't know yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, when it comes to tiebreakers, the team that's going to have the advantage on paper, it was a 1-1 trade with defense winning each time, but Korea was able to hold Japan to D rather than E. So Korea will have the advantage, and they will get to select their advantages. I believe the way it works is that they're going to be able to select which map they want to play or which side they want to play, and then the other choice goes to their opponent. So if I'm seeing this correctly based on our rules as written, we could see a team like Korea say, hey, we are the best at this map. We don't care which side we are on. Give us attack, give us defend. We're the best at this map, and that's what they choose. Or they say, hey, traditionally, defense is a bit of a stronger position. That's what we won on. We want to play defense, and it would actually be Japan picking which map we're playing on for game 3. I really like these rules. I like the way they're coordinated, and I think it'll be really interesting to see these choices based on the advantage that Korea was given. If I am in Korea's shoes, I would have to have a very clear map advantage to be able to not to go for a map. I would want to take a side. I prefer the defense. You've won on the defense. Go win it again on defense. Of course, there are some biases for some of these maps on which one people think are stronger, but this is esports at a very high level. It's mostly balanced across the board. So yeah, very cool stuff. That's how it's going to work. We'll keep you updated once we get all those details from the people on site here, Taylor.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. For me, I'm going defense. I don't care what map it is. Quite truthfully, I just want to be on the defensive side. Have a much better chance of holding off Japan's attack, especially in the way that they did it. Korea's just on a different level defensively. And again, they nearly won their attacking side too. So they're not exactly a weak attacking squad, but defense, you can't pass up on it. That's what I'm choosing each and every time, and obviously Korea is going to have their choice at what they want because, like you said, they want both defenses, but regardless, it was an advantage objectively, right, for the side of Korea. So good job from them. They looked great. What was the difference maker? Why was Korea so successful? Well, I'm going to go back to that C point. That C point hold was incredible. The double tank setup, as you pointed out, Goj, was brilliant, and that did a lot of damage to the lives of Japan. Going into D1, D2, they were already starting at a disadvantage, I believe at 140 lives, 160 lives. No, actually, I think even less than that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Going into D1 and D2, which is theoretically harder than the C hold. So they already went in at a disadvantage. That's because Korea had an incredible defensive setup. The dual tanks was something we haven't seen just yet. And Goj, I believe that's that. You've watched a lot of Warfare. You've watched a lot of Delta Force. I think that was the strongest hold on C you've ever seen.
Ever. I've watched a ton. I've casted over a ton. Best hold on C, no questions asked. Very well executed. Let's take a look at the scores from that one and see how things all shook out, because yes, it was a Korea victory. Look who's on top for their squad. Of course, it's our GOAT, Dead Dog. He's going to be the commander of Korea for good reason. Has great scoreline totals because of all the commands he was able to get out to his squad, and they did a really good job with that. But you can see some of these other line items. Good grief. Some to R was that player that called in that guided missile that opened things up and cleared out the points and won them the game, in my opinion. Very well executed there from some. And you can see 76 kills is a fantastic stat line. Let's swing over to the other side, though, because Japan had their fair share of revives. My goodness, we've got a brand new Battlefield medic leader ever on broadcast. 135 revives from Kahlua.
That's insane.
You kidding me? My goodness. I mean, you needed it. They fought for a very long time. But here's the side of Korea. Here are the battle tags. These are the awards given out to these teams.
Yeah, you got to give credit where credit is due to Dead Dog, obviously doing a wonderful job leading Korea to victory. In a critical moment after losing game number 1, they needed to force a game 3. They do exactly that. And we got our CK Kun. We finally have the chicken head showing up in the stats. Contest objectives. He was always on those objectives, contesting Japan and forcing them off of the hill. Well done. And a good job, obviously, coming out from CK Kun. Nice to see the appearance of the chicken head himself. But Ohei, as well as Seiko, also making an appearance for themselves. Seiko, great stats across the board, not only when it comes to revives, but also the total eliminations. Ohei coming out with the overall Battlefield Medic Award. Ohei making an appearance and looking pretty strong. Korea, in my opinion, looking like the favorite. Let's listen in to the winning moment.
다 나갔어. 라브필! 라브 능방 빠졌어. 잡을 준비해봐. 잡을게. 뒤토 밟아야 돼. 뒤토 밟아야 돼. 뒤토. 러블 빨고. 뒤토 밟아. 들어가. 비콘 어디? 뒤토 미사일 확인. 나 저 능방 없어요 이제. 비콘 타요. 미사일 쏴. 수리 5초 4초 라브 3초 집중 거점 라브 집중 라브 등방 빠졌어요
보세요. 라브 등반 받았습니다. 등반 라브 나 이거 돈 던질 거야. 라브 던져 필 나이스.
Exciting moment. I love that we get a chance to listen back to those comms. You can see Dead Dog on the far right-hand side. By the way, anytime we show that screen, that is each of your squad leaders. There's a total of 5 of them, including our commander. So it's cool to see that they're all in comms, able to communicate with each other, and then the rest of their squads that they're leading. I love this play. I love the strategy. I love the amount of cohesion and coordination that it takes to win these games. And huge congrats to Korea for their first win as well. Very well executed on the defense, and namely at the behest of Dead Dog commanding his armies. You even saw him grabbing his mic, yelling his orders, making sure everybody followed them, able to execute in overtime. But great moments here on B1 and B2. Of course, we had some highlight level moments, but this was the story of this game. And one of the reasons that things changed, this was actually Japan doing the same thing to Korea early in this B1, B2, but then Korea struck back and said, you know what? That's a great idea. Every single one of the vehicles you're calling in, they're going to be cut down immediately. And that created a huge advantage for Korea in defense.
Yeah, at this level, you've got to attack them before they even hit the ground. Got to get rid of the vehicles. They play too much of an impact. If you're on the attacking side, getting rid of those vehicles is critical and could have avoided the sea hold, quite honestly, if you attack the tanks before they even hit the ground, right? And at least from Japan's perspective, Korea doesn't hold C as strongly as they do. You go into D1 and D2 with a lot more lives and obviously have a much better chance of taking the victory here. This is that sea hold that we started off with, and you can see how low Japan got in their overall lives. I mean, we're talking 94, 92. They got well below 100 before they finally were able to capture C, move forward to D1 and D2. But even then, when they get there, they made some great strides, good efforts. I mean, remember, Ghosh, how quickly they captured D1. I'm thinking we're cruising to the E point, but then the lives quickly started to deplete. It looked like Korea was holding on very tight, and at a certain point, Japan, it just became unwinnable. But granted, overtime, Ghosh, I thought Japan still had a chance.
Oh, it got a little dicey. I'm not going to lie. There was a moment I was like, wow, are we really going to go to E? And then our tiebreakers would have been a lot more into the minutia of figuring out who has the advantage and who has the selection. But it all came down to the hold here on the A hold and then into B to close things out to make C and D so much more difficult. Here's Kane back with us talking about the different strategies of the teams. Excited to see what they walk through with our images here. But Taylor, I really enjoyed that one, to be honest. I think one of my favorite parts about Warfare is being able to commentate over the chaos, but also in an organized setting like this. Not only is it utter chaos, of course, but you can see the macro strategy. This is one of the only game modes I've ever gotten to cast where most of the things we're commentating about is the macro strategy rather than the micro individual plays unless something crazy happens. And I love that. It's so nuanced. It's so different. I love Delta Force and what they're doing here with Warfare.
But even the individual plays are pretty special from Japan's perspective. Let's not forget when we go over towards the C hill of things, or the C objective, Japan was sending vehicles, remember, and as an individual, and then all of a sudden there's 5 there, and now they're challenging the tanks. Korea was successful in pushing them back, but Japan did a great job as individuals, and they are the only team, to my knowledge, that will send individuals and also squads independently, breaking away from the bulk of the 20-man unit to potentially open up angles, off angles, and challenge the back lines of Korea. You got to respect Japan continuing to try and strive to break away from the 20-man unit push, which has been so successful for the likes of, for example, China, as well as Thailand. Breaking down the A point, clearly you can see a great angle of attack from Japan's side of things. They captured A very, very quickly, especially if you compare it to Korea on their attacking side. It took them quite a long time to capture A. But when we move on to B1 and B2, talk me through it, because I think Japan also did a stellar job at capturing those 2 points to move into C.
Yeah, the A hold was quite weak, to be honest, but the B hold was incredible. Like, I was so impressed with how long they were able to hold these 2 points, and this is where the depletion of resources, which are your lives, comes into play. They were constantly able to hold back and forth on B1 and B2 for a very long time, and it was namely because the Korean team was able to get 2 tanks way up on high and shoot down on the Japanese forces A, and also shoot down at the Japanese vehicles they were calling in, which was crazy. So really impressive stuff there. Here's a quick look at some of the flanks some of our players were able to take through the trenches. We all love this map for multiple reasons. I really like how this map plays on B1 and B2. You get the true progression of all the terrain on this map, from inner, vehicle combat on open air spaces on points D, and then these closed off trench line spaces on B, building fights on E. Like, you get everything on this map. It's one of my favorites for a good reason, and we saw some really great gameplay in the trenches in particular here, Taylor.
We definitely did. We definitely did. This was when the vehicles were getting active and pushing over to the right-hand side. I believe, who was that from Japan's side that it was constant? I think Umbashi, if I'm not mistaken. Umbashi's the main guy who opens up doors and opportunities for Japan on a multitude of hills, including defense on E. Like I said, Umbashi was huge in holding down E against Korea on the defensive side, but he was also massive for attacking the tanks on the C position, but also even on trench lines, opening up opportunities for Japan to get the off angles, but more importantly, challenge B1 and B2 when they needed to. So Umbashi, a critical member and a guy that needs to be shut down from Korea's side. They've got to be able to focus him and really take him down, because he just is too instrumental in the success of Japan. We now move forward towards C, and this is where, Goj, I want you to obviously talk about that top position, because you were the one who pointed out early on, but you got to give credit where credit is due from Japan trying to counter their attacking.
No, I'm going to be honest. I really am glad that our analyst here is talking about this clip, because this is a brilliant play. Take the armored assault vehicle, which your players can spawn in, swing up around the side, and these are the 2 tanks I was talking about that were harrying so much on C and B from way up on this hill Overwatch position, changing the game on C, and the reason that C was so difficult. The problem with this play, frankly, was the lack of patience from Japan. They swung the armored assault vehicle up over the hill, pulled the players out, and went for the fight with only 3 people in that vehicle. You can spawn 6 people in that vehicle, 5 of which, one could be the driver, and 5 of which could all jump up at the same time with rocket launchers and blow this tank up before they get healed. Sending 2 was a mistake, and it was a lack of patience. They needed somebody else to get in that vehicle ASAP, and I think that was not necessarily a commander issue, IGL issue, but maybe a squad leader issue of not communicating that this is a necessary play. Absolutely would have swung this fight the other way to the side of Japan if they would have executed that correctly. So a huge miss in my mind, but a great strategy regardless. So obviously they've done their homework. Now it's all about the execution. I love those breakdowns. It's fun to take a look at them, and it's fun to kind of talk over it and see what we see on the same screenshots. Really cool stuff there pulled from the LAN, and excited to see one more quick look at that trophy, because that's what everybody's thinking about with a couple more games to go.
Just a couple more games indeed. The only question now that I have is, what is Korea going to do with the critical decision that they have? Will they be choosing the map? Will they be choosing the side? I know what I would do. I'd be choosing defense and then letting Japan choose the map of their choice. But of course, that's up to them. They're a lot smarter than I am, and they probably have thought this through. That's why you have a coach, after all, plus a commander to break all this down.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing I want to remind everybody too, is that the way this is going to work is that our advantage goes to the side of Korea. So they get to choose map or attack or defend. They get to choose one of those, and we are playing one more round to determine the winner of this match. So if you have a map advantage, you have a map you love, that's what they're going to choose. But if they say, hey, we think we're good at defense on every map, that's what they're going to choose. Only time will tell. We're going to let them make a decision. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. We're going to get some water, refresh back up, and then we're going to be jumping into game 3 of just our first matchup today. We got 2 more best of 3s right down the road. You're not going to want to miss them. Don't go anywhere.
Guided missiles launched. Roger that.
Artillery barrage incoming. Assault now.
오케이. 가운데 체크 시리고 가운데 체크 시리고 어쩌는 분들.
다시 뽑아볼게요.
오른쪽 지원 오른쪽에 한 군데밖에 없고.
Drop to designated location. Guided missiles launched. Roger that. Artillery barrage incoming. Assault now.
오케이. 가운데 체크 시리고 가운데 체크 시리고 어쩌는 분들.
다시 뽑아볼게요.
오른쪽 지원 오른쪽에 한 군데밖에 없고.
Welcome back, folks, to the Delta Force Asian Champions League. Of course, this is day 2 of our 2-day LAN Grand Finals at DreamHack Shanghai for the ACL. So dang cool. I've been loving all of the action today on LAN. Being able to see all of this from a distance has been a blast. They've got some great production and some great gameplay. We are officially into map 3 of our first best of 3 to go the distance. And it's just a matter of making a few decisions. So get a chance to look at our players, figure out what they're thinking, try to figure out maybe where they're going even. As a reminder, because of the tiebreaker, Korea has earned an advantage. They were able to hold their attackers off the most. The attackers captured the least amount of points. That would be Japan. And therefore, Korea has the advantage. And as such, they get to choose. Do we want to choose which map we want? Or do we want to choose which side we want? And look, I'm going to be honest. I'm a big defensive guy. I think it has a fairly clear advantage. But at the same time, I've been saying this since the beginning. I want to say that these teams probably have a favorite map. And some of these maps are quite balanced when it comes to attack and defend. And maybe some maps even have an attack advantage. So if I'm the team picking second, there almost is an advantage there. Like, hey, if I'm picking second, if I'm the team that has the disadvantage, you know, at the very least, we can choose what's best given the circumstances. AKA, Korea says, we want defense, but Japan says, well, we think the attack is even better on X map. That's the map they're going to choose. So I assume that's the way it'll go. It'll be fun to see what they decide to do, though, Taylor.
You know, I wonder if it'd be worth it for Korea to choose Cracked. And the reason why I say that is because Japan struggled tremendously on Cracked. Obviously, I think if we do that, it's going to be Japan will then choose, obviously, you know, defense. But regardless, that was a map that they struggled on, and that was a map that was on stream and played, which means there's a wealth of information that can be taken away from that. So if the VOD review was done from the commander's perspective on Korea's side, and obviously from the coach's side of things, then Cracked could very well be a great map to choose. You've already seen it played. You know what Japan's tendencies are going to be, at least what their A game plan is. We don't know what their B or C game plan was because we didn't get a chance to even witness it on the attacking side. But yeah, I think Cracked would be a wonderful map for Korea to choose, and then they just risk it. Okay, we get attack, we get defense, it doesn't matter because we know what Japan is going to be up to. So I think Cracked is great. A lot of people in chat are calling for Ascension, which would be wonderful, especially you mentioned the boat action. That's what quite a few viewers would be excited for, but Ascension hasn't been played yet. You don't know what Japan is going to be doing on that map, what their game plan is, so you're going into a fresh one. So for me, I know as boring as maybe chat thinks it would be, I would probably prefer to play a map that's already been played on stream with your opponent's perspective. So again, Cracked. I think that's going to be the game plan for Korea if they don't just choose attack or defense.
Yeah, that's an interesting conversation. I mean, you have moments like this in just about every sport, esport, where you're having to make these tough decisions, and picking first is an advantage 100%. And picking second, it's not as ideal, but you can make the most out of it based on what your opponents pick. For instance, when you're playing some more traditional sports, it's like, well, we want to start on the attack or the offense, if you will. The other side gets to pick the side. And so if it's windy and that affects the sport, you know, you still have this slight advantage on picking that side. So some fun conversations back and forth. And I think, you know, this is akin to many other esports with kind of picks and bans and things like that. It's fun to see it on stage for the first time with Delta Force in this Warfare game mode. So it'll be fun to see what the final decisions are. We won't hear all the reasoning behind it necessarily, but I'm sure those reasons will be very clear to us once we get into game and see which side was able to use their advantage correctly. But the best of 3 format, I think this is great. I think oftentimes with the best of 3, most traditional formats, you just play the same map and it's just, hey, whoever had the best advantage after 2 gets to pick the third. I think this is much more interesting and adds an extra layer of complexion that is really fun to watch. So it'll be cool to see what they decide to choose, obviously, but also we just have to wait and see. But looking at our players, they look chill, they look ready for what's coming, and also good to see both of these two teams who had a very frustrating day 1 both find success in day 2 trading wins.
Yes, you know, obviously there's going to be one loser. There has to be. That's just how tournaments go. but you can at least know that, okay, we gave our best effort. We got to win on stream, whether it's Japan or Korea, who, you know, whatever the outcome ends up being, but you gave it your best effort. You at least got to win. That's got to feel good and mean something. This is just the beginning of Delta Force Esports, quite literally the first LAN. And obviously we appreciate DreamHack and over in Shanghai to put this on in conjunction, of course, with the Asian Championship League. But because this is the first ever LAN event, if you get a win, you feel good. And who knows what the future is going to be? We could be already looking at the potential, you know, greatest teams out there, potential greatest players. I mean, one that stands out to me, and I think it has to be for you on China's side, Hot JB Cat, 170 plus eliminations yesterday. Plus, he was getting the reses, the revives. He is a powerhouse player, not only on foot, but specifically when it comes to vehicles. And then you want to look at the revives. I mean, what we were seeing 103, 101 on from Korea's perspective of Aaron. You know, you look at, I believe, who was the other one? Naki, who also had quite a few from his perspective on the side of Japan. I mean, we're looking at Killua, who had a total of 68. You know, it comes into the conversation. These are big teams, Goj. But I'm thinking, man, like at a certain point, there's going to come a moment where you're going to be looking at these stats and you're going to form a roster of powerhouse players with specific roles. And it's going to be a lot of fun to kind of theory craft as Delta Force Esports starts to develop.
It looks like we've got a player that's maybe meditating before the storm here. Just trying to let the cameraman loves them. Just trying to lock in right before the games get started, I think. Oh, that's hilarious. It's been fun to watch all these players show us something new and nuanced about the way they play and the way they get locked in and ice up before their games. There's got to be a lot of nerves here, right? Because this is a $10,000 swing. Like, do a little bit of math between 20 players. We're talking 500, 1,000, 2,000 across the board per player as you start, you know, ratcheting up the tiers of the amount of money you're bringing in based on the place you get. So definitely keep that in mind. This is a lot on the line for these players. Sizable amount of money exchanging hands, 100K in total as all of our players are getting ready. I do think they're figuring out a few things on the side of the LAN event. Obviously, they're having to pick sides. They're having to pick maps, and then I also think they're working on a couple tech issues, so just be patient with us while we wait on our games to get started. But overall, great stuff. Hey, chat, while we've got a moment, thanks for being here. We've got great numbers across the really across the world. I was gonna say across the board, but the world has come to show out for Delta Force and love for Warfare in particular. We've got great numbers across the board, so I want to ask you again, it's been a little while since we've asked, where are you watching from? Go ahead and drop it in chat. We're watching the YouTube chat, Twitch chat, Facebook, TikTok, wherever you're at. Drop where you're from. We'd love to see what country you're watching from, what state, if you're in North America and somehow watching at the 5 a.m. I think the sun's rising at this point where I'm at. Some birds are chirping, and we're having a dang good time here in the booth. So make sure you let us know where you're watching from. We want to shout you all out, and just thank you for being here. It's been a lot of fun thus far, and we're just getting started. We've got 2 more best of 3s after this, all right? And Winsanity's in the house here in YouTube, and he said he's watching from his house. Dude, it's like 3 a.m. your time, having a good time playing some Delta Force Mobile. I saw you there. Delta Force Mobile goes crazy. And I could appreciate the fact that you're hanging out with us, Bella Fox, and some other YouTubers, as well as a ton of folks in chat. We're looking at, okay, Poland. We've got Philippines, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, India. Heck yeah, we've got some great country representation. Denmark, Ukraine, UAE here in the Twitch chat, Bangladesh. We're all over the place. I love it.
Yeah, without a doubt. Sri Lanka, Nigeria. I believe even we also have some Japan viewers too, which is really, really cool. We know who they are supporting. Without a doubt. Indonesia. Yeah, by the way, Winsanity, Bella was here like at the crack of dawn, by the way. Like, shout out to them being here so early. Both Bella and Winsanity were here all day yesterday as well. Clearly passionate when it comes to Delta Force. And believing in the future of the game, without a doubt. Yeah, Pupster mentioned. Pupster's got to be mentioned. All right, Pupster's been out there too, literally since the very beginning of day one yesterday, and all the way through today. Been very active in chat. We do appreciate all of you. Without a doubt, you know, Delta Force has a bright future, without question. I think, at least from my perspective, this has been one of the quickest growing games competitively in a long time. You know, when you think about how you know, recently this game came out, to how quickly the mobile build was released, to how quickly we've already had $100,000 land with this production quality, it's pretty insane, Goj. And I'm personally very happy for it. It's nice to see a game like this do so incredibly well and have such great support this early on. When I say the future is bright, Goj, like, I mean that. The future is shiny, baby.
Yeah, I mean, we had a chance to do NA and Europe region esports for both Warfare and Operations. Had a chance to commentate all of that myself, and I had a blast with it. Big fan of Operations and Warfare. Play a lot of both, and I would say, you know, it's really fun to watch all of our teams in our regions kind of learn the esport on the fly. Like, we're on the ground level. This is the very beginning. Some new teams coming together. We got a chance to interview some of those teams in other regions and hear the story about how they kind of just found each other on the game. You know, fell in love with playing the game, but also met each other on the game, and they've become a quality team that was able to like win money in our regional tournaments. So it's been really fun to watch this kind of grow, like you're talking about, on the ground floor. I want to shout out some more people over on the Twitch chat, though. We've got more countries represented. We got Czech Republic, more Ukraine, France, Nepal, Germany, Hungary, Austria. From one chatter in Twitch says, Habibi, come to Germany. And I said, yeah, honestly, I do need to go visit Germany. The Deutschland,
without a doubt,
would be a lot of fun. There's some beautiful sites over there as well. But a global audience today, a global audience for Delta Force, and we love celebrating you guys. Again, this is the English rebroadcast. The ACL is technically live, so if you do speak, I believe all of our commentators are speaking in Chinese, at least the ones on the official ACL broadcast. If you do speak Chinese, definitely go check out the ACL broadcast. Fantastic talent over there, doing a really good job. We just get to kind of have fun and obviously bring some high-level commentary, but also just kind of hang out in the watch party for the English rebroadcast. So we're staying up all night with you all. We'll be live here for probably another 4 or 5 hours at this point, with a couple more best of threes. So whether you go to sleep and wake back up, we're probably going to still be here. So make sure you tune in. But for some of you, I think it's like mid-afternoon or early evening, based on time zone. So hanging out with us, having a good time. We appreciate you being here. But Taylor, yeah, we're just watching these players get ready. Any other thoughts for us? I mean, obviously, we've been talking Delta Force for a while. We can get into some more nuanced takes here, but any other thoughts you've got about kind of the situation at hand? And I think we've got our predictions going too. I think I'm probably leaning towards Korea. Where's your head at?
Korea. Yeah, it has to be Korea. They played the attack very well. Japan held on by a thread. Granted, they get the win. Shout out to them. Beautifully done. But, you know, Korea was on the precipice of getting a victory on attacking side, and their defense was truly dominant. They're playing lights out. Plus, they have choice of either attack or defense plus the map. Whichever they choose, without a doubt. I'm thinking Korea has to be my favorite, without question. By the way, Doctor, shout out to you from Ethiopia. I've actually been to Ethiopia. Love the place. Beautiful, beautiful. Would love to go back. Addis Ababa is where I was at in the city, but I would have loved to have seen the countryside. So shout out to you. And we wanted somebody from Antarctica, but we do get a special viewer by the name of Sin, who's actually from Saturn. Shout out to you, the long journey from Saturn. So, you know, I would love to hear more about what life is like on Saturn and, yeah, how you're making it, because we've got a lot to learn from you from a humanity perspective.
See, first of all, you struggled with geography last time. Now you're struggling with your knowledge of space, because Saturn is a gas giant, and therefore...
I know.
No, oh, okay. Sure, dude. You definitely
No, I know.
knew.
That's why I'm like, since living there, against all odds, I want to know what's how.
Maybe on the ring, maybe on like a meteor or something. Set up a satellite.
A meteor, bro, just chilling out
Starlink work all the way in space? I guess it does.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
Get some good internet over there, I suppose. That's wild. Give me that guy a shout out from saying he's from Saturn. I appreciate it. Hey, we've got a bunch of fantastic viewers. Thanks for being here. We're having a good time here in the chat. YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, TikTok, live all over the place. And it's been a ton of fun. I got to give a shout out to Marky also in the YouTube chat. He's been around since the very beginning of yesterday and today. Lots of great commentary in the chat. Love seeing you all yap about the games and everything that is happening here at DreamHack Shanghai. This is our English rebroadcast. We are going to take a very short break, hopefully short break here in the booth. We got these players get all set up, get the players ready to go, get into the game, and hopefully show game 3 here in our first matchup. Should be right around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
裏に車両が走るやつでそれやるのが誰だでミルクさんたちも裏にここ2部隊のこっちさんで取りに行くのがこっち側の拠点ねこっちの内部じゃなくてここの拠点じゃなくてこっちに絶対こっちで行きましょうここ取らないと多分無理だわここ車両入れてももっと落ちるから絶対こっちに行きましょう が最優先。こっちらもすぐですよ。出せるなら、でもそこの安全確保だけはやるように。かけられるとか絶対ないです。
こっちの C の時はこっちのエレベーター側に C1 には行かない感じですか？
そう、C1 には行かない。絶対もうみんなでここに行ったで、敵の車両は破壊を優先で行きましょう。あとここはもう本当にヘルクの連携になってくるから。
어쨌든 저희 한번 해보고 C는 저희 뭐 하던 것처럼 10초 두 군데 C1 두 군데 장비 타는 사람들 롱 길게 째주시고 저희 왔다 갔다 하면서 2번 통로로 팀 치는 걸로. 근데 저번에 스크림 했던 것처럼 뒤도는 문제 무조건 있어요. 1번 뒤도는 거 확인되면은 그냥 장비 혼자 라브 혼자 하고 저희 만약에 C1 밀고 들어온다 콜 되면은 그냥 잠깐 뒤 벌어놓고 들어온 다음에 사라시님이 지원을 하시던지 그런 식으로 하는 걸로 하시죠. 그 다음에 이거 팀원한테 공유해주세요. 얘네 C 엘베 쪽에 항상 비통 꼬로나게 쏘잖아요. 이거
Well, welcome back, folks. You've been watching during our break tactical deployment. The team's preparing because the map has been chosen. Ascension, everybody wanted it, and we get a chance to see it, and it is going to be Japan on the attack, Korea on the defense. This is a lot of what we expected to see. Likely, I think the side pick came from Korea, which is what it looks like. And so because of that, Korea said, we want to play defense. You figure out what you want to attack on. And Japan said, all right, bet. We're attacking on Ascension. So we're going to see Japan swarming in with their boats off the rip on this map. It's great to see this one on main.
This is going to be awesome. Yeah, chat, you wanted it. You get it. We aim to please. We kind of had a good idea that Korea was going to choose defense and Japan was going to go for a map. I expected them to pick maybe a map that was already played on stream, but no, not going to be the case. We are going into Ascension for the first time on stream. It's going to be a lot of fun, and already we are airborne. Japan in the heli, and the focus is on it.
Yeah, I mean, the helicopter is going to be a major player on this map. As per the usual, vehicles, everything, and we start off with a ton of them, obviously. A great start to the map. Now, this is a really interesting map and one we haven't seen on broadcast yet for the ACL, so it'll be really fun to watch it at the pro level to see what these teams are able to do and how they address these points. Obviously, you've got a couple different artillery guns that you can use on site on this map, which you're seeing Seiko already find some nice value from with the side of Korea, but already vehicles playing a major piece to the equation as JP is into the tank, ready and willing to get active here for Japan.
Excuse me, they lost their attack on trench lines, but can they win their attack on Ascension? One of the things that did them on trench lines was getting their vehicles removed early on, but also not capitalizing on taking down Korea's vehicles, more specifically the tanks. This time around, they're not going to make the same mistake twice. Chat, get your early predictions in. Japan, Korea, who's going to take this? Well, it's win or lose for both sides. Whoever wins moves forward, gets an additional $10,000, and has to play against the Titans on Thailand for a chance to move forward to grand finals. So if you're a Japan or Korea fan, this is the time to get loud. Japan making good effort onto A. They're starting to get it decapped. Korea trying to push them back.
Yeah, and I will say this push from Japan onto A is a nice push thus far. I don't know if they're going to be able to hold it for the entire time. This is kind of classic Ascension. This A point is actually a bit more difficult for an A point comparatively to some other maps. And so interesting to see that Korea said, hey, not only do we want to defend, but also probably not too dismayed about the fact that Japan said, we want to go to Ascension. Japan likely has the most experience on Ascension and attacking. We'll see if they're able to take this A point and move on their merry way. I would argue Ascension is one of the harder maps to attack, but that's in pubs. That's not at a very high level where you're coordinated. This map just requires a lot of coordination because of the way the points scale. You go from A to B to C, and you actually travel up the map into the upper areas. It can be quite difficult to take the entirety all the way to point E, so be curious to see what they decide to do in this one and how they're able to execute. But Korea, yet again, able to retake A, get some bodies on point.
Some bodies on point indeed. Let's not forget, Japan picked this map. This is the map that they chose. They understood they would be on the attacking side, but they wanted to be here And maybe we're going to see why. I mean, their attack on A has been pretty clean so far. I believe the heli is still in the air as well. I don't think it's fallen down or been destroyed. And A is quickly being captured. Korea has a chance to push them back, but their forces are unfortunately on the retreat. And I think we're going to be focused on the B points relatively soon. Japan choosing Ascension, and now I can see why. They're looking solid.
Yeah, nice job. Able to capture A, able to secure it. They've got some covering fire from their tank up on top, playing high ground as per the usual. Same strategies we saw in trench lines. Take from the back line, artillery strike essentially down with the tank to be able to provide some covering fire. You can see our stat lines here after point A. Obviously, you've got Zazmat being the top fragger by far on this first point with 11 kills and 11 assists already, likely using the vehicle to help out for the team. But even still, a great start for that squad. Here's max lives going into news. 180 is going to be your total for this map. Get ready for a lot more action as the helicopters also having to play a bit more defensive because we've got vehicles on the side of Korea that are looking at this heli, making sure that it can't cause too much chaos from the back line.
Well, the good news is, even if the heli isn't necessarily getting eliminations, it's taking attention away from the valuable Korean vehicles. And obviously, if those Korean vehicles are focused on the heli, they're not taking down your foot troops on the ground. So, heli doing exactly what it needs to do. Umbushi is going to be the one in the heli, as he typically is from the side of Japan. He loves to rock the vehicles, and he does it incredibly well. Now the attack onto B1 and B2 is underway, and defensive forces are looking quite light on B1, which gives an opportunity for Japan to get the quick capture on it. And they did the same thing on trench lines, if you remember, on their attacking side. They took B1 and trench lines very quickly. B2 is where they struggled. Well, they run into the same issues here. And for the heli, again, doing a wonderful job distracting the vehicles from Korea, and it is paying off. Japan has a full frontal assault on the B1, plus you got Widow with the tank from the distance. I'm not gonna lie, I am very impressed so far from the attack on from attack side of Japan.
Well, it's obviously they're comfortable with it. They chose it for a reason, and they've played it the most, probably. This is one of the first maps that dropped in Warfare way back during the open beta, the open alpha, or closed alpha, rather. These are the maps that people are the most comfortable with, most likely, especially as a full team of 20. I can only imagine they've got the most experience here, and they know how to push these points. So they're able to take B1, looking at B2 now. The problem is, the interesting thing part about this map is this separation between B1 and B2. They don't quite have a ton of sight lines between the two because of the positioning of this kind of large rock formation between them. You almost have to form a semicircle around the rock formation and then make the swing. There's actually some really interesting choke points between B1 and B2, and it's going to be a little bit harder to tug of war as a comparison to maybe something like trench lines, which is fully shut off from each other just because of the trenches, but you absolutely could play Overwatch position with the tank. So we'll see what they're able to do here. Online with Dead Dog, who's able to pick up a couple using deployable cover for a little bit of help here, using a Luru. Love this operator, LMG in hand, just throwing down bullets down range and picking up a couple kills doing it.
He'll finally fall, but I'm sure he'll get back up onto his feet very shortly. Great shots down range. Now the attention goes over towards B2, where we already have a vehicle trying to go for a couple of runovers and, more importantly, put Koreans' defensive forces into disarray. Japan moving quickly onto the B2 side of things. You notice the heli still in the air. Widow has repositioned the tank. Let's listen into Japan on the attack for B2.
半分 B ついて半分 B うちらのタン壊れた赤身差しか赤身差しかAP 壊れたAP 壊れた AP 壊れたうちの AP ねうちの AP あ別 AP タック壊れたうちの AP タックあうちのが壊れた了解うちの壊れた
Japan's comm sounding clean, concise, not too muddy at all. They're continually pushing over towards B2. And also, an unintended effect of the heli is it's kind of like a UAV. It's able to scout out the troops from Korea, especially those ground troops who are obviously trying to push back Japan, who currently have the high ground. Question I have for you, Goj, is when did the tank and the Lav give it up? Like, when did they stop trying to shoot at this heli that is just off in the distance, and they focused on Japan, who's continually pushing forward?
Yeah, that's a really good question. They're basically, that helicopter is, yes, playing information gatherer, but also causing so much distress and so much distraction for those Korean vehicles that they basically are not doing hardly anything on this map. And because of that, A lost, B1 lost immediately, and now Japan is mounting their forces to make a B2 push. There is a nice defensive wall set up by Korea right now, so it's not incredibly urgent. You don't have to do it right this second, but if the push comes to B2, all of a sudden, these vehicles from the Korea side are going to be invaluable to hold. The problem is, when the push comes to B2, this helicopter is going to know it. This is a fully organized, commanded group with one voice per squad, and then a main commander holding the line and communicating with the team. So when the push comes through, the helicopter knows it needs to not only do evasive maneuvers like it's doing right now, but it needs to get active, because these tanks are going to harry our attackers that push over to B2. It's going to be this cat and mouse game. It's going to be the chicken versus the egg. It's going to be who moves first and who gets caught moving second. And I don't know who's going to win that fight yet, but I'm excited to continue to watch it.
It's the first time we've seen Korea on the hilltop, where Japan was bunkered up. Got a couple of stragglers that are still going to be up there, but Korea's done a wonderful job pushing them back. And now you got to question, how close can Korea get over towards B1? We're down to 134 lives remaining, still relatively healthy for Japan. Nothing to worry about just yet, but Koreans' forces are starting to look more and more solid as time goes on, as the Lav and the tank now start to focus their attention onto Japan's flankers on the left-hand side, going for the off angles. Let's listen in to Korea.
이거 비건 타면 안 된다. 아니야, 괜찮아. AA 뽑아야 돼. AA.
헬기 봐주세요. 헬기 신경 써줘. 나 이거 지하에서 할게. 그냥 지하에서 할게.
AA. 들었어. 위에서 그냥 해. 위에서 AA. 네. 30mm예요.
우리 이거 삐어나고
세팅 다를 것 같은데.
뒤에 헬기.
아니야, 지금 하면 돼요. 죽어서.
헬기 조심.
일단 재배치하고 뒤쪽으로 이동합니다.
이거 B2 집중해주세요. B2
우리 헬기 올라오고 싸보자. 우리
저희 탱크 포지션 보고 행동해주세요. 저희 탱크 지하 쓰고 있어요.
우리 이거 왼쪽 아래로 왼쪽으로 돌아오는 분들 없고 오른쪽으로 돌아옵니다. 이거 등산 먹으려고 가운데 삐언 집결하고 있어요. 왼쪽 아래로
우측 도는 거 다 잡았어요. 우측 도는 거 다 잡았어요.
저희 탱크 위치 신경 써주세요.
오케이. 이거 대동님 거기서 뽑고 있나요? 뽑으려고 이동 중입니다. 좀 걸려요.
헬기가 나
20초 내로 뽑아. 20초 내로.
Some urgent communication being given from Korea. Comms obviously magnificent. You're able to hear the urgency, though, behind some of the words that were being shared there. Non-stop action, but also a command of, we have to cover whatever we are worried about, which is obviously like a helicopter, but also maintaining position on this high ground. This is what I was talking about before, between the separation between B1 and B2. It's about who controls this high ground in order for you to have an advantage. And right now, Korea has retaken the high ground. Yes, Japan has looked strong. Yes, they pushed A to B1, but I wonder if Korea said, you know what, we want the defense, because pushing from B1 to B2 can be incredibly difficult, and we can hold them at this point. We know how to hold it down, because yes, there's been a couple chinks in the armor, but frankly, this hold is nearly immaculate. Even with a bird in the sky, it's looking really strong on the Korea side. Japan really hasn't had an opportunity to make any sort of real push to this building at all.
They're breaking up again. They're sending a squad to the road who are already in a bit of shambles. They get gunned down, on board with obviously Japan, and from this perspective is they're trying to move more so to the left-hand side, which is going to be quite difficult because Korea are going deep into the countryside, deep into the mountainside, and they're disassembling Japan one by one. Finally, the tank will move back into position. It was Wolf before. This time around, it's going to be a different player, but already taking quite a few shots, forced to back away. We're now down to 109 lives. Let's talk about what's at risk here, Goj. Korea, if they can hold on to B1 and B2 and shut Japan down now, It doesn't matter what Japan had in their intentions for picking Ascension. Korea wins the series 2-1. They move forward to play against Thailand. Japan, their tournament life is at risk, and their risk now is to push forward. That's what they have to commit, and they've got to play harder than they have ever played in this tournament if they want to try and stay alive. B2 has yet to get captured. In fact, I don't even think a tick has been released from that B2 hold from Korea's side.
Yeah, it's a great shot. I love that we're getting that picture in the bottom right-hand corner. It does look like Korea was able to get another lav that they've held up onto where you push up to C. So you all remember, this is the person I'm talking about. Our observer team all the way in Shanghai is listening to me. This is an important spot. I don't know how much value they're going to get there as well. It does look like our tank gets taken down. That's on the side of Japan. That's going to be a frustrating loss for them. But here's the crazy part. You've got that loft way up there. One thing you can do is potentially shoot at the helicopter, which is a huge boon. Second thing you can do is if B2 falls, you've got a massive line of defense for anybody trying to come up the zip or even up the elevator on the other side. That vehicle is going to be a problem, and they can't afford to lose that vehicle if they do lose anything here. And you can see it is all about harrying this helicopter and making sure it can't get a crazy amount of value on the people down below. It's going to throw shells out and make this helicopter back way away. The helicopter is going to be the saving grace of Japan. The bird in the sky could wipe all these people on top of the hilltop if it could get close enough. The problem, Taylor, if it gets close enough, it's going to get blown out of the air immediately.
Without a doubt, it hasn't had a chance to, I don't even think, get even a handful of eliminations. I don't believe anyways, because it's been kept back, which, again, that distraction was truly valuable in the beginning, but now it's a question of, well, how much value is it really getting, and should it be more aggressive on the ground troops down low for Korea to help Japan push forward? Is this the moment where B2 finally gets contested? I saw a couple of members from Japan get on it. A couple of ticks were coming away for the decap, but ultimately recovered from Korea's perspective. Remember when Japan played against China and they were on cracked? Japan was in a similar situation as we are here now. They were on top of the high ground trying to break into point A. And where they ran into the problem wasn't necessarily the high ground position, but is when they started breaking off to try and go to the lower position. And Japan is running into the same problems now. When they were breaking away from the high ground to go down into the street, one by one, Japan was getting mowed down, whether it's because of the lav, whether it was because, of course, the ground units or the tank. Korea had their number. Japan is so stuck onto this hillside that they don't know how to break away from it and get down to B2, and because of that, they're at a standstill.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about. This hillside is everything in the battle between B1 and B2, and Korea have held it for multiple reasons. One of those, that respawn beacon on the hill. People are able to spawn right there in the mix, able to maintain control of the high ground just because of numbers advantage. I want to shout out, there was a player in chat that said something that I thought was really interesting. I don't think this is everything. It's not the main strategy. One thing that needs to happen, though, maybe the route man can be paid in this matchup as well, Taylor. Look, Japan has a history of being able to send people on the backline with an armored assault vehicle, or just a single player that can maybe skate into the backline and get a tactical respawn beacon in. That is really your only hope and prayer to break through this defense. The defensive wall that is being set up right now by Korea is not moving anytime soon. So the only way to go, if you can't go through a wall and you can't go over or under it, you're gonna have to go around it. That's the only other option, and that's exactly what's happening. Japan trying to go around this wall, around the backside, and get involved. The problem, there's a tank on the other side. You better be willing and able to take that thing out and take it out immediately. You can see Abaton on the far left-hand side. He is a little bit in green, a different shade of green, because that is the Japan commander who is calling for this push around the backside to try to take care of this tank. This is a really aggressive play, but they need it right now, and this tank is very low. They're able to get it. What a play from Japan. A great call by their commander to make a move around the backside, clean up this angle, and all of a sudden, an opening, a hole, a chance to move forward. Very well done.
Yeah, very well done indeed. They finally break onto B2. but now they're losing B1. The push and pull is in effect. They now have to back away and try and recover what they had for the longest time. Now they have to recover a point that they dominated, but now is being contested, which puts troops away from B2 and gives the advantage back to Korea, as they are now once again on B2 and going for the recovery. Granted, that vehicle is huge for Japan. If they can keep that vehicle alive, keep it in there for the attacking side, they're going to be looking much more decently than they would have been if it was just ground troops. Now the LAV and the tank is moving through. They've recovered B1. They're making quick work of B2. Goj, I think Japan has finally broken through, and it was because of that wonderful flank attempt, taking out the tanks in the back line. That's what saved the day.
Look, again, as much as I've been lauding the commanders, I have to do it again. Abaton makes a fantastic call to swing around the flank. You can't go over the wall, under the wall, or through the wall. You better go around it. They were able to execute the play. Very well done from Abaton and Japan to force us into new. Look at Abaton's stats. The highest scoreline by a mile because of the commander. Everything else, not all that much to write home about. And that's the nature of the commander. They are the unsung heroes that are commanding their squad, and our game rewards them by score, which they can use for some rewards in game. And, well, somebody was ready for that vehicle. That is the big, you called a Giga Chad, whatever you said about our medics.
I don't even know.
Talk about a Giga Chad 5-head huge brain play. Wolf down in the elevator, waiting on these vehicles to roll up to the elevator, waiting inside of it right as they come flying in, closes the door, taking the elevator to stall out the players down below. Genius play to slow down the roll of Japan and take out an armored assault vehicle. That was sick.
Yeah, sick indeed. Taking out those vehicles going to be critical. We've been talking about it and harping on the fact the vehicles make the dream work. You need them in order to find success. You take down one of them, it really hampers your opportunity and your plans and ultimately your goal of trying to get the victory. We're going on to Zip. We're going up. Korea, you can see them just firing shots down low, trying to take them out before they can even reach the top. You also have the heli still in the air, and that's Moshi, who's done such a good job being a distraction, but more importantly, also getting the critical eliminations when needed. We're finally on the attack. This is why I love Ascension. We have now gone all the way up. Things are going to start getting even more intense. They struggled, and for a long time to get B1 and B2, of course, talking about Japan, but now can they get C1 and C2? What's the landscape going to look like going into these next objectives? Well, let's find out after the listening with Japan.
エレベーターロックされてる可能性あるって乗り物、阿部さん。始まって戻れる。ロックされてる可能性ある。戻れない一回。ミルキーベンダー待ってちょっと。
まだわからない。確認できない。
まだわからない。脱落して。
ヘリポートは車両出せるよ。
いや出してる出してる。
山上注意ね、山上。
ちょっとでする。
エレベーターは動かない。
動いてる。今動いた。オッケーオッケー。キラーベター裏取り今向かってる。
オッケー、じゃあ車両上がるタイミングでロック頼むね。車両出してね。エレベーターの前に入れてあげて。
Well, a great listen in here from our squad on screen. It seemed like they're trying to decide how they want to approach this point. And it looks like they're going to try to go up the backside. One player trying to play the backside of this defense and immediately cut down Japan, moving half their force over the wall and around the corner because, frankly, these points are very difficult to take. C1, C2 is a choke point fiesta. This is one of my favorite maps. It's so beautiful, but Korea has been given the information that there is a team moving on the flank, and who answers them besides that LAV that's been up here for years? It's been waiting on this point, and as it goes to play the aggressor, it gets immediately answered back by another LAV from the attackers. A great flank and a great setup from Japan. Let's see how much value they get from it as they swing in the backside, the front side at the same time, and try to give a pincer maneuver and potentially take out this Korean tank in the middle with a tank of their own.
Yeah, Sarah Jin's going to have some company very soon, but has the backside of the Widow, and Widow, I believe, is dead to right. Sarah Jin full sends it.
No way.
Wolf on the run at least pushes him out and saves the day. Wolf staying alive is critical there, but shout out to Sarah Jin for staying alive in that moment and, you know, keeping his head on a swivel. You want to keep your tanks, especially here. They're just going to be so critical. And I think for the first tank or the first lap to go down, that's going to be a huge disadvantage for your side. And the defense from Korea is brilliant. It really is. Japan still trying to find how do we penetrate these tunnels, get in, and attack Korea, holding it down tight.
Yeah, I actually really like this flank play. It also will allow people to spawn on that backside if that Lav maintains its space outside of combat, is kind of jockeying back and forth in combat. I like that space to be able to at least provide some pressure on both sides so this choke point isn't just 20 Korea members holding the line. I mean, look at all these players that are spawning over here with the Lav. They're just re-surmounting efforts back and forth. The problem is, if you get too close, this other Lav looking down range, holding this choke point. You're going to have to make a push at some point, whether armor assault vehicle or this Lav by itself. This is a jockeying of positions, but at some level, you're going to have to fly in and say, all right, everybody move at the same time, front, back, and everyone in between. Let's rock and roll. As the Korean attention is split, here comes the push from Widow. Trading of blows, tank versus tank. Who's going to come out on top? One a hair smaller than the other, but it doesn't mean it has, well, it does mean it has a lot less firepower. Sarah Jin blows it to smithereens, stops the push from the front, and readdresses from the fight from the back while also maintaining some healing. Look, I like the light tank, but the M1 reigns supreme when it comes to fire to power and able to stay alive and able to stay up with the engineers to get back to full health.
And that is a major loss from Japan's side of things. Losing their tank, Sarah Jin staying alive, winning the 1v1. That was the second attempt that Japan sent to try and take out Korea's tank. Unsuccessful. It's going to hurt. Korea's got to be feeling good. Let's listen in.
이거. 지금 위험한 곳 브리핑 해주세요. 지금 위험한 곳. 여러분 시트 앞에 맞아요. 시트 앞에. 확인했습니다. 경탱구 시트. 저희 쪽에서 경탱크 수리수 한 명 붙일게요. 아 이거 라브 뽑았어요. 뒤에서 라브 뒤에 라브 뽑았어요. 뒤에 라브. 나가지 마.
확인했습니다. 나가지 마. 헬기가 봐주고 있어, 엔지라.
아니 킬러가
뒤로 온다 이제 뒤로 온다.
라브 탔어요 애들 군병 애들.
예
라브
탑수했습니다.
형 우리 그냥 걷던 스팟 안 들려 이거.
약간 조용히 말하라고. 조용히.
시원 드라이.
제가 살짝 뒤로 빠질게요.
시원.
크게 말하면 아무것도 안 들려 진짜.
상대 라브 지른대요. 필이야 필. 울베로 상대 라브 지른대요. 울베 라브.
라브 하자 맞춰놨어. 라브 필이야 가는 거.
라브
필이야 가는 거.
라브 필. 라브 보러 갈게.沼
뒤에 보병도 다 잡았어.
나이스.
정리 좀.
Re-listen in, chaotic as always, but also clean. Their communication on point. It was so chaotic because if you watched, Japan was making great headway onto C1. Korea had to get serious. They had to also battle against another Lav that was spawned in from Japan's side of things, sent it into the tunnel. You also had a Japanese tank that was right in between C and D, and ultimately, it was Korea who was able to hold on, destroy the Lav, push Japan back, and now Japan has 2 more good pushes left as far as I'm concerned. Things are starting to hit the wall, but one thing that we know about Japan, they're used to having their back against the wall, and they always find a way to end up on the other side as a positive. But can they do it this time with their tournament life on the line? That's the question. Japan is going to have to clutch up and go big, and they've got to find a successful attack. They almost had it, but unfortunately, it didn't work out.
Yeah, and again, I mean, this is what everybody at home, this is what we were saying. I'm going to be honest, like, the problem here is that these C points, when the defense is allowed to keep their vehicles alive interior, are nearly impossible to take. Like, we've tried so hard to figure out how to enter into either side, but the real problem is you've got to get rid of these tanks at the entrances, or these choke points are going to be harried by so much firepower that the chances of you making your way in is just so minimal. And we're seeing a big stack on this other side of the point, trying to get onto C1, which seems like it's well defended from our POV, as Japan gets another lob on the backside, same spot they had before, to allow more respawns to happen on the backside between points D and C2. And we'll see what they're able to do here, if they're able to make it in and make a difference. They've got to start getting very aggressive, and it sounds like, as you saw, one player from Korea spawn on this side, spotted the vehicle, told their team, and immediately the lob responded from Korea. So well executed from the defense. It's just an utter bloodbath, utter chaos, as finally we got bodies on C1, but only for a moment.
Yeah, only for a moment indeed. Green starting to overwhelm red, and of course that's Korea on the defensive side, overwhelming Japan. I want to shout out Korea and what they do with their vehicles from the Lav's perspectives. Just pre-firing that entrance, consistently firing shots before the Lav of Japan is even in the entryway. Doing so keeps it back, forces it to back up. It's like as soon as it gets the confidence to push forward, well, it takes damage and then has to back up, get healed, and it's just wasting valuable time. Korea doing a wonderful job with their vehicles, whether it be their tanks, their Lavs. They are holding it down so easily and concisely. For the first time, though, Japan will make an attempt on C2, and this looks like their best effort yet.
Well, and again, this is the classic scenario where you have to at least send some people to the off point to at least create some pressure. This is going to relieve some of the pressure at the C1 entrance for the main body push. You can tell there wasn't that many people on C2. I think it was about 5 or so that was swung over by Japan, and even the vehicles responded. So the question is, did the rest of the team, were they lying in wait to push C1? It sure doesn't look like it. It sounded like kind of just a last-ditch effort, not really coordinated correctly, and nobody was there to answer onto C1, and because of that, a lot of wasted time and a complete retake by Korea. This is such a difficult map, frankly, to attack from in general. Here's your biggest last-ditch effort. 37 lives will go far with the amount of revives that this team is able to pick up, but an actual tank, albeit a light one, into the mix could change things. And yet again, another armored assault vehicle looking for a couple respawns and looking to try to make their way in and help out their team on this entry. But Sarah Jin has been unstoppable in this M1 tank, just blowing people to smithereens and holding this line. Here come the two vehicles pushing in. Sarah Jin backs up, lays down the firepower, and without hardly an answer back, half health, but here comes the backup. Welcome to the party. The Lav comes flying in, blows up the light tank. It ain't even close. Korea is unstoppable interior with these vehicles. Finally, there's some sort of answer on a C2. It was the armored assault vehicle that made it to C2, dropped off bodies, but those bodies are all down.
Yeah, Sarah Jin. Oh, Sarah Jin finally falls. The tank is gone. Unfortunately for Japan, they lost their vehicles just a little bit earlier, so they don't even get an advantage after taking down Korea's tank. Finally, after so many wasted efforts, C1 and C2 still in control of Korea. You notice C2 is taking away, but now it's coming back in control of Korea. We have another missile coming through from the Korean side of things. We'll take down some of the Japanese members, who are now down to 9 lives. This is the end. I don't see Japan coming back, and Korea choosing defense. Japan choosing this map on Ascension, the first time it's played on stream. Well, at least from Japan's side, unfortunately, it will be their final time on stream. A good effort, but they just couldn't hold on. Korea, too strong.
Yeah, and again, I don't know if it's a misstep. I think they were just most comfortable with this map. They felt like they could do it. And, of course, making great efforts here. A and B looked pretty strong. Monumental efforts from Abaton on the flank to hold B2, or capture B2, rather, and take out the Korean tank. But this interior fight is just so difficult. We've all played it. And it looks like, finally, look how many players from Japan just spawned in. We're able to swing over to C2. This is by far the best effort, as a complete relinquish of C2 with 5 lives to go. All of a sudden, somebody's blowing the fan on the fire, and the embers are catching light, the kindling. C1 and option, C2 gone. With Sarah Jin out of their tank, there's an opening. Everybody in chat, we were standing in the booth, it was GG's. Don't count them out yet. It probably is, but overtime right around the corner, and the job's not done yet.
Yeah, they lost their lab, though. That is so unfortunate. That was putting in tremendous work, even aiding in the fact that Sarajin was destroyed with the tank from the Korean side, and the lab was responsible for it. Will they have a chance to get another lab down, maybe even another tank, to penetrate the caves once again? C2 getting that full capture would be massive. It's going to be played around with. You see the exclamation point. Korea pushes Japan off of it. They will start getting the decap once again. And well, with 2 lives, Ghosh, I think that's going to be all she wrote. A wonderful effort. 1 life remaining from Japan's perspective. 0 now. And done. Korea, well done. They get their first win on stream. They will officially defeat Japan. They'll hug it around. They're excited. They're feeling good. And they will move forward in the tournament to play against Thailand. But from Japan's perspective, Goj, it was awesome watching them compete. Wonderful seeing them play. I understand they're going to look defeated on stage, but I hope they hold their heads up high because this is just the beginning of Delta Force Esports.
You can see the excitement there from Dead Dog. Absolutely crushed it. Great commanding officer for this team. Huge success. Doubled the amount of prizing they're bringing home at the very least. Huge congratulations to them. Of course, we've got some interviews on stage we're listening to. But overall, Taylor, I'm really impressed with both of these teams and just really glad they were able to make it here on main stage.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I'm glad that you shouted out Dead Dog. You know, he looks so defeated yesterday. And I say defeated, not necessarily in the sense of, man, we can't win, we can't come back, but more so that you could just tell how important it was for him as the commander to lead his team. And he did exactly that. He led them to victory.
我是韩国人. 안녕하세요. 저는 한국에서 또 델타버스 한국 대표팀으로 오하라고 합니다. 안녕하세요.
And yet again, by the way, they brought up another player. They did this last time. Both teams had done this, where a second interview is given to a new player. OAH, a difference maker for Korea, and that's who this player is. It's great to see him up on stage getting some recognition.
心情真的是超级无敌好啊！ 那这场比赛当中有没有感受到一些压力？
They're sharing the love, right? Giving everybody the opportunity to get their stream time, flex who they are. This early in Delta Force Esports, I think it's incredibly important to have that moment to shine and give your answer to the fans.
因为我们昨天在比赛的时候，其实状况不是很好，所以今天比赛前其实氛围其实也没有特别好，但是在比赛过程当中呢，最后结果还是特别好的，所以现在心情也非常开心。那既然的话，其实在之前的
It's also worth mentioning too. Like I'm seeing a lot of people in chat talk about, oh, it's so hard to win on the attack and Ascension. Like, hey, Japan picked Ascension. Like, they felt good about it. They just couldn't execute, unfortunately, on that game plan. The defense picked by Korea, map picked by Japan.
한국은 실전에 강하다. 뭐 이렇게 말하고 싶네요. 저희가 한국에서 온라인으로 일본한테 졌었는데 이 대회에 와서 또 이기니까 되게 기분이 좋고 우리 팀원들 너무 감사하다고 말씀드리고 싶네요.
It's important to note, by the way, Korea moving forward to play against Thailand, a rematch from yesterday. Korea suffered a loss 2-0. Thailand moved forward, ultimately to lose to China. But for Korea to go in for the rematch, playing this well, and now having a win under their belt, gives me good faith that this next series against Thailand, this rematch, is going to be a lot stronger from a Korean perspective than it was yesterday.
아니요, 전혀 예상 못했어요.
完全没有想到。那其实你们来到平手之后啊，拿到了优先的选择。
Also, we were shouting out the glitter suit. The glitter dress goes crazy.
Oh, dude, it's awesome.
Yeah,
that is so cool.
You gotta remember, this was our stage host here. Also had the beautiful white dress yesterday. They're all dressed up. I'm impressed. Makes us look like clowns over here. We're gonna have to up our dress in the suit game.
Speak for yourself, my boy. Hold up. I mean, what does this we look like clowns?
Right. I should have just said you do and I look good, but I was trying to like was trying to like make it all friendly on the broadcast booth.
That's right. Okay, I see your game plan now. Wild energy, but now her dress is stunning without question. Need to up my game for sure. Need to talk to Keen about that sparkly suit he had on during the analyst segment.
That's right. Loving these interviews, by the way. It's been fun to watch. Obviously, this is the English rebroadcast, so if you want to go check out all these interviews without our crazy commentary over them, the ACL is broadcasting their feed. You speak any of the languages being used on broadcast.
想问一下，在第2局当中啊，是拖入到了最后的这个加时赛当中吗？那当时队内
What's cool too, I think we talked a little bit about this before. Like some of these players obviously have experience on land. Like some of these players are pro players or former pro players or have competed on land in other titles and are getting the chance to show their skills in Delta Force, which is exciting. I believe this player might be one of those, but others it'd be their first time because it's a 20-person roster. A whole mix of experience there. Like you're not bringing in 4 people that have been training in FPSs for 5-6 years. It's a wide variety of experience and wide experience. It's been fun to watch those teams kind of work together and figure that out.
Shubio out in chat. Shout out to you. No, Thailand-Korea game will be today. We're going to be finishing the tournament today. We will crown our champion. $40,000 in the trophy at the end of this broadcast. This is day 2 of the competition.
그럼 마지막으로 승리를 얻은 것을 매우 경축합니다. 한마디 말로 팀원들을 격려하는 말을 해주셨으면 합니다.
최고가 뭐예요?
It looks like
we're going all the way, baby.
I think the final question, any final words for the audience here? And those are the final words given. Excitement to keep pushing, excitement to get another win, and excitement to get some revenge. You called it out there, Taylor. They're going back to the roots of the semifinals where they got 2-0 and swept in pretty dominant fashion for the likes of Thailand. We're really excited to see Thailand back on main broadcast. You called it out perfectly, though, because we've got 3 total best of 3s today, and albeit we've been here for a while, only one of those best of 3s has been played, and we went the distance on it.
Yeah.
Excited to get into the next 2 matches. It's going to be the lower bracket finals, which will then see who makes it to the grand finals to face off against China. Let's take a look at the scores from that last round. Obviously, a best of 3. This was game 3. Ascension, totally different story in terms of our stat lines for the most part. Obviously, our commanders at the top of our score lines. Yet again, some 2 are from Korea, putting up some pretty insane numbers in the slaying category. That's the player that's been dropping those guided missiles very consistently over the last couple maps, leading the charge. But Sarah Jin, obviously, right behind from a score total standpoint for multiple reasons. Obviously, one of those, hey, you're in a tank, you're on the points, you're getting kills and plenty of assists, really helping out your team.
OAH with 52 revives. We just watched an interview with him saying we're ready to go play against Thailand. He was going to be, or he was the main reviver, especially in that tank, or in the caves fight, excuse me, that was so very deadly. And ultimately what resulted in the win for Korea. Dead Dog, the commander, shout out to him, leading his troops effectively, going from defeat yesterday to pure victory today, and now with a new vigor going into the matchup against Thailand, who defeated him yesterday. I think they're going to be just fine. Got the CK Kun once again back in, baby. He loves contesting those objectives. The chicken head lives on. Can he go all the way, though? Imagine a chicken winning the tournament. That would be nuts, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, I will say that, look, I usually call him an OBJ fiend, OBJ hound, but apparently it's an OBJ chicken. My guy was constantly on those objectives, and of course, we just saw from OAH, Battlefield Medic. Here's a quick listen in to the final comms of the final game.
우리 베스트 둘. C2 먹혔어. C2 버리고 시원만 돼요, 시원 집중. 이거 뒤에 지뢰 깔아봐. 뒤에 지뢰 깔아봐. 뒤에 여기. 2번. 돌차.
야 3번
뒤치기.
2번도 있습니다.
나이스.
살리면서 교전.
수리해.
밀어버려.
이대로 앞으로 밀어. 앞으로. 시원 한 명 남아있고 앞으로 밀어. 앞으로. 보병 잡아. 보병 잡아. 도와줄게. 시도 도와줄게. 밀어. 앞으로 가.
자, 와. 회사 뜨면 안 돼. 집중해. 나이스!
Excitement as per the usual and well earned, going the distance, but a decisive win in Game 3 for Korea. They go back to back after losing the first one, just narrowly not able to take E in our last map in Trench Lines. They choose the defense. The attackers choose this map and unfortunately get punished, but some great highlights looking back. And this was a really fun moment. Honestly, Taylor, look, we talk about the A hold and then the B hold here. The B hold was quite long. They were able to hold this team for so long, and it came down to moments like this with teams on the flank trying to take down the vehicles. But because they went in to C with not very many lives in comparison, there just wasn't enough time. C is one of the most difficult points on this map to take, especially when the defenders are allowed to keep their vehicles. And so because of that, because of these super long holds, but some great positions like this, Ableton's call to swing around the corner and take out his tank is the reason we even made it to C. And so very well done from them. I love this play from Wolf as well to thwart the enemy from bringing any vehicles in, at least for a moment. But then it was just a battle of the trenches, the battle of the chokeholds, and the battle of the tanks. Sarah Jin was unstoppable in that one. And because of it, really thwarted any major attacks from the Japan side. And frankly, the Japan side couldn't get in any super valuable vehicles either. Armored assault vehicles, sure, some light tanks as well. But it was the constant onslaught of the vehicles from Korea that thwarted every push.
Yeah, that's what it was. The vehicles won the map. Quite honestly, Sarajin held on tight. In fact, Sarajin was only lost the tank, I think, right here. Yeah, that was the first time with 24 lives remaining on Japan's side. That's when Sarajin finally fell and the tank was destroyed. Korea pre-firing those entryways. Japan just couldn't get anywhere close. That's what won them in the end. And it comes to show you, if we do see Ascension once again, look, we go to those caves. That's where our eyes have to be peeled. So we can expect the team to get there, but can we expect the team to progress forward from that point? Well, I don't know. We haven't seen it yet. We didn't see it from Japan, unfortunately. But we did see a lot of great moments from Japan. The way that they took A was blistering fast. Went in, got the job done, progressed to B1 and B2. They obviously ran into some issues, and that high point from the lab, I believe this is where the lab was at the top, and you pointed that out, focusing on not only on the heli, but also having that high ground to be able to shoot down below was critical, and a large reason why Korea was so successful in holding on to B1 and B2 as long as they did.
Yeah, and I think the key point here, though, is that, like, I think is a hold by Korea really wasn't all that important. They were way more focused on B1 and B2. And during our break, when they pulled up the tactical kind of review of like what strategies they were going to do, if you were paying attention, you absolutely would see the Korea team talking about B1 and B2. This is where they sunk the majority of the lives of the Japan squad. And I think that's the most impressive thing, is how long they were able to hold it. And what we were worried about was the fact that both of their vehicles, you can see them right here on your screen. This is what our analyst is talking about. Both of our vehicles playing the backside. Now, this is really important for two reasons. One, they need to stay out of the way and make sure they stay alive. They've got a choke point that they can shoot through should people start crossing. And they were worried about the helicopter on the cross on the left-hand side. And so because they were being harried by this heli, a problem, sure, they weren't able to get that active, but they didn't care. This was the absolute masterclass of the defense of Korea, was that they were holding B2. They didn't care about B1 because of the way the points were situated. You have this giant high ground hill in the middle that separates both points, and so they weren't weren't worried about B1, they wanted to hold B2. And because they were getting, quote-unquote, harried by the helicopter, they were also keeping the helicopter out of the play, who would have decimated this hilltop and opened this up way faster. So I'm actually, you know, kind of backtracking a little bit to what I originally said, because we didn't see the full picture at the time. The vehicles on the backside was a genius play. They only cared about B2, and it worked out flawlessly for them until finally Abington made that crazy push to clean it up. And of course, they were prepared and harrying even further away, as they did have a lob all the way up on C, shooting at this helicopter to keep it out of the game as well.
Yeah, the lob on the high ground was critical. Staying up there and already prepared to move into caves when they inevitably would lose B1 and B2. And, you know, I want to talk about the heli for a second. I really feel Japan kind of wasted an opportunity there holding on to the heli as long as they did. And I believe they did so because, okay, if they get D1 and D2, yeah, they have the heli for the next point. That was their objective, but that heli was quite a waste, unfortunately. And I felt it was a waste even during the attack on B1 and B2, if I'm being honest with you. I think it just lasted a little bit too long. You should have got out of that, and I think being on the ground would have been the best way to go about things and at least assist your team. Being up top at first I thought was a great thing. Good distraction. Portable UAV to be able to see what the ground troops are doing from the side of Korea, but ultimately, especially when we got up into the caves, it was just a waste.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is a great shot at looking at how Korea was able to call in their vehicles through that gap in the roof. Yeah, you're right. Helicopter on the outside, it was actually cleaning up a little bit, obviously, on B1, B2. You're seeing it occasionally pop into the kill feed. This is where that was summoned. But when we got to see, just like you talked about, it really made no difference on the map because everything's inside. And also, the inside, if guided missiles would have come, would have mostly been protected as well. And so this is a really difficult point for the attackers to push on to C, and they made some really good calls. I actually really like the Japan's idea here to play around the kind of C-D kind of transition point where they're able to put some of the vehicles on the backside, try to spawn on them, and push from both sides to draw the attack and just relieve some pressure from the front. Unfortunately, I don't think they brought enough people, and if anything, maybe they should have sent everybody on the backside in order to pressure and send through. Very close across the board, a fun fight. We got to game 3 into the day, though. Korea moving on. They're going to be facing Thailand here in a moment. Yes, folks, 2 more full best of 3s. You're not going to want to miss it. We're about to see, well, Korea play right away. They're going to be playing Thailand. Players are getting situated. We're going to take a break here in the booth. Get some water, get some food, get refreshed, maybe some coffee, or maybe get your dinner. I don't know where you are in the world, but it's a dang good time here at the ACL. You're not going to want to miss this next matchup. Don't go anywhere.
来不及了，天王，你摧毁了。
不对，天网被全面升级了。
什么？所有？
哈里克谢！该死！所有人恢复！无名，确认位置。听着，我们的交易很清楚，我帮你摘除脑机，摆脱哈福克，而你必须入侵天网终端，恢复 GTI 通讯。现在，立刻回复。
我已就位。资料是安全。
找到天网计划的终端，快速入侵。
欢迎大家。你和瑞丽塔是对我是最高的，你是与众不同的。不要抗拒，接受它。还出我的脑子！手吹手。搜索四周。来制造一点恐慌吧。我没看错，你还是最出色的那个。我知道你会回来，但你要清楚，不是哈福克需要你，而是你需要哈福克。我没看错，你还是最出色的那个。我知道你会回来，但你要清楚，不是哈福克需要你，而是你需要哈福克。我们才是未来。
不让任何人掉队，让战火止于利剑和尖盾。这里是 Delta Force 守望者营地。哈福克不但拒绝一切可能停火的谈判，还暗中升级天网。战争的天平一再剧烈摇摆。为了能更灵活地应对日趋复杂的战争态势，确保我方获得优势，现将指挥权赋予身处前线的你。
众望所归，你现在是我们的指挥官了。指定为高价值目标已就绪。发现敌方危机！发现敌方坦克！已标记敌方高位械单位。
操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分，喝东鹏特饮；组团开黑，喝东鹏特饮；巅峰对决，喝东鹏特饮；累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
That's right. And good news, at least for both of these teams, they are now guaranteed $20,000 for their wonderful efforts. With Japan's exit in fourth place, they earned $10,000. But now it's time to get serious. Like you said, it is the revenge tour, at least for one of those teams. Of course, I'm talking about Korea, who now has to challenge once again Thailand. And that's not going to be easy whatsoever, man. Thailand dominated Korea yesterday. And what do I mean by that? Well, first and foremost, when it came to the attacking side, Korea was only able to take away about 47 total lives away from Thailand as they attack through 3 different objectives. Now, on Korea's attacking side, on the Thailand, they were only able to secure 1 point before they ran into B1 and B2 on trench lines and were defeated. And by the way, they went into trench lines with a full 200 life count, and they still couldn't get the job done in B1 and B2. That's how dominant Thailand was. And to add another caveat to all of this, let's not forget, Thailand took China to the brink of defeat, at least for 1 game in the best of 3. The first team to truly do that, not only throughout the qualifiers, but also on land. Thailand is the team to beat. The question is, can Korea do it? But Goj, let's talk about what Korea is doing right now. They've already gone through a best of 3. They're ready. They're warm. Thailand has yet to play today. This will be their first time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the big question is, will that actually matter? Probably not. Like, I feel like you're not actually getting cold. It's land. You're ready to rock. And don't worry, chat. I see you. Guess what? I'm back here in the booth, all right? All I was saying at the beginning is that I was excited to be here, and we're here for day 2 of our DreamHack Shanghai LAN here for the Asian Champions League. Taylor, I think you had a great points of the breakdown of this matchup, and I'm really excited for the revenge tour because, frankly, I think at the end of the day, this is Korea's moment to shine. Right? They've really showed us that they are a team that can threaten some of the top dogs. They had a great back and forth with Japan, but eventually showed us, hey, look, especially on the defense, we can lock it down. And so if they get a good map where they feel comfortable, I think they absolutely can win this fight against Thailand, but they need to come out swinging. If they do find themselves on the attack first, they better fly in and get really aggressive because at this point, you're right. There is a chance Thailand is a little cold, opens up a little slower. But the first time we saw Thailand play yesterday, you could say they were cold. They went in and just obliterated in this matchup to start. Let's take a look at that Thailand roster again, just to remind you, because we haven't seen them in a little while, and maybe you didn't watch yesterday. But this team is full of heavy hitters. Taylor, what can you tell me about some of this roster and some of the players? Obviously, Yurzak's our leader for this squad and a huge difference maker, along with his whole squad. I mean, that squad with Yurzak's, Dark Star, Fuffy, Papercut are some of the biggest heavy hitters in this lobby, from heals to kills and everything in between.
Yeah, no, perfectly said. Dark Star is going to be my main focal point. The reason why is he is truly devastating in a tank or a lav. Dominates without question. He's the one who's going to be opening up opportunities for Thailand against Korea with the vehicles. And then as far as your revives go, your medic has to be Papercut. Papercut had some of the highest revive numbers yesterday. I'm sure he's going to be repeating that process this time as well. NTPP from Thailand, he had 45 elims in the game 2, against Korea. He was outputting a ton of damage. In fact, the entirety of the roster, as I do have the stats in front of me, Thailand, no comparison when it comes to Korea. But for Korea's perspective, here's the lineup. We've already seen them, of course, our big chicken man, CK Kuhn. But we have to focus on Aaron over onto the right-hand side, who was instrumental in the success a little bit earlier, obviously, against Japan. And, of course, Dead Dog being the commander. A phenomenal player, one that led his team to victory. And then we can also point out OAH, who did the interview and at many points in time had those highlight moments.
Yeah, I love the breakdown. Obviously, I think we're all very comfortable with Korea. We watched them for about 4 hours on main here today already. They're going to be right back in their same seats, ready to rock and roll again. So my eyes absolutely are drawn to the Thailand squad to see what they're able to do. And like you had mentioned, some of those top players from that Thailand team, how they play. I also, as per the usual, am very impressed and also putting a ton of responsibility on those commanders. What are they going to be able to do? How are they going to communicate? How's Urzex able to play? Here's a quick look at some of those interviews that we had with the Thailand team that did so well yesterday. The only team to really threaten China at all, albeit they lost that matchup, and this is the reason they're in the lower bracket round 2. People like Blinky, people across the board that we get a chance to interview between games, all really performed well yesterday and have a chance to continue to show us what they've got today. This is going to be your commander for the Thailand squad, by the way, Urzex.
Urzex, phenomenal player. You know, not the highest stats, but you don't necessarily need the highest stats when you're the commander, right? You just need to be able to guide your troops effectively. He's going to be in the comms. He's going to be working in conjunction with the coach to guide his troops to victory. That's what it's all about. And excited to get this one underway. You know, Thailand obviously is that top dog to beat outside of China, and for Korea coming into this with some new energy, obviously getting a victory, getting a win. That's step one. That gives you the confidence. That tells you, hey, we can win this. By the way, BNF, man, another player that we talked about consistently yesterday, not only from the slaying category, but also in terms of the revives. Excited to see him back on the screen and obviously watching what he can do. We do think, though, at least from Thailand's perspective, you know, if we do go to a game 3, let's go the distance. Let's say we head in to a map number 3 and they have a choice between attack and defense, or they choose the map. I'm going to be a little bit different in my answer here, Goj. I think personally Thailand, if we do go to that point and they have the advantage, I think they should choose the same map that they beat Korea on yesterday, and that'll be on trench lines. And whether they get attack or defense, it doesn't matter because they dominated it so well. So if we do get to that point, we go to map 3, I'm thinking Thailand, they're going to pick trench lines. They don't care if Korea picks attack or defense. Either way, Thailand's going to feel confident that they can win as a whole. But let's talk about Korea with Dead Dog. Again, leading his troops to victory. They've got new energy, Goj. They're coming in. But let's talk about stamina more importantly, Goj. How do you think the stamina is for Korea? They just got off a 4-hour series against Korea.
실력 차이라기보다 그냥 일본이 그저 준비할 수 있는 기간이 더 길었고 준비를 조금 더 열심히 했다라고 생각을
I really like that call out, Taylor. I think the energy is incredibly high. I think the stamina is high. It's fun to listen into some of these interviews as well, because at the end of the day, these people are showcasing who they are, what they have, what they're able to do on main. And I think we talked a little bit about it as well, is that, you know, some of these players are pro players in other titles, or have been in the past, or at least have played on LAN before. And so it is cool to see some of these players kind of transition over to Delta Force and show us their skills here. And I'm pretty blown away with the stuff they've got thus far. And I don't think stamina will be an issue, frankly. Here's Sarah Jin, who crushed it in the tank in the last game, talking about their commander Dead Dog. And yeah, I think they're not going to have any problem. Where stamina actually will come into question is if Korea wins this matchup, goes to grand finals, and has to play 3 best-of-3s in a row, especially if this one goes the distance.
Right.
Now that's when we can start thinking, okay, now we got to start talking about stamina. That's a lot of games on main on a stage.
That's crazy. That's insane, because you're potentially looking at a 12-hour day. A 12-hour day of just playing right? Just playing. And yeah, that'll be a conversation, obviously, if we get to that point. Sarajin will be a great counter, though, directly to Darkstar. Darkstar from Thailand, right? Sarajin with the vehicles, Darkstar with the vehicles. There's always got to be a battle between the two tanks, and I think that's going to be our main focal point, at least at certain points of the games of the series will be Sarajin versus Darkstar, without question. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how those two end up interacting with each other. Man, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling we go to Ascension here. You know, we get a little bit wild. We just watched Ascension.
You think we're going to run it back? Yeah, I mean, it's a fun conversation. It's a fun conversation. Chat, I want to hear from you all. Look, it is 6:40 in the morning where I'm at. We're just waking up here on broadcast. Some of you have been watching for several hours. I want to hear what map you think we're going to be playing. Again, it's a random draw for map. You only get to choose map if we go to the third game, all right? So that's how that works. So it's going to be a random draw. Which map do you want to see? I know people love trench lines. We've seen it quite a bit already. We just saw Ascension for the first time. We've seen Cracked once before, but there's still a couple maps out there we haven't seen. We've seen Threshold once, but a couple more maps potentially that we haven't seen that maybe you all want to see, or you love one of those maps and want to see it again. A revenge tour at hand. Can Korea grab revenge? A new map, an old map? Is it truly revenge if it is not the same maps they played on in their semifinals? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. You're playing for a crazy amount of money. You want to get the win regardless. But let us know which win that you want, which map rather you want us to see. I'm seeing Ascension again from one. Looks like somebody said, I want to see Cracked again, which I like. It's fun to see everybody's predictions here. I want to see the rest of y'all's thoughts here and shout them out in a moment. But it's been really fun to kind of hang out with you all and watch all of these shows and watch all of these best of threes. But Taylor, yeah, look, I think, again, Trench Lines is my favorite. Like, I want to be very clear. I really like the map. I like how it plays. And we've got a really good gameplay loop right now. So it would be fun to watch these teams go head-to-head again on Trench Lines and get the true revenge tour of beating them on the same map that they beat you on before.
Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy? And that would be the ultimate villain arc, you know? Not that they're villains per se, but or let's say hero arc. There we go, the right word. The hero arc, okay? If you come back day number 2, discussing strategy, you finally get a win, you defeat Japan. Now it's like, okay, now we got Thailand in our line of sights. Now you challenge them and you beat them. Hey, and then they beat China. Yo, hold up. I'm getting a little bit wild here. But that would be a crazy story, but it's possible. It is possible. Dead Dog made it true. Dead Dog is guiding his troops, and I'm liking it. He did. Look, Dead Dog is that guy. I saw the look in his eyes. It was vicious on day 1. I thought he looked super cool, man. You know, he's a guy I don't want to mess with. But he wants victory at all cost. Look, anything goes.
Also, one of the better celebrations we've seen on broadcast, like, he had a great, like, recovery and kind of stalwart face when they did lose on day 1. But today, full fist pump, you know, for my American audience, full Tiger Woods just hit his putt, you know, at a major or something. Like, beautiful stuff there from Dead Dog. Really excited about the win in his team. So they absolutely have the advantage right now with the momentum. But with the way Ty played yesterday, I don't know. This is going to be a close one. I'm excited to see. I saw in chat, I'm seeing everybody's answers come through. Somebody said train wreck. They would love to see that. But otherwise, most people are agreeing with me that they want to see trench lines again, which I think is the right call. I'm just saying. I really like that one. I would like to see, before we end today, we've, again, got 2 full best of 3s. In theory, not unlikely. I would like to see Cracked again. I want to see a little bit more from that map. It's kind of the OG map. That and Ascension were the first 2 that were added into the game at the beginning. And Cracked is one that actually was transferred over from the original Delta Force way back in the day. I'm talking in the 90s, folks, okay? Back when I was in my prime. Look, it's cool to see kind of a refurbished, rehashed map like Cracked still make its way into pro play. It's a very unique map. It's very different from the others because there's only 3 capture points, A, B, C, rather than Trench Lines, which is A, B, C, D, and then E. So a totally different flow, totally different gameplay loop. And a little bit less from the vehicle category in comparison, depending on how long the map goes. So a fun map, and I'd love to see everybody's opinions in chat because we're hanging out with you all today. Want to hear your opinions. It's time, though, the classic question, Taylor, that we have to ask between each of our series. Chat, We want to hear where you're from. It looks like a couple more folks are tuning in from different regions as our time zones continually shift all across the board. Maybe some of you waking up from North America. Let's see some more North America love maybe in the chat. And obviously some European folks probably on their late lunch break at this point. But would love to hear where you're from. So type in all of our chats, what country you're watching from, what region of the world you're watching from, because Delta Force is a global esports first. Of course, this is our ACL, Asian Champions League. So our 4 Asian teams and countries are represented on stage. So we're getting ready for this matchup. I want to see where you're from. And of course, if you've been watching since the very beginning, kudos to you. You all are the true troopers. But I'm seeing Philippines, Iran, more Philippines, South Africa. We've got Taiwan, Indonesia. This is just from YouTube. We got to go watch all of the other streams as well.
Yeah.
New Zealand, there we go. Representing our Oceania region. I'm telling you, we've got every region besides Antarctica. So I'm still waiting on that one. But otherwise, every single region has been represented today, which is really cool here in our English.
Even Saturn. Even Saturn's been represented, which is great. Is there anybody from Jupiter out there in the chat? I'm actually super curious.
Is there anybody
we learned
in chat
a little bit about Saturn.
Is there anybody in chat that wants to replace Taylor in the booth with me? That's the big question.
Hey, job's always open, baby. Job's always open. You want to come in? Come on, baby. No matter where you are in the world, boot up that PC. Let's get it started. Come on in. Nah, it'd be fun. Mars, nice. Saiyan Gaming is from Mars. What's it like? We've been trying to get there for quite some time. I think the biggest thing is how do we cultivate like vegetables and stuff there, right? And obviously, like, how did you create your civilization? Were you able to find water? Mars is a majestic land. It looks like a desert of rock, but I think there's a lot of beauty there. And it does have, I believe, the highest mountain in our solar system. Okay, I don't know how hemispheres work still. I tried to learn that yesterday with Australia. Apparently it's winter over there. Had no idea. That's actually cool. Apparently it gets colder than 70 degrees. What is that in Celsius? I don't know. But apparently you guys do have winter. And that's pretty crazy. Shout out to you guys. Panda's from Texas, by the way. Now, Panda, you guys do not get winter in Texas. I lived in Texas. It gets a little bit cold. But it doesn't get there. And by the way, and shout out to those who are, in England, right? UK, Europe. Did you have your beans on toast this morning? Let me know. I tell you what, an English breakfast, no joke, is one of the most well-rounded, beautiful breakfasts you could possibly get. I'm a huge fan of it, especially the tomato that you put on the plate. Beautifully done, nice and grilled, pairs very well with the toast and well, of course, the beans, which is just crazy, insane. No, we gotta talk. We gotta hash it out, Ghosh. Okay, you reached your peak in the '90s when you were like 8 years old. I'm reaching my peak now at the ripe old age of 33, dude. And maybe I'm losing my mind, but you know what? It makes life fun when that happens because you just never know what's going to happen day to day. The stage, by the way, is beautiful. Loving the stage, the trophy, the players are getting ready. They're getting pumped up, and they are looking good as far as I'm concerned, man. And the fact that, Shanghai DreamHack, first ever Delta Force LAN, is so fun and cool. I wish I was there. I really do. Maybe one day we'll have a chance to get over there, or at least have a chance to meet these players in real life. And what are we thinking globally, Goj? Obviously we have 4 wonderful regions represented in this moment, but like globally, do you think at some point we could have representation from every single country?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely the case. I mean, you got to remember one of the slogans of the entire ACL has been Road to EWC, right? That's one of the slogans you're seeing on some of the transitions that they show. And it's really important for them. They want to make it to EWC, the Esports World Cup, next year in 2026. And so because of that, that's something that EWC always prioritizes, is trying to represent each of the different regions at their competition, because truly it makes it a World Cup. So I totally agree. I think this is the nature of the game for Delta Force. They're trying to bring together all regions, come together and compete at a world stage. And this is just a glimpse at that stage, one section of that stage here at the Asian Champions League. Of course, we did have NA and European esports here with the Delta Force Global League that we did not too long ago, only a couple weeks ago at this point, actually. And it was really fun to shoutcast all of that, as well as kind of, again, those regions we're trying to represent the region well, their country well, but obviously it was a totally different format. And so with this format, one of the things we've been talking about and will continue to talk about is the fact that, well, to be honest with you, these teams are much more organized. They're a full 20-man roster working together under a single commander. And that's a totally different flow from the way some of the other regions operated. So it's going to be really fun to see teams get more entrenched on the ground floor of Delta Force and grow in this space. All right. So I'm pumped to see kind of the growth of what's going to be coming for Delta Force across the board. We're about to hop into game, folks. Thanks for being patient. Thanks for listening to us yap about all types of things. But 20v25 squads of 4 about to go head to head. And this is lower bracket finals. The winner of this moves to grand finals to take down the current top dogs, which is China, lying in wait, waiting for their main competition. Will they have a chance for revenge? Thai needs to win here. Thailand should win here, and then they can push into the grand finals and get their revenge. Or will we see the revenge tour here and right now with Korea taking down Thailand? Would love to hear some predictions as well in the chat. Shout you out as needed. But I think here in the booth, we're both thinking Thailand wins this, but absolutely with some momentum, there is a good chance Korea could at the very least force it to game 3, if not take the whole series.
Forcing a game 3 would be an accomplishment in itself, especially after losing pretty decisively 2-0 just yesterday. We've got a lot of magic tricks happening on stage. I'm liking this. They're getting the players involved, which is cool. Everybody gets a chance to flex. Well, there it is. I thought, man, he was going to be hidden with the camo. But we see him. We see him flexing. That guy says, nah, I'm good, man. I'm focused on my water in the game, dude. I don't have time for this. But fun stuff. Seeing a lot of Thailand support in the chat. What about Korea? Anybody supporting Korea out here? Come on, they've got a chance. They just come off. They're coming off a series of big win. We're going the train wreck. Korea on the attack. Thailand on the defense. Goes. Walk me through it.
Yeah, so train wreck we haven't seen in the ACL yet on main stage. I like this map a lot. This is a bit of a newer map in comparison to some of the OGs that we've been playing. I like this map. It is really interesting map because of the sight lines. There's going to be some wide open spaces we're going to have to deal with in the transition between points. So pay attention to some of those. Obviously, vehicle is important, but this map has a little bit of everything, kind of similar to trench lines, but more open on this map. So let me know what you think about train wreck. I think this is going to be a fun one to watch. Obviously, some of the bridge components are going to be a huge piece of the puzzle on how do you control those. I've seen some really good plays on train wreck of holding those bridges effectively and using it as a choke point. So that'll be fun. But Trainwreck is a very interesting map that was added in, again, fairly recently, I guess about half a year ago, 6 months ago, but in comparison to some of the OGs, this is one that likely the teams have a little bit less experience on, potentially, so keep an eye out for that as well. If there's a little bit lack of chemistry, it might just be they haven't played it quite as much as some of the other maps here, Taylor.
Sure, and that could play a bit of an impact. We did see that with Japan. Japan picks Ascension against Korea, thinking it's going to be a great map for them. It almost was in certain ways, but it turned out to be their last map, unfortunately. Now for Trainwreck, picked by the refs, I'm curious if the players had a game plan. I assume they did, right? Especially during the qualifiers. I'm sure they had some experience on a competitive esports level on Trainwreck. If they didn't, then they at least know the map, obviously. Some detailed plans coming out in the way that they want to obviously attack the different points. With Thailand starting, or excuse me, with Korea starting on the attacking side, it's almost akin to how it played out yesterday. I believe, Thailand was on the attack first. But anyways, for Korea, I hope this attack goes well. And the reason why, when you're playing a rematch against an opponent that beat you in the previous day, you want to start the series off with the W to gain that confidence, right? Get that energy under you and get your legs under you. If you suffer a loss early on, now you start to have doubts again. Like, man, we've lost 3 straight maps to this team. We've lost three straight games. Can we truly overcome our opponent, which is Thailand? Well, if they win game number 1, they obviously have proven that, and they can do it. Let's get into it. Let's see if Thailand can do it or Korea. Check it loud. We're getting into series number 2.
Welcome to Trainwreck, folks. Here's the thing about Trainwreck. We got vehicles galore, and it starts on the side of the attackers. One of the only maps you get to start with 3 full vehicles off rip. So they're going to be flying in immediately. The attackers trying to use that advantage as fast as humanly possible to break this point open and move on their merry way. And you can already see it. Guess who's in that tank? 95K Wansa is cooking already. He's been the vehicle operator of the day for Korea all day today, top fragging with these vehicles and already continuing to make a name for themselves as the wheelman of the day for Korea. Excited to see them blow this thing wide open and potentially take A in a moment's notice.
You know, Korea, I expect to come out hot and heavy, and the reason why is they're coming off a big win against Japan, but they've also been playing for 4 hours, which means they are warm, they are ready. Thailand, they're coming in cold. This is their first game of the day. They're probably warming up, of course, like in the off stations, but this is their first official match today on broadcast, today on the main stage. So for Korea, they're going to be hitting their shots, and I mean, to their credit, they absolutely are. A, under contention, we've already got a tank under fire onto the A site. Couple of lives have been lost, but nothing to really write home about. I'm liking it. Korea looking pretty strong.
Yeah, and again, I think the biggest things we need to pay attention to here is, one, can Korea take this point quickly while also keeping their vehicles alive? You're given a boon, you've got to protect it so you can use it later in the map. That is absolutely crucial. And obviously, Winter on your screen, playing Route Man and picking up several in rotation on the way to a high ground position to try to take down more on the actual point itself. So they need to open up a window of opportunity, able to do that with the tank. They've got to stay alive, though, and I know that Thailand is prioritizing shooting these vehicles down as soon as possible. Get them out of the play if you can, sure, but if you can take one down, it's going to be a massive boon for your team now and in the points to come. So prioritizing that, but prioritizing staying on the point. Currently, it looks like the Korean forces have swung over to the high ground position. Tactical respawn beacon down at the very least for these squads on the high ground overlooking A. This is just going to be a matter of time. Wipe these couple players on the point, and then you should be able to clean house and be able to get onto the point and start capping. Shouldn't be very difficult at this point, especially with the amount of damage that this tank is able to do from distance.
All right, Korea finally making some moves. A, starting to get decapped. The defensive forces from Thailand are sparse. They are starting to thin out, and that's because of the tank, but also Korea has effectively moved in, Wolfpack together, and outslayed the defensive forces from Korea. They're on the respawn. They're starting to move in, and miraculously, they managed to even take back A just a little bit before it ticks back over towards red in the favor of Korea, who now have a great foothold on it, and that tank is putting in work. As, man, Thailand cannot get close. As soon as they do try to get in, they try to get center of A, they get deleted by the tank's missiles, and with A halfway captured, I think Thailand has to make a decision, continue to throw lives at this, or go ahead and back away and set up defensively.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be setting up defensively right now. This point is lost. Honestly, having a tank this early is game-changing. Finally, a couple people swinging around the corner. I mean, this is what you wanted to do, frankly. If you could take this tank out, again, you need more than 2. There's just engineers in the area. You're not going to do enough damage. Here's a quick look, by the way. Obviously, 95K Wansa at the top, using that tank. 15 kills already. Pay attention to those score lines, because remember, you can call in more vehicles once you rack up more score, as well as other things like guided missiles, artillery strikes, etc. But A quickly taken, coming in with 1 life short of full, and moving on to B pretty quickly. Now, this map is really interesting here because of the push from A to B. It is wide open on this hilltop, and this is where high ground is going to prove to be very effective. We'd love to listen in to the Korea cops.
연막 이어주세요. 연막 있는 중. 올라가고 깼어. 오른쪽부터 여러분, 오른쪽부터 밀어 힘으로 찍어. 가운데 이제 가운데 다리로. 왼쪽에 엔지니어 다리. 중고진님 오른쪽으로. 확인했습니다. 상대 차륜 능선에 있다. 아래 컨테이너 쪽에 있어요. 확인. 뒤집 좀 클리어하고 합니다. 대기. 뒤만 하지. 뒤부터. 딱히 지뢰야. 차륜 저희 언덕 쪽에 있어요. 저희 언덕.
This is exactly what I was talking about when I talked about this map. The transition from A to B, they smoke and run, do a full flank, swing around to the bridge. This is a power position to hold, and this is going to open up their attack onto B much more cleanly than going through the choke point underneath the bridge. Well executed. They've played this map before. Obviously, they had a strategy going in, and it's working thus far.
Going across the bridge, just where things start to get pretty tight. You have the trains, obviously, for cover, but you've got to push down some very distinct choke points, and you know that you're most likely going to get gunned down once you do. But to Korea's credit, they push straight through the top. They make way, and they are looking to penetrate B Hill very, very shortly. But you do have Darkstar from Thailand, the main guy with the vehicles, who's obviously going to be in that lab, who's going to be moving up, and he's going to be a huge thorn in the side of Korea. So if I'm Korea, I'm looking to deal with him as soon as possible, get rid of the vehicles, and that's something that Korea did very well against Japan earlier in the first series of the loser bracket today. But that's something that they failed to do against Thailand, and why they lost so convincingly yesterday during their semifinal matchup in semifinal 2. So for Korea this time around, I want them to focus on Darkstar. I want them to focus on Thailand's vehicles, take them out, and have a much better chance of winning. So far, Korea is looking pretty good.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they've got a lot of momentum, and they still got those vehicles from their first initial attack, and so they're able to swing up here aggressively, and they've actually got a tank destroyer of their own, so SFV, very valuable in these fights, and it looks like, oh my goodness, it looks like Thailand's vehicle is in the mix on the backline and somehow not dead yet, just getting right up onto these players. They've completely eliminated and lose it. It does look like the Korea team has taken out the vehicle finally, which is a huge win. They've lost a ton of value and a ton of ground to stand on, and that entire push that pushed over to the bridge to play the high ground completely thwarted. But at the very least, I guess they traded out a vehicle. Could have been worse by, I guess, one vehicle. So, well done from Korea, but also they've got to figure out what their attack plan is now that the actual push over the bridge didn't work, and now they're just kind of playing this low ground around this middle hill, playing this kind of left side, trying to group up and then make a push.
A lot of red on the screen as they take over the hillside, something that Japan tried to do multiple times and got too caught up. Let's listen to Thailand and hear how they're sounding.
เฮ้ยเราขวาเยอะมากเลยตอนนี้กระจายกำลังให้ดีนะทุกคนตอนนี้แล้วไม่มีใครดูซ้ายนะระวังกันด้วยนะไม่ต้องมาขวาหมดก็ได้ขอดังๆขอเอเนจีหน่อยทุกคนครับผมจะบอกว่าทุกคนผมขอพูดก่อนตอนนี้คือผมสื่อสารกับใครในเกมไม่ได้นะทุกคนให้จับบล็อกช่วยก่อนนะเพราะว่าตอนนี้ผมไม่ได้ยินเสียงในเกมเลยผมเล่นแบบโอเคช่วยกันทุกคน
A lot of energy coming out from the Thailand side, as to be expected. They're obviously playing their hearts out. They're trying to go for gold, and they understand that they can hold Korea back on this B site. Well, that's one victory for themselves, and that puts them that much closer to moving forward to grand finals to play for $40,000 and potentially be the first team ever, at least when it comes to Delta Force Esports, to beat this Chinese team that has been so dominant, not only throughout this tournament, but also through the qualifiers.
Yeah, and again, it looks like the same strategy being used by Korea. We want the bridge. We've got to take the bridge. And at the same time, they're keeping their vehicles back and peppering from a distance. It's not no holds barred right now. It's not pedal to the metal. They've got time. They've got 125 lives for this sector. And arguably, this B flag, pretty hard to capture. It's pretty wide out in the open. And this bridge provides some visual cover from above. Dropping down onto the point, though, is where it gets a bit scary. So eventually, when the team is ready to make the push, when they feel like they've secured the bridge, they're calling in their vehicles, get on this point with us, let's blow this thing wide open, let's all drop down and start capping. And I think that's the decision they're making right now. Vehicles coming into the backside, clearing out the push. This is going to open up a window of opportunity for Korea to drop down from the bridge onto the point. These vehicles are menaces in the back line, not only causing a distraction, but picking up a ton of kills to boot. As long as they don't lose these vehicles immediately, this could be a window of opportunity for Korea to jump down, and it's looking like as many smokes as you want to throw on that vehicle. There's just too many Thailand players spawning around that vehicle. It goes down. They lose one of their two. And although it was a window of opportunity, it seems that that window was shut immediately in the face of Korea, as they only have a couple bodies on the point, which is doing a little bit of work. But I can only imagine this Thailand squad is going to be able to answer back and defend it.
Yeah, Dead Dog was doing a wonderful job up top on the bridge. But yeah, as far as Thailand goes, they're holding B down very well. Finally, an attempt from Korea from the top of the bridge down to B, plus a Lav are going to be on the B site. They're going for the capture. Still very healthy when it comes to overall lives at 116. If they can get this capture shortly, they're going to be sitting pretty going into the C points. Finally, it's going to be decap fully. That's the first time. It took a long time to get here, but that helps, doesn't it? Having the tank on the high ground. Yeah. Plus, you got the Lav down low, as well as the foot troops to encompass B. Yeah, Korea's got this. We're going to be going on, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, but look how many of these Thailand players are getting on the point, but nobody's able to take down Wanso. One of the crazy things about the tank destroyer that he's driving is that it's just so dang fast. His maneuverability is impressive, his driving skill is impeccable, and his slaying power unmatched. Wanso MVP right now for Korea to keep their dreams alive of taking B and getting revenge on this Thailand squad. And well, don't worry, have you missed Suniva? They're back on the point, shield bashing and getting on the objective. That is what Suniva is all about. How long can I soak up this objective time? How long can I be here to take this point? Very well executed here from Korea in order to spin some lives. Sure, they're down to 107, but overall still able to take this point, likely on the back of some of these respawn beacons, as they're able to grab this point, and we're going to be moving on to point C here shortly.
Yeah, very nice. We take a look at the stats. Wanza still the elimination leader at 29, but Meme has showed his hand. 27 revives OAH, excuse me, with 25. Well done from those two, keeping their troops into the action, or keeping their troops in the action, I should say. And that's why they're so healthy at 161 currently going into C1 and C2, where the true challenge begins. Let's listen in to Korea.
이거 정면 힘싸움 하죠? 정면 힘싸움. 시원에서 정면 힘싸움 할게요. 시원에서. 수리해봐. 갑시다. 시원으로 갈 거예요. 시원으로.
여기 잡아야 돼.
앞에 많아요. 조심.
오른쪽 많다 그래도 시원 갈 겁니다. 저희 오른쪽 많다 해서 시원 갈 거예요.
네.
연막 이어주세요. 연막.
상대 라브 위치 모릅니까? 라브 위치 몰라요. 살리고 갈게. 여러분 저희 너무 C2로 집중되는데 왼쪽 시원으로 더 틀어야 돼.
나도 오른쪽. 제일 끝에.
중고진이만 가운데 남아주고.
Those are the critical moments. I think you can hear from the command's voice and their tone that basically it's a communication of, okay, where do we want to enter to? It's much less chaotic because there's one mission. We need to get to a point where we can address one of these sides, and they've probably already discussed with the squad leaders as well, hey, we want to go for C1 or C2. They've probably already picked, I don't know which one it'll be, of which one they want to go for first. This is the classic strategy of the attack. We need to take one of these points, get stabilized, get all of our bodies onto the point, and then make a push from there, especially in points like this where C1 and C2 aren't that far away and are also inside. So this is the thing about Trainwreck that I like a lot. You're getting a chance to look at all the different types of terrain and the different ways you can take fights. We've had these wide open spaces in A and B. Once you get to C, you've got interior building fights, which means some of these vehicles are going to be a little bit less valuable on these points in terms of entry fragging and blowing holes wide open onto these buildings to cover them. Yes, they're important, like you can see right here, important for covering fire, or important for shelling, for people trying to rotate. But if you let the attack get C1 or C2, all of a sudden the vehicles have a little bit less importance on the map until people begin to rotate.
This is going to be the hardest task for Korea. Thailand has such an advantage, in my opinion, on C1 and C2. Wow. If they lose one, okay, cool. They can turtle up in the interior cover and hold Korea at bay, hold them off. But also, transitioning from C1 to C2 is not going to be easy because they're two distinct buildings. So if Thailand can find a way to penetrate one of those buildings, they can easily retake, I say easily, but they can potentially retake C1, C2.
Ooh.
Does it get down? Yes, it does. Oh, no, it doesn't. I thought for sure it was going to land, but once again, we're seeing these vehicles get punished immediately as soon as they start to parachute down. That's what you have to do. Get rid of them. Even if they're not as effective on C1 and C2 inside the buildings, as you were saying, you still don't want them to be on the map, right? But luckily for Thailand, they do manage to get another lab down that they're going to be able to use. But look at Korea. They have not been able to make any progress towards C1 or C2. Thailand's defense has been incredible.
Yeah, and I want to be very clear. These vehicles still have a lot of value on the map. It's just on the actual points themselves, you're not going to have massive windows of opportunity for the vehicles to be on the point. And so they are going to be really crucial for the rotation between points. But it's a great call out. Once the attackers get one, the vehicles are going to be lying in wait, basically training for the cross. And so you're going to have a lot of smoke and runs. But now we get into some CQB combat as we are inside these points, making quick work of the defense. Korea on the move. And I've got to remind people at home, you might be like, wow, Korea's playing fantastic today. They look like the better team. These two teams faced off yesterday, and it wasn't close. Thailand obliterated them. So to see a new map and, frankly, a new Korea team on the map is really cool to see. And that's what I'm talking about training, getting better, learning your strategies, learning your opponents, and then doing quick work to figure it out and make this game much more competitive. This is really fun to watch. As already Korea said, C2 is open. Let's make a move. And here we are fighting inside. Vehicles on the outside trying to make a difference, but it's not a ton.
All right, respawn beacon down. That's going to be huge for C2. C2 has been captured, but it's still being contested. Thailand are full sending their troops in to try and break apart the defensive setup now from Korea on the attack. Question is, can they find success? There's a couple players who are going to be down, but they could get picked back up for the medics. Got to get rid of that respawn beacon. In the meantime, on the outside, you got the labs fighting it off. And it's going to be Thailand moving in, going for the full sends. And oh, wow, I think he's actually going to lose it. Just a tick away from being destroyed. It's the little guy versus the big guy. The big guy will lose.
Yeah, tank destroyer, just so strong firepower-wise and just speed. If you get the love to miss a couple times, you're going to win that 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10. Very well executed from the Korea side to clean up another vehicle on the side of Thailand. Korea with a huge advantage here. Vehicles getting picked up, kill after kill, and point after point. They are fighting for position on C2, but finally, with a look here from Thailand, they've been able to battle back interior and win the fight on the inside. Here's a quick look again at Thailand calling in another vehicle, just barely making it to the ground, and they're able to stay alive for a moment as they take a strike. Let's listen in.
ผมมีนุ้ง1 ลูกมีใครมีเกิดคอมโบกับนุ้งผมไหมถ้าสมมติเราจะเทคไซด์คืนผมมีไม่ไหวใครได้มีรับทราบน้องหรือจะให้ผมเก็บนุ้งได้ใกล้ได้นุ้งกันวางที่ไหนพี่น่าจะเยอะมากนัดที่หนึ่งมีรถถังนัดที่หนึ่งมีรถไม่ที่หนึ่งนะเมื่อกี้ฮัลโหลก็จะแตกกูไม่ได้ยินเสียงอะไรเลยวะฮัลโหลหน่วยคอหน่อยไอ้คนเป็นหัวตะคอนพูดได้ไม่ดีหน่อยดิฮัลโหลครับหัวสควอตพูดอยู่หัวสควอตคนอื่นอ่ะที่พูดในเกมอ่ะพูดอะไรวะ
Unfazed, not worried, clear communication, sounds good to me. Unfortunately, yes, the tug of war has begun and they're passing these points back and forth, but C2 has been recaptured by Thailand, and now it's truly sitting on a nice edge, 50-50 right now, of trading these points. And this is exactly what Korea needed and wanted to do. They want to fully capitalize on C1 and hold it down. And yet again, I'm not kidding, this Korean player inside the tank destroyer is an absolute utter menace. This thing is flying around the map, blowing everyone up. Finally gets cut down. Got a hair too aggressive, but probably worth the transition there and the trade, because I'm going to be honest, they were getting so much value out of that tank destroyer, Taylor.
Oh, without a doubt, the value was tremendous. It takes down what, a lab, takes down a tank, I believe. Yeah, no, without a doubt, the value is there. And there's probably going to be another one coming down onto the map, so be on the lookout for it for sure. I liked how someone in the Twitch chat said David versus Goliath, and David won the fight. That's exactly it, right? Big guy versus little guy. C1 has been captured for a good while now, but the question is, can Korea put resources over towards C2, and will Thailand continue to throw themselves at C1, trying to retake it and potentially distract Korea? Because, you know, after all, you know, take a life here, take a life there, that's less lives Korea's going to have ultimately to play around with, not only on this these two objectives, but even maybe potentially on the next one. More vehicles come in, which are going to be great for the transition, but the guided missiles coming down, Ghost. Question is, whose is it, and will it have any effect?
That first guided missile could change things up. Here's a quick look at it. Where will it land? Right on top of C2 and gets absolutely nothing for it. Not yet, at the very least. A couple holes blown open in the side of C1, though, is going to open up a window of opportunity for the vehicles to get a little bit more involved through these line of sights if they choose to do so. And with this guided missile, maybe it didn't do anything, but maybe it zoned people off enough to where these teams are trading points. As you can see, Korea swings over to C2 completely uncontested for the most part. And yes, it's a trade on C1, but it's not a good one. Thailand on their heels right now, losing both. And here comes another guided missile. 67 lives remaining. Korea needs to step up, and it looks like they're doing that right now. C1 back to the side of Korea. C2 about to go to Korea. Will this be a difference maker in the final moment? No, because it's a Korean missile. It picks up one, and it closes this one out. We have moved through C. Where are we headed next? It is time to go to point D with 100 lives on the table. Taylor, I don't know if it's enough to take point D here in Trainwreck, but at the very least, they still have an opportunity to win this map, and that might be all they need. I'm excited about it, Taylor.
Wands at 42 continues to be the top slayer for the roster of Korea. Is it enough lives? Well, only Korea can answer that question, but I've been impressed thus far. Let's listen in.
아니 가 그냥 가. 우리 돌차 2개예요. 우리 돌차 2개예요. 저희 2대예요. 저희 이거 다리 정면으로 그냥 뛰지 마시고 오른쪽으로 감아서 다리 위로 가죠. 돌차 안 타면 다리 아래로. 다리 아래로. 다리 위에 많습니다. 차량 하늘에 차량. 하늘에 차량. 하늘 어디예요? 가운데. 나이스. 이거 가운데 저희 상대 팀 두 군데 있어요. 두 군데. 오른쪽에
I mean, great listening. Yeah. Obviously very focused. And desire to win this is starting to grow. D1 and D2, the final objectives, the final chance for Thailand to hold on and potentially take game number 1, but also the same goes for Korea to win an attacking side against Thailand. I mean, let's go. You know, as far as I'm concerned, Korea has already made leaps and bounds in terms of progress from their performance yesterday against Thailand to what we are seeing now.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of my favorite things about those listen-ins is you could tell it was clear, it was calm, it was a transition point of let's move up, let's try to figure out how we're going to address these points. And then all of a sudden they saw a vehicle being called in and the comms were insane. They're like, shoot it. And they blew it up and celebrated that win. So great to hear the comms to know what they're prioritizing. And of course, a very big priority is taking down those vehicles that people call in because of their score lines and being able to execute those before they can hit the ground. A big moment. But we'll take a look. This is where things get really interesting with Trainwreck because all of our other points have been what I call laterally expansive. You have C1 and C2 next to each other. D is very different than most every other map even. And yet again, this time an answer back from the Thailand side. That was an M1 tank. That is an expensive call-in getting absolutely zero value. So a great shout here and an answer back the other way. Nobody gets a vehicle. We don't get a vehicle, nor do you. Constant blowing up. Very well executed. Look how far away, by the way, Wanza is. Way back on that little hill. Just having this overarching angle to try to take down these vehicles being called in. But what I was saying is this is, instead of a lateral, this is like a linear expanse, D1 to D2. You have to go through basically D1 to get to D2. A very different style of play that I tend to find very difficult for attackers if they're not very organized to be able to puncture. But a guided missile could open things up, and it looks like another Korean guided missile only picks up one here, Taylor.
Yeah, only picks up one, but might be a deterrent. I don't know. Might have a bit of an impact. Tank down. Vehicle also. So now we have 2 vehicles onto the side of Korea that hopefully will have a bit of an impact, especially if they get onto the bridge and be free and clear to lock in one of the choke points, which it seems there's going to be 2, right? There's the right and left side, at least, of the D1 position. But in the meantime, you look forward. Korea does have a good amount of priority and a good amount of space in front of them to get onto at least D1. But, you know, the thing is, you go back to the first bridge attack, Goj, and Korea stayed on top for a long time before they finally got the courage, or at least the wherewithal, to drop down onto the position, I believe, of A and try and get the capture. And it took them so long. I hope they don't run into the same issue, because you could bleed a lot of lives if you're a bit too decisive. But I think they're going to attack this point a lot quicker than they did before.
Yeah, and obviously this is the namesake of the map. It's a train wreck here, and there's a wide open space in the center of this bridge. It's really fun to play on the high ground here because you're able to shoot down and have a decent bit of cover from the sides. I really love this map design, but it does prove to be quite difficult for the attackers, because even though they have got an angle to cross, the defense can set up underneath and not be a true, not too much of a danger, as long as they understand that the above is the part that they have to worry about. And so the people that are actually going to get paid in these fights are the people that are playing the off angles. You saw one of our Thai players on defense way out on the side with, I believe, a Mini 14, just peppering these players from a position where they're likely not going to shoot back because they're getting shot from down below anyways. They got to seek cover. He's got the off angles, able to pick up probably several, so watch out for that. And then a classic play here, Korea in an armored transport vehicle trying to swing around the backside, drop some players off, and it's Dead Dog, the commander, with a couple other players on the flank, making a big aggressive move to try to either draw fire for their team so they can drop down, and as they lose it, I don't know how much value they're going to get, but I like the play regardless. This could at least relieve some breathing room for D1, or maybe make a play for D2. You can see a couple players putting a little bit of pressure on a D2, but overall it feels like that attack was pretty much thwarted by the side of Thailand.
It's getting tough for Korea, for sure. They've made great strides, leaps and bounds from their performance yesterday, but is it enough to defeat the top dogs of Thailand, the only team to put China at brink of defeat throughout the qualifiers and obviously this LAN event? A lot of pressure up top for the side of Korea. You can see them bringing in vehicles. They've taken down several members of Thailand on the bridge itself, but they're also coming in through with their reinforcements, including the LAV. Overall, D1, D2 still very healthy. Thailand in full control. Korea trying to send all their troops down the bridge, and Thailand's meeting them head on. And in fact, you got a couple of members going straight up the wreckage to face Korea head on. And if you look at the elimination feed, Thailand is winning those fights.
Yeah, massive wins in the kill feed here from Thailand, and obviously individual plays can stand out. I saw Papercut cleaning up several in transition. And we take a look, D1 finally at jeopardy for the first time pretty much this entire fight. 47 lives, but they've got to capture both of these nearly at the same time if they want a chance to win. And I think that's just going to be too tall of a task. Obviously, the linear progression of these points makes it quite difficult. One of the things you have to prio is your respawns. Where can you respawn? Can you have teammates that are alive, not in fight? Probably not. And as guided missiles come in, again, as always, they can change the game. Will this be our first Thai missile in a while? No, another Korean missile takes out 2, trying to open up D2 at least a hair so that somebody can make a play on either point. But a Thai missile follows up. Gun 2K blows up D1, cleaning out the point at least enough to where they're not going to take it immediately.
39 lives remaining. D1 starting to get capped. Korea looking good. They got to push through. They don't have a lot of lives to deal with, but they have just enough in order to get a victory and take it away from Thailand, who's been so strong. Sounds like another guided missile is going to be coming in very shortly. Question is, who's it going to be? And how much of an effect is it going to have? Missiles so far haven't really done too much, to be quite honest with you. We do see Meme and Seiko from Korea, 2 very talented members who's going to be pushing up the left-hand side towards D2. Here comes the missile. Where's it going? Straight on the D2, and that's going to be a Korean missile that will at least pick up 1 member from Thailand.
Yeah, thing to remember here is that a lot of times these missiles use zoning techniques in order to clear the point so we can make a push. The problem is when that missile is called in, you can see all of Thailand just backed up and it missed just about everybody and they still have pressure on D2. So albeit a decent zoning principle, not a great time to call that in unless you got real lucky and people didn't back out. But this is professional esports. You can't imagine this is going to happen. Let's listen in some big moments here in the final hour.
Guided missile squad. Woo! 오케이. 나 가나. 미사일 썼어? 오케이.
저희 티켓 소모장이에요.
디콘 되시는 분? D2 발포 써주세요. 디콘 되시는 분?
저희 디원도 리테이크 당하고 있어요.
디원 차세요. 디원 막는 중.
차량한테 맡겨.
Well, great comms. They're trying to trade points. You can see Korea and Thailand swinging the other way as all of a sudden Korea says, we're going to take D2. It's time to move. Another missile coming in. Could it change the game on D2? And it absolutely does. Holy cow. Thailand missile drops almost everybody on that point. That's got to be 9 people or so that it picked up in transition on D2, which should relieve the pressure to a point where Thailand's going to be able to hold this one down. It may go to overtime, but a monumental effort from a guided missile opens things up, and another one strikes onto D1 just to make sure that none of the Korean players can hop on that point, and they're going to recapture it.
Recapture it indeed. 3 lives remaining. Korea looks to suffer their first loss in the series against Thailand. Still have a chance to come back, but they're going to have to force a game 3 if they want that to be a possibility. But again, give them their flowers where they're due. Korea played very, very well, much better than they played yesterday against this same very team of Thailand. But the reality is, as I said at the beginning, Game 1 is about gaining momentum. And unfortunately for Korea, they don't get the momentum that they desperately needed. So they have now lost 3 consecutive times in 2 days against this Thailand roster. But now that they do transfer over towards defense, Goj, I think, especially given D1 and D2 and how difficult those 2 sites are to lock in, if Korea can play defensively very well like they did against Japan, Game 3, much within the possibilities.
I think it's very likely that we're going to go to Game 3. I think Trainwreck's a pretty hard one to attack, especially when you get to the D points. And frankly, I thought Thailand did a great job, but Korea looks like a totally different team than yesterday. You got to remember, we went to trench lines against with these 2 teams against each other, and our Korea squad captured only A, which is arguably the easiest by a mile on that point. And once we got to B, it really wasn't all that close. And so when you start thinking about this matchup, this looks like something that we were not used to seeing. We thought Thailand would roll. They rolled yesterday, but this is a totally different Korean team. And not only to get to the end here, but also get to the end with, I believe, full capture on 1 point. They traded points, and the Thailand team was able to retake B1, but it wasn't a full control of both. So that may come into play when it comes to thinking about the advantages going into Game 3, if there is a Game 3. So we'll be heading back to Trainwreck. They're going to swap sides, and of course, that Korea team is going to show us what they've got on defense, which we know they've got it. They've got a good defense. They just got to execute. The classic things were definitely the case, Taylor, in that one. We got to keep shooting the vehicles before they land, and I think that's one of the things. If Korea had a couple more vehicles survive before they hit the ground, I think there's a chance they could have won that one.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, the vehicles have proved to be incredible. Let's not forget also the tank destroyer putting in so much work for Korea and really hurting at least the vehicle economy on the side of Thailand. That tank destroyer, the little guy, was just tearing it up. Curious if that will have the same effect, and especially a greater effect on the defensive side, right? Just like the vehicles from Korea that were parachuting down were destroyed, which is hugely impactful in their potential their loss, excuse me. It's going to be the same effect, but even greater for the side of Korea against Thailand on the defensive side. So if they can continue to have that tank destroyer, destroying the tanks, destroying the lavs, having that much of an impact, plus destroying them out of the parachutes, yeah, Thailand's going to struggle. It's going to be a very, very tough task for them to overcome for sure. But Thailand's got to feel good. Again, that's 3 wins in a row against this very roster. That's also wins on attack and defense consecutively. Can they do it again? and how badly do they want to be in grand finals? And the same questions will obviously be asked for this side of Korea. Chad, I ask you, did Korea put up enough of an effort to get you excited for their defense going into game number 2? At least from my perspective, absolutely. Very happy with the way Korea played. Let's see if they can keep that energy.
Yeah, Taylor, I've got a question for you. I mean, what do you think about Trainwreck as a map, right? Because this is the first time we've seen it on broadcast. A very interesting one, very different. You get to see a number of different landscapes throughout the course of it, and then a linear progression D point. What do you think about it?
Yeah, super interesting. The elevation thing, right, from the bridges having a point below, especially at the start, also on D1 and D2, is very interesting. The guided missiles on D1 and D2 are huge. There's no cover, right?
Yeah.
There's no cover whatsoever. So, and you saw that represented in the final guided missile that took out like 6 players from Korea to really damage their lives. I'm a big fan of it, but I do think it's a difficult map from my perspective for the attacking side. So if you're able to win the attacking side on Trainwreck, it shows you are an incredible team with a lot of legs. We take a look at the stats, and Aaron from Korea did such a good job. But on the opposite side, Zhao is going to match that energy from Thailand with a total of 55. High numbers on both ends, and that's because this game went the distance.
Yeah, XA, Triple I, Zai, however you want to say it. 55 kills is a fantastic feat, but you got to remember what they were able to do, not only with the vehicles, with some of those guided missiles, to blow things wide open for the defense and keep the offense on their heels. You can see on the revive category, 101 from Naki on the side of Korea, but of course not going to make this board because Thailand was your winners. But a ridiculous amount of tickets saved, a ridiculous amount of lives on both sides to keep their people up and running. Here's a look, though, of course. Jin Fu, the ace armored vehicle tag, and Zhai, highest kills of the day. We saw that on the board with 2 hit BBC as the vehicle bane, doing the most damage to other opponent vehicles. And nothing's changed on this side, folks. Dark Star, a vehicle menace himself, and then Paper Cut, the battlefield medic of a century. Always that medic that is there, waiting, willing to run around the map and pick literally everyone up constantly. This was our top medic from the day yesterday, top medic today seemingly for Thailand yet again, and then Fuffy, BBC also there contesting objectives. You got to remember, all of these guys are all on the same squad. This is the crazy thing. These 3 are on the same squad with the commander. A kind of ridiculous feat from just this squad of 4 in total, because our commander obviously had a great game as well. Here's listening to the final comms.
เอาเลยครับเอาเลยตอนนี้เรายังได้ไปทีหนึ่งกลับทีหนึ่งเราได้แล้วก็ยืนขาโอเคเราที่2สวยซ้ายสวยโคตรสวยเราได้1ชิวเหยียบศพมันหลังสะพานหลังเดี๋ยวมาเดี๋ยวเราทางเขียววินชมหน่อยวินเฮ้ยใจเย็นนุกลงที่2ไปนะนุกลงที่2ไปนะไม่เห็นโอเคนุกมาเลยอย่าให้มันเยอะอย่าให้มันดีลงนิ่งไว้ลงมาถามอย่างนี้ตัวเดียวมาดิ
Celebratory response at the end as per the usual, but an even bigger celebration for that massive guided missile that came through from Zhai. That was so sick to watch the squad leaders yell about that one and congratulate him for that one, but also know that that's the signal flare that we got to close this game out and make sure they can't even force it to overtime. Very cool to witness, and of course some great moments throughout the course of this map. Looking back at B in particular to start things off after a quick A succession, we moved to B and C, where the fight was all about the tank destroyer here, Taylor. Like you said, the little guy beats the big guy, and it happened over and over and over again. It's called the tank destroyer for a reason. That vehicle, very strong.
Yeah, so much value. And that's going to have even more value on the defensive side. Here's another example of it. Just going in, getting very low in health. And I think it was shortly after this tank destroyer was ultimately destroyed. But yeah, takes down at least 3 or 4 vehicles during its lifespan, and they get another tank destroyer not long after that. A lot of vehicle action on the outskirts. Meanwhile, you go into the building fights, C1 and C2. It was pretty exciting, and I thought it was going to be more of a sticking point for Korea in terms of like the negative on C1 and C2, but I think they handled it quite well. But you did mention the lives going into D1 and D2, and you mentioned how low they were. Well, it ended up being the case. Korea struggled to get on both points at the same time, and once they did go, this guided missile takes out like 5.
Yeah, it was a very great ending to just
10.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was like half the squad, because you got to remember they swung everybody over to that point to try to trade it out and also try to at least force an overtime so maybe they could sneak a win at the end, because it almost doesn't matter how many lives you have left. It's all about just winning the map. Well, we've got another very well-dressed gentleman here to break things down here in main stage at DreamHack Shanghai. The ACL, of course, on land. This is our English broadcast, and it's always fun to look back on some of these moments, and it looks like we're going to be starting with C1 and C2 and the conversation around these 2 points, because this truly was probably the biggest back and forth from what we could tell, where we thought that really it was anybody's game, but some really cool moments, again, showing this replay yet again of the tank destroyer going absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's where the focus has to be, because for Korea's perspective, that was the most exciting part and truly the most devastating and impactful moments from the tank destroyer. Without question, Thailand was feeling the pressure and hurting there. You know, the ground troops are going to do what they do, and essentially, if you're in one of those vehicles, you just want to act as a support role for those ground troops transitioning in, whether that's taking out a lot of the enemies, or that is laying down ground fire, or even laying down fire inside the hill itself, right? It's the objective itself, like we see on trench lines like on A, or on B1, B2, or in this case, obviously C1 and C2. Despite, of course, the objectives being on inside of the buildings, the outskirt fights do matter, especially when you're transitioning and respawning. So good job from the tank destroyer, provided a tremendous impact and ultimately allowed Korea to secure C1 and C2, albeit after a significant loss of lives.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great shot. They did lose quite a bit here. This was the nature of the game, though. Like, honestly, our wheeled tank destroyer here that was flying around, blowing up these labs, like, this is the reason we even got past C. Like, if you don't take out these labs, the transition between C1 and C2 was going to be nearly impossible. They had so much firepower on the outside of the map, just covering the cross, that if our wheeled tank destroyer just didn't get this active, I mean, obviously ends up losing his life at some level after taking out, I think, 3 labs. That's a crazy amount of score that's being ingested and then deleted by that Korean squad. So a great effort, and something that they didn't do well at all yesterday when we were watching them play against this team. So obviously a difference maker here in the wheeled tank destroyer, but also just a difference in strategy of what they're prioritizing.
As we transition from C1 and C2, ultimately, of course, still putting an emphasis on the tank destroyer, on those vehicles getting destroyed. When we do transition into the next points, the final points, D1 and D2, that's where it started getting very difficult for Korea, who, much like they did in the very beginning, struggled on that elevation of the bridge, refusing to leave that elevation, not wanting to give it up and go down and capture the objective. They had the same struggles on D1, and then whenever they did try for D2, it just was a little bit too late, unfortunately. And the elevation, that's going to get you. You know, sometimes you don't want to give up those high points because they're very valuable. But, you know, you just got to full send it sometimes and just give it up and say, okay, we're going to go for this full-on capture. We're going to stay under the bridge so those who are on top will not have a way to kind of gun us down. It's a lot easier said than done. But for Korea's sake, again, very impressed, very proud of the way that they played. And I think on the defensive side, with the way that they just conducted their attack inside Goj, Thailand's going to have their hands full.
I think so as well. It's going to be really fun to see the opposite side of the coin. Team's going to swap side, but we're headed back to Trainwreck, folks. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it's going to be game 2 of this best of 3. Will we see another game 3? Only time will tell.
ผมมีนู1ลูกมีใครมีเกิดคอมโบกับนูผมไหมถ้าสมมติเราจะเทคไซคืน
왼쪽으로 가자 왼쪽. 앞으로 밀어 앞으로.
พยายามเข้านี่ให้ได้เว้ยถ้าผมว่าตีผมเข้านี่แล้วตีผมอ้อมได้สุดจริงๆใช่ป่ะผมมันจะพยายามไปหลังเลยเว้ยแล้ววางบีคอนวางหลังบีคอนแล้วพยายามตีออกมาแบบตรงเนี้ยพวกผมจะพยายามยึดไอ้นี่ให้ได้ถ้ายึดนี่ได้มันเกิดไกลแน่ใช่ถ้ายึดนี่ได้มันเกิดไกลเลยอย่างถ้าเรายึดไม่ได้จริงๆอะผมพยายามจะยึดแถวๆนี้ให้ได้พยายามแบบเนี่ยผมจะเล่นปืนเคาะผมมีปืนเคาะอยู่พยายามจะให้ปืนเคาะเล่นนี่แล้วพวกผมเล่นกันแถวๆเนี้ยคือคอร์สไม่ให้มันข้ามมาฝั่งนี้ได้อะเข้าใจปะเข้าใจแต่ถ้าสมมติว่ารถผมจะเอารถผมขอรถแล้วก็สมมติว่าต้นเกมเกิดมารถผมไหลไปได้ถึงข้างหลังอะผมจะพยายามยึดนี่ให้เลยโอเคแล้วก็ไอ้3คนไอ้3ตีที่เหลือถ้าสมมติว่ารวมรถถังที่แบบว่าเอารถถังออกแล้วอะคือเข้าทางตรงได้เพื่อจะถูกเวลาด้วยแล้วก็อาร์มก็ต้องงั้นเดี๋ยวพี่จะเล่นแบบประมาณในนี้แล้วกันเพราะว่ารถถังจะได้โดนเราจะได้แบบโคเวอร์จากรถถังของพวกพี่อาร์มจะได้เลิกไปทางนี้ง่ายด้วยแต่ถ้าจะให้ผมเลิกตีผมต้องแบบอาจจะรอทำนิ่งแบบว่าให้เขาสนใจโฟกัสทางอื่นนิดนึงอ่ะได้ไม่เป็นไรรอทำนิ่งได้เราทำไม่ได้เดินได้เดี๋ยวช้าแล้วเราจะเล่นสูตรหมอเปล่าที่ปูสโมกเข้าไปปุ๊บยึดโพสิชันนี้ให้ได้เล่นได้นะผมอยากเล่นหมอแล้วผมก็อยากว่าไซส์นี้เล่นได้ใช่ไหม
중부신입만 왼쪽으로 뺄게요. 그러면 중부신입만 왼쪽으로 빼고 나머지 세 군데는 절벽에서 그냥 힘싸움 할게요. 여기서 힘싸움을 하고 있으니까 왼쪽에 많이 왔다라는 콜이 들리면 이동적으로 막아봅시다. 수비는 부담이 없어요. 이동적으로 막는 걸로 하고 최대한 다리 위에 저희 디테이션 형태로 잡으면 좋아요. 여기 언덕 먹는, 여기 집 먹는 거는 별로고 쟤네가 저희한테 밀린 이유가 컨테라인에서 스폰해가지고 밀린 거거든요. 그러니까 저희는 컨테라인 스폰하지 말고.
Welcome back, Delta Force Asian Champions League, and we are on to Game 2. Our teams are discussing their strategies as we are headed back into Trainwreck, folks. Jumping straight into the game, of course, Thailand this time gonna be on the attack. You're not gonna want to miss this one. I am really excited, Taylor, to see what Thailand is able to do on the attack. They were so aggressive last time we saw them on the attack.
Yes.
And it looks like the exact same happening here. 2 ATVs go flying forward and all of the rest of their vehicles getting into the mix quickly.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt, Thailand's super aggressive. And I expect them to be just the same here, without a doubt. And it's going to be telling how quickly they capture A versus how quickly Korea captured it, which I think they captured it quite well, honestly. It was when they went on to B for the bridge. That's where the elevation difference started to hurt them quite a bit. We already saw a couple of vehicles obviously getting underway. Zai, our top elimination leader for the side of Thailand in the last game, already getting active in the elimination feed. slaying out and showing out. Korea putting a lot of emphasis in the middle of A. One thing that Korea did very well, exactly what they're doing with Dark Star from Thailand. Yeah, just pepper and just arch those missiles straight into the A site. Make sure you get your angle correct, and then you send your foot troops in to get the capture. So a lot of the similar strategies, right, that we're going to see Korea executed. Now Thailand is going to be executing themselves.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. It is very similar, and it's definitely the nature of the game when it comes to this first A point. When the attackers are given so much advantages when it comes to vehicles to start things off, you got to use those advantages the best you can without giving them away. It's the classic high risk, high reward versus kind of slow play. We don't have to force anything. Let's play it nice and slow and make sure we protect Dark Star in that vehicle. Dark Star has been a difference maker, like you mentioned, in multiple stages of this competition for this Thai team, and yet again being a difference maker right now, using the tank the best he can to make sure he can give his team a bit of covering fire and slowly but surely clean this point off so they can go for a win.
Ooh, tank dodging some AT-4 shots. In fact, I believe some other shots maybe from a tank destroyer. There's a lot coming in, but Dark Star will stay alive after all, and A will continue to potentially be captured. Thailand making quick work, it seems, much like Korea did on their attacking side. And it looks like Korea's forces have thinned out quite a bit. Maybe the focus on the next objective is already on their minds, or maybe they just want to focus on this tank. There's a lot of Korean forces on the road shooting AT-4s and really whatever else they can get their hands on to try and get this tank out of the way. They do not want Thailand to have that tank to be used going into the next objective.
Yeah, I mean, that's ideal, right? If you're able to do it, that would be huge. Clean up all the tanks that you can, get them off the map so you can make a play. But very quickly, we see Thailand do a lot of the same that our Korea team was able to do, which is take A, keep their tank alive, and move on their merry way. It's going to come down to a big fight here at B, which I'm excited to see how the Thai team decides to execute it. Are they going to play the exact same way? That's Yurzak's there, right next to his team, down in the trenches, trying to figure out where we want to go from here. Here's a quick look at some of the stats from A. Obviously, quick point, which means not a lot of score, but obviously Nuy, BBC up there at the top has got the most eliminations and will take the top score, at least for the side of the Thai for now. But here we go. Here's the move, and it looks like our defense finally has earned a vehicle of their own. Looks like a tank destroyer on their side, if you know how valuable those are. And our first sniper of the tournament. AWM, a great sniper choice. And of course, the Luna operator. A ton of information to share with your team. Excited to see our first sniper. I saw people in chat asking for snipers. I see you. We all see you. You saw your first one, and I will say B point on Trainwreck. Not a bad place to do it just because of the sight lines and how open this map can be.
Sure, especially if you get top bridge, right? You have basically infinite line of sight. And even if you get, hill control, which Thailand has managed to do, you keep that sniper up there. Let's say Korea does want to take priority onto the top bridge. They're going to have a much harder time, not only because the vehicles, but also because the AWM sniper just mowing them down. Look at the elimination feed, lighting up green. Korea answering back, but Thailand also taking priority on B. Let's listen in.
มันเขียวไปหรือยังแค่เขาให้เพื่อนหน่อยแค่เขาให้เพื่อนก่อนเฮ้ยมันเขียวโอเคมาแล้วแค่เขาให้เพื่อนก่อนจะกดเกิดเยอะเนาะเดี๋ยวเวงเฮ้ยมันเขียวแล้วใช่ผมวิ่งพร้อม3 2 1ไปเฮ้ยโดนยิงกูโดนยิงยาวอ่ะสมองยาวหรืออะไรเอ็นจิเนียร์เขาซ้ายเยอะมากเดี๋ยวซ่อมให้ไอ้โบ้ซ่อมเกิดขวาเราเกิดขวามาได้มาไป
Thailand still trying to get anything going, pushing through the smoke, now progressing closer than they have been yet onto the B site. Their next objective is to move from the hilltop and ultimately get onto the bridge, but you got to give credit to Korea. Their defense has been spectacular so far. Still a long time to go before they truly hurt the lives of Thailand, especially if they're able to get this capture relatively soon. But here comes the tank from Thailand. Dark Star finally getting active, getting on top of the hilltop. And I believe for Korea's sake, they're really not going to have a good answer for this because now Thailand has pushed up quite aggressively. They're taking the building just before the B site. I think it's not before long that Thailand is officially going to be on B going for the capture if Korea's not careful.
Well, this is what I was asking, right? It was like, what are the differences between the Korea and Thailand attack onto the B point? And there's quite a few, to be honest. Obviously, we saw Korea swing up onto the bridge and full send on the bridge with most of their resources. Totally different strategy here. Thailand has the tank shelling the point, obviously. A couple people go low, but it's holding the building next to B, like you shouted out, that is giving them a huge advantage. They're picking up several in rotation and then able to just run over from the building on the ground on the low side, which I like this strategy. They're able to get the bodies on the point more effectively, more efficiently. It's quicker. It's working well for them. And the defense is basically nowhere to be seen. This is a slow bleed, but a slow enough take to where, yes, quickly taking point B, but not having to do it with so many troops. They're just going to let it trickle down. They're going to take this point, and then they're going to move on to C1 and C2. Here's a push here from Korea to try to make some waves, but every player that's trying to cut over onto the low ground to contest this point is being obliterated in transition because of the setup they have from the building and, of course, from the tank shelling in.
He's starting to get captured. Thailand through the smoke, making great work with their shots on the Korean soldiers coming in, trying to once again retake B for themselves. Fluffy with the tank down low is not going to help Korea's cause to try and get in. This is going to be the last push, I believe, from Korea's side. See if they can make any magic happen. They do get a couple of eliminations. Make that, I believe, 3 official elims as they continue to make their way forward, and they will get a touch. The tank now has to come in as the last-ditch effort. After all, you have it there for a reason. Go ahead and use it. But Korea doing a great job, I should say, of trying to get onto this B hill. Decapping it would be huge. Getting rid of the tank would even be even bigger. The tank forced to reposition behind the cement rolls is, of course, the tank down to just a sliver of health. Now a fourth, and now officially gone. Has Korea done it? Yes, they have. Korea will back Thailand off, destroy their forces on the attacking side, and recover B, but only for a little bit. Thailand's back.
That's 95K Wonsa yet again. Clutch in ice in the veins. Let's listen into Korea.
우리는 C1으로 가야 돼.
우리 시간 끌어줘.
우리 여기 가야 돼. 우리 여기 옆으로.
A great listening yet again. You can see the spread of eliminations, etc. across the board. Obviously, Dark Star, the standout figure on the side of Thailand. That's 23 kills already after 2 points. If we push on to C, it was a great push, a great comeback from Korea there on the point for a moment. The problem is once the dust cleared, who was there? Everybody spawning from Thailand. They had a tactical respawn beacon close. They were able to get on the point way faster than their opponents. So nearly max lives still going into C1 and C2. Taylor, I can't imagine. I don't know if Korea can stop them. They've got to have a monumental effort. And frankly, it's coming from a guy like 95K Wonsa, who's using Aluru, I believe, using that personal missile that Aluru can shoot out and picking up a ton with that, especially able to take out vehicles, a huge value add for his team. And I'm expecting to see more from this Korean squad on figuring out what operators are needed to take down these vehicles quickly and hold down these buildings effectively, because already they are losing C2 immediately upon opening up these points.
Yeah, if you go back to round 1 where Korea was on the attacking side, it took them forever to get on C1 or C2 respectively. Thailand just walks right in, gets set up defensively with their vehicles, and starts slaying out. Meanwhile, you do notice a lot of green in the elimination feed. Korea does get several eliminations, but not on C2 where it matters. C2 still getting captured, and it should be captured relatively shortly. Thailand, meanwhile, on foot. It's just a chaotic scene of events as we go first person, just looking at players and bodies dropping left and right. C2 captured. Now Thailand can focus on C1. Now, what is Korea's objective here? Obviously to win, right? If they can hold off for 163 lives from Thailand, but damage the lives enough heading into D1 and D2, the final 2 objectives, which we know are going to be in the open. Guided missiles are going to play a huge role, much like it did from Thailand defeating Korea on the defensive side from before. But if you can get the lives near 100, from the side of Thailand going into D1, D2, there's still a great chance Korea can walk away with the win and force a Game 3, but it's not looking too solid. C2 still captured, and C1 now starting to get captured on the side of Thailand.
Yeah, it just feels like Korea can't quite get together and work as an entire unit. There's some heroic individual plays, some really good players on the side of Korea. You're seeing them light up the kill feed right now and trading quite a bit of lives. They just don't quite have the organization that it seems like Thailand has right now. And obviously, some vehicle battles. Guess who it is? Darkstar, welcome to the party. This guy has been top fragging all day today and yesterday using these vehicles, and he is putting the pressure on these defensive vehicles. There's two, though. I think Darkstar is going to fall here if this tank gets into the mix. It's trying to body block before even shooting back. I don't mind this play at all. Both vehicles shooting at Darkstar, and he will not falter. He will not fall. There are people behind him on the ground. Tanks shooting at him. Somehow this guy's still alive. Finally gets cut down, drawing all the aggro, though, of the defense. Is there an opening on C1 because of Darkstar's sacrifice? I don't think so, but there was maybe a window of opportunity.
Korea's starting to heat up. You got to give them credit where credit is due. In fact, they're going to challenge C2. Only for a little bit, though. And they're right back at it. This could be pretty big for Korea. They've already managed to take Thailand's lives down to 137, which is relatively, well, could be low depending on how far it continues to drop. Again, the objective is D1 and D2. Those open fights could be very tough for Thailand. Now the vehicle's coming in. Does it get destroyed before it parachutes? No, actually it doesn't. Thailand will get a vehicle. Meanwhile, we'll transition back over to C1, which is going to be under contention, but by only a few members from Thailand. So the big question I have is, what is happening at C2? Because it's been under contention for a while, and it seems as if Korea is making some headway.
Yeah, guess who it is? It's Sarah Jin on point with a vehicle getting into the mix back here, and it looks like yet again, I want to say, this is going to be another Thailand almost like suicide run with this vehicle, running into two defensive vehicles, trying to make quick work of one of these labs. The problem is, you've got a light tank there to not only give you extra firepower, but also give you an opportunity to body block some of the shots. You always win that 2v1. We talk about player advantage on points, we talk about player advantage all over the place, but when it comes down to vehicle advantage, 2 is greater than 1, my friends. Tank destroyer, maybe. The problem is when 2 vehicles are shooting at you, you are out of here. So it is non-stop action, of course, but it is a full lockdown of C1 right now from Korea, and I'm pretty impressed with the defensive maneuvers to be able to maintain position and potentially drop it below 100 lives. Let's listen in.
인풀팀도 화이팅!
왼쪽에 차량, 왼쪽 언덕에 공병.
잡았어요. 한 차량 잡았어요.
소리 좀.
형, 그 자리 좋아. 그 자리 먹어주면 좋아, 형.
한번 쌀게요.
우리는 계속 흔들어주면 돼. 흔들어주면 돼. 다시 오른쪽. 창문. C2 상황 어때요?
시원 우측 옵니다. 시원 우측 옵니다.
C2 안에 많아요.
C2 계속 트라이 중이니까 신경 쓰지 마세요. 시원 많이 온다. 시원 우측으로. 시원 우측으로. 좁은데. 우리가 C2 흔들어줘야 돼. 가운데 보고 있고. 시원
Not bad comms from the side of Korea and Thailand, both sounding good thus far, but I'm pretty impressed, to be honest, with this defense. Like I said, a lot of smoke here, though. This is a big run at C1. They're trying to finally blow this thing open. They can't risk losing really too many more lives. They've got to get through D1 and D2. We already know how difficult that is. There is a chance here that we go to Game 3. There is a chance that Korea holds when it really looked incredibly grim after A and B. They've done a great job of maintaining control over C1 by constantly putting pressure on C2 so that the attack never had an opportunity to swing over and make the transition here, Taylor.
D1 has, or excuse me, C2 has been under contention for the longest time. Thailand's had control of it, but Korea's been there as a nuisance, keeping it contested, and I believe they had the manpower, if I'm not mistaken. Can he make this window jump? He has tried 4 times. I don't know if he's looking out the window, if he's trying to get onto it. Oh, they're actually shooting through the window with an AT4 at the vehicle up ahead, which I believe is going to be the tank. Okay, I see what you guys are about, and I understand your game now. Thailand has lost a lot of lives. They're down to 83. And now you're starting to get into that dangerous territory that I was bringing up a little bit earlier. Like, even if you do manage to achieve C1 and C2, you go into D1 and D2, the final objectives, with not as healthy of lives as you potentially need to close it out, with those hills being as open as they are. But maybe, just maybe, Thailand can do it as a buzzer beater and get C1. They're starting to do so, but notice C2, which has been under contention for a long time. A lot of emphasis from Korea has been put over here, including now, I believe, a tank destroyer that is going to be here as well. And C1 is going to be decapped. C2 is also getting decapped. Yeah, Thailand's still in trouble, brother. Korea are playing out of their minds.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, they have truly stepped up in an opportunity to really put another great game on the board, but this time actually take the win. It's a complete trading of points. It was going back and forth, and both have kind of retreated to their respective bases. This is what I love about Trainwreck. This point is so interesting because this is what you almost always see when you play Trainwreck, is you have a team that takes one building, the defensive team hunkers down in the other, and it's nonstop action. The vehicles cutting people out in transition, but it's all about the CQB combat inside the buildings that are truly the name of the game. And so a couple key attackers come swinging in. We've got an armored transport vehicle trying to get in. They finally blow a hole in the wall, lose the transport vehicle in the meantime, and the Lav comes in to play cleanup. It's so easy for Korea right now. They're holding down C1 like their lives depend on it, because they do. They have to depend on the defense here in order to make sure that they make it to the next round, or at least have a chance to in game 3. Thailand making nice pushes. They like to clean up any of these vehicles who are being probably the biggest nuisance on the map, but every push on C1 is just being obliterated by the Lav and also the forces already set up inside.
So what's at stake here? Well, obviously for Korea to tie the series up 1-1 would be huge against a team that beat them just yesterday in a convincing way. No competition. I'll be completely honest with you. I'll be blunt. Korea got destroyed by Thailand yesterday, but after Korea beats Japan, they get the confidence back, and now they're feeling themselves. Like I said, getting that first win is usually the difference maker to put you ahead, at least mentally, right? Thailand finally looking as if they could potentially get this C1, but now C2 is once again under contention. This is for, if by the way, if Korea can hold on and they can win the C1 and C2 and force a game 3, they now have the pick at the map or attacker defense going into the tiebreaker, because they'll have the advantage, because obviously they made it to D1, D2. Thailand hasn't yet. So Korea is doing everything right, but Goj, C1, C2, both so very close to being captured. Can Thailand actually get the job done and go to the next objectives?
It's so dang close, and we saw a couple of Lurus putting in work for some of these vehicles, taking them out before they land, but Korea does land a tank destroyer. This could really be the difference maker if they're able to keep this vehicle on the board. That will be at least 2 for them still alive, but the battle continues inside of C2. It's an utter bloodbath. C1 is still on the side of the attackers, but the defense is reset back up. They've restabilized. C2 is now theirs. Maybe swapping buildings, it doesn't matter. One has one, the other has the other. The tug of war continues, which is only good for the defense. Unreal right now from Korea to be able to have not only ice in the veins, but be organized enough to keep this game going. A first guided missile landing on top of C2, getting absolutely nothing for it, but the first one lands there.
Vehicle's going to be coming down. This is going to be for Thailand. Will it reach the ground? Just barely. Oh, well, I say that it does reach the ground, but only a sliver of health as it dips away, and I don't believe anyone's there to heal it. That's going to be interesting to see if it does come into play. C2's fully captured, or retaken, I should say, by Korea, with 36 lives left from Thailand. And I hate to say it, if you are a supporter of Thailand, guys, I think Korea got the job done. Yeah, we might see a D1, D2, but I don't think there's enough lives. I think we're going to game 3. Korea has stepped it up tremendously. They've had a long day, but they want their day to be even longer. They want to go to grand finals. They want to play for the championship, the coveted trophy, and $40,000.
Yeah, this is crazy. I'm blown away with the different team that we're seeing today in comparison to yesterday. This Korea team has truly stepped up and delineated roles well. feels so clean right now with the way they're holding. They know when to transition. Here comes a small attack from Thailand across the board. I'm going to be honest, this should be pretty easily stifled, not only with the vehicle fire from behind, but the players already set up inside. You send a group of 3 across to a group of 10. We know who's winning that fight 10 times out of 10. And it's been constantly like that. In the times that they have noticed that Thailand sends their entire troop force over, they just swap sides. They keep the vehicles on the backside, protect the new building, and everybody swings in the backside. Because again, tug of war goes to not just the victor, but the team on defense that can keep tug of war going until the game is over. They don't have to win it. They don't have to recap 2. Just keep hold of 1. And the vehicle gameplay from Korea is insurmountable at this point. They are keeping the pressure off C2. We've got an armored transport inside of C2 trying to make a difference, because you can spawn on this vehicle, but you got to have people that can spawn in right now. There's a lot of Thailand players that are still alive, and as such, they're not really able to spawn in at this point. Here is a push. There is some ticking that should happen on C2, even if just a second or 2 here. There's a moment, but guess what? Look who's over on C1, Taylor. They're trading hands again.
They are. They are. You know, just when Thailand thinks, okay, we're finally making progress, Korea comes and takes it away from them by decapping C1 or decapping C2. It's been consistent, and you got to appreciate the effort and the coordination Korea has had throughout this game, too, on their defensive side. Yes, they lost attack, but they were unwavering in their faith to defeat Thailand, at least for 1 game, the course of game 3, and we're seeing the results of that. Once again, both sides are going to be red, but not full red, not fully captured just yet. We do have another missile coming in. I have to assume this is going to be Korea's missile. We'll find out very shortly once it connects, and it does connect at least on 1, and that was Thailand. Z onto one of the members from Korea, but only 1. And C1 still being decapped.
Jeez.
17 lives remaining. Yeah, Korea answers back once again in a flawless fashion. In fact, they're going to go ahead and double down. They're going to get the decap on C2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, they just put a light tank on point, and there's nothing that Thailand can do about it. This is, frankly, utter domination, a perfect trade yet again. Korea's doing a great job of maintaining position now on C1. 6 lives remaining. Folks, I think I know where we are going. It is going to be a trading of defenses, a trading of wins, which means we are going to game 3. There's only 4 lives remaining. It's just a matter of time. We may see a moment of overtime here in a second if things change a little bit. As our missile comes in, let's see if it makes a difference. A great shot through the roof, opened it up, but only gets 1 on C1. You saw the couple defenders that were actually on the point back up, and a couple more missiles, a strategic beacon place. It's just too little too late, folks. Unbelievable job from Korea to hold on to these points down to the final hour, the final moment, as more missiles come in and continually do not find anyone to take down. They don't change the tide of battle at all. Taylor, we are going to go to game 3 again. After 3 2-0s yesterday, we've now seen 2 back-to-back game 3s should things close out here in the next couple seconds.
Yeah, and I think they will. The 1 life remaining. Korea, against all odds, has managed to come back, force a game 3, and what we thought, at least I internally thought, would be a quick 2-0. I did. I thought this was going to be a quick 2-0. Thailand, business as usual. They'll continue their domination as they had yesterday. But no, Ghosh, Korea, get it done. They get excited. And they will be moving in very shortly into their 6th series, or game, I should say, of the day. Now we start to talk about stamina. I think Korea's fine. I think Korea, I do. I think Korea's okay. After that performance, I have no reason to believe that they're going to be slowing down. They played that impeccably. Thailand was on the back foot the entire time. And now, more importantly, right, now that we move into game 3 with the tiebreaker rules, Thailand's going to have a choice, or excuse me, Korea will have the choice. Most definitely. What map do they want first and foremost? Or do they just want to go ahead and choose the side? Attack or defense? And I think they're going to do what Korea, or excuse me, what Japan did. Or no, not Japan, excuse me, what they did before.
Yeah.
It was them, right? And they're going to choose defense. I think that's the easy choice. Whatever map they go to, no worries. Defense is where they think they can win.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. Again, I'm really impressed with Korea's defense. They look better on defense than attack, to be honest with you. It looks much more organized. It looks very clean. They know what they're doing. It's very strong. And so if Korea has the advantage, I can only imagine they're going to go for defense. And so then the ulterior question is, what map are we picking? Like, if I am Thailand, is there a map I feel really comfortable on? The answer to that question, at least in my mind, is the map you absolutely stomped this team on yesterday, which is trench lines. And so I am expecting to see Korea on defense, and we go to trench lines. That would be my push. That would be my push as a coach. Right. But again, I'm not on the back end. I don't know what this team's actually comfortable with. Do they believe that day was a fluke and that this team just completely, messed up and didn't play correctly? Or do they have a map they feel really strongly on, especially on attack? They're like, that's the map I want to attack on. Because Trenchland isn't an easy map to attack on necessarily. We've seen some attackers win, of course, but it's not easy. And so is there a different map that you feel like is easier? I don't know. Maybe it's cracked. Maybe we'll see cracked again.
Maybe.
I have no idea. All
Knife's Edge. Who knows, man?
Yeah, that's right. Okay. I am so here for this. So anyways, because of that type of, we've already explained how it's going to work, but the folks in the actual stadium also are showing it here as they're discussing. You can see the text down below. Because the defending sides both won and Korea captured 3 zones while Thailand only captured 2, Korea has the advantage in the 3rd game. So that's how this all works yet again. And again, I'm really pumped to see what Korea does. I can only imagine they're going to go for the defense. And then, of course, the other side, Thailand, gets to choose the map. And I've got to think they're going trench lines. That's where I would go.
100. I think so.
I think it just makes so much sense, Taylor.
Yeah, it's the only one that makes sense. There's no reason to play an unknown map. Go where you're familiar, because you're right. They did destroy Korea yesterday, even on attack when they were attack. Right? I mean, like Thailand on the attacking side throughout 3 different objectives only lost like 40-something tickets or lives. That was all that they lost. It was a pure dominant win. But I will say I don't think it'd be that dominant this time around. I really don't. Korea is playing much differently. They've now won, 3 games today. They've only lost 1. They're on a roll. They had the momentum behind them. They've got the wind in their sails. And they are starting to even turn those in chat into believers. Those who didn't believe in Korea are now starting to believe. That's a great thing. And now you're starting to see what some deemed as the underdog. Actually, let's call them the underdog, at least in this matchup. We already seen the results of it. Now Korea is officially achieving success. And if we do have a Korea-China grand finals, I'm here for it, but it's something I wouldn't have expected, at least off the performance yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing to remember is that yesterday is part of this competition. Yesterday, we, of course, have to keep into account, but today is a brand new Korea team, and they could make a meteoric and historic run through the lower bracket, meet the team in the finals. Here's a quick look at the leaderboard, though, how it all went down in the last round. Of course, Dead Dog on the right-hand side being your commander, Yurzix being on the left side here with Thailand being the commander, and therefore at the top because of the scores they're able to bring in. But Sarah Jin and Wonsa, the 2 vehicle aficionados at the top for Korea, is where my eyes are drawn. Absolutely crushing it, driving those vehicles around. And then, of course, Meme actually picking up, I believe, the most revives for the side of Korea on the defense. Whereas on the attacker side, I saw somebody in chat say 180 tickets only for attack is insane. Well, not really when you're thinking about how many people actually play for that battlefield medic position and actually go for revives. Look how many revives are down across the board. 75, 36, 26, 65, 34, 37. That is a ridiculous amount of preservation of lives on the map to make that 200 feel like 400, Taylor.
No, without a doubt, man. Those revives make a huge impact. I've been saying that since the very start when I started commentating Delta Force. It's like, look, your revives, your medics make the biggest impact on your team, and they are unsung heroes. Everybody looks at the stat line of eliminations, but I think the viewers and those who play the game are starting to catch on. Like, medics is a true and impactful role, and sometimes it's exciting to see the high numbers. I think the highest number we saw today was 103 revives, which is crazy. So we've seen a guy get 170 plus eliminations and 103 revives. Dead Dog leading his team to victory. Wansa, vehicle bane, without question. Like, that guy was mowing vehicles down in his own vehicle. Whereas before, I believe it was Darkstar for Thailand. Well, Wansa's kind of taking over the reins and the overall conversation. As far as Sarajin goes, you've been pumping him up the entire time, Goj, and he's on here for a reason with the highest skills. Korea has some star-studded players who are truly rising to the occasion.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Sarajin's gameplay to be able to hold down points with vehicles, keep it alive, and pick up good kills. Let's listen into the comms in the final moments of this map.
시원 정면 옵니다. 정면 들어갑니다. 1층으로. 시원으로. 여기 봐. 시원 들어봐. 여기 봐. 시원으로. 시원 밟아. 시원 비콘 나왔어. 비콘으로 와. 시원 밟아야 돼. 시원 밟힌다. 시원 거점. 시원 밟아야 돼. 시원 여러분 시원 밟아야 최후 결전 안 떠요. 시원 밟아야 돼. 시원 들어가. 나키 살다 들어가. 결전 안 쓰려면 시원 밟아야 돼. 시원.
Well, clearly ecstatic. I mean, come on, you could hear it in their comms. The excitement starting to rise when they know victory was within their fingertips. And then they finally grasped it and said, okay, we're going to a Game 3, a well-fought battle on C1 and C2 as Korea undeniably better than yesterday. You see the celebration. It means so much. When I say they have momentum, Goj, I mean it. Korea has the wind in their sails, and they're going across the ocean, baby.
Yeah, I totally agree. You know, we couldn't hear the cons at the very end there, but I will say the celebration, the high fives, the hugs, it's so fun and heartwarming to see because those are all the squad leaders. You got to remember, those are the leaders of the individual teams of 4 all working together in those comms that we're hearing, along with our commander, aka Dead Dog. So fun things to watch across the board from these teams. But the replay on this one was a lot of fun to watch as well because, frankly, it felt like it wasn't close. Like, I felt like the Thailand team was just crushing it through A and B. We get to see full lives, 180, and all of a sudden it's utter breakdown. They even get their first point. They even get their quote-unquote headquarters to play from. But the Korean team was just unstoppable. It was unreal, and it was namely because of these moments. Darkstar, who's been a standout performer, unfortunately ran in 2v1 thinking he was going to be the hero, and it just cost them so much score and so many vehicles because they were going for these plays in the backline. Those 2 vehicles, the Lav and then the tank on the backline, were never killed for 180 lives the entire time around point C. And I think that truly was the difference maker, along with, of course, some heroic plays from people inside the buildings, on both sides, of course. But this tank and that Lav were unstoppable.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt, unstoppable indeed. Vehicles, at what we've learned over the past couple of days, are so impactful. We knew that, but I didn't know it to the extent of what I've witnessed, not only from countering vehicles, but using the vehicles, the tanks, for goodness sake, scaling walls, getting angles with barriers to attack windmill, for example, right? So on trench lines. The ingenuity of these players is incredible. I've learned so much, and just like yesterday, I'll say it again today, I've seen some of the best warfare Delta Force has to offer. This is truly what this game is about when it comes to an esport, and we've learned so incredibly much. We now look at, obviously, some analysis with our wonderful talent on the right-hand side, dressed up very well, as Goj likes to say. I gotta elevate my game, I really do. I need to get some better suits, and I swear to you, I'm going to go get 2 suits made, but we're focused on the tanks, specifically, I believe, here for the side of Korea, right? And locking down this street was the first big task. If you remember, Goj, Thailand was putting a lot of emphasis once they knew they were going to be losing A. They were putting a lot of emphasis on this street fight as a last-ditch effort to get rid of it before they headed into the B objectives.
Yeah, it's a great shout. And again, this is something that is very unique to Trainwreck. The attackers start with a lot of vehicles on this map. And gives them a huge advantage. And so A and usually beginning of B is a little bit easier for the attackers. And it's definitely the case in this matchup. Thailand had great starts with their A and B points to where, again, like I'm, you know, at risk of repeating myself, I thought they were going to steamroll. I thought they were just going to roll through both these points very quickly. And you could even see like how open A was. And maybe it was the defense's job to say, okay, let's just back up and play for B. A is going to be a lost cause anyways. The amount of lives that these teams are picking up on A is not the amount of lives they're going to spend on A. So it's going to be a wash regardless. Let's just move on to B and think that, hey, I guess that a lack of extra score is actually a good thing. Let's make this a shorter game. And so it actually ends up working out for them. I don't know if that was directly the strategy, but we get to B. And this is where the fight gets a little bit more difficult. Of course, we see that our defensive teams were able to get their vehicles, which obviously made a difference. This player flying around the map, blowing everybody up, cutting down an entire force that was trying to rotate in to immediately push for B. It was a difference maker, absolutely. You set all of those players on respawn, and it's a much slower aggressive state. But one of the things I loved about what Thailand was able to do on their attack, to be honest, was push up onto this building and set up for the fight on lower B. And that was what secured them this B point so quickly. Look at it. I mean, they're on 150 lives, and they're already all over the point. Like, this really was a Thailand game to lose. And they did. They lost the game because of C.
Yeah, which is surprising because Korea didn't struggle that much on C1 and C2, you know? So I figured this one was going to be the difficult one because of the elevation difference. This is where Korea struggled. But C1, C2, I was thinking Thailand's going to cruise through it without question. I mean, they already had they still had their tank. And if you even go a little bit further on, remember there's a tank that goes into the center of B and ultimately helps secure this objective so they can move on. But they did a lot of great things. They were playing very, very well. I mean, taking over that building is something Korea didn't do, if you remember, right? Because Korea was focused more on the bridge, whereas Thailand was focused more on the hilltop and then transitioning down through the building, then ultimately pushing onto B. So there was two different angles of attacks, and both of them worked for the respective rosters, Korea and Thailand. But I thought at least C1 and C2 was going to be captured in the same amount of time as Korea did, and we would be going to D1, D2. But I'm wrong. Korea played it masterfully. They ended up bunkering up and contesting the point that was already captured and forcing Thailand to readjust and send troops to a point that they already captured, therefore taking energy and troops away from the point that still needed to be captured. And then they just went back and forth. Again, Korea played that beautifully. Very well done.
Yeah, very well done. Folks at home, we've got another Game 3. We're headed to Game 3 in our second series of the day here shortly. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. This is Day 2 of our 2-day LAN here at the Grand Finals at DreamHack Shanghai. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Roger that. Artillery barrage, smoke screen incoming.
되는데 왼쪽 시원으로 버텨야 돼. 오른쪽. 오른쪽.
Well, folks, a quick break this time around. Of course, this is the Asian Champions League here for Delta Force, day 2 of our 2-day LAN Grand Finals at DreamHack Shanghai. And I think you all just saw what happened. Our picks came in quick, and it's like I know bull. It seems like our Korea team who won the trade-off said, hey, we just did this. We're going to go defense. And then our Thailand team, who they obliterated this Korea team yesterday on trench line, said, fine, bet. We're going to trench line. See you there. And this is a cool opportunity. This is what I shouted out at the top of this matchup, not only for a bit of revenge here from the Korea team, but also Thailand to prove, hey, we actually are the better team, and especially on this map, we know how to win. So it's going to be a fun back and forth. There's a lot of storylines here. I'm really excited about these two teams getting a bit of revenge and getting a bit of back and forth on the same map. I'm really pumped about this one. So, yeah, hopefully you guys are tuning in, having a good time. Feel free to ask any questions as well. But this is our second best of 3 of the day. Here's the thing. Ignore everything else that happened. Just this map will determine who goes to the grand finals. Just this single map, which I'm so pumped about, Taylor. And it's good to see these two teams discussing strategy and likely discussing what went well and what went wrong for them last time they played on this map.
Yeah, you know, trench lines, we called it. We knew we were going to be heading to this map. And like you said, it's a matter of what went well, what went bad. In the case of Thailand, obviously, what went well? Like, how did we dominate? Can we replicate that? For Korea, well, what went poorly? Why did we lose? And what are we going to do to capitalize here? And they're starting at square one, literally on objective 1 on the attacking side. The tendency here, or at least the key to victory, is going to be speed and aggression, getting onto the hills quickly and overwhelming the forces of Thailand. But more importantly, remember, Goj, where they struggled the most, quite truthfully, was the use of vehicles from the Thailand side. They weren't doing an effective job of countering them. And I think today is a totally different story. They've caught on very well, and Korea has been doing a great job at shutting down the tank side of things. So Thailand on the attack. Of course, Korea will be on the defense. Let's see how this ends up unfolding. Korea, can they hold on this time like they couldn't last time?
Yeah, it's a great call out, and as a reminder, the A point is almost an arbitrary roadblock before we get to B1 and B2. We've never seen a team hold A to a point of actually making a difference. We know the strategies at this point, and it looks like that tank was targeting respawn beacons, which is, I think, a great move, whether accidental or on purpose, worked out well for him. But this is classic. Look, we have seen this gameplay loop now multiple times on broadcast, and so we know exactly what to expect. We've got the tank in the back, creating a little bit of opening for the team, wiping players on the point, and eventually the attacker going to be able to swing in using smokes to get onto the point, pressure enough to take this one. It's really going to come down to how do you play the trenches in B, and as the Thai team knows, they've beaten this team on this map before, so although they are frustrated about last map, I do think picking this map felt really good to them, and they're likely feeling good about this matchup.
So take already in the back line, no surprise there. That's just how it goes. The question is, does Korea want to try and take it out early on? Is it worth it? Like you said, A is just a temporary roadblock until we head into the trenches for B1 and B2. I do want to see more of a concerted effort, though, from Korea on B1 and B2, because that's where they struggled quite a bit. You know, if you remember, Thailand took over those sites pretty quickly. Korea needs to have a better answer this time around. And it wouldn't be trench lines without the Sanivas, man. These have been incredible. You see so many of them. There's going to be a wall. The reason why they're so big, obviously you got the shields, you got the grapple gun, but you also have the razor trap. And when you get into the trenches, placing those razor traps down to slow down your opponents, even just a little bit, puts them at a disadvantage so you can gun them down. So Saniva is going to be used quite a bit, as they have been throughout this entire tournament. Being captured, but make no mistake about it, Korea has pushed in. They're putting up a great effort, defensively at least. Down to 189 lives is going to be Thailand, still very healthy, and I think Korea might be losing this shortly. The tank putting in a world of hurt.
Yeah, look, this is honestly the closest we've seen a tank get to point A in the course of the last couple times in trench lines. Thailand, as per the usual, pedal to the metal. They are getting extremely aggressive. And again, losing 12 lives on point A is a complete misnomer. It literally doesn't matter. They get those back immediately, and we're headed on to B1, B2. Classic start, and so far, so good. Thailand looking very clean, perfect execution. You can see already, by the way, 31 revives from Thailand. No wonder they only lost 12 in that. They were constantly picking people back up. They were taking no risk, but here's an organized push over to B1. It looks like to start. If they can figure it out, let's listen in.
สวยมากอย่าป๊อกไปเอามันได้ละยืดเอาไม่เลยระวังใหญ่ทีเดียวเพื่อนด้วยเข้ามาแล้วชุบกูหน่อยกูจะกางโล่ชุบกูหน่อยสวยครับข้างบนขวามามันจะตบหลังเห็นแล้วมาหลังบนสองเลยโอเคเสร็จแล้วใช่ไหมเอาไปที่สองเลยนะไปที่สองเลยไม่ได้ยังอยู่เฮ้ยขอร้อยเอนจิเนียร์เฮ้ยอย่าทิ้งรถเอนจิเนียร์
Woo, I told you they were going to play aggressive. They were flying at B1. And one of the main reasons, they had massive player advantage. There's a full squad of Korean players on the right-hand side that were trying to take out this tank. And it would have been worth it. They almost did. They needed one more rocket, but the engineers kept it up. They were able to back up behind this berm to stay alive. Almost a great call from Korea. Unfortunately, it's cost them B1 within just a matter of seconds of starting this. Now, they've got a great amount of effort to try to push back onto it and retake it, but this tank is back to full health and is peppering these Korean players that are still trapped in these trench lines over here. They almost just need to die and reset and swing back the other way. This could be potentially, if Thailand keeps on this pace, this could potentially be the fastest capture of B1 and B2 we've ever seen. They are flying through this map right now, crushing their opposition, but there are a lot of Korean players on B2. It should be a little bit of a stalemate for a moment. And who knows, it could, Taylor, it could look like what we just saw in the last map.
You know, the thing about Thailand and why they're so comfortable in the trenches is they love the CQC fights. They've got some great slayers on their roster who are not scared to get up close and personal and get scrappy. Korea, you know, much respect to them as well, but I think Thailand has the higher slaying power. So the bigger distances between the opponents, you know, between obviously Korea and Thailand, they feel more comfortable. Whereas Thailand, they're okay closing the gap. They're okay getting in your face. And, well, we're seeing that represented right here and now as it looks like Korea starts to get eliminated one by one. B2 quickly being encroached upon. I mean, Thailand is knocking at the door of starting to capture a B2. They're going to be there very shortly. Only a couple more members of Korea to get through. And, well, I think this might be a wrap. You've got one more series of troops from Korea who's going to be coming in from the off angle. If they don't have an impact, B2's captured. And like you said, this could be a record.
Yeah, this is a great swing from Thailand. They came over immediately. We don't even usually see the tank on B1 till like 80 lives remaining. Korea still got these flankers trying to throw bullets down range like the AT-4s at this tank and keep it unhealthy. Unfortunately, they're not hitting that often, and because of it, there's just not that many amount of people on the point in comparison. Luckily, the team's able to hold it down, and it does look like Thailand's at least trying to get a little bit aggressive because it is pushing the tank back. So I like the strategy. It is working. It's just risky. Frankly, from the Korean side, they've almost lost both points because they're missing 4 players. And if Thailand knows this, which they do, they might be able to just fly at B2 with everybody all together and potentially take that point because technically they have player advantage.
B2 still looking quite healthy. Korea's managed to hold on. They're looking strong, forcing Thailand to bleed their lives. And although C is going to be the next objective, which we'll naturally be going to, after the hold earlier that we witnessed from Korea, I believe it was, right? If I'm not mistaken, you know, you got to think maybe they have the same defensive setup with the dual tanks, the double tanks, which could potentially hurt Thailand. So the more tickets, the more lives Korea takes from Thailand puts them in a great advantage heading into C. Here comes the tank finally moving in. It's going to be over top of B1, getting close to B2. And like you mentioned, Korea sending additional troops onto the sidelines to get the off angle on the tank. You know, there's a thing, an old adage, right? Sometimes you win the battle, or excuse me, you fight the battle so you can win the war. And that's exactly why. That's exactly why. Now that the tank is gone, you just have to focus on the ground troops. I think it was worth it. I think the juice is worth the squeeze, brother, and Korea are in a much better spot than they were before. Let's listen in.
8,000년밖에 안 되는데. 오케이. 왼쪽 배탱크 라인 한 분대 와요.
예, 왼쪽 옵니다.
탱크 다시 온다. 탱크 다시 온다. 우리 다시 탱크. 우리 우측으로 돌까요? 우측으로. 이번에 우측으로 돌까요? 우측으로. 좌측에 있어. 좋아. 우리 너무 좋아 지금. 괜찮아. 죽어도 돼. 나도 70. 이번에 군대 투자하기만 만들어. 왼쪽 강타 한번 맞으세요. 잡지 마. 잡지 마. B2 터널임.
Well, the comm sounded clean, but the comm sounded chaotic because that's the nature of warfare. I love the fact that we got a chance to see all four of those players finally executing the job, swinging around the outside, all shooting at the exact same time and blowing that tank up. Now, of course, it looks like they're going to have to do it again, and that's exactly what they're doing. Look at him run! They're on the way! They're all coming together, making a move. This is a perfect execution. This is all one squad, all working together under their squad leader, making a huge flank. They've been spotted out, and I think they're going to get taken out. That's actually Wansa's squad. This has been a difference maker for this Korean team. Constantly, they do get all wiped though, so watch out for another squad of 4 sitting around the flank, potentially going to try to take this tank out. This is a lot of extra score that's already been sunk though from the side of Thailand to push up by getting another tank here. So keep in mind, Darkstar, who's in that tank, will have to double the amount of value if he wants another M1 tank to get back onto the battlefield later, which is something that could come into play. But so far, so good. I will say I am blown away with the amount of revives that Thailand's been able to get. We still have 148 lives. We got a long way to go for Korea, and all of a sudden, a massive force has made it to B2, and it doesn't look like there's a trade at hand.
Yeah, it looks like Korean forces are looking a bit drab at the moment. I mean, Thailand looking strong. Korea will go up. I mean, if they can take this back over and we continue on, that's going to take or hurt, I think, at least Thailand's mentality. I do see a lot of bodies on the ground. Korea's making great work of trying to retake B2. In fact, look at the overhead. All those green arrows is going to be Korea on the defensive side, mowing down the red players of Thailand. They successfully take over B2, Goj, which is great. And a respawn beacon, I'm not sure where it's at. It might actually be over on B1. Another vehicle's coming in, and this is going to be Thailand's. Great news for them. Korea is holding on tight to what they got. We have 2 vehicles now for Thailand. And maybe that's what they needed to finally win this B2, because they've been trying for so long. The Sanifa will win it for Thailand on B1. Thank goodness, or else they would have been losing both hills at the same time.
Yeah, a lot of folks down there on B2. And, ooh, already it looks like, that's D. I mean, that's so far away they're calling in that tank, and they were able to get it in. I thought it was destroyed. But, hey, if you want to make sure, that it gets called in, I mean, they are way back there. Unfortunately, because there's just less players, this is 20v20. You can't afford to have 5-6 players super far away, because all of a sudden both points are going to be capped, and we're going to be moving to C here in just a moment. If this remaining player gets wiped out, bang, there it is. As much as we were lauding Korea's ability to take away folks on the map, unfortunately they only took down 53 total, which means we get all those 53 back, and we are back up to maximum lives. Thailand in the lead going into C, and again, we've seen only one team ever hold a decent C position. And I'll go ahead and tell you what, it was not Korea.
200 lives for the side of Thailand. All that work for Korea, all the blood, sweat, and tears, just to go into C with the reset. Look at all the red in front. Thailand so aggressive, pushing up. I mean, looks like they're going to clear the ground very quickly, overwhelming Korea. And it's only a matter of time before they're on C. This could be a cap, as you quoted earlier. What, in 60 seconds?
Yeah, it's pretty classic. Siege is very difficult. It does look like we've kind of restabilized back onto the actual point. So right now, we're going to be looking at Thailand to blow some holes in these buildings, make it a lot more difficult to defend, and then just wipe these players to a point where they can't respawn fast enough to hold it. C should go pretty quickly, but then after we move on to D, that's where the rubber's going to meet the road, and we're going to need Korea to step up in a big way to deplete the resources so there's not maximum lives going to E if we make it there. Thailand, known to be good at this map, proving why. Really strong by playing extremely aggressive. It's working out. Let's listen in.
กูเล่นซ้ายสุดให้กูเล่นซ้ายสุดให้เพื่อน
เฮ้ยมุมไหนวะตรงซ้ายอ่ะไม่เจอว่ะ
เฮ้ยซ้ายสุดขอบแมปนี้ซ้ายสุดขอบแมปนี้
นี่สวย
ขอรถถังกูจะไหลรถถังกูอยู่บนเขาบ้านมันกูอยู่บนเขาบ้านมันฟังกูจะไหลรถถังมีโฮมิ่งไหมไอ้ฟิวมาเกิดพี่มัน
อยู่สายเลยมันเป็นเซนโลพี่
ผมยิงเฮ้ยขึ้นหลอดรถถัง
กูมันจะเข้าโกดังรีคอนตาย
Well, comms obviously smooth because, well, they've got to protect this point. And here's the thing, right? You compare the two Korean defenses they've had. Korea on C, they technically did have one of the best holds of C we've ever seen by doing this strategy, which is up on top of the hill looking over. The problem is they weren't fighting Thailand. When they were fighting Thailand and they tried to hold C against Thailand, it went basically exactly like this. 6 lives being spent, and Thailand essentially has control over all of C. This tank is just too big of a risk factor to lose going into D. So this looks a lot more familiar to yesterday than it does to a couple hours ago when they did have a really strong defense on C, Taylor.
Gotcha. Oh, already. You said AT4 aiming in. Takes a couple of ticks off of the tank. That's coming in very quickly. Oh, Luckily for Korea, the second AT4 will be missed, and therefore the tank will be on the ground. And that's good news, especially now that we're heading into a fresh set of objectives. We'll be going into C1 and C2, which arguably should be a lot more difficult, or should be D1 and D2, which should be more difficult than C just a little bit earlier. And this is where Korea should, what I say, make their money, right? This is, or get their money's worth, I should say. If E does come around, you want to try and waste as many lives as possible on the Thailand side so you have a better chance of closing out the game on E. If you don't close it out already on D1 and D2, but in typical fashion of Thailand on the attacking side, they're already making quick work of D1, already taking priority on one of the hills. Korea has failed to stop the early pushes from Thailand.
Yeah, I love that shout. Again, this is a lot of the same of yesterday, the way Thailand was playing against Korea. They were flying through points, not letting Korea get set up. The problem with last game where Korea won the defense was that Thailand let them get set up on a point with 2 vehicles, a full lockdown of a building, and they couldn't break it. This time, they're not going to make that mistake again, and they're repeating history right now with the speed at which they are taking these points. Down goes A, B, C, and now D1 in a matter of a blink of an eye. This is not even close at this point, but it doesn't mean the game is over. I do think that Korea could hold down either D2 or E for a very long time with the amount of slaying power they had. The only real problem I saw, actually, Taylor, was looking at that leaderboard and the score lines. A massive discrepancy in score between Thailand and Korea. You know what that means? It's snowball time. Thailand's going to keep calling in vehicles, call in guided missiles. I'm looking at Paper Cut to call in some very soon. I'm looking at NTPP to call in some very soon. 2 players at the top of the leaderboard for this Thailand team.
You know what's hard mentally for Korea at this point, you know, of course, subjugating is I feel Thailand, because they are getting on these objectives and capturing so quickly, Korea doesn't really have a chance to recoup. They don't have a chance to sit back and take their time and re-coordinate and, you know, get their wits about them. Sometimes when you get dominated so quickly in a game in esports, it's like the game is over in a blink of an eye. You don't even know what happened, right? That's why you need time in between maps to kind of recuperate, but more importantly, even on a micro level, in between hills and objectives, to recuperate and really think, you know, what the heck is even going on? How can we fix our issues? That's where the commander comes into play. Obviously talking about Dead Dog from the Korean side, but Thailand, and this is the also like in real battles, right? I mean, Thailand is so aggressive and so quick and so violent with their levels of attack. I don't even know what this guy's doing, bro. He is in TPP is just going nuts, by the way, snapping on everyone. But Thailand is so violent in their attack, Korea has no chance to recuperate and settle down their mind. Right now, it's just they're reacting instead of, of course, forcing Thailand to react to them.
Yeah, it was a good pickup there on Darkstar. Taking Darkstar out of a vehicle is a huge win, by the way. Darkstar has been a menace all day today and yesterday in the vehicle, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. I mean, this is utter domination, an exact replica of yesterday. And this is where the commentator and an analyst in me says, okay, yes, mathematically, they made the right pick. Hey, let's pick defense and let our opponents pick a map. But I wonder if they just think back to fighting this team on this map. Korea says, hey, we are in the advantage. Why don't we play any map we like, regardless of attack or defend, and just not let it be trench lines because of how bad it was yesterday? And I wonder if they're maybe thinking that right now, as of course, vehicle on vehicle warfare, who's going to win the tank or the lob? I think the tank's going to win this one. Another great elimination there, and another vehicle down for the side of Thailand. But we're on to point E at max 200 lives. Yeah, this is not looking good. Look at the score discrepancy. This is so important. Look at the score discrepancy. 35,000 at the top versus 15,000 at the top, folks. You start doing the math on what you can call in, and I'm going to be honest, you can't call in a whole lot with 15,000. Let's take a listen in to Thailand.
เฮ้ยฟิลผมมีให้ฟิลผมมีจีวันให้ซ้ายเยอะซ้ายขึ้นขวาเลยซ้ายกดอุ้ยสไลด์บนนี่สไลด์บนหอคอยบูแล้วโดนบนหัวฝั่งขวารีเซ็ตได้ไม่เป็นไรรีเซ็ตฝั่งขวาเหมือนเดิม
Great comms across the board. If I'm Korea at this moment in time, I'm wanting to get on top of the windmill, and that's exactly what they do. Because remember what they did earlier today when they were playing on trench lines against Japan? They prioritized taking over the windmill specifically so they can dominate with the AT-4s up top and take down the vehicles of Japan. And now I think that you do the exact same thing against Thailand, who has several vehicles, but more importantly, have been devastating with their vehicles, okay? So for me, Korea already on top of the windmill, beautifully done. I wonder if Thailand does eventually try and counter that. Let's get real, though. I mean, this is a large task for Korea defensively to hold on tight with how aggressive and violent Thailand has been. Let's do a listen with Korea and see how they sound.
라브 왼쪽으로 올라옵니다 이제. 네 확인이요. 우리 잡았지. 왼쪽 올라옵니다. 집중하세요. 왼쪽 올라옵니다. 왼쪽 전부 다 집중해요. 왼쪽 전부 다 집중. 지금 차이 있는다 이거. 지금 라브 왼쪽 아래 있습니다. 왼쪽 아래 있어요. 라브. 갈게. 이거 비건 남겨놔. 이거 좀 힘들지도. 남겨. 왼쪽 옵니다. 왼쪽 절벽 왼쪽. 수리. 오케이 제배치 우리 제배치. 절벽 아래. 왼쪽에 라브 올라와요. 왼쪽에 라브 올라와요. 라브. 천천히 기다려. 라브 발전기 위에.
Good listening. Clearly, things are going well, right? We look at the overall just chaos of what E is currently. Guided missile coming in. Vehicles are also moving forward for Thailand, and Thailand has a ton of real estate inside the hill on E. Korea might be on their last legs.
Yeah, and I think here with the guided missiles coming in, this is exactly who I said to watch out for. Is NTPP Papercut going to be calling in those first guided missiles, going to open things up for the offense, and you're seeing finally some of the defense's vehicles being cut down. This is the opening they need to get on the point and get active. A couple artillery strikes as well, and a couple more guided missiles, and I'm going to be honest, all of these guided missiles should be coming from Thailand. The rest of the score from Korea likely goes to the side of vehicles. Another guided missile, this time on the backside. doesn't strike hardly anyone, doesn't get a single pickup besides zoning potentially off the defense, off the point. The battle ensues around the power supply units on the outside here in the bottom right-hand corner, mid corner of our screen here, and the tanks know it. They have to get involved, and all of a sudden 3 tanks on the side of the defense is the difference maker to not lose this game immediately, as yet again another Thailand vehicle is done and dusted. There is a question in my mind right now, Taylor, after all of that work. It was not close at all, and all of a sudden there is a gigantic vehicle advantage on the side of Korea. All that we should be caring about as the attackers is how to kill those people. And here's another guided missile to open things up. Another Thailand missile from Zai comes in, blows up a couple people on the point, but it's still 3 tanks absolutely obliterating everybody spawning around these power units.
Yeah, and there's a respawn beacon, I believe, inside the power units as well, unless it was destroyed. But Korea regaining control against all odds. I gotta say, I am blown away, and I do believe the missile did destroy the respawn beacon, which is pretty bad, because now Thailand has to once again regain control. Goj, I'm gonna be real with you. I thought this was gonna be done with and dusted, but clearly it's not the case. Korea still very much in it. 151 lives, guys. I'm telling you, Korea is in this until they're not. Thailand once again has to try and retake. Let's listen in to their voices.
ไอ้ตรงจุดล่างอ่ะถ้าเราไหลเข้าซ้ายมันเดินช้านะใช่พยายามเล่นซ้ายไว้พยายามเล่นซ้ายไว้ทุกคนมันมีปืนเคาะอยู่ข้างบนอย่าชุบปืนเคาะอยู่บนเสาอีกตัวนึงชุบอยู่พวกผมเข้ามาได้ที่อาคารแล้วทุกคนรออาคารแล้วจุดเซตก่อนรอต่อรถถังมาด้วย
Comms again. I mean, again, like the classic saying we're saying is that they sound clean, because you got to remember these are IGLs for an entire team of 20. So it is constant stream of information, where people are at, where these tanks are at, how to aggress, where they want to go, what the orders are. It goes very quick, Taylor, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. The emphasis has to be on killing these Korean vehicles, and it needs to be very soon.
I think that's been the emphasis the entire time. You know, taking these vehicles down is of the utmost importance. And I think now, even for Thailand, right? Thailand has to take down the 2 tanks, and doing that's going to be so important. But I really do appreciate the fact that Korea has set up here. And I don't know if you noticed, by the way, on the zip, they had a Suniva razor trap on the zip up, just in case Thailand decided to get sneaky and go up. You know, it's just the little things, right, that make all the difference in the world. Trying once again to push up from the bottom of the hill is going to be Thailand, and their forces are looking a bit thin. I do think, you think they're maybe considering taking over the building next to E instead of going through like the power boxes?
I mean, that's absolutely what they have to do with 3 tanks on the board. Here's the thing. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care where you go or how you address this point. You lose if you can't kill these tanks. And you have to know that it does look like one has faltered. That's a huge win on the side of Thailand. They know what they need to do, and almost everybody should be running Stingers and Engineers, smoke and run up, and then blow these tanks to smithereens. That is your literal only option if you want to win this game. And it looks like they know that. They pushed back up the power supply units. They've taken 1 tank out. There's now only 2. Still a problem when Thailand has yet to call in a vehicle. They prioritize guided missiles, and they got nothing for it. And guess what? We've got another tank being called in from Korea. This is unbelievable. I mean, this is the problem, right? This is not going to be a win for Thailand if they don't figure out how to take down the tanks. And what's so interesting about these fights and the constant back and forth is that sometimes all it takes is 1 well-held point, and you can win this whole game, regardless of how the way the rest of the map's been going.
Thailand's a bit spread out. Korea also spread out themselves, but their line of attack, their angles, I think, is a little bit stronger, in my opinion. I'm paying attention to the bottom of the screen. Yeah, Korea, with just 2 strong, managed to take out 4 members of Thailand on that rock. Now you just got a couple more to clean up. There's going to be Fluffy BBC there. He's taken down. Korea's cleaning up shop. 112 lives now for Thailand, and I think it's official. Korea's back in the driver's seat. They're the ones with the momentum. They're the ones holding it down, forcing Thailand to think, what the heck is going wrong? We were steamrolling earlier. We were even steamrolling on E. We had it Why are we no longer in the driver's seat? Why are we no longer winning? Well, of course, they've got to figure that out. They're desperately trying to get up there, Ghost, so they can place down a respawn beacon. But unfortunately, the respawn beacon that they had control in power, it was destroyed by the missile, right? You can't do anything about that. It is what it is. So now you've got to once again go try to get a respawn beacon down so your troops can then spawn on you. And they're trying to do that through the E building, but there's only 2 there. They're not making a lot of progress. And once again, they're going to try not only from the building, but this rock, which they've just been getting gunned down. And a tank is there for good measure on the Korean side.
I'm going to be honest. This is looking horribly grim for Thailand. And I think one of the things that Thailand is going to have to do here is prioritize things that can take down the vehicles. I've been saying that over and over again, but what I mean by that is actually some of their call-ins. I don't know that you're going to kill a tank with a guided missile. I think it would be extremely difficult to do. I think you would have to target it perfectly. You'd have to target a space where they don't think it's going to land, like behind the point, and get lucky. That's not the way to do it. Instead, maybe artillery barrage could help you out a little bit and push them back on the point. I'm kind of thinking every single player on the Thailand side needs to back way up, regroup, and call in their own vehicles. That might be the only option. Those tank destroyers are a pretty good option to maybe get involved here. But, I mean, we don't even have an attack anymore. It looks like half this lobby on the Thailand side just left the game. There's nobody on the map. Like, they have nothing to do. And so, again, the call to action here is regroup, set back up, and move up as a unit. 3 vehicles is nearly an insurmountable force. And that word nearly is about to be removed pretty soon.
Is that Sarajin? Yeah, Sarajin from Korea. Perfect position, perfect spot. You can't even sneak up on him. Like, he's in such a great open position that if you try to sneak up, much like Korea was doing with the squad, trying to take down the tanks of Thailand during the B1 and B2 position and trench lines, like, that worked because you had a lot of coverage. Where Sarajin is at, you don't have any. So if you're trying to take an AT4 and get onto that hillside, you're going to get spotted a mile away. Now, I will say this, though, for Korea's sake, I see them getting very aggressive and pushing up. I don't want them to get carried away here. There's no reason to overcommit and overextend your team. I understand you want to get greedy, but there's no reason to get greedy. You had a power position. You knew where Thailand was trying to go, and it's right there where Noi is at, where Darkstar is at. And did that tank just get destroyed? No, it just took an AT4 shot. It's going to be okay. But don't get too greedy, Korea. You have a power position, and because you got greedy, now the forces from Thailand are pushing in. This was my worry.
Yeah, it's almost a worry in my mind. It's 3 tanks still. I mean, I feel like half of Korea's forces could just sit in the building and grab a cup of coffee. Like, 3 tanks, if they don't fall here, is unstoppable. So even if you give the attackers some moment of a position on point E, it doesn't matter. You roll in with engineers riding your tanks like it's a bicycle and you just blow everybody up. I mean, this is the problem. This is the issue. Thailand doesn't have vehicles. They've called in their guided missiles. Their vehicles got destroyed early, and they spent a lot of their resources on other points to steamroll. We get to E. We got a lot of bodies on point right now, and the signal cry is going to be coming through that these tanks need to get on point to cap it back, and boom, all of a sudden, it doesn't even look like there's anybody here.
Oh, did it get destroyed? Respawn beacon's already destroyed. I was about to point it out. No, it's still there. Excuse me, it's still there. Thank goodness, at least from the Thailand side. And now the pressure's on. The pressure is on. The tanks are still in, obviously. Korea still has a defensive setup, but they have to clear out that building. Thailand has been trying to lock this building in and get a respawn beacon down for, I think, at least 60, 70 lives at this point in time. So for Thailand, they're in a better position they were before, but still questionable if they can close this out. But, Ghost, this is their best option. If Korea can successfully retake that building, get rid of the respawn beacon, I think they're going for gold. They're going to grand finals, and I believe the respawn beacon's out. Guided missiles moving in. Let's see how effective it is.
Yeah, this is going to be massively important. Which team is this for? Who does it land on? It was another Thailand missile that comes in and takes out 2. This is going to open up the point a little bit, and we've got a couple more missiles following. I can only expect that we will see our first Korean missile here shortly. Reminder, they were like 20,000 score behind the top scorer. It really wasn't even close, but this point has dramatically changed things, and they're in it is perfectly called. Seiko comes in, drops most of the Thailand forces on the point, and opens things back up for the defense with an answer back that kills nobody. Very well executed from Korea to hopefully retake this point as the tanks go swarming because the bodies keep coming. Because that respawn beacon continues to maintain space in the building. We talk about power positions on this map. We talk about power positions on E. It's the building every day of the week, including today. The problem is the tanks just will not fall. They cannot get any damage on these tanks. It doesn't even matter. Everything going right for the attackers. They're even taking part of this point. But at some point, when all holds left, when all of the defense is gone, there's still 3 tanks that can roll up onto the point and say, sorry, dog, you can't do anything about us.
It's a massacre. It's an absolute massacre. There's nothing, like you said, Thailand can do. Talk about flipping the script, ladies and gentlemen. Korea had their back against the wall the entirety of this game. We were ringing the alarm bells. Korea was done for. Chad, I saw what you were saying. Korea taking the L. But Thailand now, they're the ones taking the L because Korea has miraculously come back through grit and determination and ultimately wonderful coordination across the board from this Korean roster. They have held on to E. And I want to reiterate, Thailand went into this objective with 200 lives. They were maxed out. Korea truly was at their wits' end. I thought it was over with. And now they are 27 lives away from moving forward to grand finals against all odds, defeating what is a powerhouse team of Thailand and going against the top dog, which is China, for $40,000.
The top dog is dead dog, dropping another guided missile and picking up one in the building for posterity's sake. I mean, now we're just having fun with it. Let's take out some people from distance. You're not drawing a flag with this ATV. Sorry, dog. See you later. I mean, this is not even close anymore. Like, there was a moment, obviously, that everything Thailand did was perfect if Korea didn't have 3 tanks. I'm going to be honest. Like, everything they did. They pushed into the building. They had a respawn beacon. They had so much value. Look how far away they are with 13 lives. But there's still people inside the building. It's just too little too late. They couldn't isolate these tanks. They couldn't take them out. And because of that, they're going to lose. And some people are saying, oh, vehicles are overpowered. No, this was a strategy problem. Tanks are really strong. You somehow let Korea get 3 tanks and weren't able to answer back because we overspent on guided missiles and overspent on our vehicles early, who all got destroyed early. We've got no points left to spend on vehicles we can't answer. Everybody swapped to an engineer. Try to blow these tanks up. There's just 3 of them. It's too hard. It's not a vehicle problem. It's a strategy problem. And unfortunately, Thailand wasn't able to execute. And I know we sound grim, but 200 lives. They had max lives going into this. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Max lives. Max 200 total lives. And remember how quickly they got onto E as well. Had the respawn beacon. Plus, they were the first ones to call in the guided missiles. If I remember correctly, like, they had everything to win, but once that respawn beacon got destroyed over there in the energy terminals, like that was pretty much a wrap. Honestly, in my opinion, we do have another beacon down. I don't see where it's at, but this is a last-ditch effort. I mean, Thailand at their wits' end. 5 lives remaining. Tanks are still
unreal.
All 3 tanks circling like sharks in the water, and they are feasting upon the remaining bodies of Thailand. 0, and the celebration rightly earned. Korea comes into today from the losers bracket first. They take down Japan, then a rematch against Thailand, who dominated them just the day before. And they defeat the Boogeyman, and they go forward to grand finals with a guaranteed prize of $30,000, but they're not stopping there. They want the trophy. They want the $40,000, and they want to be the champions of the Delta Force Asian Championship League. And mind you, the first champions of Delta Force Esports on land.
Oh, that's so brutal, man. I mean, I'm seeing the reactions on both sides, and obviously complete opposites of one another in utter celebration and almost dumbfoundedness. The Korea team said, wow, we won it all. And unfortunately, on the Thai side, they were so sure they were going to win that map, and then they lose in the final point. And you can see, especially from Yurzax, the leader, so sad. And, well, here's the side of the celebration. Unstoppable. Korea has moved on to the grand finals after nail-biting performance after nail-biting performance. Folks, you got to remember, Korea started in lower bracket round 2. This is a meteoric run. They have to go the farthest out of any team from losing the very first round, then winning in our first round of the lower bracket, winning second round of the lower bracket. Not only winning in 2 best of 3s. Yep. Clutch in the moment, good at defense. Opportunity knocks. They got to take down the behemoths. So many teams to talk about, so many players to talk about, and a great competition thus far. We finally made it to the grand finals right around the corner. We're going to be seeing China back on broadcast. We've been live for 7 hours today, and we haven't seen China once. They are waiting in the grand finals to see who their team will be that they're going to play against, and it's going to be Korea. Here's a quick interview, of course, with our Korean team.
And another, I believe, another player for the first time, right? Be it up there. That makes, I think, 3 during these, yeah. Which, again, love they're spreading the love. It's Wansa.
This guy's the GOAT. I'm not going to lie.
He's insane. Insane. You know, insane on ground level as a ground troop, is insane in vehicles. Top dog, baby.
그리고 우리 장비분들도 분명 잘했지만 보병분들이 너무 잘해줘서 덕분에 이런 결과가 나온 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
现在心情非常好，我们这个载具的队也非常的出色，当然其他的队员也是表现非常出色，才能有今天这样的成绩。
是的，今天其实2场比赛全部都拉满了吗？会不会现在感觉
He just looks so cool and calm and collected.
Yeah, he's ready for the next game, man.
He's ready for, dude. He is locked in, isn't he?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
목소리를 정말 갈아 넣듯이 해가지고.
There's a smile. He's happy. He can't hide it.
Feels like the type of player, like, again, this is the English broadcast, folks. We obviously don't speak all of the languages here on main stage. And there is an official ACL broadcast out there, Chinese broadcast. You can listen to the casters over there. But I can imagine, and somebody can tell me in chat if I'm wrong, this is the type of player that is like, we did the job, we got another job in front of us. You know what I mean, Taylor? Like, we interview these players all the time, and some players are extremely animated, and they've got like all these stories, and then a lot of players are like this.
I think it's wait for him to finish his answer.
그리고 상대 장비를 파괴할 수 있게끔 뒤에서 맵을 켜서 지켜보고 지휘하는 역할을 맡았는데 너무 만족스럽게 잘 끝난 것 같아서 기분 좋습니다.
I think Delta Force is still so new that we're not going to have the villains just yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think everybody is you know, still humble, still like, hey, you know, the other team played well, but I think there's going to reach a point where, especially like on the road to EWC, right, going into next year, you think when these players get established, we have more tournaments, there's going to be some true villains that start to be created in the scene. And guys, we need villains to make things spicy and interesting with the trash talk. We do, but for now, all respect, and I'm okay with it.
탱크가 3대 있었는데 저희가 왼쪽, 중앙, 우측 이렇게 하나씩 틀어 막으면서 보병이 어떻게 움직이는지, 그리고 장비가 어떻게 움직이는지 정보를 쉽게 전달할 수 있게끔 배치를 해서 잘 막을 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
我们有3辆坦克分别在地图的左边、中间和
FYI, I see people in chat asking, oh no, grand finals is today in like 10 minutes. We are going to see Korea versus China in just a moment, folks.
这一次要捧起奖杯的话，觉得队伍短时间内需要去提升的点，或者说哪一些方法需要去使用呢？
It's also going to be a best of 3 with no bracket reset. So if Korea wins the best of 3, they are the champions.
팀이 굉장히 빠른 템포의 공격 스타일을 가진 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 저희는 그 빠른 템포에 적응하면서 잘 받아치고 또 공격할 땐 저희만의 방식으로 말씀드리면 안 되겠죠? 그래서 저희만의 방식으로 잘 공격해서 이겨내보고 싶습니다.
据我所知，中国队的战斗风格是非常的迅速的。
Man, you know, to think goes that, like you said, 9 hours or 7 hours of broadcast, they've done 6 games in a row, which is just crazy to me. 6 games in a row, and they're about to potentially play 3 more. I mean, it's just unreal. You know, if Korea, they've already done amazing things, but if they can come through and they can beat China like that already, the stories, just the setup storyline wise for Delta Force in the first LAN that leads into more is already incredible. You know, to not have a true dominant team, like to have Thailand, who could be great, to have China, who's obviously amazing, to have Korea, who could be the champions. We could have this 3-way battle internationally that could be a consistent storyline throughout, you know, Delta Esports moving forward.
Yeah, that's a great shot. I really want to look back on that last map because it was a doozy. And I want to compare the scores at the end of that match based on what we saw going into round 3. Look at the crazy swing that came through from Korea. Reminder, going into point E, Thailand had like a 20,000 point spread almost all the way down the board from left to right hand side. Now you see a lot of our scores. Dead Dog ended up scoring higher than Urzax, and then the rest of our scores are within like 8 to 7,000, and we still obviously have the Korea victory even despite a little bit lower score lines. And this is a crazy swing in the final moments because of those tanks. Great execution, some great numbers across the board on the defending side, but paper cut the goat on Thailand. I know they're out 151 revives in game. 151, folks. Well, 151 revives. You said 200 tickets isn't enough for attack. Well, 151 people got revived that didn't count towards those tickets being reduced. Ridiculous, but it is Korea that wins, and so we're going to honor them with a couple different tags. Of course, DG, Delta, and 95K Wansa. Wansa, of course, who just got interviewed, the vehicle aficionados for this team that closed things out by using those vehicles at the end. They were the true heroes of this team in the final hour here, Taylor.
Oh, true heroes indeed. I mean, every single one of them, Dead Dog, Seiko, Wanza, Delta, just wonderful. CK Kun, I mean, consistently contesting the objectives. You don't realize how annoying somebody can be, but CK Kun is that annoying player on the, you know, of course, to his opposition. I mean, to be consistently in those hills, you go back and think about when we were on Trainwreck, right? C1, C2, or C1, C2. Like, CK Kun was consistently in there. That's why it was constantly contested, because he refused to give it up. And then OAH, the Battlefield Medic, the amount of revives, we mentioned paper cut respectfully so, but just everybody just doing such a good job. Let's look at the winning moments and see the celebration as Korea clutches it up.
건물 앞으로 가세요. 건물 앞으로. 건물 1층 보고 있어. 건물 1층 보고 달리고 있어요. 건물 앞에서. 예, 건물 1층 들어왔어요. 건물 1층 들어왔어요. 나 살려줄 수 있나? 알파요. 나 딸피. 세코 미사일 상대 비쿠 다운. 상대 비쿠 다운. 오케이. 앞으로 가.
미사일 되면 오른쪽에 싸워도 될 것 같아. 오른쪽 앞에.
어쩌면 들어온다. 건물 뒤로. 건물 뒤로. 오른쪽. 우리 뒤에 있어. 우리 뒤에. 여기 빨리. 우리 뒤에. 미사일 있어. 앞으로 떠.
The biggest celebration of the day, and honestly, the biggest clutch. Unbelievable job from Korea to hold them to point E with max lives on the table. They still weren't able to do it. Thailand does fall after a great tournament, falls in third, only walking away with $20,000 as an entire team, but still surprising nonetheless. We moved to the grand finals, but a look back on that last round, we went to trench lines. Taylor, we called it flawlessly. Korea said, we thrive on the defense. We want to defend. And Thailand said, bet, we're going to trench lines where we absolutely stomped you guys last time when we played against each other. But this time, Korea was ready for it, at least on point E. Everything leading up to point E was all Thailand.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There was no contestation, no question who the best team was outside of the E-Hill. Thailand was winning this series. They had already won this series. In my mind, in your mind, I'm sure, in chat's mind, Korea couldn't hang. Bottom line, period. But yet they win. And that just comes to show you how much mental fortitude Korea has, and resiliency, and the refusal to give up, and obviously the belief in themselves that they had. And I do want to point out, by the way, sending that squad, just to reiterate, sending that squad on the outside to take down that tank was awesome to watch. All 4 members stand up. They all shoot the AT-4 at the same time. And it was just great. It really was. But yeah, seeing these final moments here, the tanks, that's when things started to get scary, especially when the respawn beacon was destroyed by the guided missile. But once these tanks were here, there was just no response from Thailand. None whatsoever. What could they do? And then let's not forget Jin as well on the hilltop, just up ahead to the north. Obviously, he's not there in this replay, but he was there for the longest time. And that stopped Thailand from getting into the E building. Beautifully done. Great job. We're going to break down, obviously, of course, with the great casters and analysts over there in Shanghai, over at DreamHack. But B1, B2, the main thing here to take away, honestly, tanks weren't getting punished enough. Korea did try to answer back, and they did destroy at least 1 tank, but they couldn't get the second one. B1 was captured quickly. B2 was contested for a long time, but ultimately it was Thailand who got it relatively quickly, right? But I think what we're breaking down here, Goj, is going to be that squad, that beautiful squad from Korea, that all 4 staying low behind the ridgeline were able to go through and destroy the tank.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The route man gets paid yet again. This is the classic moment where you send the route people over on the far left-hand side to throw the flank up. They all shoot at the same time and blow this tank up. Now, it doesn't feel like that big of a deal because, of course, Thailand blew up this entire B1 and B2 very quickly, and they trade out for a new tank. But, I mean, if they were able to keep this tank alive, they'd have 1 more vehicle for point E, and maybe 1 more vehicle would have been the difference maker on Korea having 3 and Thailand having 0, or potentially them having a trade-off in the vehicle category. But 3 rockets land at the exact same time, and those 3 rockets wipe that tank in all surrounding areas. So I don't know how critical this was to their overall success, but I think there is a moment that now looking back on it, this tank could have gone all the way to the finish line with how fast and aggressive Thailand was blowing through each of these points. I don't think they lose that tank in transition, and they'd have 1 more for point E, which could have been a difference maker. But we move on to points D, of course, which yet again was another steamroll, which is why we were so surprised that E looked a lot different. We had a couple vehicles being used to just roll through these points and get us to point E as fast as humanly possible. Some blobs, some really aggressive plays, and they were able to not only address D to cause a bit of disturbance, to at least keep some of the defense over there, but they also swung up onto D1 in particular, immediately on spawn out of C.
Winter had a lot of great moments himself throughout the series. So did Zai. Got a lot of players down too. Yeah, I mean, they were attacking pretty hard. Seiko, though, you see that man on the right. I think that guy was, I don't know, about to mow them down, or at least try to. But yeah, D1 and D2 was just captured very quickly. I mean, that's just the way it goes. And then E was where the main focus was at. But I will say, Thailand, I hope they don't give up. Like, I hope this crew stays together as long as they possibly can. Obviously, it's a 20-man team. There's going to be some moving pieces, but I really do think this team has a lot of potential. It's very early whenever it comes to Delta Force Esports. But man, were they a great roster throughout the entirety of the tournaments, without question. Seeing this perspective really comes to show you how great Thailand was. I mean, we're at 199 lives. Already D1 has been decapped and is going to be full cap shortly after. They had plenty of vehicles on the map. They had a tank that was raining down hellfire on every defensive member from the side of Korea. And even though they do have a vehicle in the back, it's not going to allow for much. The smoke screens, too, was pretty brilliant to allow the transition from Thailand, obviously, to get even more onto the D1 position and then transition into D2. But I think the main story, obviously, has to be on the E recovery from Korea's side.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the point E was absolutely utter domination. But it's looking back on these that reminds of how dominant Thailand was getting to that point. But then you think about the vehicles lost. We actually lose a vehicle there from Thailand on the D points in the transition over to E. Again, a difference maker. Totally swings that point E in the other direction. Thailand absolutely could have won this thing. But unfortunate battle there. Overall, though, excited for Korea and the historic run they've made through the lower bracket. They have made their way all the way from the worst spot in the bracket to the best spot, fighting China in the grand finals for their share at our $100,000. Both these teams walking away with a nice chunk of change, but who's going to win the $40,000? You're not going to want to miss this, folks. Grand finals right around the corner. About a couple-minute break here. When we come back, grand finals is going to be set up. We're going to introduce China yet again for those that are maybe just tuning in for the day. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
不对，天网被全面升级了。哈利克谢，该死！所有人恢复！无名，确认位置。听着，我们的交易很清楚，我帮你摘除脑机，摆脱哈福克。而你必须入侵天网终端，恢复 GTI 通讯。现在，立刻恢复。
我已就位。资料是安全。
找到天网计划的终端，快速入侵。
欢迎回家。你和威利克讲的是给我是最高，你是与众不同的，不要抗拒，接受它。还出我的脑子！手吹手。搜索四周。来制造一点恐慌吧。被耍了，终端不在这里。 我没看错，你还是最出色的那个。我知道你会回来，但你要清楚，不是哈福克需要你，而是你需要哈福克。我们才是未来。
掉队，让战火止于利剑和尖盾。这里是 Delta Force 守望者营地。哈福克不但拒绝一切可能停火的谈判，还暗中升级天网。战争的天平已在剧烈摇摆。 为了能更灵活地应对日趋复杂的战争态势，确保我方获得优势，现将指挥权赋予身处前线的你。
众望所归，你现在是我们的指挥官了。指定为高价值目标已就绪。发现敌目飞机。发现敌方坦克。已标记敌方高位接单位。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
Welcome back to the Delta Force Asian Champions League, day 2 of our 2-day LAN Grand Finals here at DreamHack Shanghai. Look, I've been your host today, and here with Taylor in the booth all day. We've been live for almost 8 hours now, and we've had a dang good time going through all of our bracket stages to get to this point. But almost all of it can go out the window because we've made it to the grand finals of the finals. We are here, the final stage, the final best of 3. It is Korea versus China, and we're about to get started on what's likely to be the best matchup we've seen thus far. I am so pumped to see China back on main stage again, Taylor.
Yeah, without a doubt, China's been unstoppable. Throughout the qualifying process, they went undefeated. Throughout their games yesterday, again, same thing. They played against Thailand. They played against Japan. They made quick work of both of those rosters, beating them 2-0. Granted, Thailand, who was just defeated by Korea, did put up a great fight. In fact, they nearly won on game number 1, I believe it was, if it wasn't for a wonderful guided missile that ended up connecting, I believe, on several members of Thailand. And it was China who won game number 1 with 8 total lives remaining. It was a miraculous play. That's something only China could pull off. So for the first time in this tournament, and maybe for even the entirety of qualifiers, we will have China facing off against Korea. This matchup hasn't happened, so there's a lot of unknowns. But one thing is for certain, Korea has played 6 total games today. As Ghost said, we've been alive for about 8 or so hours. Well, that entire time, not only have we been live talking our heads off and yapping, but also Korea's been playing that entire time. So they're coming into this series potentially a little bit tired, maybe hungry, but also on the flip end, very determined and also incredibly warmed up. Meanwhile, China, they haven't played at all today. And I thought Thailand was going to be put on ice, and, well, they came out the gate swinging. But Gosh, China's been waiting a long time. You think they're ready to go?
Yes. That's tentative yes. Because here's the thing, I usually stay away from these conversations because they're pro esport players, right? They're Delta Force pros. Like, they know what they're doing. Oh, sure, they're not actually cold. They've been warming up in the sidelines. Or, oh, they're not actually that tired. They're used to streaming for 10 plus hours. However, we've been going a really long time. And if you show up to a tournament and you're like, okay, I know we don't play for a couple rounds, but maybe they're supposed to get there at the start of this tournament, and you sit there and do not play for 8 hours besides maybe some warm-up matches on the side, I mean, I'd be cold. Like, I mean, I guess you got to come out swinging and you got to see how they're going to play. I think this is actually a true advantage on the side of Korea. Not only because, yes, they've been playing for 8 hours, and sure, that would tire somebody out, but one, I think the momentum and the aggressiveness that they were able to finish that one with, the excitement that they had finishing that last round is going to carry them forward into the next one. Some adrenaline pumping through your veins, you'll be good to go. Whereas on the other side of China, they've just been going, oh, well, we're still waiting. We're 7.5 hours in. We still don't have a winner. Oh, they went to best of 3 again. Yeah. How is this possible? Like, I think they're feeling confident, but also might come in a little bit cold. So I think China really wants to be on the attack here, so they can set the tone. If we allow Korea to be on the attack to start things off, I think they're going to come out swinging. But let's talk about this China roster. If you just tuned in today, you haven't seen this roster yet, but yesterday they stole the show. They dominated every round, and it's majorly on the back of that hot JB Cat player. That is their commander. Yes. He is going to be the leader for this entire team, communicating to all 20 players, and was the top fragger for this team. So the difference about this team in comparison to others is most of our commanders play more support roles. This guy goes in swinging. And Hot JB Cat was our top fragger with like 170 some odd kills between 2 games. But one of those games had 135 some odd kills. It was an unbelievable stat line. Nobody else has even gotten close to that amount of kills, and that's this man right here. I'm really pumped to see what he's able to do on main, yet again in grand finals for $40,000.
Yeah. You know, I say it's not an individual game, and it's not. If you play as an individual, your best case scenario is a 1v20. Who's winning that? I don't care who you are. But there is one individual that you have to shut down, and it is Hot JB Cat, because he is so devastating with the vehicles. He is so devastating in a slaying category. I wouldn't mind if an entire death squad is sent his way to take him out, because he is that crucial on the battlefield for China. Now, as far as the lineup goes for Korea, you should be very familiar with them if you've been here all day, in which a lot of you have been. Of course, we've got some very talented members who are looking to make an impact and upset this entire tournament. And in my opinion, guys, they've already done that. Beating Thailand was a true testament to how much Korea wanted to be here in the grand finals. I'm giving them a pound as well, dude, because, hey, man, I got to pump them up. They have played so very well. I came in loving Korea, the chicken head himself. I mean, I'm going to continue to say it. And the chicken head has made it to grand finals. That's insane. Imagine losing to a chicken. That is a possibility, baby. But China is going to be, honestly, I shouldn't say true test. Thailand was just as incredible, but China is just on a different level. You know, Japan was like step one, right? Japan's great. Japan's good. But Japan's not Thailand. Thailand, next step up. They're good. They're great. They took China on the brink of defeat, right? The first team to truly do that. And that's why they were the favorites outside of China coming into today. But now that Korea has beat Thailand, Goj, I sincerely feel Korea can take on China and potentially beat them. But make no mistake about it, it's going to be hard. It's going to be really, really hard.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think we're just preparing. You know what I mean? Like,
what is he doing with the field?
Some of these, sometimes you just gotta lock in. You know what I mean? And whatever it takes to lock in, this is one way to do it. He's got his eye mask, ready to take either a nap or just mentally focus. And sometimes you got to get your chakras going. You've got to get everything in line so that you can come out swinging and just get slamming. Now, I got to say, one of my favorite parts about this competition is not only the $100,000 prize pool, but also this incredible trophy. I mean, this thing is awesome. First of all, I would say that I would want to fill it up with a bunch of liquid and take a drink out of it. I think I would maybe hurt my mouth a little bit. This thing looks sharp. It looks beautiful. And I mean, look at the top of it, man. That's like shards of glass almost. You know what I mean? But I think I would still do it. If I got the win here and dominated, I mean, I'd be throwing some water in there. I'd be throwing some energy drinks in there, whatever, and taking a drink out of that thing very carefully. It's so beautiful. And love to see all of our players. Hopefully, we get to see a team lift that trophy at the end of this broadcast. It's just a matter of if it's going to be Korea or if it's going to be China. A fun fight ahead of us. And chat, I want to hear your predictions. To be honest with you, I've got to go China here in the booth based on their domination yesterday. Yeah. I think I have to pick that team, but I also picked Thailand, and I was wrong. So don't listen to me. We want to hear who you think's going to win in the chat. I see you over here in YouTube chat. I'm watching it. I see you in Twitch chat. We're watching you all. I want to hear who you think's going to get the win. China or Korea? Who do you think's going to take it? We're about to see the map here shortly. We're about to see who attack and defend. Folks, it's like we've been here before. Back to trench lines yet again, this time with Korea attacking force, China on the defense. This is going to be real interesting, Taylor.
Very, very interesting. So my prediction, oh my gosh, what am I thinking? You know, my brain wants to go with China. That's the smart pick. China's been that dominant. But my heart has to go with Korea. How could you not support Korea at this point in time? After their heroic run, playing for 8 hours, you want to see them go all the way now. I mean, come on, right? I mean, you want to see Korea win this whole thing at this point in time. We've invested 8 hours watching their story against Japan, against Thailand. Now just close it out. And the cherry on top, you're getting trench lines, a map that you just won, a map that you have proven success on. But so does China. Okay, so does China. So it's not going to be an easy route without a doubt, but it's something that they have to do, something that they have to go for. And speaking of which, I actually want to take that back. China hasn't played, they haven't played trench lines yet, at least on stream. So that's a bit of an unknown. But we know that they're lights out. They're incredible. As long as Hot JB Cat can be shut down, they're going to be good. This guy with the chicken. Yo, morale on this team is still at an all-time high. Like, Goj, they have not bowed to the knee. They haven't slowed down one bit. They don't care about the 8 hours. These guys are true gamers, and they're here to play it out.
Well, also, it's worth mentioning, the chicken head goes crazy, sure. Wansa is locked, dude. I mean, look at this guy. He's talking through strategy with his team. He's one of the squad commanders, and he is one of the biggest difference makers for this team. They're talking strategy, but the best thing about their strategy is they already know how to win. Get to point E, have 3 tanks. GG's. Go next.
Bro, that's it.
They just did it.
That's it.
Do it again. It's time to get into the game, folks. The grand finals is here. The teams have been discussing strategies. It is Korea versus China. And like I said, I think China needed to attack first to set the tone. We'll see what they're able to do on defense against Korea, who's already shown that they can absolutely attack on this map. It's just a matter of executing against China. These teams have not played against each other, not here on main stage. And it's time to prove who the best team is as we jump back into trench lines. It's a best of 3, no back bracket resets, no advantages. Just the true winner is going to be your ACL champion.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I mean, so much build up to get to this very point. Korea has fought tooth and nail. China has been incredibly dominant. They have not dropped a single game, guys. Not a single game, and that could be said for the qualifiers as well. I don't know the official record, but I know for a fact they were undefeated. So for China, they have yet to lose a game. Is this going to be the first time? When you look at the elimination feed, first it starts off China. Korea answers back. It's going to be a tug of war back and forth. Korea on the attack, China on the defense. And I will say, when it comes to their defense goes, remember, let's go back to Threshold when they were playing against, I believe it was, or actually even further than that. Let's go back to when they were playing on Cracked against Japan. Japan couldn't even get on point A. They couldn't even capture A. The game ended on the first objective.
Right.
I don't foresee that happening here, but I'm just saying that just to kind of reiterate how strong China's defense truly is.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The crazy thing that you noted there is worth re-mentioning is that Korea has gone to 2 best of 3s today, which means they have lost maps today. China has yet to lose a map at all. So we'll see if maybe Korea can force it to another game 3. Korea starting on attack. They know they're strong on defense. So if they can even just trade here and win the advantage in that trade, and then be able to pick defense, they could win it all. The classic start. We've got the tank on the offside, playing safe. Launching shells in, opening up the holes, attack trying to find the angles. I believe Korea, of course, will eventually make their way onto point A. It's just a matter of time.
Right.
And you can see some names that we haven't talked about in a while. Lemierre's there in the chat. Emo Pig in the chat. Sorry, in the kill feed. It looks like a chat because it's flying so fast.
Right.
And they're frying out. But the same names that we've been watching all day finding themselves back to the feed.
Okay.
Of course, Wyson on the far side.
Look at Cat, by the way, Goj. Cat on the left-hand side is focusing, I believe, with an AT4 on the tank of Korea, which I want to reiterate, Thailand did not do that. Or excuse me, it was my bad. Korea didn't do that against Thailand. The tanks are devastating on A, but the fact that China's already putting an emphasis on the tank this early on is important first and foremost, but also could really hurt the chances of Korea getting A in a clean fashion.
Yeah, and to be very clear, I see people in chat asking, Korea is the attack, which is going to be in red on our spectator. China is the defense, going to be in green throughout the course of this. I'd love to listen into China and see what they're thinking on this defense.
好救好救！
一个绕好小队，右后方一个绕好小队。
指挥官命令已下达，指挥官命令已下达。
收到。有一队医生，他们在护栏。绕了吗？岗亭，右侧岗亭，右后方岗亭。
步兵部署不要乱，步兵部署不要乱。
掉了。
敌方运兵车，在 MG， 敌方运兵车，在 MG。
我要去信标，我要清信标。
Now look, it is just point A, but comms are clean, comms are quick, communicating the chaos, but they're still holding on quite well to this point, and it looks like an armored transport vehicle was called in for some reason. Maybe it was one that automatically spawns this time around. The tank's still alive because of the engineers able to hold on to it, but this point is still to the side of China right now, as finally we're starting to see some ticks come through, but the defense still has bodies there. If they can win some of these gunfights, it's not going to go quickly.
Pressure's on Korea. They've got to be feeling it. They've lost 62 lives, or 52 lives, I apologize, at this point in time. which typically A is already captured. You got to think going into B1 and B2, it's going to be even harder than this. And China's already putting up a great fight on a hill that is typically very easy for the attacking side to capture. Finally, some leeway, though. Finally, Korea is pushing up, but it's matched man per man for China. On the defensive side of things, like, you know, you can't really determine who has the advantage. Well, now you can.
Jeez.
It's China. Yeah, China's got the advantage. There's no shot that they hold a second team, and in this time in grand finals, on the first point, and they win off the first point, right? I mean, there's no way that happens.
I don't think so. The real question I've got is if they hold them long enough to it actually be a disadvantage going into B1, B2. You got to remember, you get less and less tickets as you move on per succession of these points if you succeed. So here's the other thing, is that if they even just hold them to below 100, they're going to be going into B1, B2 not full lives, right? And that's something that we've never seen on broadcast. There's almost been never, actually, I know there's never been a team to go into trench lines and not be at full lives, all 200, going into B1 to B2. Right now, that is still the case. I believe they get 80 from this first point. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. We'll double check it. You'll be able to see it here in a moment. I want to say they get 80. So you actually don't get real value on point A until less than 120. But what's wild is we're almost already there. And I don't know if it's not only just an utter decimation. It feels like there's less revives coming from the Korean team than we're used to right now. Like, these tickets are going down very fast. I'm so surprised we've lost so many lives. Because, again, Korea on the attack, China on the defense, Korea in red. And you can see they're scattered around trying to find an entry point, but they're also not able to revive each other because of where they're dying on the map. At least not as much as we've seen in the past. So, yeah, it's going to come down to the tank opening up a hole and then everybody rushing in together. A well-coordinated time push should take point A, but I do think that Korea will not have full lives going into B.
Well, Korea putting in their best efforts, and this time they're going to be swinging super wide. Before, they were trying to just full send it into A from the front. This time around, they're going to be trying to wrap and take the forces down from China. But they're in this little ravine. They're in this river. They've got the low ground. China technically has the high ground, and now they're being put into a fatal funnel. This is not the play from Korea. China's just going to gun them down because, again, they have the high ground. So what Korea was doing isn't necessarily a bad plan, but it was terribly executed, and they lose all the lives of all those players who were trying to rotate through.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. This is not looking good. Artillery strikes being dropped in. I can only assume this is from the China squad. They're the ones that have the most score. There's no question about it. And as the artillery strike comes through, oh my goodness, it does look like Wansa is going to pick up several in transition with the tank. A nice little swing here for the side of the attack, at least for a moment. But it looks like we might have a respawn beacon. That is what it is. We've got a vehicle respawn beacon there, but a respawn beacon on the point as well. I think I saw.
It's gone.
That's gone now. The defense swarming back in. This is the fight to determine likely how big of a boon they'll have going into B1, B2. There is an attacker opening. They got to clean it up. Here's the other thing, though. And it looks like we are getting value here on the point. Let's listen into Korea and hear what they have to say, and then I've got to follow up.
우리부터 리스폰 하자. 리그룹 해 우리. 허점 집중. 우리 일단 오른쪽으로 많이 합니다. 오른쪽으로. 다 됐어? 가자. 일봉에 박격포 좀 사줘. 오케이. 확인. 해줄게. 리바 줄게. 하늘 장비. 올라오고.
Well, it sounded a little bit less organized, a little bit of less information gathering, a little bit less communicating. Yeah. And the only real communication I heard was when that vehicle came called in from China. Here's now a major issue, folks. After all this time, this is the exact same conversation we just had with Cracked yesterday. We do finally capture it. They get 70 back. They're down 33 going into B1, B2. So China, they were able to hold. The scoreboard colors are flipped here. Korea on the left, obviously China on the right. Scores are actually decently even. But here's the interesting part. It's the exact same thing I said during Cracked. The longer point A takes for the defense, the faster they get a vehicle. And you saw with B1 and B2 just now opening, China already has a tank on the back line that can get into this mix. And if they play it correctly, if they take out the attacker tank immediately or very soon, we could absolutely see a hold here on B1, B2.
Without a doubt, that's a great call. That's a great shout. I mean, I'm very surprised Korea's tank is still standing, and the reason why is because China was putting an emphasis to destroy it. Actually, they're doing it right now, taking a ton of damage. It's just a couple of ticks away. I think it's gone. I think it's gone. Yes, it is. Goodbye. B1 and B2 now has to be attacked on foot until they get another tank, which could happen relatively soon, but Korea, they are already on the back foot. They can't even get to B1 at the moment through the trench lines because China has such a strong foothold on the defensive line. Incredible. If they can hold A as long as they did, I'm going to be completely honest with everyone. I don't think Korea is going to get B1 and B2. I really don't. China's just too strong.
Yeah, and they do get their second tank back on the board. They've also got a tank destroyer that just landed, and it looks like I think DG Alpha's going to be able to pick that up. Oh, see ya later. Guess who is the sniper in the tank on the other side? It's our boy, Hot JB Cat, the commander of the offense. Look at his angle. He is way downtown, and he's connecting from shots all the way over here. I mean, this is truly, you guys wanted a sniper? Who needs a sniper rifle when you got a tank that's basically sniping your opponents from like 700 meters with those tank shells? I mean, this is unbelievable. Hot JB Cat, a perfect execution. An early tank has totally changed this fight. That tank destroyer was going to be a difference maker, and all of a sudden, even the tank from the attackers, albeit it's still alive, it can't get anywhere close to the fight right now. And yes, we have traded out 1 point, so let's keep our eyes on the trenches. Even though the tank warfare incredibly important, the trenches just as important, as the attackers have found footing here in B1. A couple Sanivas, a couple shields, and they're holding it down as the best they can.
They are, but they're losing ground quickly. They're losing manpower quickly. Korea has forced the remaining members on the attacking side, or excuse me, China has forced the remaining attackers on Korea's side to back to B1, and B1's already going to be under contention as China are looking to reclaim their ground that they lost just a little bit ago. Numbers are a little bit thin on both sides, but it's too thin for Korea to now attempt onto B2. So China, despite them not necessarily taking back B1, or not taking back B1, but at least keeping it contested, they have thinned out the numbers of Korea enough to where B2 isn't being threatened. So it's going to take another wave of attack, another wave of Korean members forward to B2 before they're able to find success. But they're going to keep pushing regardless, and there's going to be at least some headway, some progress, especially with the smoke being down. Through the smoke and confusion and CQC fighting, Korea does find an opportunity to get onto B2. Question is, will they find success? Well, Lances, haven't seen that name in a while, right? Because China's been so dominant. This is the first time they're playing today. Lances is a guy that loves to get up close and personal, and he's a heavy slayer. He knows how to lay down big numbers when it comes to the slaying category. Bobo as well, Posui, Diane, that entire squad that you just saw on your screen bottom left, they're all slayers. The death squad, if you will. So China doing what they were doing mostly on point A. They've managed to take Korean numbers down to 138. Question is, how low will it go? Will China recover B1? Well, maybe so, but the point is, when China goes forward, or excuse me, when Korea goes forward, China knocks Korea 2 steps back.
Well, yeah, and it's also important to note the other tank, the original tank that was brought in by the attackers, is gone. They've called in the only vehicle they have, which is a light tank. A good vehicle. Honestly, a great vehicle. But versus the main M1 tank, it doesn't have the right firepower, and it doesn't have quite as much range either in terms of viability to blow up these vehicles. So it's just kind of throwing shells over the top, looping them into these bunkers to try to help. But it can't be too aggressive because it's going to get blown up. But here's a classic move from Korea. Armored transport vehicle swinging onto this point and throws a respawn beacon down. But however, respawn beacon's down. Respawn beacon is dead. The vehicle's dead. And only 1 player actually survived on that flank. A total waste of time, unfortunately, gets cut down. But the right move, I like the play. It just didn't work out at all. China is the one team, when we do commentary, that I want to commentate personal gunplay. We always are talking about the macro, but there's consistent, insane individual plays, whether it's with the S12K shotgun running through the trenches, or it's with some of our SMGs that people like to use. They're making quick work of our Korean attackers in like 2, 3, 4 kill sprees, which when you're trading your life for that, it's always going to be worth it.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. That's a great call. I mean, Lance's, for example, we saw his POV just a second ago mow down 3 players on Korea before we switched off of him, right? I mean, Lance is right there, bottom left, Posue, that entire squad. Just a phenomenal group of 4. We're down to 109 total lives for Korea. B1 was decapped. Korea trying to retake it back for themselves, and they're going to have enough bodies and manpower to at least get it. Firecat from China is going to stay down low with the Saniva. He'll just take his time. He'll have an onslaught of members. He'll try to beat... Yo, he's beating them all up! There's no way! Firecat takes on 4 members from Korea and drops 4 of them in a heroic effort. When you have solos like that pulling up, why do you need the rest of the team?
Hey, man. Saniva operators move different, all right? They know ball, all right? They know exactly what they need to do. Sit on the point and beat people down until you fall. And if you can trade out multiple, it's going to be a huge win. Let's listen to China and see what they have to say.
标点，标点，标点，边后面变肉了，边后面变肉了。点点，点点，小心6000分，注意6000分，我需要你前了，稍微让往前了。按防炮一队绕后，绕后 B2 有一队绕后。没事没事没事，不用急不用急不用急，点点我们重新组织一波点点。没事没事，你缩过来，先往里缩，先往里缩。不要急不要急不要急，不要急不要急，没事的，能打能打。 大运来了，废坦克大运，我需要运营车位置，我需要运营车的位置。废坦克大运 ，B2 废坦克大运，收到，运营车的给拦截，废坦克大运，轻型坦克去拦截。B2 废坦克大运，敌方绕后不要问题，注意，他们在夹击我们的 B2，我们点内聚守，点内聚守。啊，我收到，怎么了？单元报，单元报，敌方运营车报，运营车报，修。
Every time we tune in to the China comms, the communication is unbelievable. Like, they are able to throw so much information back and forth between each of the squad leaders and the commander, and still retain that, theoretically use that, and also listen to the other people talking while still talking. I mean, it's utter masterclass in how to spew out information that all seems to be important and executed on. Very cool stuff. I love listening into the voice comms. It's been really good thus far. They're still holding down B2 quite effectively, sending out a couple route men on the outside who are just slaying out. And that's one of the things you got to remember about this China team. They are so strong in the slaying category. You're able to see those massive moments, obviously S12K through, or some of these SMGs. But it's these guys, it's this squad to watch out for. Hot JB Cat, obviously our commander, but also one of our top fraggers who's been playing inside a tank for a while. Whereas on the other side, you've got the other Cat in the trenches, just running through, killing as many people as possible, just basically taking out the trash. Less people there are on the map, the less chances that they lose this point.
Korea's making progress, though. A lot of red dots surrounding B2, but only momentarily. I think they've already been wiped. China, great job with, of course, Hot JP Cat. Who else? I mean, insane. Connects nearly every single shot. His accuracy is something to be studied. 2 direct shots. Takes down a vehicle from Korea. He's also peppering B2. Remember just a second ago, I said Korea making progress on B2. They've got a lot of manpower there. Well, Hot JP Cat guns them down while also simultaneously taking down one of the vehicles from Korea. He's simply that guy. And I said it in the beginning, going into the start of this game, it's not a solo game, but at this point in time, at least from China's perspective, taking down Hot JB Cat, in my opinion, is worth the effort. And I would send a full squad simply to prioritize him. And there's an AT4 from China on the left-hand side, I believe, by 2 players, as they're trying to hit that tank, but they're missing every time. He's going back and forth. B1 under contention. We're down to 54 lives, and I said it before, I'll say it again. I don't think we're moving past B1 and B2. I think China closes this out and we go to game 2.
I think it's a good call. I mean, you saw 2 lone survivor operators there for Korea holding down the point with as Sanivas, but China sends 5 at them, and unfortunately just outnumbered, couldn't quite get it going. Here's a pretty big force picked up here by Korea on the outside that is almost immediately just getting laid out through the smoke. A couple recon arrows likely helping, and also just throwing bullets down range. China, of course, under a bit of barrage from the light tank from distance. but it's not enough to really thwart them since they're able to play inside and around this bunker. Unless a well-placed artillery strike or a well-placed, shell from this tank. DG, Delta really doing the best they can without fully exposing the angle at which the China tank could try to shoot back at them. There's a couple more vehicles getting into the mix, and Hot JB Cat continuing to rain these sniper shells from this tank all the way down range. But here comes a little bit more vehicle usage. We got to get moving. We're running out of lives. Korea knows it, so they're going to get a little bit aggro. And unfortunately, when you get aggro, you get punished. My goodness, that tank destroyer comes in and almost immediately goes down.
China tightening the vice grip. Korea, they are on their last leg with just 43 lives remaining. And on top of that, at dire straits, B1, B2 fully capitalized and capped by China.
Gee whiz.
B1 once again is going to be capped potentially. I mean, I say that, but look at the barrage coming in. I mean, Korea is literally safe, not safe anywhere that they go. China's gunning them down, whether it's on foot with the CQC combat, whether it's the missiles, it doesn't matter. They're taking so much damage. There's no recovering from this. Now 38 lives remaining. You almost got to chalk it up, go to game 2. Granted, Korea's not going to give it up. Why? I mean, why would you? On B1, they finally capitalized. They finally get it. You got a straggler, or excuse me, that's going to be Dead Dog, my apologies, in green. He's going to be the team captain, the commander. They're pushing up to B2. This is it.
Here we go.
This is the last stand. This is the last chance, Goj. They've got enough manpower, but can they also execute well and get the job done?
Hot JB Cat needs one more shell to blow this tank up and clean up another tank. And he, just barely. It creeps out to the side, and I think our engineers were able to keep it alive. And a guided missile is already called in. This is absolutely going to be on the side of China. I can only imagine this is going to change some things up if people aren't in a bunker. A massive explosion, and it does nothing. Just on the outside of the point. Doesn't look like anybody falls from it, but a zoning technique to allow people to push off the point as we get another guided missile coming in. This is a pretty big moment. You can see both points under a little bit of contention, but also you can see it looks like China has swapped points. They have swapped over to C2, and this has got to be from China to blow up one of these points. And absolutely, guess who it is? The tank man himself, the maestro, the commander. Hot JB Cat throws one downrange, picks up a triple, and all of a sudden, what looked like dire straits for China on B1 and B2, they are taking back B2 nice and easy.
Yeah, taking it back for themselves. B1 is also being capped too, with just 21 lives remaining. I believe it is the beginning of the end. Wolf from Korea is trying to get active with the Saniva. I see him get 1 beat down. I see him get 2. I see him get 3. Hold up. He's cooking with grease, baby. Can we get a 4 on the Lances? Yes, we can. That man literally has 1/4 health left, maybe even less. Let's call it 1/8. And he makes good use of his life. This is what you do if you're Korea. It doesn't matter if your back is against the wall. You fight till the very end. That's exactly what they're doing. Now, do they win this? Can they move on to the next point? I still don't think it's possible. But you gotta give respect to Korea for consistently going for it and fighting till the very end.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, they've been trying their best. They've been able to keep this light tank alive for a while. It just doesn't, again, have quite as much value as Hot JB Cat has from a distance. You can see that's 95k Wansa, been playing around that light tank for a while. It looks Hot JB Cat is going to get a little bit more active in the final moments. He knows the final push is coming, and he's not going to risk letting B2 fall. They know what can happen if you let a little bit of a window of an opportunity for a team as good as Korea to push through this point and push us to point C. Even if you feel confident on low lives, anything can happen. In utter chaos, Hot JB Cat says, welcome to the party. You want to come over to B2? Are you sure? Are you sure? Here's another missile coming in, likely from China. Let's see where it lands. Absolutely from China, right on top of B2. Anybody that's there is going to have a hard time. Only 1 kill forces them off, and we're creating a bunch of cover here for China because it's just about sitting on this point and ending this game. They're going to try to recap B1. Beautiful execution, and frankly, it wasn't even close.
There's no lives left. Oh, how many was that, Ghost? Was that 4 or 5?
Brother, I don't know. My eyes were closed. I was just dreaming about Hot JB Cat and his ability to use the tank effectively. Yeah? Okay. I mean, I have no clue how many missiles it was. The missiles, honestly, there was 1 or 2 that were decent. They were just more of a covering fire and more advantages, to be honest. Like, it was all about the tank and all about the slaying power in the trenches from China. Like, that was not close.
Not at all. Not at all. That's you know, how do I frame this? Korea has made leaps and bounds improvements from yesterday to today. Okay, they have played so very well today, but my comment saying that I get roasted for a lot. There's levels to this, and there's levels to this, at least in this competition. China is just unbelievable, and again, like it takes an army to win a war, but Hot JB Cat is, I don't know, Goja. Can we call him one of the best players in the world at this point? Maybe the best player in the world. Obviously, there's different roles.
Yeah,
obviously you got your medics, you got your revives, you got your dominant slayers. But as far as using vehicles, tanks, helicopters, I don't think anyone holds a torch to Hot JB Cat.
Yeah, and you got to remember too, going into B without all of your lives is obviously a problem. But the main issue, let's take a look at those scores and talk about the main issue, which is Hot JB Cat, who's obviously going to be at the top. 51,000 score, folks. We ended on B. That is ridiculous. Only 17 kills, but look how much damage was able to throw down towards vehicles, blowing up every vehicle in the mix that he could possibly get his hands on. And I thought that was the biggest delineator. Sure, some of the lives lost on A was a delineator, but Hot JB Cat completely taking out all momentum from Korea. Tank destroyer landed, gone. Main tank M1, we don't see those fall that often on B, gone. Second tank, gone. Then they had to use their light tank. That was the only vehicle they had, and they played super safe with it. And it didn't do all that much. It did fine. Like you see over there, DG Delta, who was driving it, 36 kills. That's great, but it didn't do a lot for the actual points themselves, and he was able to keep everybody else off. And even some of those swings, right, on the armored transport vehicles, immediately gone. Like, ridiculous stuff. I'm really impressed, obviously, with China's team and their cohesion and what they were able to put together. Some Herculean efforts, obviously, on the side of Korea. You can look at some of those stats. They look really strong. A ton of assists, a ton. Look, I mean, OAH, 103 revives, and we ended on point B. Like, the guy was doing, the work on the map. Like, that guy's in the trenches. He's a team player. Unbelievable. But it just still wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't enough. Jeez. Mastal did Hot JB Cat only get 17 eliminations, by the way, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Again, the 51,000 score is insane. He called in. I'm saying 4. I think it was at least 4 guided missiles. Insane. The commander for a reason. The main guy with the tank. One of the best in the world. I saw them out there calling him the GOAT. Yeah, he needs to change his name to Hot JB GOAT, because at this point, brother, he's a great representation of what it means to be the best, at least at this time, at this level of Delta Force esports. Lances, Posway on the same squad, highest kills, no surprise there. They're consistently slaying out. Nobody can truly keep up with them. Kiss Shot, Battlefield Medic. He's been the Battlefield Medic since day one in both of the games against Japan and Thailand, respectively. He'll still be the Battlefield Medic leader whenever it comes to this matchup in Grand Finals against Korea. Firecat, Stone, both guys that have been on the radar too, who have been consistently playing very, very well. You can almost pick any individual from this China roster, Goj, and say, okay, he's good at this, he's good at that. This guy did that in that game. This guy did that in that game. They all have their moments. I mean, that's how good this roster truly is. They're on a different level, and at this stage in Delta Force esports, nobody can touch them.
说这 MG 的有群飞吗？这 MG。第二这边河北了，大地方大，河道来一队，河道来一队，河道来一队，河道来一队。我感觉可以顶了，老猫。打炮弹，你不要开火，不要开火。对，不要开火就好了。你帮我一直标点，不要乱动啊，再标。不要清空，不要清空，不要清空，不要清空。B清空 ，B清空 ，nice。所有部队保持你们原位，继续防守。 收到。能看到我不？我加 B 吗？加 B 还是加 B？ 不用，不要叫，我说叫再叫，不要急，我说叫再叫，不要急，都不要急，都不要急。我确定。那就叫，破碎。
A quick celebration, comms were flying. If you were watching Hot JP Cat during those final voiceover comms, you were able to see the way he was aggressively giving commands. That guy knew not only exactly what to do, where to do it, how to do it, and all of those squad leaders were throwing information at each other. Great comms across the board, well executed, and also a nice little celebratory yell because, hey, this is their first game of the day and the first win of the day. They've been patiently waiting their competition, and I thought they might come out a little slow because of that.
Yeah.
Absolutely not the case. Even on defense, they came out flying, frying, and again, the longest hold we've ever seen on trench lines here on main broadcast for A.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that's when I kind of started to realize, okay, Korea's in for a tough game. You know, I already knew they were in for a tough game, but I expected it to be a lot closer. But when I saw the hold on A, dude, I think you were thinking the same thing. It was like, all right, this is not looking good. They go into B1 and B2 with 165 lives. Typically, you're leaving A with max lives, right? You're leaving with 200, but not the case this time around. In the trenches, Lances started heating up. This is the first time we had a chance to view him. We were focused on the Sanivas and the beatdowns. Actually, one of them is right here with quite literally 4 players dropping to the hands of Firecat before he drops. He was the only one protecting B2 in that moment. And as a solo, he was still able to provide a ton of value to China and a lot of damage to the Korean roster. Now, guided missile-wise, Hot JP Cat calls it about 4 of them. I think maybe even a 5th one at the very end when there was quite literally 0 lives remaining. So that just comes to show you how dominant he was. And now they transfer sides. China will be on attack. Of course, Korea will be on defense. I don't know if it's going to change a whole lot, but I hope it does. And in this short break, I hope Korea finds a way to remain victorious.
welcome back. Delta Force Asian Champions League, day 2 of our 2-day LAN Grand Finals at DreamHack Shanghai. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be the very last map of the day. Of course, headed back to trench lines, but this time China is on the attack. And if you noticed during our break, they actually ended up making a substitution. It looks like BZSL is in for Stone on China's roster. Not sure exactly what happened, but a substitution on main. I can't imagine that'll get changed. Change much, rather, about their overall strategies, but I'm excited to see what they're able to do here. And again, trench lines is a map we've seen over and over and over again, Taylor, and swapping back and forth after China just held Korea to 2 points. Korea is a stronger defending team, but I don't know if they can hold them to 2. They might be able to hold them to E, and then China would get the advantage, obviously, on the traded wins. But holding them to 2 is probably not even kind of possible.
Yeah, because, I mean, Thailand took them to the brink right to E. And, I mean, come on, you got to put China ahead of that. I mean, they are ahead. They beat Thailand. So if it was quick from the side of Thailand to obviously get to the E point, it's going to be just as quick or even quicker from China's perspective on the attacking side. Now, when they get to E, one good thing, though, is Korea does have that game plan that worked out very well with the tanks. But, I mean, in order to get those tanks, you have to at least put up some semblance of a fight early on so you can get the currency in order to obviously purchase the tanks, right? So we'll see what they can do. If you're a Korean fan, get loud in chat because they've got to stay alive. They need to force a game 3. But even if they do go to a game 3, they're not going to really have the first choice that they want right on attack or defense or the map like it's going to be China, because they're 100% getting past B1 and B2 at this point in time. But it's going to be fun, and like you said, they brought in a substitution. May not make a difference, but brother, I think that might be the closer.
Woo, buddy, I'm excited to get in the game here. Here we go. Potentially the final map of the day. Potentially we could crown our champions of the Asian Champions League here just shortly if China is able to defend, or sorry, if China is able to get all the way to point E. And they do have to get all the way to point E. They don't win if they just get past B. Like, they have to win the map in order to actually go 2-0. So here's a very aggressive push. Wow, a very aggressive push. The tank comes in close and starts raining hellfire, immediately getting near the point and blowing up a lot of folks on the point before anybody can answer back. Likely will back up a little bit, but this is slaying out here from China. And then finally, we're starting to see some green names in the kill feed.
What I like what China did there, yes, they advanced to tank. When they advance to tank like that, Korea immediately takes notice. They're like, hold up. Why is the tank so close? What kind of threat is this? What do we do about it? And then China, in order to capitalize off of that, obviously the tank is up front. That's where Korea's energy is at. And then China sends a team of, like, basically a 10-man team over to the right-hand side to get an off angle and attack the remaining members who are set up defensively from Korea, and it seems to be paying off. They have dominant control over A. You don't even see many Korean members, if anyone, at all there. Just 2 or 3. They're getting mowed down. A is going to be captured. We're going to be going to B1, B2. You can already see several members from Korea in your top right spawning over there and getting set up for the B1, B2 fight. They've already conceded A. That has to be a record.
We've lost 2 lives! What? We've lost 2 lives. 2 tickets are gone. Everybody else has been picked up. 2 members have not been revived in this first push. And it was because of this hyper-aggressive play from this tank, risking its life to push aggressively. I mean, they are flying through these points already. This is not a good omen.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean,
it is what it is.
Dude, again, it has to be a record. Like, not only in lives, but just time. Bringing that tank forward was brilliant. There was no answer for it. Again, bringing that tank forward onto A, having a 10-man unit, then swing around the right-hand side or left-hand side, depending on the angle that you're viewing it. It was wonderful. I mean, look how far he's up. Like, you don't see, typically tanks are a little bit further back. He's dodging every single AT4 shot. Gosh. They're pushing it through the trench lines. Now, realistically, though, A, okay, yeah, quick. We'll let that one go. But Korea has been and has shown that they can put up a decent defense on B1 and B2, and I'm hoping it's going to be the same here. But, I mean, look at all the red. They've already swarmed onto B1. They've taken it over, and B1's going to be captured shortly. I mean, China is on a different level.
It's a funny view of Dayan trying to run away from the Geneva operators and Geneva operators answering back. But you're right. For those maybe just tuning in or you're just getting a little confused, no worries. We'll continue to answer your questions. Yes, China is in red. And Korea is going to be in green in terms of when you're looking at the spectator client. Okay, so the attack is going to be China. China has to go all the way through point E and capture all points to win this map. If they do, they are your champions. Korea on the defense, traditionally very strong in the defense category, but I don't think they've faced a roster that is this aggressive. This tank is not back. It is all the way up on the point. And all of a sudden, this looks a little bit familiar. A couple well-placed AT4 shots. Hot JB Cat looking a little bit weak, but dodging these missiles the best he can. But he's got a full squad of engineers, and he's back up to full health. This is the strategy. This is what's working. Let's listen into China.
我们可以打，可以打。你说，你说，你说。你要大量步兵，大量步兵回到分，回到分上，一并分上，过了标底，过。来来来来，我。医生派出去，你们医生派出去，盾狗留下。我给盾狗留点，盾狗留点，
直接打点就行了，点连他们点里只有一队，只有一队。
我们带，我们带，顶出去，顶出去，冷队顶出去，
磨顶出去，磨，
全部顶出去。冷队顶进去，顶去边。等我再往前走一点。边清空，边清空，边清空，边清空。
Well, the comms are matching the aggression as they've already taken B1 and moving straight over to B2. Constant streams of information here, Taylor.
Without a doubt, communicating effectively, and you're seeing the communication and ultimately being executed in the gameplay as they have B1 and are quickly taking over B2. Mind you, top left, they've only lost 10 lives. So collectively from point A to now B1 and B2, they've lost a total of 13 lives. That is it. Of course, they'll recover as they head up towards C. But yeah, again, I'll say it, another record. To only lose that many lives and, you know, be progressing is huge. But I'll take it back. Against all odds, the tank is forced to back away. You've got the minions trying to heal it up as quickly as possible. They do not want Hot JB Cat to lose that tank. But Korea has effectively pushed them off. B2 is back in their possession, or at least shortly to be, and they're also progressing on B1. So, hey, that record I was talking about no longer exists. Shout out to Korea. They're putting up a fight.
And they absolutely are. Been able to battle back. I mean, this is the nature of the Korea team, though. Like, they have been known to be really good at defense. They've been able to always battle back under crunch time. They had a lot of ice in their veins leading up to this moment. And the tiredness, sure, may be setting in. But they still have a big opportunity to step up, show out. This is a $10,000 swing on who wins this matchup. And again, I think they've got another flank set up to potentially swing around the side and surprise Hot JB Cat before he can respond. They are able to get that vehicle down. That is definitely going to open it up. And yes, they do. They take down Hot JB Cat. Finally, that tank goes down. This should give them a bit of breathing room, albeit they've lost B1. This is a big opportunity. Well played on the flank. Well played on the execution from that squad. And I'm pretty impressed, again, with that consistency on how they're able to play that without getting spotted and then all hit the classic 3-2-1 meta. We all timed it at the exact same time. Let's listen into Korea.
움직이지 마, 움직이지 마.
위원 위에 많아요. 위에 참호 위.
뼈 틀어야 돼. 삐뚤어. 나머지는 삐뚤어.
리그룹.
나머지는 삐뚤어 리그로. 절대 안 갑니다 이거. 아 이거 아깝다. 이거 삐뚤어 지켜야 돼요. 같이 지켜야 돼요. 삐뚤어. 아니야 뽑으려고 가고 있어. 뭔가 뽑으려고 가고 있어. 라브. 라브 내려 라브.
B2 정면 왔어요. B2 정면 왔어.
Well, the great thing about hearing those comms, Korea doesn't sound defeated at all. In fact, quite the opposite. They sound determined, focused. They're keeping the comms clear, concise, and the energy level is high. Let's not forget, This is their, 8th game of the day. They've already completed 6 total games, previously beating and besting Japan and Thailand. Now this is the 2nd game, obviously, in this series versus China. So the fact that they still sound energetic, upbeat, and uplifting each other through the comms is wonderful. You got to give them credit where credit is due. It is going to be China once again trying to attack B2. The Sunivas are going to be up close and personal to fight each other out, but Korea still has a great foothold. And I think at this point they've kind of resided to the fact, okay, let's focus on 1 point, and then if we can get over to B1, okay, we'll do that. But right now, they're parking the bus, if you will, Goj. They're focused on B2. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think so as well. Working out well. Pay attention to that kill feed as well. You'll see how much value Hot JB Cat is getting out of this Lav. Not quite as effective as the M1, but he does not care, man. He is getting up into the mix, trying to close this B2 out so they can at least push forward and win with the advantage, and getting a ton of value because of that. There's so many Suniva operators underneath in the actual bunker at B2. There's just not as many people out in the open looking at him. And if they are out in the open, Bobo's there with the Deagle ready to rock and roll. So see you later. Lav's still up, able to back up a little bit with some engineers. Bobo clearing out anybody that's even thinking about shooting at him. But finally, it looks like the defense being able to pepper back with their defense. And it actually looks like the attack not only have a tank and that Lav, they're able to work together with 2 vehicles to have that advantage. We'll see if they decide to get aggressive again and get close to the point.
B2 is going to see a lot of action very shortly. You can tell Korea, like I said, parking the bus. They're hanging out. They're not getting too antsy. China has to push into them. Korea doesn't have to do that. Do I maybe see Korea once again squatting up to potentially attack the tanks like they did before? Remember that 4-man squad, I believe it was versus Thailand. They end up rotating around the left-hand side, and all 4 stand up at the same time and fire their AT-4s at the tank, the Thailand tank, and they ended up getting it out of there and destroyed. And I think they're doing or trying to maybe set up something very similar. You can see a couple people on the northern side rotating around very wide. Meanwhile, focus on B2 is still there. China's putting some units up ahead, but they're getting mowed down. The lives are starting to go down for China. Korea has managed to hold on tight and keep their composure. I'm a big fan of that. We might still have a game here.
Yeah, we do. I mean, there's a couple things to consider while we're now at a position where China might not steamroll, because there was a moment there we thought they would. What's worth mentioning here is that if they are stifled on these points, there's going to be some math that's done for the advantages on who gains the advantage and can pick either side or map. If China just gets past B2, even with 1 life, and gets stifled on C, for instance, China won't win. It'll be 1-1 trade, with Korea obviously taking the win, but they will absolutely have the advantage because they were able to capture more points. So keep that in mind as we go forward. This is a pretty big moment for both teams. To be able to hold here could mean a big win for Korea, and a big win because potentially it could mean an advantage. But we'll see how that all maps out. Let's take a quick listen in with China.
河道主攻，河道主攻回防，河道主攻回防，重复，河道主攻回防，顶上这么多，再打一炮，我把兄弟打死了。现在抢下来吗？能抢下来，能可以决定。我加不到，他那位置我打不到。nice， 走。
Well, same high energy level for China. They make great headway, and we are going to see, and China recovers up to 200 lives once again. And C should be very quick, almost as quick as A ended up getting captured. Granted, Korea has been known to set up a good defensive position, but they don't have the vehicles like they did before. They're only going to have 1. If they had that 2-tank setup again, man, that would have been nasty. But even 1 up there could be pretty impactful. But look at the Wolfpack already. China, they've lost 2 players, yes, but they're already about to be at C. That's it. They're pushing up very aggressively.
This is pretty classic. You go swing in, see if you can take it immediately. If not, you can reset up and obviously blow some holes in some of these walls. That'll help you out. I'm looking back on that leaderboard, though, that they just showed. Hot JP Cat, by the way. 42 kills already. The highest kill total from anyone on Korea is 17. It's not even close. He's getting a ton of value out of that, but it's not just him. Bobo, we saw playing Route Man on the outside, cleaning up some of the people shooting at him, already at 29 as well. So utter domination right now from the side of China in the kill category, and it looks like our defense has picked up a second vehicle. This is going to be critical for the defense on D. I think they're just willing to give C here because they now have 2 tanks pushing into D. It's not worth throwing your lives away and giving away momentum going into D1, D2, especially not worth it if you're going to lose a tank in the process. They take a couple shots, they're going to back up, play high ground, and be ready for new. As per the usual, C goes quick. D1, D2 might be a different story because of these 2 tanks on the side of Korea.
Do you think they start stockpiling tanks already? Maybe trying to, have that last stand on E once again?
I mean, to some degree, yeah. Like, your whole goal is to be able to be a difference maker in the tank without giving your life away. It's more valuable for your team to stay alive in the tank and still shell from a distance than making one massive play, unless it's, of course, the final hour, the nail-biter performance, that you got to do it with 5 lives remaining or something. Like, staying alive is everything. So if they're able to keep both those tanks alive, absolutely. However, the tank driver on the other side is Hot JB Cat. I cannot imagine that they're able to keep both of those tanks alive and be any sort of an option to help out their team during this upcoming fight here in D. And like we said, that C immediately taken. We're right up there into D1, D2 immediately.
Said D1, D2 immediately. This was the game plan. Back away. Don't overcommit. And honestly, it really hasn't been helping, right? Overcommitting in general, because China just comes out with 200 lives anyways. I think send us to E, get that final hurrah, that final stand. That should be the gameplay. China's been on fire. Let's continue to listen in.
别急，没事。
我不行，点，我来，请九跟我，请一下多少秒？
敌方第一放点，第2只有1个步兵队，前线只有1辆轻卡，注意，前线只有1辆轻卡。我叫。
站点，他们吃饭，我没有必要跟他们跑，他们秒不掉我。
7、8猫有
掉了，脸上掉。
亲，帮我亲左边山头上的步兵，
就一两个。
OK，这样子
注意工资。7、8猫重复，注意工资。
发了，我刚刚 CD 打 C 点就 CD。
位置，
来，兄弟来才。
来，你要炮打完，我在数。
Not nearly the same aggression as we've heard from them in the last couple points, and namely because they're being given D1 for free. Now, this strategy I have seen before. It does look like Korea is not really betting on, but just basically saying, look how aggressive, by the way, China's getting with their tank usage here. If he's able to stay alive, that is a huge misstep from Korea. They were trying to take out one of the tanks of the Korean team, and it looks like, although they're taking a ton of fire, might stay alive. He's got to get out of there ASAP, though, with his engineers. They're having to continually hop out and just heal him. And somehow able to stay up. That's kind of ridiculous. Was trying to trade out with the other tank on the other side to clean things up. And it looks like
there he
goes down. The opposing Korea tank got healed back up, was able to swing around the corner and finally clean up Hot JB Cat. That's a huge one. And guess who it is? Sarah Jin, the Korean GOAT of driving vehicles. Sarah Jin nearly single-handedly one of the reasons they were able to win on Ascension in their best of 3 in the 3rd game. Sarah Jin is their tank driver, and a great execution of a nice play to clean up the main tank from the attack. Now, of course, China, a lot scarier in my mind than that Taiwan team, or Thailand team, sorry. But I think the thing to remember, this feels very similar, though, to that game versus Thailand. Like, I
agree.
China steamrolled just like Thailand did, but China lost most of their vehicles, whereas Korea has protected theirs. So they're almost just giving D1 and D2. They gave C, not almost, they literally are giving D1 and D2. They gave C, and they're just retreating. And so now it's a battle for E. And they've won this battle in Max Lives before, and they're gonna have to do it again, Taylor.
Without a doubt. I think we both knew it was going to come down to E. There's a chance they could win. I mean, Korea has had their back against. So if you're just joining us, like Goj just said, this is just like the Thailand matchup. And Korea was down and out like they kind of are now. Thailand had 200 lives going into this final point, and Korea somehow won, and they did so with the triple tank setup. And I believe, do they have 3 tanks already? Yes, they do.
This is scary, man.
Yeah, so Sarajit, he needs to get set up on that hilltop like he did before. Remember, Goj? Because it's so hard to take him out, so he needs to get set up there. The other 2 then need to be to the backside of Windmill, and then you're going to have Korean members, so usually 2 or 3 is going to be at the top of Windmill. Let's listen in to their game plan.
왼쪽 없습니다. 오른쪽 가주세요. 오른쪽 왼쪽 없습니다. 오른쪽 가주세요. 오른쪽. 그렇게 해서 잘 막았잖아. 괜찮아. 오른쪽 맞아. 오른쪽 터지면 큰일 나.
오른쪽 많대요. 오른쪽. 날탄 어딨지 상대?
오른쪽 찔렀다.
저거 경탱인데?
I mean, I'm pretty quiet. Like, I don't have much else to say besides it, because it was just like, we need to get up this hill. We need to assess the situation. Whereas Korea was basically just holding on with their 3 tanks, saying, hey, we know exactly what to do. We've already done it. Now, again, this is an exact replica of history. What happens right when we get here? A guided missile, it's gotta be from China, looking to land on point, gets absolutely no value, because look at where Korea has gone. You see 5-6 people off the point on the right-hand side of your screen right now, gonna be running into this tank. JB Cat getting really aggressive, trying to take out one of these tanks. Unfortunately, it is a bad move, because we've got 2 tanks on the other side. I'm not kidding. This is almost identical to what just happened with Thailand. Aggressive tank push that gets punished, guided missile that gets no value, and there's still 3 tanks alive from Korea. If you all were watching literally an hour ago, you've seen this exact same scene, and it's the exact same scene where we're like, oh no, they've almost got part of E. There's 3 tanks. Korea's in a great spot. They're in the best spot by far.
And the respawn beacon has been destroyed, so that's no longer going to be there. Again, identical to what happened just earlier in Thailand versus Korea. This time around, though, it looks like China might want to swing wide to the left of the building, but he'll actually backtrack. Let's listen into China. You know their comms are great. Let's hear it.
我们要重新组织一波，兄弟们。
对，重新组织一波，抢仓库，抢仓库，不要再往前压了。
老可以换个威龙，换威龙。
改一下兵种，可以改一下兵种。
对，需要威龙，现在抢一下威龙、麦小文，非常需要这2个，非常需要。战比较上火，我需要你们的车。
上车就行。
对，我需要先。
车可以往仓库开，我跟你说，仓库现在没人呢，他们主防方向是右手。
现在一放，现在一放。
收到。
Well, calm sound just as you would expect. Cool, calm, and collected, but also energetic. A great secondary push from China. The triple tank strat still in effect. Hot JB Cat, though, is going to be on the left-hand side, looking to challenge the left-hand take or right-hand take, depending on your perspective, from the Korean side. JB Cat got very aggressive earlier. I don't know if he's going to be aggressive this time around. Well, no, he's going for it. Actually, Korea's going to be the aggressor this time. They push in. We've got ahead, but as you typically see in these tank battles, JB Cat's going to lose again, and Korea will keep all 3 tanks.
No way. I mean, that thing's got to have 1 HP, and finally,
there it goes.
Thank goodness somebody's able to answer back. That's Asmodeus coming in and reaping one of the tanks out. That's absolutely massive for this team. Yes, we lose a tank in transition. Yes, China is down in vehicles, but 3 tanks is unbelievably impressive. And if history repeats itself, would lose you the game. 2, still really bad, but a little bit more manageable. We've got to get on the move, though, to continue to take out these tanks. It is the win condition. Nothing else is the win condition right now. We just saw this battle happen, but China is doing already better than Thailand was in the past, because Thailand wasn't able to take out a single tank, and at least China has 1 down thus far.
Well, the good news is, even though a tank is gone, Korea on that windmill still pretty powerful, especially if Hot JB Cat or whoever decides to get aggressive, because you know there's going to be some Saniva sitting up top. They've got the razor trap set up, so the zip isn't going to be usable, or at least it's going to be less usable from this side of China if they do decide to challenge up there. But more importantly, those players on top for Korea are going to be able to rain down AT4 shots to assist and take down tanks when they do decide to get scrappy. E fully captured once again by the side of Korea, down to 138 lives, and they are once again going for another push. This time, Korea is going to send a tank to the front lines.
Oh my gosh.
There's really no risk at this point. He's just going to go in for it. Why not? I mean, at the end of the day, the other tank has been destroyed, so they're good. Now, we do have another respawn beacon that has been placed down. I'm trying to pinpoint where it is. I don't see it, but Hot JB Cat about to go ahead and get himself into a tank destroyer, I believe, right?
It looks like a Lav, actually. Which
or a Lav, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad play. Lavs are a bit cheaper than, obviously, tanks, so he's able to call that in. You got to remember, too, on all of these call-ins based on your score, anytime you call something in, if you call it in for a second time, that score is doubled. So these things are getting real expensive for Hot JB Cat, who is spending all of his score to get into these vehicles consistently. This is the exact same win condition we gave the charge, if you will, to Thailand, was get inside that building and make a play. The problem with this win condition is it only actually matters if you get these tanks down, and now they've got 3 back on the board. It looks like a light tank with 2 M1s. This is a pretty important moment that we've got to figure out as China how to take out this team. Let's listen in.
上车走，我们打左边就好。他只要敢露出来，你就抽他。我们有120兵力，没事，我们有120兵力。哎，
再去清不了桥，给个活，给个活。
敌方载具沉默。
我们现在有制导，我们现在有制导。
谢谢猫。我知道。先车冲我，上车走，上车走。救一下，不用走。白地的装炮的，不用，来右边熄火。
我们要集结一波，点点。
有血兵吗？差一发，主战。难。哎，完了。没事，给我修，没事，他扎不掉我。敌方风车大要上车。
Yet again, Korea's tanks stand tall, and a guided missile, will it make a difference, or will it just clear the point? For a moment, wait a minute! Finally, somebody's done it! A perfect read. Diane takes out a tank with a guided missile. This is what I was talking about. A prediction moment. Not on the point. Back in the corner where the tank thinks they're safe. 1 down, 2 to go. 2 tanks on the board. And the point E contested with another tank battle on this far side.
Oh, wow.
Hot JB Cat is going to get taken down here shortly as another guided missile comes in from China that only cleans up 1. Oh. JB Cat out of another vehicle yet again. And yes, this point is under contest, but there are still 2 Korea tanks on the board. They should swing back in and clean up these attackers, no problem.
Well, they should, but there still is a lot of China members on the E point. But like you said, the tanks are moving in, but they've got to get there pretty quickly. And it looks like the numbers are finally through, and China's numbers are dwindling down. And for the first time in this game, China will drop below 100 lives. This is literally the first time. And like you said, just really a mirror finish between Korea and Thailand. We're now seeing it represented here between Korea and China. They backed away with the 2 tanks. China's starting to progress up. They have taken an advanced position on that building, and they'll still have some real estate in there. Maybe they can set up a respawn beacon and then try and go for a different angle of attack. Another guided missile is going to be coming in. Curious who's calling this one. Normally be Hot JB Cat, but I mean, you got to think Korea's got a lot of money too.
Yeah, they do. They've been spinning them on tanks, though. Let's see where it lands. One on the backside doesn't get anybody. That looks like a China missile looking for a tank. This time, the tanks scatter. I think it's worth noting, we haven't seen a guided missile from Korea because they've been stockpiling points for these tanks. Anytime one's taken out, they're able to buy another one. This is a genius defensive strategy to keep 3 tanks on the board in constant pressure. Another guided missile, where does it land? Does it land on a tank? Is it from China? It is from China. And it's sent with love, but Dead Dog goes down along with KST. So 2 fall. The problem is 3 tanks still on the board. Plenty of defenders. This one is still not that close. 1 tank goes down. All right, a moment of opportunity. The window's not open, but the chimney sure is. Somebody crawl down like Santa Claus and open up this point. It's time to get a win here for China. China can win it all, but they've got to get another tank off the board and then make another big push. They've got 70 lives remaining here, Taylor.
But they don't have a respawn beacon anymore on that advanced position. It was blown up. And with 1 tank, that can still be quite devastated. The answer, or the question I have, is will China commit a bit more money to get themselves a tank now that it's a 1v1? And Hot JB Cat might be buying one potentially, or do they want to commit for another guided missile? It's some questions that only they could answer. For Korea's sake, They've managed to recapture E fully with only 60 lives remaining. Okay, China needs to get to work, but let's listen in with Korea.
나이킹. 살짝 빠지셔도 돼요. 불러봐. 오른쪽. 상대 나무 오른쪽. 집중해. 나소리. 오른쪽으로 따개비만 돼. 오른쪽에 많아. 건물에 들어오는 것만. 나 죽어. 오른쪽 돌차. 오른쪽 돌차도.
You can hear the energy in their voice. You can hear the excitement as they are on the precipice of victory. A chance to finally defeat China, take a map off of them, something no one has been able to do, and force an undeniably exciting game number 3. And not only that, during that listen-in, they get a tank for themselves, another one to replenish, and they also destroy the tank on the side of China. I think Korea's gonna do it, Goj.
This is yet again another moment of brilliance from Dead Dog. It's so smart to say, hey team, we don't need these missiles. Trust me. They're good for a moment. They're like a flash of in a frying pan. Instead, we need to slow cook them, and slow cook them good. We got 3 tanks, and we will always have 3 tanks. Do not spend any score on anything besides tanks. That is how we win point E. We did it last time. Let's do it again, and it is working. Every time a tank falls, they bring another one back, and China knows it. They get extremely aggressive on this tank down below in the street, who has to retreat. They still aren't able to get him back, and guess what? They can just trade out. I'm gonna body block for you, dog. I got you. No worries. Get healed back up, and then we'll go back in together. The buddy system works here. It works in elementary school. It works everywhere. Unbelievable. Another guided missile. This would have to be monumental to really make an impact. It does absolutely nothing. GG's. This is gonna be a Korea win. I can only imagine, unless something crazy happens.
Something crazy. I mean, it has to be just nuts for China to take this back over. We started with the narrative Korea was getting fried. They were done. But then we also changed the narrative to, well, it comes down to the E site where they defended against Thailand. And we get to a near identical setup, and Korea once again holds on. Clearly, they've done their homework, and it's paying off. Again, I can't stress it enough. They are right. They are knocking on the door of giving China their first ever loss, especially in this tournament. That is critical. That is massive. Guided missile is going to be coming in. Let's see if it connects onto anyone. It does not, but that's okay. At least push China back. This is the last hurrah. China's going for it. They're committing, and honestly, it's looking okay, but Goj, the tanks roll straight in.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a really smart play. You guided missiles so good for zoning. It's all fantastic. It's working well for you. You're just getting bodies off the point. If there were less tanks, you'd win. But you got to hit something crazy here, and it does look like a triple coming in from Mo on China. I mean, they've called in, what, 7 guided missiles at this point, and they've got decent value out of them. It doesn't matter, because with a defense like this, with 3 tanks, they haven't spent on anything besides tanks. They've had 6 tanks, I think, if I'm counting correctly. Korea has had 6 tanks in total, full tanks. Not any LOVs, not even tank destroyers. 3 full M1 tanks on this point at all times, 6 in total through 200 lives. It's hard to beat. I'm gonna be honest. It's a great strategy.
All right, smokes are out. 17 lives, make that 16. It's the beginning of the end. Game 3 should be underway relatively soon. I say that, but we have seen China pull off a miracle play, get the win with only 8 lives remaining. The question is, can they do it with 12 and 3 tanks breathing down their neck? Well, they have no choice but to try, and try they will. There's the magic number of 8. Some shots onto the tanks, simply not enough. Now 7 lives. E almost decapped, but still so far away. China making a great effort. Korea's moving in. The guided missile has been launched, most likely from Korea's perspective. We'll find out very shortly, because China, they can't evacuate the east site. So this is probably going to pick up at least a couple, you would have to think. And it's actually from China onto Korea. Spaces them out. No way. E is starting to be captured. 2 lives remaining. Korea moving in to push them back. Halfway captured is E, but Korea holds it down with the tanks. Despite them being close, they might as well be infinitely far away from a victory. China has fallen. Korea is victorious, and we are going to a Game 3 in Grand Finals.
I'm telling you, a genius strategy. Every time we thought maybe Korea is going to drop a guided missile, nope. They only cared about buying tanks. It was strategy. It was genius. They got walked all over on every other point. They gave up DNC because they wanted to make sure that they had all of their tanks. It was the perfect strategy. I've got to tip my hat. Obviously, the Dead Dog as the commander to make the play, to make the call. This is our strategy. Trust. We let them roll over C. We let them roll over D. We hold at E just like we did an hour ago. Unbelievable. I can't believe it worked. And of course it does. It's Korea, and they've had a historic run all day today. They are going into Game 9. 3 best of 3s in a row that go to Game 3, and the job's not done. Can they do it one more time? Now that they have the advantage, I believe they're going to be moving forward. We'll double check all of that. I actually don't know how it all works. I guess technically it looks like, so we had obviously Korea able to hold on defense, and then China was able to hold on defense, and one team held better than the other, I guess. So I don't know. We'll double check all of that. My brain's, I think, falling apart at this point. I'm still blown away by Korea's efficiency and their abilities to hold and get the win there. Insane work from Korea. But I'm pumped to see what happens. I think it looks like it is going to be China first pick. That's absolutely what makes a lot of sense. But I'm still tipping my hat to Korea. I'll be really curious to see what China picks, though, Taylor. Woo!
Without a doubt. First and foremost, let me say, tournament's been going on for about 9 hours. We have been put in the blender. These matches have been incredible. So let's read this. So since the Finnish side won both the first 2 games, Korea captured 1 zone while China captured 4. China had the advantage. Yeah. So no surprise, China will have the advantage. So what does that mean for everyone at home if you're just joining us, or we'll give you a refresher if you already knew? China has a couple of choices. Number 1, they can pick the map. If they pick the map, then Korea gets the choice of attack or defense, whichever one they want. If they default the map and they choose attack or defense, then Korea gets the choice in the map that they want. Now, traditionally, from what we've seen, and it's only been, I think, Korea who's been picking all night. This time is the first time they don't have a chance to pick. Korea would just default and pick defense. That seems to be the smartest play. Typically, you have the advantage if you're going to be defense, or at least historically in our tournament. So I believe that's probably going to be the same thing. I assume China is going to pick the defending side, and then it's going to be Korea choosing the map, which, I don't know what they choose, to be quite honest, but we'll ponder on that in just a second. Let's look at some numbers. Hot JB Cat with 56, no surprise, had the highest score without question. He's always putting in work and putting in damage. But let's go over to Korea, the winners of this game through defense, and see if we see any stellar stats. And we have Meme with 46 total reses. We've got Seiko with 30. We've got Aaron with 50 total eliminations. Summer with 57. But quite truthfully, not the highest numbers we've seen throughout the tournament. Actually, China had incredible numbers themselves, but it was that final point, Korea holding on, and it doesn't matter about the stats at the end of the day. It only matters about the W.
Yeah, and again, all eyes to me go to Sarah Jin, the leader of this team when it comes to using those vehicles correctly. DG Alpha, one of the other vehicle drivers. I actually think, besides Dead Dog, their commander, the top 3 scorers were the 3 people in tanks, which makes a ton of sense. It was Sarah Jin, some 2R, and it was DG Alpha consistently bringing those tanks in. And so that's the thing that you got to remember, is that with those 3, getting 2 tanks apiece on point E essentially is how that math works out. They were unstoppable. And a great execution of a great strategy. But you're right, some crazy stat lines on the other side, some great revive numbers from the side of China. But it's time to highlight the Korea players that stood out. And of course, you can see their names, the ones we were just talking about. Sarah Jin, Ace Armor Vehicle, and of course, some 2R with the highest kills on that team. Very well executed from this Korea squad, and I'm really excited to see how this third map goes. Let's take a quick look here in just a second about a couple other players we wanted to highlight. Battlefield Medic, I didn't get a chance to see who had the most revives from the Korea team, to be honest. I think likely decent numbers, but you got to remember they got stomped all the way through. So it was meme, like you had called out, with DG Alpha also being Vehicle Bane, a member of the vehicle squad. And then, of course, CK Kun always on those OBJs, man. Always see Chicken Head on these because that dude hunts those OBJs. Really impressed with this squad and what they're able to do. But it all came down to this. So let's take a look back at the comms.
자, 어머해줘야 돼. 절벽에 위령 정리 좀 해주세요. 위령이 있어요.
여러분 건물에 두면 돼. 건물에 두면 돼. 여러분 건물에 두면 돼. 건물에 뒷동 깔렸습니다. 건물에 뒷동 깔렸습니다.
배터리 라인 정리해야 돼.
순항 저희 거점 밟아야 돼요. 순항 출신
미사일 있나요? 미사일 있나요?
발전기 라인 아파트. 발전기 라인 무조건 밀어내야 돼. 잠깐만 나 갈게. 뒷동 깔았습니다. 뒷동 깔았습니다. 거점 뒤쪽 마지막 순항 한 턴 빠져. 이거 발전기로 밀어. 발전기로 수당 뒤쪽이야. 내 쪽으로 한번 봐줄래? 뒤쪽이야. 발전기로 밀어. 비벼. 예, 발전기 밀어. 뒷공 깔았어. 밀어.
홍차 위에 올라가주면 좋아요.
밟아야 돼. 거점 다 밟아. 우리 가운데 라인 가운데. 여러분 가운데. 나이스.
Dude, the excitement, but also the exhaustion that came from those yells. You even saw a Dead Dog. I mean, you got to remember, okay, let's be clear. We're right there with them. We've been talking for a solid 8-9 hours, right? No question.
Yes.
But those guys are also aggressively screaming into their mics, comms, nonstop in every single one of these games. And the only thing that actually is going to affect is a team like Korea, who's going into their 9th game of the day with the exact same squad leaders and the exact same commander constantly yelling at each other.
Yeah. Dude, 9 games, Goj, is insane. And polar opposite of day 1 yesterday, right? I mean, we saw 6 games total. Every single series was a 2-0. Now we go into day 2, polar opposite. Every single game is a 3 map series, you know, and we go the distance to the 3rd map. It's unreal. But I will say, if history repeats itself, going into a game 3, Korea's batting 1,000 for today. They've won every single game 3 today.
I know.
They have held their own, and they're looking to do it once again. A team that was on the brink of an early exit against Japan beats Japan. Then comes in and plays Thailand. They're the underdog. Korea is the underdog. Without question, Thailand had already beat Korea previously, and then Korea beats Thailand because of a situation right here, which China now was in. And of course, Korea stays alive. It's unreal, it's poetic, it's beautiful, and now the only question is, how does this all end? And we've got to figure that out because it comes down to one final map, and we don't know what map it's going to be. We don't know what sides they're going to be on. We're starting fresh, Goj.
All right. Well, I got to get a sip of water. Let's freshen back up. Let's take a very quick break in the booth because we're moving into game 3 of the grand finals here with the ACL. You're not going to want to miss this, folks. It's going to come down to what China chooses. Will it be a side or will it be a map? We'll probably be back in just a minute or two. Don't go anywhere.
예방. 나다.
Strategic beacon deployed. Guided missiles launched.
全部顶出去，两队顶进。
一放，
收到。
全部顶出去，两队顶进。
进来一放，
收到。
Welcome back to the Delta Force Asian Champions League. This is day 2 of our 2-day LAN Grand Finals here at DreamHack Shanghai, and we are on the Grand Finals of this competition, and we are on the 3rd game of our final best of 3. It's China versus Korea. The winner of this map alone will take home the trophy and the majority of that $100,000 prize. Taylor and I have been with you for around 9 hours or so, and it has been such a blessing, such a good time, and job's not done. One more map to go. I'm so pumped to jump into this one, Taylor. I want to remind everybody at home the way this works, all right? So China did better overall in this 1v1 trade, which means they have an advantage. Yes, they won one and lost one, but they did it a little bit better. They were able to hold Korea very early on points B and therefore have an advantage. What that advantage is they get to choose either if they're attacking or defending in game 3, or they get to choose which map they want to play on. They get to pick either side. Now, the interesting thing about this is that Korea is going into the 9th game of the day. They have made it all the way from lower bracket round 2 and worked their way through this competition. And Taylor, what that means is, yes, they are exhausted, but also for the first time, they don't get to choose first on what they want. And so I pose this question to you again. What would you do? And I will give you my answer first. If I am China, I take the attack. I know I just dominated on defense against this team. I know that I can beat them on defense, but I also know that Korea hasn't lost on defense yet. Not one time. And if you, it's this back and forth conversation of, do we give them defense because they can win? Or do we take the attack because we know we can beat them? Which would you do? Are you taking defense, you taking the attack, or are you assuring you take a map that you know?
I'm taking, I mean, I stand by it. I'm taking defense. Bottom line, period. I would much rather be a defending team than be the attacking team given the history of how this event has gone. And you said it best, right? I mean, Korea hasn't lost on defense. That's where they're strongest.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm taking defense. I'm now making them uncomfortable. I'm making them be the attacking team. And I'll be completely honest with you, I don't care what map we play on at that point in time. And I think China doesn't care either. You know, send it. Whatever map you want, sure. But we're going to be defense, and you're going to have to try and break our defensive setup, which you have been unsuccessful in doing in a dominant way.
Well, here we go. And it looks like China chose side, and as expected, they chose defense. This time, Korea says, well, if you're going to choose defense, we're going to Ascension. Which, look, it's the exact same play on the opposite side of the coin that Taiwan made. So with Ascension back on the mix, we know what happens when you hold a team in the C points, in particular right on top of the zip. This is what Korea was able to do. This is the interesting thing about this matchup, is that I want to know how comfortable China is with the defense, and you can tell they are locked in on how to defend here. I mean, look how aggressive they're talking. I believe this is their coach, by the way. They've got a really intensive coach who's been playing with them and helping them since all the way through the qualifiers, and they are breaking down this map. Now, I think it's the right call. I think everything that's been made is the right call, because I said it once, but I'm going to say it the opposite way. Yes, Korea has won every defense that they've played today. They've lost every single attack they've played today. If they win, this is their 9th game. If they win this attack and win the championship, it'll be their first win on attack throughout the course of the entirety of today.
Poetic. Cinema, as we've been saying all night, or all day now, and chat. So what do we have? I mean, Ascension's been played today, and you're right, it was played on defense, and it was during the Korea-Japan. Remember, Japan picked it against Korea when they had that option, and it was Korea on defense, and they did a wonderful job defending and ended the game over in Caves. And Caves was truly instrumental. I think it's going to be just the same here in the matchup versus China. And what I'm most excited about, if we do get to Caves, because let's face it, there's a very good chance we don't, given China's impenetrable defense. But if we get to Caves, we're talking Hot Cat, right? I mean, who's going to be, or Hot JB Cat, excuse me. But then we also have potentially Dark Star. We have Sarah Jin, who's going to be in the Caves themselves, and they're going to be fighting. Whether it's Lavs, whether it's going to be tanks, however they get the job done. Those are some deadly members. In fact, the deadliest in this tournament, Goj, who are going to be fighting within Caves, and whoever wins, very well might win Caves and move forward to the final point, which we haven't seen today. Korea has to play the best they have played all day, and they've already played phenomenal, but they have to reach another level if they want to win the championship, because this is the final map, and this is the final chance for Korea to cap their heroic run with a W.
We get a chance to see it at least one more time. The ships are storming the beaches, and as per the usual, the defense is set up on ultimate high, and they immediately are raining hellfire down. As per the usual, our artillery guns do come in nice and handy, able to take out a couple. And we've got a lot of boats down on the shore, but we've also got a tank on the left-hand side that is going to play very safe and make sure it doesn't get fried because artillery strikes early that is given to the defense on this point. Now, what would be really interesting is after all this buildup, all of this critical moment, if Korea can't even break through point A, because China's been able to do it before, and I think they would be able to do it again if anybody was here for A on defense.
It's a very real possibility. Without a doubt, China, they know how to play defense. They're so good at it. So incredibly good. Did you see a heli in the air, by the way? Do we have a heli this time around?
We should. Yeah, we should. I haven't seen it on main yet, so I'm wondering what the play is there. We'll keep an eye out for it and see where it comes in. If it comes in a little bit later, make sure it stays up. We'll double check on that, but I haven't seen it yet. It might just be our perspective, though.
Yeah. Well, we know Japan hovered a little bit too long in the heli, right? So that's a risk we want to try to avoid. Look, Korea. Korea is pushing strongly up the hill. You know, China had a wonderful position. They had the manpower, but they could not stop Korea from progressing not only from the ocean and ultimately up into the hill and now over towards A. It's a bit early to say it, but I mean, Korea, probably this is the strongest I've seen, at least an attack from my perspective, and they're doing it in the proper moment, right? The final game.
Well, it's all about setup. You got to remember, if you just run, I mean, all the pubs players know this. You guys have played Warfare before. If you just run at the point, you're going to get cut down. It just is what it is. Usually, your goal here is to group up as a team and hope your team actually groups. You then yell at your team because they're not actually reviving you. The medics never pick you up. You guys get the gameplay loop. And sometimes there's some heroes, but at this level, folks, if you're just tuning in, this has been a 9-hour straight tournament of non-stop chaos, sure, but also organized chaos. These are teams of 20 working together under a commander, an IGL, an in-game leader, one per country, that is leading the team through voice comms. He has open communications to all 20 players through this commander mode, and then also has squad leaders that are also communicating directly to the commander. There's 5 teams of 4 per side, and all 5 squad leaders are in a call together through whatever, you know, type of calling device they want to do. Discord or otherwise, they're all in a call together, constantly communicating, and then those teams are communicating with their in-game squad players as well. So there's a ton of communication, there's a ton of back and forth on what to do and how to do it, and you've got to execute together as a unit. So you're going to see these teams move in waves, make a big push. You see Korea making a strong push here, but it immediately gets cut down. So instead of just continuing to trickle in towards this point and lose the game here, they're going to regroup, likely on their tank on this hilltop, and then make another push again.
Down to 149 lives. That's low. Not scary low just yet, but a lot lower than they were wanting. I complimented their push, but they've been pushed back, and China progressing potentially up towards this hill once again for the secondary fight. This is where they met at the very start. It was Korea who won the engagement. Does China win this next one? Well, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, especially with the vehicles being here at the forefront. That's going to pay dividends for the at least attacking side for Korea. So China will go ahead and back up. This is the squad with the power, the slaying squad, Bobo, Lances, and co. China not backing down. In fact, it's the vehicles and Korea who's forced to back up a little bit. Even with the smoke screens, it seems Korea cannot continue to push forward, and a vehicle already gone. China now working their way onto the tank to potentially take it down as well. You need the foot soldiers from Korea to get aggressive and take these players down, but not happening. China putting Korea into the blender, and even with the tank there, let's face it, the smoke is obscuring the line of sight, and therefore giving an advantage to the China players who are up close and personal. Finally, we see that Heli is going to be airborne. Hopefully that helps out, but he's already being focused, and, well, that Heli's weak. That Heli might be crashing relatively soon.
Yeah, you got to get way out there, folks, and this is exactly what happened the last time we saw Ascension. To be honest, A wasn't this difficult. Here's the issue. The main issue is that the whole strategy of the Korean attacker team was to spawn up on this tank, play together as a unit, and make a big push. The problem is, if you get obliterated by these heroes on... I mean, Kissshot is cleaning up 3-4 by himself as an individual, playing around these pieces of cover, smoking it, preparing for this. The tank can't get too aggressive or it's going to get blown up. And so instead, it's just a constant back and forth. Now, we do see a return fire, and another vehicle goes down for the defender's side. So this tank is putting in good work, but we can't get any real value on the actual point yet from the attackers. They're going to have to figure out something soon. I mean, we're already down to 126 lives. It still sounds like a decent amount, but that's, what, 54 down the drain without really anything to show for it.
And China's getting overly aggressive because they know they can. They haven't been challenged just yet. Those rockets are getting so close to the heli. Get peppered just a little bit more, but can't sit there. Like I said, you got to get way out. We take an overhead view. Hey, still way off in the distance. China effectively holding onto the hilltop. The heli, just with a little bit of health, gets below the rock and will manage to stay alive. But for how long, that's the question. I mean, if a blade... Oh, no! That's what I was going to say. If a blade touches a rock, you're gone. You're done. You're toasted. The tank... Now the focus for China, and the tank also weak as well. 122 lives, 0 progress has been made. China is holding their ground.
Yeah, and look, I always say this, the A point's always the easiest to attack for the most part, right? But it doesn't mean it's easy. It's just the easiest. And China has been known to stonewall teams at point A in the past. They did it in the first round of the semifinals against Japan. They weren't able to make it through A and cracked, which arguably is decently hard, but it's still the easiest. Same thing can be said here. They need an opening. This tank is trying to create the opening without going down, and they're doing a pretty good job of it. You can see some of our players off in the distance. We've got an armored transport vehicle that should help us get to the point a little bit quicker with 6 people in it. But yes, I'm seeing everybody in chat ask questions about it. Why Ascension? Well, that's a great question, but not why offense. China won in the 1v1 in the tiebreaker to choose defense, and so because they got offense, Korea said Ascension is our map to attack on. That's what we're going to go for. And so far, not looking very good. Maybe not the right choice or just not great execution. But here's a good push going through smoke. Armored transport vehicle trying to get onto the point. They're trying to make the best of it, just keeping bodies up. You're seeing how many revives they're getting in that smoke, pushing onto the point. I'd love to listen in with China and see what they're thinking and how they're defending.
敌方步兵到，全部进点，全部进点。
我现在没烟，你现在没人。
清下暗炮，清暗炮，那个暗炮王步兵，王边暗炮，清暗炮。继续回，不对，近点绞肉，近点绞肉，所有队伍近点绞肉。近点跟他们绞就行了，没事儿。不要大量步兵在前滩，大量步兵都在前滩，大量步兵，大量步兵在前滩，不要落给对面坦克。好，就点点。这个暗炮又上人了，我们点内军事，点内军事。脸上有个露娜，掉了。不要落给山上，不要落给山上，他们山上有狙。一兵没击，他们开走了，有没有车一发？我找不到，太多烟了。
Normally the listen-ins with China are fairly chaotic, but chaotic in a good way, high energy, explosive talking. This time around, very calm it almost seemed, you know, at least in comparison to what we've heard in the past. And I think the reason for that is they're very comfortable in their current position. They're very comfortable now knowing that they've taken nearly 100 lives away from the Korea side of things. They still haven't managed to even get A. A has not been decapped once. And so therefore China understands at this point in time, we're so close to being champions. Let's stay focused. Let's keep poised. And they're doing exactly that. It looks like A might be fully capped once again. This is not the final push, but this is one of the best pushes. This is the closest Korea has been able to get to the A site.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think one of the things you're going to have to see here in a moment is this tank get into the mix. Obviously, 95K Wansa doing great work for the team in the tank. And oh no! Jianjin goes massive and able to take out of the tank on top. This is a huge chink in the armor. I mean, if they had any to begin with, Korea in an utter blender after what looked like a clean push. I was about to say they're running out of daylight and they're going to have to send that tank in to try to clear this lane. Holy cow. China is not only all over the point, Korea is nowhere to be seen with their tank gone like that. We got to listen in with Korea here and see what they're thinking, because yes, they're going to keep spawning on high ground. They're able to call in another vehicle. Maybe tank destroyer gets down.
나좀 수리해줘.
올 수 있으면 와서 살려줘.
살려줘. 알파 죽었어. 쟤 죽었어. 델타.
저희 능선 먹혀 있어서 조심해야 돼요.
일로 와. 괜찮아, 할 수 있어. 얘네 전진 나옵니다. 여러분 능선 조심하세요. 능선 오른쪽으로 감아서 지금 전진 나와요.
네, 제가 로나 할 거예요.
아, 무슨 방패 이거.
Wow. I mean, it sounded like information was still being passed, but much slower, just trying to figure out and digest the information at hand and how do we use it. That's the problem, right? It feels like there is nothing that they can't grab a hold of anything. It's like they're trying to climb a rock wall, but there's no handholds. You just got to scale an infinite barrier. And it's just China troops continuing raining hellfire and winning their ones. Again, I want to get back to like calming and kind of like casting over individual gameplay, because when you're able to trade out 1, 2, 3, 4 people by yourself as an individual slayer, it's just an utter game changer, let alone being able to pop up with an engineer crew, an engineer squad, and stealthily take down a tank. And all of a sudden, I mean, chat's been saying it's GG's. It's absolutely not GG's.
Yep.
This might seal the deal, though. Hot JB Cat has earned an M1 tank and is going to get right back into the mix. And if we know anything about Hot JB Cat,
yeah,
he's a tank aficionado.
Bro, he would shoot a heli out of the air, 100%. First attempt. I mean, he was so deadly accurate on trench lines just a little bit earlier during their attacking side. He's going to be just as deadly this time around as well. There he is from a distance, already starting to pepper not only the tank, but also any troops just up ahead. Feel like we've been here literally 2 to 3 times right on this hilltop with Korea once again trying to apex, trying to get down there to A. And take note, Korea has only touched A exactly 1 time in the entirety of this match number 6 on Ascension. Undeniably, I think you have to say China is one of the best defensive teams in the world, if not the best defensive team in the world, because there is not a map where they play defense where they falter. They simply don't. And Korea, same thing could be said with them, but China's on a different level because Korea, you know, will win, like, for example, trench lines, but it goes down to the final objective. China, if they close this out, this would be the second time they have held a team on the first point and ended the game. Japan was the first one. This might be the second one. That is domination, Goj.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and this does feel like a little bit like, man, we just ran out of steam. Like, it feels like the Korea comms were very slow, they were struggling, they were trying to figure out what to do. I mean, just generally processing information when you have such little energy left is very difficult. And yet again, we've got another great helicopter pilot, this time doing the loop-de-loop, staying away. Hot JB Cat's going to make sure that his tank shells can get within range of this helicopter and he can aim high enough. This is one of the biggest limiting factors of the tanks versus a helicopter, is that you have to get to a high enough point to actually aim at it, right? You can't actually tilt your weapon high enough to shoot this helicopter half the time. Look what's happening. He's so confident in his team on A. They do finally get another tank down here, so there is a move here with 58 lives remaining. Hot JB Cat, I believe, is going up the elevator. I think he's going up to where the next point is going to be, just like our Korean team did with their Lav during the fight against their opponents. He's going all the way up, and he's going to be shooting at this helicopter and make sure that it stays out of the air.
From a distance, JB Cat trying to push Korea back. They made a great advancement onto A, but they've already been pushed off. And once again, China's going to be in full absolute control of Alpha with 56 lives remaining on the Korean side. This might be the beginning of the end. Will China be a champion after the next 53 lives? It's definitely looking that way. We're down to the nitty-gritty. Let's listen in with China.
没错，我标飞机在舔，承诺，他们人不多，人不多，全都往山上掉，对面打个大场，没有一件的。我上炮。红车要多久？红车。回防点内，回防点内。再回。快，活着往这跑，快！啊，没打过，脸上没打过，没打过。这边94，标点了。
We've lost Hot JB Cat from the helicopter, and we've lost point A. It's not held the entire time, but it's held long enough to make this push up to B1 and B2 extremely difficult. Folks, we're not even up the zip lines yet, and we see it looks like we are going to send a Lav up the elevator on to C, where they can overlook these positions, likely give intel and potentially shell down below. But the problem after all of that work, Korea, we gotta laud them. They were able to make it past a really hard point A. It helped the second helicopter to come in. But the real issue is the lives right now. So the onus of responsibility, obviously, on Korea. The actual responsibility, though, is not just to cap B1 and B2. It's to cap B1 and B2 right now. They need to capture both of these immediately. They need as close to maximum lives as possible going into C1 and C2. You know C1 and C2 are incredibly difficult to grab. That's up in the tunnels or the caves, up above, up the zipline or the elevator. We've talked about it. We've seen it on broadcast. It's the easiest place to hold, and you need, just like E, when it comes to trench lines, you need every single life that you could possibly have, and they're already below 100 or about to be here in a moment on B1 and B2. They haven't touched them yet. They've got to take both these points almost immediately, or they're going to have little to no chance.
And I fully agree with that. I will say, on the other hand, we've watched Korea on the brink of defeat 2 times now, both against Thailand and China, and they managed to come back. I understand different situations because that was on defense, right? Not on the attacking side, not with 92 lives. But one thing I know about Korea after watching them for 9 hours today through Japan, through Thailand, and ultimately now China, is they're a team that refuses to give up. They have heart, they have spirit, and they will continue to fight till the very end. And you're right. They need to capture B1 and B2 immediately in order to get their live count back up. And they've got to be aggressive, take the bull by the horns, and just go for it. But you better believe Korea's not going to give up. Don't count them out until they are fully done and dusted. This is a team that's resilient and knows how to come back.
Yeah, totally agree. 90 lives and counting, and a couple vehicles coming their way. Bobo seems completely unfazed. Bobo's going to keep frying out, as Bobo always does. Assault vehicle out. Taken over by China. Swinging that thing out of here. And keep defending. A lot of green in the kill feed. And not a lot of movement on B1 and B2. Albeit this helicopter is a bit of a menace right now. And DG Delta also up on high with the tank from distance. The second M1 tank they've had today is putting in some nice work, but they're going to have to clear more than just a couple people or maybe a vehicle here or there. They've got to get bodies on these points, and that's going to actually be the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, I think so. Getting the bodies there, just getting them involved. I mean, China's already set up quite nicely on the B1. This guy up top, look at that. Yo, that nearly hits Wansa down low, which would have been nasty from that angle. Again, the tank angles we've been seeing is just crazy. Absolute clinic. This guy with the heli is way off at a distance. I understand he doesn't want to get too close to get gunned down, but I don't want to run into an issue once again where it's like you're just taking yourself out of the game. You know, you need to be a valuable asset, but granted, he is trying to take down that tank that's up ahead. If he could do that, that would be pretty valuable.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, this is such a tough fight. It is taking the tank out of the fight as well, so at least they're stalling another asset. You can see how many vehicles it now looks like Korea's been able to put on the board. So not a bad timing to kind of stall that one out and hope your team can make the most of it. See the tank destroyer getting into the mix and getting pretty active, finding a few. I want to say that's Sarah Jin that's able to bring the tank destroyer in, and that's a huge boon, of course. Sarah Jin, one of the best operators in the game, especially in Korea. But yet again, not a body on a point yet. B1 and B2 completely uninhabited by the attack. We're down to 71. Got to make a move, and you got to make a move now, and Bobo's going to make sure that you can't make a move anywhere besides the wrong end of his barrel.
Okay, so things are starting to work out, it seems. Tanks are being destroyed, but only one. Another one needs to go. And it looks like Korea is going to be a bit aggressive. Try to get this tank elimination fully in. Can't do it. Backs away. Narrowly avoids a rocket. Hey! The tank is now gone. And is this a glimmer of hope for the Korea squad? Is this a chance and an opportunity for them to at least get their hands onto B1 and then focus their attention on B2 with the tanks gone, except for the one that's going to be up top, obviously, with Tien. The heli feels comfortable enough to move in and start assisting. Woo. But yeah, that angle also exposes you to tank fire from down low, and we've got tank-on-tank action. Fortunately for the Korean squad, Tien's not connecting, and therefore he has to back away. And now the heli, if he wanted to get active too and start focusing to take up top, he can, but I think he wants to focus on the ground troops. Korea has got B1. Now can they get B2 and miraculously stay alive?
I mean, wiping vehicles is everything. Obviously, everybody looking at this helicopter right now, put any bullet into it you can. It's getting a little bit of healing inside of it. That's one of the reasons it was avoiding fights earlier. But no, a connection there. I want to say that's from Hot JB Cat. Was that from an Alluru rocket? That's got to be from a vehicle. I don't know. We'll have to double check the replay on that to see if he was the one that took it out or if somebody else was. But heli down is huge. The attackers do pick up another tank, but Zhang Jin is going to continue to throw tank fire down, and as long as he doesn't catch the wrong end of the stick of these two tanks, is at least preventing these two tanks from getting up on the point and helping out their team. And it looks like one of those tanks said, yeah, I'm out of here. I got to go help out our team. We got to get to B2, and we got to get to B2 now.
那头上有人在山上。OK。过来，给了，进来。多少阵营死住，知道吗？青南左边，青南左侧，左侧青南700压点。没开主炮。切。我走，左青南。脸上有喷子，身上有喷子。他们左侧有医生，他们左侧有医生，漏了。左边绕一队，他们从左侧拉了，左侧拉了一队啊！青南压了！青南点！两炮青南！B 有大型标！B 有大型标！给吃饱了！B 有大型标！不要给！都一修！轮图残血！指导捏住！救我一下！对不起打仗！金打仗！轮图我回，两炮！轮图回了！可以站了吗，老毛？别！哎，没人给我修，共车你呢？不要进人，放下去了吗？回点！后面再叫冒头，手那边叫。我们要保 B2，能保 B2吗？接近叫，在上面再叫一下。步兵主攻 B2，直接叫！步兵去打 B2。
The second listen in for game number 3 with China brings a lot more energy than the first one when we first started. You know, the first listen in, cool, calm, and collected, feeling good. The second one, chaotic, because they understand this is the moment. They are on the precipice of becoming champions for the Delta Force Asian Championship League, the first ever LAN tournament for this great league to take place. $100,000, of course, 40 going their way. And this is the first official massive esports LAN event when it comes to Delta Force. Second guided missile in a span of just 10 seconds will start to fall. 29 lives for Korea. They managed to retake B1, but the question is, can they get B2? They're running out of time.
Missile comes in, this one from Korea, so it looks like they're not doing the same tank strategy on attack. They do have quite a few in, but missiles galore with 27 lives remaining. You gotta make a move, and you gotta make a move now. If you can open it up with the missile, no, this one's from China. Clearing point B2, making sure they have prime position here. A couple people trying to take the cross a little bit late, post missile, able to make it in briefly, but cut down quickly from some of the top fraggers there on B2. Missile after missile, China missile after China missile. All of a sudden, down come the missiles, and down go the Korean players. Yet again, another one lands, this one a triple from Prosui.
Looks like the beginning of the end. 16 lives remaining. BJ Cat holding it down. Hold up. Can he get it done? Can JB do it? Well, he'll at least back away. The vehicle from Korea now down to 12 lives. We will find another guided missile is going to be coming through. I believe this one is from China. Well, does it connect onto anyone? No. B2 has yet to have anybody from Korea get on it in at least some time. Now 7 lives remaining. Goj, I think China has officially done it.
The spamming of the missiles has been impeccable timing. They're just trying to zone off B2. They know if they just hold B2, they're going to win this game. And it's working flawlessly. Missile after missile from both sides likely, but China calling in the majority of them and out-fragging on the ground. This has been the name of the game for China. Missiles and then just slay out another massive missile. We knew Bobo was slaying, so of course he earned a missile of his own. Gets a triple. Ain't nobody touching B2. And ladies and gentlemen, your very first champions of the Delta Force Asian Champions League is Team China. They have won it all. They've done it. They were nearly perfect. We went to game 3, but they were able to close it out and do it in style. Missiles galore and great positioning, all in the backs of their commander, Hot JB Cat. Absolutely crushed a grueling competition, double elimination bracket, and you get a chance to raise the Delta Force Asian Champions League trophy.
Amazing scene. China came in as the best team through the qualifiers, undefeated. They came into day 2 undefeated. They stumbled a little bit as Korea managed to take a map off of them, but they picked themselves right back up in game number 3, and they take it in convincing fashion, only relinquishing control of one objective. This team earned it. They played well, and they are flawless, and they are your official, of course, Delta Force Asian Championship League champions. The first major esports event when it comes to Delta Force. $40,000, the epic trophy. And everybody, all 20 players, tried to get their hands on it to lift it up. They earned it. Question is, who's going to take it home? They'll decide that later, but at least as of now, we know dang well this is the best team in the world.
让我们再次恭喜国服赛区获得2025英雄亚冠 ACL 三人行动总决赛的冠军！恭喜国服代表队！
恭喜你们！
各位，再把掌声送给国服赛区的战士们。
A beautiful image. All 20 players, their subs, their coach.
我们有请英雄亚冠 ACL 主席 Hero ESPORTS 联合创始人兼内容矩阵总裁谢帆先生以及三角洲
They all get medals too?
Yeah,
that is so cool.
All earned medals.
That is so cool.
Big shout out to Shadow here, game developer of Delta Force. Had a chance to interview him so many times. He loves this game. He loves promoting all the things they're doing in game, and this is just one more thing that they're adding to their repertoire with esports, crowning and giving out a medal to every single player here for this China team and what they were able to accomplish on main stage. It truly was an utter domination, a fantastic job, perfect execution with only one dropped map through this tournament.
Yeah.
Really, really cool stuff.
Insane to only drop one map. Such a proud moment. Be the first ever champions. You know, money is one thing, and $40,000, you'll cash that check without question, but to be a champion, to work this hard, and to be the best team in the world at this stage of Delta Force is something you can't take away, and it's something that is hard-earned. The tears streaming down the face, and rightly so. I mean, you can tell how much this moment means to these incredible players. So well done. Man. The emotion. I can't wait for the future of this game, Ghosh.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be emotional too, man. There was so much hard work. I mean, they had to battle through 2 full days. 7 hours day 1, 9.5 hours day 2. Shout out to Shadow. Obviously, again, a huge piece to the puzzle that is Delta Force. Bringing those medals out. So cool.
Bringing in Big Commander himself. Of course, we're talking Hot JB Cat. The man with the plan, the man with the gunny. Dropping the most eliminations in a tournament, as far as I know, 170 plus throughout 2 maps earlier yesterday.
各自的努力，那同样的话，看到大家的心情都非常非常的激动啊！想问一下，作为总指挥官，其实一路走来，一定会有一些磨合的时刻在，对不对？能不能给大家分享一下一个让你印象最深刻的时候？
印象最深刻的时候，其实就是之间队内的不和吧，经常会有一些小摩擦， 这是很正常的事，毕竟大家也都是第一次线下打比赛，线上的话很正常的。但是最主要的是啊，我们的队员都非常的听劝，经过了一波磨合、调整和协调之后，我们的配合突破简直是无法比量的。
是的，其实今天现场的话也是来了非常多支持国服代表队，包括支持你本人的亲人、朋友、粉丝，有什么话想对他们说的吗？
感谢各位来给国服代表队捧场的粉丝和各个队员的亲友团们，非常感谢，
非常非常感谢你们的支持。
谢谢 JBCat 回到队伍当中。
The amount of responsibility this man right here has had is unbelievable. He had to do it all. Hot JBCat command his entire team. And it's great that we get a chance to recognize a lot of the other talent on the team here with Posui. But there's got to be a lot of emotion behind fulfilling that job description of can I lead 20 men to victory.
真的觉得可能会输，但是我们的队友都非常的厉害，还是赢了，我很激动，然后就控制不住就哭了。
是拿下了这个冠军之后啊，之后的目标会是什么呢？
想拿世界冠军。
世界冠军，非常宏伟的目标。期待你们一定能够实现这个目标。谢谢破碎，谢谢，请回到
I agree with you, Go. Just to lead 20 players
小年将军
to victory.
来欢迎年将军。
想问一下年将军啊，
truly
打下来，给自己的表现以及队伍的表现，满分100能打多少？
必须100分。我觉得我们队伍的每一个队员都非常努力，
都是100分啊！想问一下年将军，这几天下来。
Yeah, and as a reminder to all these interviews, you got to remember too that, you know, obviously we have our commander. Oh yeah, I love the emotion, man. But all those comms we were listening to was all of the squad leaders as well. A big burden, leading your team of 4. Listening to your commander executing.
可以，当然可以，这一刻属于你。
OK，你们都是年大将军的好兵。
谢谢司令官年将军，谢谢，请回到我们的舞台当中。接下来，让我们有请星野来到我的身边。这一刻有什么话想大家分享一下？拿到了沉甸甸的奖牌。
感谢我所有的队友这几个月来的努力，我们真的是太棒了，
太棒了！把掌声送给自己，也送给各位队友。
Great excitement from all of our squad leaders. This is such a cool moment. And I think the other thing, I want to bring it back to the conversation we had at the beginning of broadcast, Taylor. Which is, as we see the excitement, we meet these players. They are creating storylines for themselves as esports pros under this game. It's the beginning of a lot more for Delta Force and these players. So remember these faces, remember these names. Come back and watch these interviews in a couple years.
当时队内怎么样沟通的？会不会有一些小小的紧张或者压力在呢？
肯定是有的，因为进攻方的载具特别多。我作为一个反歹手，驾驶着轻型坦克，我的压力是非常大的。
那当时怎么缓解这个压力的？队友有就是安慰到你，或者说大家有互相鼓励吗？
大家都在给我报对面那个载具的信息，所以说我就打得很舒服。
打得很舒服啊。那其实今天的话，我们的对手还是打了很久嘛，
挺强的，
就非常辛苦。什么话评价到我们的这个韩
The road to the eSports World Cup
没错，我们国服代表队更厉
You
害。
could be looking directly And not only a participating team, but potentially one of the winning teams, depending on the competitive format, of course. But this is the thing. I mean, depending on the competitive format in the future, it doesn't matter. These 20 players are the best Delta Force has currently in the scene. So they're 100% going to be a part of whatever Delta Force has to bring in the future, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. I love that we get a chance to watch those interviews at the end, guys. This was so dang fun. Taylor, this is a long day, but a good one. We got to see the best of the best in Warfare here with the Delta Force Asian Champions League. Any final words for the broadcast? We've had a lot of them, but any final ones you want to end with?
Got crow's feet now, man. It's been a long broadcast, but a worthwhile one, without a doubt. We get 3 best of 3s. Long days like this are tough, but they're also worth it because of you in the chat and also for the exciting games that we get a chance to see. And I mean that. I really do. Casting is one thing, but having you all be so engaged, loving what you're seeing, that makes it worth it, and we really do appreciate you. And Delta Force, it's got so much to bring and offer. Trust me, this isn't the end. This is only the beginning.
A great word to end on, Taylor. I appreciate you a ton for riding with me throughout this entire journey, and I want to thank everybody in all of our chats for riding with us our entire journey. I see all of you folks in all of those chats. Some of you have been here since the very beginning of yesterday and have watched every moment of this exciting competition, and I appreciate you. As a reminder, we absolutely could not do it without you, the viewer, so continue to tune in to the Delta Force broadcast, esports, fun conversations with developers like Shadow, and a lot more coming down the line. You're not going to want to miss it. This is just the beginning of Delta Force. Thank you for being here. Maybe next time you'll see me in a shiny suit, just like the folks in Shanghai. This was the Delta Force Asian Champions League. 2 days of a LAN Grand Finals, all at DreamHack Shanghai, and it was an absolute pleasure being your host and caster today with Taylor. But until next time, we'll see you in another Delta Force broadcast.
较难受的进攻目标才是。哇 ，ADS 已经是开完了，没有主动防御的情况下，差一点点，扛着。